From the very beginning, this young man was an anomaly. While other children wasted time playing, he buried himself in the library, consuming ancient tomes for hours on end. One fateful day, when his father ordered Old Man Bin to harvest resources at sea, Luin stepped in with a cryptic warning. He insisted they avoid the path near the southern mountains, claiming the flow of mana there had turned chaotic. But what could a child possibly know? Bin glanced at Lord Ale in confusion. The Lord himself was baffled, having no idea what nonsense his son was spouting. Days later, amidst a violent thunderstorm, Bin finally returned, much to the Lord's relief. He had taken the long detour, a choice that saved his life. Just as young Luin predicted, the southern mountain path had been decimated by a monster ambush. The news struck the Lord like a hammer. Luin hadn't just guessed, he had foreseen the tragedy with chilling accuracy. Anyone who took the original path met a grisly end. Bin only kept his old life because he heeded Luin's words. Could the boy actually sense the mana in the air? The Lord was stunned. If this was true, Luin wasn't just a smart child. He was the glorious future of House Ale. From that day on, his monstrous talent for magic was undeniable. He sensed mana at 6 and could summon it by the tender age of 7. By age 10, he crushed the heirs of prestigious families at the Ignite Magic Academy, the kingdom's peak institution, entering as the top-ranked valedictorian. The world hailed him as a once-in-a-generation genius. Luin dreamed of elevating his family's name to the heavens, but his ascent came to a screeching halt the moment he stepped into the academy. On his very first day of class, reality crashed down. He realized he was powerless. He couldn't project a single drop of mana outside his body. Humiliated before the entire class, Luin failed. He was diagnosed with Mana Evacuation Disorder. For a mage, being unable to release magic was a curse worse than death. Instantly, the whispers began. They mocked his mediocre background, claiming he never had any real talent to begin with. Their attitude flipped instantly, from admiration to utter contempt. A bully deliberately slammed his shoulder into Luin, sneering, "Watch it. If I touch a piece of trash like you, I might become useless too." Luin became a walking joke, a magician in a magic academy who couldn't cast a single spell. Those who once envied him now saw him as nothing more than a toy for their cruel amusement. Luin thought his story ended there. He had no idea that a miracle waited at the rock bottom of despair. Suddenly, the player's artifact activated, turning the page of his destiny. Luin felt his body sinking deep into an abyss. He floated in a boundless, infinite void. A blue system window flashed before his eyes. "You are the incarnation of Draka, the world destroyer." What the hell was happening? Before he could process the words, a colossal giant with burning crimson eyes materialized before him. The giant's lips moved, attempting to deliver a message. But in a flash, the vision shattered, and reality rushed back like a storm. Rewind a few hours. We are at the Ignite Academy training grounds, where Professor Ardell was conducting a combat magic drill. It was Luin's turn. The professor simply asked him to cast a fireball at a dummy 1 meter away. A basic spell any toddler could cast, except for the cripple who couldn't release mana. Luin trembled with anxiety. Could he actually do it this time? Professor Ardell looked at him with eyes full of encouragement. "Luin, begin. You cannot give up now." Luin concentrated. A massive fireball formed. The sheer size made the other students gasp. How could a human possess that much raw mana? Ardell watched with bated breath. Luin just needed to release it, like throwing a ball. But then, the curse struck again. Luin's arm shook violently. His internal organs churned like he had just ridden a roller coaster from hell. He retched, vomiting his breakfast all over the training ground. I can't do it." Luin wiped his mouth in shame. Professor Ardell tried to comfort him, but it was hopeless. Luin simply could not push the mana out. He didn't even know how to begin. The professor slumped in defeat. Luin was a final-year student. If he couldn't cast a basic fireball, passing the graduation exam was a fantasy. "I'm sorry. I'll practice more. Luin stammered, while internally cursing himself as absolute trash. The test required 10 hits. Luin couldn't even finish the chant, let alone strike the target. At this rate, he wouldn't even qualify as a third-rate street magician. How did a loser like him become the valedictorian? He's a stain on the Academy's history. The familiar, poisonous whispers filled the classroom air, because Luin was a nobody from a no-name family who stole the top spot from the high nobles. He had been a target from day one. But the bullies were just annoying insects. What truly broke Luin's spirit was the lack of hope. 6 long years of stagnation caused by this cursed mana disorder. Luin asked himself in the darkness, how much longer could he possibly endure this hell? In the main hall, 2 usual tormentors blocked his path. Look who it is, the retard Luin. Isn't it time you packed your bags and went back to the countryside? The disrespect was total. Even the first-year juniors mocked him with that humiliating nickname, Luin the Retard. Because of you, the senior class grades are tanking. Why don't you just crawl back to that backwater dump you call a territory? Mocking laughter echoed through the hall. Luin stood in stony silence, his face a mask of darkness against their sneers. But seeing his lack of resistance, the bullies only pushed further. If you have no skills, you should at least have wealth. I only heard of the Ardell clan after coming to this academy. My father says they're just empty barrels making noise. That was the final straw. Luin's patience shattered. He spun around, burying his fist into the blonde's smug face. The bully hit the floor hard. Say one more word about my father. I dare you. Luin could endure insults to himself, but never his family. You bastard! The blonde clutched his nose, blood gushing between his fingers. Ben Vorn, learn your place. Who do you think you are to mess with my father and the Ardell clan? Do you know who my father is? The lackey lunged forward, but Luin buried a fist in his gut, dropping him instantly to his knees, unable to stand. You arrogant trash! You dare strike me? Blinded by pure rage, Ben Vorn summoned battle magic right in the academy hallway. Did he not fear expulsion? Go to hell! Against such a high-level magic attack, Luin was frozen, unable to move a muscle. Professor Ardell rushed to the scene, shouting for them to stop. But it was too late. The lightning spell swallowed Luin whole. Luin thought his life was over, yet his consciousness drifted to a different dimension. Standing before a cloaked giant and a familiar system interface. Luin Ardell, the voice boomed, jolting Luin's very soul. Slowly, reality faded back in, but the voice calling his name now belonged to Helen, the high-rank healer. Where am I? Luin bolted upright, startling the nurse. He felt dizzy, but his body moved on its own. More importantly, that dream. It felt more real than reality itself. Helen explained he had been unconscious for nearly a day. Miraculously, his condition was stable. In fact, he looked too healthy for someone struck by lightning. No burns, no internal damage. Helen had never seen a medical case like this in her life. Even Luin couldn't believe he was breathing. Lightning magic should have incinerated his body in a heartbeat. Yet here he was, having taken the hit directly, without a single scratch to show for it. Excuse me. The door opened, revealing Professor Ardell. Helen stepped aside to check the test results. The professor crossed his arms, relieved to see Luin as strong as an ox. He explained that the faculty had already held an emergency meeting regarding the incident. First, Ben Vorn will be expelled immediately, using lethal magic with intent to kill, spreading false rumors about the Ardell clan, and bullying. Based on the evidence, the verdict was swift and absolute. Of course, Luin also faced a penalty for throwing the first punch. He would be required to complete 1 month of volunteer service. But before leaving, the professor had one strange question. Are you in possession of an artifact? What? Luin was baffled. If he had such a treasure, he wouldn't be the class punching bag. Considering its rarity and value, the Ardell clan head would have used it for the family's gain long ago. The professor fell deep into thought. Luin couldn't understand why Professor Ardell would ask such a thing. Ardell had seen it clearly, a crimson light enveloping Luin right before the lightning struck. like a high-tier artifact nullifying Ben's spell. "What do you mean, Professor?" Luin asked innocently. "Think back to your dream just now. Is there a connection?" "I must be going crazy," Luin thought, denying it again. Professor Ardell nodded silently and left, leaving Luin to wonder what was going through the man's mind. What Luin experienced was no simple dream. The artifact, Draka, the destroyer of worlds and the player. One specific phrase echoed in his memory. He tried to recall it. Status window. The moment he thought the words, a blue holographic screen materialized before his eyes. "What the hell is that?" Helen rushed back in at his shout. Luin pointed frantically at the air. "Don't you see it? The blue board!" "What are you talking about? Did the lightning scramble your brain?" Helen looked confused. She couldn't see it. This was for Luin's eyes only. The screen displayed his truth. Incarnation of Draka. The mage Draka, who was sealed along with his world in pursuit of infinite power. Born with 0 mana, he had sought strength as the ultimate source of authority. Luin was now a player. He could open the status window and grow his power infinitely by completing quests. "It's nothing, just my eyes playing tricks," Luin lied to avoid being labeled insane. Tests confirmed he was physically fine, so he was discharged to the dorms. Today was officially the strangest day of his life. Surviving a lethal strike, meeting a red-eyed entity in the void, and now a system calling him the incarnation of Draka. Combined with the professor's suspicion, the truth was clear. The legendary artifact hadn't just protected him, it had become a part of him. Luin opened his status window one more time. Suddenly, a glowing mission panel materialized before his eyes. A repeatable daily quest appeared. 100 punches, 100 kicks, and 100 spin kicks. The reward? 10 strength points and a brand new skill. Physical training definitely increased raw power. But Luin had to wonder, how on earth would this help him become a magnificent mage? There was only one way to find out. Luin took a deep breath, flexed his muscles, and threw a punch. Left hook, right hook. As the numbers climbed, a fire ignited within him. He thought this would be a breeze, but the counter didn't move on the third strike. The system rejected his sloppy form. He immediately grasped the mechanism. It demanded perfection. "All right then," he grinned. "Let's see a perfect punch." The moon climbed high into the night sky while the world slept. Luin stood alone, gasping for air and drenched in sweat. Finally, the torture was over. He waited for the reward, trembling with curiosity. Suddenly, a wave of refreshment washed over him. All exhaustion vanished, replaced by an energy far more primal than mana. It had been an eternity since Luin felt this alive. This was the unmistakable sensation of true evolution. To test his theory, Luin immediately threw a punch into the empty air. The speed, the wind resistance, the destructive force, everything had evolved. The power infused into his magic had reached a terrifying new level. Now for the main prize. Eager to see the new skill, he snapped the status window open. There it was. The Force Circle. A passive skill that converted everything into raw strength. His mana circle was forcibly evolving into a force circle. All magic and movement would now be dictated by his physical might. Was the system really replacing his mana source with pure brute force? This meant Luin's delicate mana was being overwritten by raw power. He placed a trembling hand over his heart to confirm the truth. Every mage, whether a novice or a master, possessed a mana circle swirling around their heart. It was the engine of magic, governing the release and amplification of power. A mage's potential was strictly defined by the number and size of these rings. Luin possessed 4 rings, far more than his peers, but his curse rendered them utterly useless. A shockwave of realization hit him. His mana circles were gone. In their place, a ferocious new ring spun wildly. The Force Circle. Confusion clouded his mind. Without a mana circle, he couldn't call himself a mage anymore. If this new power couldn't replicate magic, his life was effectively over. A wave of disappointment crashed down as he imagined his career ending before it began. But Luin was a master of optimism in the face of despair. He wouldn't give up without a test run. He attempted to summon a fireball. It materialized instantly. The casting speed was blinding, and the flames roared with an intensity he had never seen before. Witnessing the massive sphere of destruction, Luin realized the truth. This was the artifact's authority. "Sorry, Professor. I think I've outgrown your teachings." Standard magic followed a strict law. Before releasing power, a mage required 10 seconds to gather energy. But Luin, he shattered that law. Using physical might, he bypassed the charge time completely. He clenched his fist, trembling with excitement. Was this the artifact's gift? The status window flashed a new notification: Mage's Frenzy. It allowed him to concentrate magic power directly into his body to strike down enemies. When casting, strength buffs would apply, and magic attacks would now inflict devastating physical damage. The technicalities were confusing, but a realization struck him about the legendary mage, Draka. That man suffered the same mana disorder. Had he conquered the world by channeling magic into his fists? How did he even conceive of such a method? A deep sense of respect for Draka's perseverance and creativity swelled in Luin's chest. A new mission popped up immediately. He had to master Mage's Frenzy by using the Force Circle to obliterate a target. This path had never crossed his mind, but if punching his way to supremacy was the only way to be a mage, he would embrace it. Luin wrapped the fireball around his fist like a gauntlet. "All right then," he whispered. "Let's break something." Impact. For the first time, his magic connected perfectly. The quest completion chime rang out, gifting him another 10 strength points. His spirit soared higher than ever. Collapsing onto the grass, he smiled. He had spent a lifetime failing to cast a single spell. Yet success finally came through the end of his fist. His curiosity about the mysterious Draka only deepened. What kind of monster was he? As he pondered, his eyelids grew heavy. Exhaustion took over, and he drifted off right there on the training grounds. Is he dead? He took a lightning bolt and lived? The sound of hushed whispers dragged Luin back to reality. As he groggily crawled to his feet, the surrounding students flinched and scrambled back as if facing a beast. "Holy crap, he's up! You nearly gave us a heart attack!" Luin blinked, confused. Why was the entire academy gathered to watch him nap? It was a spectacle indeed. A high-ranking noble ignoring his plush dormitory to sleep in the dirt? That was a scandal waiting to happen. "Hey, Luin, have you been hitting the bottle?" "Alcohol?" Luin scowled. "Don't be ridiculous." "I was just tired. See you." He puffed out his chest and walked away with newfound swagger, leaving the students to wonder if this was really the same Luin. Their eyes drifted to the training dummy, or what was left of it. Nothing remained but a splintered stake in the ground. Did Luin do that? No way. Impossible. Luin stepped back into the dormitory, the early morning light trailing behind him. Jason Diamond, mid-toothbrushing, froze and stared with wide eyes. "Whoa, did you seriously pull an all-nighter? What happened out there?" It was rare for Luin to vanish for so long. "None of your business," Luin replied, dismissing the curiosity with a wave of his hand. Luin's cold shoulder didn't dampen Jason's enthusiasm one bit. As the eldest son of the Diamond family, famous for their mining empire, Jason was loaded. Yet he was the only one who treated Luin like a normal human being. Of course, he wasn't perfect. The guy was a notorious playboy with a love for liquor and a bad habit of sneaking out of the academy grounds. "Don't tell me. Did you snag a date?" Jason grinned mischievously, leaning in. "Did getting beat up finally knock some sense into you? Decided to enjoy life a little?" "Come on, spill the details." Before he could finish, Luin launched his sweaty shirt straight at Jason's face. "Put a sock in it." Sinking into the hot bath, Luin let out a long sigh of relief. It felt like being reborn. But peace was short-lived. He suddenly remembered the daily quest. Today's menu: 100 punches, followed by 200 kicks and spin kicks. Yet, the reward remained pitifully unchanged. Ruin sat up, alarmed. Is the difficulty going to double every single day while the payout stays trash? Truly, nothing in this world came easy. But if this hellish training was the price to become a mage, he would pay it gladly. 1 month passed in a blur of sweat and determination as Ruin crushed his daily tasks. Just as he feared, the physical demands skyrocketed day by day, while the rewards remained practically non-existent. The system was unforgiving. Fail even once, and all progress would reset to zero the very next day. Ruin didn't dare miss a single session. The only mercy was that the count capped at 3,000 reps. If it had gone any higher, Ruin would have died from exhaustion long before he ever cast a spell. For 30 days straight, Ruin disciplined himself with 3,000 strikes of every kind. Finally, the system acknowledged his grit. A new skill unlocked. Passive skill, Art of the Body. A technique that amplified physical capabilities, making his body tougher and more fluid with every drop of sweat he shed. His transformation didn't go unnoticed. The way his classmates looked at him began to shift. Gone was the bookworm who hung on to every word of the lecture. Now, he was the guy sleeping in the back row the moment class started. Is that all he does now? He practically lives at the training grounds, students whispered. All he does is punch and kick the air like a maniac. Most assumed it was a desperate coping mechanism for his Mana disorder. Not a single soul believed this physical labor would change his destiny. As time marched on, Ruin balanced his brutal training with an investigation into Draka. But the library yielded nothing. No name, no legend, nothing. Terms like world destroyer, player, or status window were equally non-existent in the history books. Just who, or what, is this Draka? The question haunted him. Suddenly, Jason burst in, interrupting his thoughts. Ruin, get over here. Have you heard the news? Ruin blinked, completely clueless. You really don't know? How can you read so calmly? Jason's face softened into a look of pity, sparking Ruin's curiosity. The Lord of the Ardell family is on campus. In other words, Ruin's father had come to visit. Ruin sprinted to the reception room. His father was speaking with Professor Heidel, but the moment he saw his son, his face lit up with pure joy. Ruin! My boy! It had been 6 long years since they last met. His father embraced him, assuring him he was in good health. He shared news of home. Ruin's little sister had grown obsessed with swordsmanship. She even vowed to become strong enough to protect her weak big brother. That's embarrassing. Ruin scratched his head, forcing a smile. But beneath the warmth, anxiety spiked. Did his father know about the bullying? Ruin met his father's gaze with steely determination. Father, I am doing well here, truly. His father looked puzzled by the sudden intensity. Ruin insisted he was healthy, both in body and spirit. The Lord of Ardell paused, taking a slow sip of his tea. I came today to discuss your withdrawal, his father said gently. If this place is too difficult, Ruin, you can always come home. The territory will welcome you. Ruin had suspected as much. I know why you're here, Father, but please, I think I finally found a way forward. His voice was steady and honest. I need you to trust me one last time. In the upcoming exam, I promise to achieve top marks in the practical assessment. But if I fail again, I will accept your decision and return home without complaint. Seeing the fire in his son's eyes, the Lord agreed and departed. Soon, the day of reckoning arrived. The final exams began with Introduction to Magic. The finals were split into 2 brutal phases, the written theory and the practical application. The practical exam was a gauntlet of 4 stages: target identification, mana measurement, real combat simulation, and the one-on-one duel. Cursed with Mana disorder, Ruin had always been the king of theory, but the jester of combat. The practical throne always belonged to Michael Galehill, the scion of a prestigious clan. But this time, the script had changed. Ruin wasn't just aiming to pass. He was going to crush Michael, and claim the #1 spot. Written exams finished, the students flooded the training grounds. Jason watched his friend with concern. Ruin's energy was dangerously calm. "Do you have a plan for today?" Jason asked. When Ruin mentioned he had a new method, Jason's worry melted into relief. It had been years since Jason saw his roommate look so alive. But the moment was ruined. "Well, well, look who it is." Michael Galehill approached, his lackeys trailing behind like hyenas. "Don't tell me you're dragging that useless body into the practical exam." Ruin didn't flinch. "Is that a problem?" Ruin's tone was dangerously soft. Michael stepped closer, placing a heavy hand on Ruin's shoulder, leaning in with the arrogance of a top-tier mage. "Let me give you some advice, as someone superior to you," Michael sneered. "You've failed 6 times already. Spare yourself the humiliation and just disappear." "Why don't you just give up now?" Mikkel sneered. "Trust me, it's for your own good." But Luin's calm retort struck a nerve. The sudden shift from submissive to confident drove Mikkel absolutely insane. "You used to bow and scrape before me. Where is this sudden arrogance coming from?" Mikkel's blood boiled. "I will crush you in the solo duel. Just you wait." The first exam, multi-target destruction, had officially begun. The rules were simple. Destroy the maximum number of targets in a single casting. However, this year's difficulty was brutal. With targets moving unpredictably, the average score hit rock bottom. Many students failed to hit a single one. A slight increase in difficulty, and the results were already catastrophic. "The quality of students this year is pathetic," the professors whispered. "Don't be disappointed yet," a voice cut in. "Michael is up next. Just watch closely." Professor Eric, the potions master, and Mikkel's uncle smirked with pride. Mikkel stepped into the arena, twin azure flames dancing in his palms. It was time to show the difference between a noble and trash. "Start!" He unleashed a net of mana, ensnaring every target. No matter how they dodged, there was no escape. The crowd gasped in awe. "Magnificent! That is the power of Mikkel." Professor Eric leaped to his feet, clapping loudly. "Did you see that? A true heir of the Gary Hill bloodline. He is the undisputed pride of our academy. He will undoubtedly represent us at the grand banquet." "Enough, Professor Eric." Headmaster Tyrion Ignat, a 7th Circle Archmage, had seen enough. He prepared to leave, uninterested in the remaining fodder, but Professor Heido urged the headmaster to wait. "Please stay, sir. Luin is up next." "Luin Ardell? That boy is still here?" The headmaster was surprised, but something in Luin's determination made him stay. Luin stepped onto the stage, heart pounding. This was his chance to test his power and reclaim his honor. "Begin!" At the signal, Luin summoned a barrage of fireballs in a split second. The professor's eyes widened in shock. "Impossible! Look at that count!" The students were stunned by the sheer number of flames he created. Mikkel grit his teeth, still convinced Luin was garbage. "So what if he has 100 fireballs? He won't land a single one." Luin stomped the ground. "Activate time refraction." For 30 seconds, time warped around him, boosting his speed by 200%. It was a secret technique Luin had recently mastered. Time refraction allowed him to teleport instantly to any location. To the naked eye, he was simply punching pure mana into existence. After 1 minute of devastation, the arena looked like a disaster zone, as if an earthquake had just struck. Silence fell. The professors and students stood frozen, as if watching the dead return to life. Luin smiled with satisfaction. "I finally did it." "Luin, 27 targets," the proctor stammered, barely keeping his composure. "What was that? Casting magic on his fists?" 27 is a new record. How did he move that fast? Questions exploded among the students. Then, thunderous applause broke out. The headmaster stood up, beaming with joy. "Luin, absolutely brilliant." The crowd cheered his name. His hellish training had finally paid off. But amidst the celebration, Mikkel's face twisted into a mask of pure, uncontrollable rage. For 6 long years, Luin had been invisible. Now, he was finally being recognized. His chest burned with an unfamiliar heat. This was the feeling of victory he had yearned for. In the faculty meeting, Eric slammed the table. "Punching targets with mana? You call that magic? I have never heard of such a disgrace." "Professor," Heido countered, "magic is limitless. Magic is the realm of the impossible. If it followed strict rules, it would just be mathematics." "But Luin!" The headmaster raised a hand, silencing Eric instantly. The headmaster was ecstatic. He had witnessed a miracle today, the true essence of magic. However, tension lingered among the staff, especially with the humiliated Professor Eric. He cursed internally. "Damn that brat Luin! He's ruined everything!" Meanwhile, Jason threw an arm around Luin in the hallway. "Yo, Supreme Mage coming through. Hey Luin, remember me? We've been classmates for 6 years. Students swarmed him, their eyes full of awe. Overwhelmed, Luin slipped away to the dorms, leaving a confused Jason behind. Yesterday, he was a nobody. Today, the world had flipped upside down. But he still preferred the quiet. Of course, not everyone was a fan. Mikkel barged into Luin's room in broad daylight. He marched in as if he owned the place, leaving Luin baffled by the audacity. "You score a few points with that fake magic and think you're a god? Your arrogance makes me sick. I'm here to give you a reality check. Don't get ahead of yourself, trash." Luin couldn't understand a word of his nonsense. It was just a bitter rambling of a man who realized the person he had looked down on for 6 years had finally surpassed him. "What did you just say, you little brat?" Mikkel roared, lunging forward to seize Luin by the collar. But Luin didn't flinch. With a casual motion, he pried the hand away, his grip so firm it made Mikkel's arm tremble. He never expected this loser to possess such monstrous physical strength. "Mikkel, we both need to graduate," Luin said calmly. "If you really want to crush me, wait for the one-on-one duel. Let's settle it properly there." Mikkel snatched his hand back, scoffing. "You think you're on my level? A dropout like you thinks he can challenge me?" He stormed off immediately, cursing Luin as an arrogant bastard in his heart. Why worry about a duel? Luin would surely fail today's practical exam anyway. Yet, as he walked away, Mikkel stared at his own trembling hand. Fear lingered in his bones. Was that boy really just a mage? The second trial, the Mana Efficiency Test, had officially begun. The target? A statue of Kingram, the ancient goblin. This was no ordinary statue. It was a national treasure of the Academy, an artifact so rare only a few existed across the entire continent. 500 years ago, while still alive, the goblin Kingram was turned into an artifact by the great mage Fr. Now, trapped within, he fed on mana, serving as an eternal magical punching bag. The rules of the test were simple. Strike Kingram with magic. The artifact would measure the power and efficiency to calculate a score. But the students despised Kingram. He was a notoriously stingy grader. Getting a score above 20 was considered a miracle. One student summoned a majestic bolt of lightning. It looked impressive, but Kingram scoffed. "Retake the class, you 1-point mage. Better yet, drop out now." The next student laughed at the failure, confident he would do better. He certainly left an impression on Kingram, but it wasn't a good one. "Is this supposed to be magic? It's trash. Did you dilute your mana with water? Is this even 100% mana? Damn goblin," the student cursed, retreating in shame. Finally, it was Mikkel's turn to face the judgment. Even he was nervous. He prepared his strongest spell to impress the artifact. "Are you the son of Josh Gary Hill?" Kingram asked. Mikkel smirked arrogantly. "That's right," he declared. "I am the third son of the noble house of Hill." Pride radiated off him, but Kingram just burst into laughter. "Pride? Ha! Your father was a weeping fool who begged on his knees for me to give him extra points. Kingram rated Mikhail even lower than his father, awarding him a pitiful 27 points. You're just a mediocre goblin. How dare you speak such nonsense? Mikhail screamed, humiliated. The professor signaled for him to shut his mouth and return to his seat. Next up was Luin. For some reason, a wave of anxiety washed over him. I am Luin Ardell. It is an honor to meet you. This was the first time Kingram had ever laid eyes on Luin. In the past, Luin had always failed the target identification test, never making it this far. Now he began to channel the spell, Explosive Flame. It was fourth circle magic, giving the students a reason to gasp in awe. But Kingram was confused. Why was the boy standing like that? Mages didn't take boxing stances. But Luin wasn't casting a normal spell. He leaped into the air, channeling mana into his legs, and delivered a devastating kick straight to Kingram's face. The proctor watched in total shock. Luin had transferred mana from his hands to his feet and detonated it upon impact in a fraction of a second. Judging by the sheer force, the energy output rivaled fifth circle magic. Luin landed, his breath ragged from the exertion. He had successfully executed the explosive flame. But why was Kingram reacting like that? Who are you? The goblin whispered. Are you Draka? Draka? The crowd murmured in confusion. Did the old goblin mistake Luin for someone else? Only Luin froze. He knew that name. He had spent 2 months tearing through the library archives for a trace of Draka and found nothing. You know Draka? Luin's eyes lit up with hope. Maybe Kingram held the answers. But Kingram was simply amused. To think he would meet the incarnation of Draka in this academy. Kingram asked for Luin's name one last time, promising to etch it into his memory before turning to leave. The professor stammered, asking for the score. I'll tell you later, Kingram dismissed him. Too many eyes here, and I'm ending this boring assessment right now. The professor panicked. According to Academy rules, Kingram was required to provide a score immediately. It was a binding covenant, a promise that had to be kept for 500 years after the death of the great mage Fr Ignat. Enough, Kingram snapped. You dare cite the rules to me? For centuries I have been forced to grade brats who don't have a single drop of true mage blood in them. The goblin's rage, suppressed for hundreds of years, finally boiled over. But the covenant held strong. He had to give a score. He turned his gaze to Luin. 1 is 0. 2 is 100. Which do you want, my little destroyer? Luin couldn't believe the choice was his. 100, he answered without hesitation. The news that the stingy Kingram gave Luin, the legendary failure, a perfect score, spread like wildfire. You've caused a stir again, Luin. Professor Ardell approached him later, catching Luin off guard. The news of the perfect score had reached the principal, and since such a feat had never happened in history, the principal decided to grant a special reward. The professor handed Luin a piece of paper. On it were directions to the treasure vault. Luin stared at it, bewildered. Follow me, the professor signaled. They walked until they reached a hidden staircase. This was the only forbidden zone in the entire academy. Why was the professor bringing him here? They stopped before the massive doors of the vault. I must wait here, Professor Ardell said. You must enter alone. Luin didn't know what awaited him inside, but if this was his reward, he would claim it. Inside lay a cavernous chamber, overflowing with legendary treasures Luin had only ever heard of in myths. This was the personal vault of the great mage, Frost Ignat. Suddenly, a voice boomed through the silence, nearly making Luin's heart stop. Kingram materialized from thin air. But something was different. The stone statue shell was gone. This sanctuary was the only place Kingram could reclaim his true form. Thanks to the dense mana flooding the room, he was no longer a mere artifact, but a living entity. Luin nodded, processing the sight. But one question burned in his mind. Why had Kingram claimed he didn't understand his own true worth? Kingram's eyes narrowed. It means exactly what I said. You are oblivious to the power you truly hold. Even that artifact you wield, it echoes the power of Draka. Kingram paused, surprised that a human boy possessed something so connected to the legend. Such treasures were unique in this world. Kingrum demanded the truth. How did Luin acquire it, and what was his connection to the great Draka? Luin blinked in confusion. Who is Draka? He had no idea he was related to anyone by that name. Kingrum sighed, realizing the boy was truly clueless. The ancient guardian began the tale. Draka was an entity who sought to ascend to godhood. Long ago, he visited the Zenith clan, Kingrum's original home. Back then, Draka appeared small, almost pathetic. Yet, he harbored a monstrous power that not a single warrior of the Zenith clan could withstand. And it didn't stop there. With every passing sunrise, Draka's power grew exponentially. Even if the entire clan attacked at once, they would fall. Defeated and awed, the Zenith clan bowed in respect, accepting Draka as one of their own. For nearly a century, Draka became a mentor. He taught ancient language and magic to the future clan leader, Kingrum himself. Wait, Luin interrupted. 100 years? How can a human live that long? Kingrum shook his head. Draka was never human. His true identity was the Black Dragon, Drakagonia. Luin's mind reeled. Dragons weren't just myths? Ignorant child, Kingrum scoffed. Don't you know that dragons are the very source of all magic? Luin had heard the whispers, of course, but he had always dismissed them as fairy tales for children. However, there was a twist. The mighty Draka could not wield magic naturally. That is why he invented the very combat style Luin used, infusing magic directly into the limbs. A wave of empathy washed over Luin. To have power, but be unable to use it. Draka must have faced the same ridicule Luin once did. Draka defied fate. He forged a unique ability, transforming raw mana into physical might, the exact power Luin now wielded. With that power, Draka became the strongest entity in existence. But it wasn't enough. His hunger for strength grew infinite, expanding without end. In the end, that gluttony for power consumed him. He destroyed everything, even himself. That is why he is known as the World Destroyer. Luin shuddered. He couldn't even begin to fathom a power vast enough to annihilate reality. Suddenly, a blue screen popped up. Hidden achievement unlocked. Traces of the Dragon God. The rewards rolled in, and a mysterious item. The title, Ally of the Zenith, granted increased affinity with high-tier races, a useful diplomatic tool. Luin scratched his head. Why a reward now? He hadn't even fought yet. Well, free loot was free loot, but the skill was the real prize. Zenith's Rage, an active ability boosting power by 300% for 30 seconds. The cooldown? A mere 3 minutes. Luin grinned. That was absolutely broken. Finally, he looked at the last reward, a strange orb pulsing with light in his palm. I see you've received something, Kingrum noted, his voice tinged with nostalgia. Draka used to stare into empty space and talk to himself just like that. Luin held up the glowing sphere. What is this? Kingrum's eyes widened. That isn't an item. That is Chang. He was always by Draka's side, Kingrum mused. It seems the dragon sealed him in that spirit stone before his final moments. Chang is the living incarnation of power. Do not mistake him for a common spirit. He may look harmless, but his temper is explosive. He spent his days begging Draka for endless strength. But know this, if you can satisfy his hunger, he will grant his master power without limit. So he's coming back to life? Luin asked. As if on cue, cracks spiderwebbed across the surface of the stone. He is awakening. With a blinding flash, the stone shattered. Luin blinked. Standing there was a teddy bear? Who are you calling a bear? The creature squeaked. Luin's jaw dropped. The tiny bear rubbed its sleepy eyes and glared. I said stop looking at me like I'm a stuffed animal, you brat. Kingrum wasn't kidding about the temper. Luin frowned. If you aren't a bear, then what exactly are you? I am Chang. I can take any form I desire. The creature puffed out its chest. Behold, Witness my terrifying power. Chang squeezed his eyes shut, cheeks puffed, straining with all his might. Silence. Nothing happened. Luin stared blankly. What the hell was that? Chang looked at his paws in horror. My power! It's gone! Then his stomach grumbled loudly. It must be the rebirth. I'm empty. Feed me, human. Luin hesitated. What do you even eat? Chang groaned, clearly unimpressed with his new master. So weak. Whatever. I'm going to sleep. Wake me when there's food. Luin stood there, dumbfounded. This spirit's mood swings were faster than lightning. Understanding this creature was going to be harder than understanding a woman. Old habits truly die hard. Watching Luin and Strang, Kingram was transported back to the glory days of the past. Standing on the holy grounds of the Zenith clan, memories of facing Draka and Strang resurfaced. Now he watched with bated breath. How would Luin carry the heavy burden of Draka's legacy? The power coursing through the boy's veins was a double-edged sword. It could forge him into a righteous hero, or consume his very soul in darkness. That was why Kingram needed to see. When absolute power is in Luin's grasp, which path will he choose? For Luin, the answer was simple, yet profound. He craved strength, not for conquest, but for protection. To shield his family, restore his clan's honor, and silence those who dared look down on them. Luin's lips curved into a determined smile. I have too much precious cargo to lose. I cannot let this chance slip away. I will carve my own destiny, for my family and for myself. Kingram mirrored the smile, approval gleaming in his eyes. Not bad, kid. I'll be watching your future with great interest. Days turned into weeks as Luin grinded through his daily quests, but one thing remained constant, the useless lump of fat by his side. Strang's life was a cycle of pure gluttony and slumber. The moment food was mentioned, the creature's jaw unhinged like a snake. It didn't just eat food, it devoured the very mana Luin offered it. It went absolutely feral for sustenance. Yet, despite consuming a mountain of energy, Strang remained pitifully stuck at 1 star. But the creature wasn't useless. Its unique skill, Companion, was a game changer. It allowed Luin to share 100% of Strang's growth, granting him a solid 100 power points for his feeding efforts. It was a direct conversion of power. If Strang leveled up, so did Luin. 1 star meant 100 points. 2 stars meant 200. Luin's jaw dropped at the realization. Before being sealed, this gluttonous blob had 31 stars. Currently, Luin hadn't even breached the 1,000 point mark. It begged the terrifying question, just what kind of monster was Draka to wield such catastrophic power? There are other ways to level up faster, Strang teased, but information cost extra. A cup of water was the price. If he refused to talk, starvation was on the menu. Under Luin's menacing glare, the creature quickly folded. It spilled the secrets to survival. High-rank quests offer legendary rewards, Strang explained. You can forge stat-boosting artifacts, hunt for ancient relics, or even brew elixirs from goblin tendons. But Strang crushed his hopes instantly. None of that is for you, weakling. Those paths were locked behind a strict barrier. 1,000 power points minimum. Gain power too quickly, the creature warned, and your physical vessel will explode. The harsh truth hit him. In the grand scheme of things, Luin was just a toddler learning to walk. He thought he was powerful, but he had merely taken the first step on an endless road. New objective, 1,000 points. Luin trained like a madman. By the time he hit 930 points, the third phase began. The combat proficiency exam. This was no simple sparring match. Slash mages had to cast from the rear lines. In the chaos of battle, one wrong incantation could blast their own allies into oblivion. This wasn't just about firepower. It was a test of control / risk management was the true graduation requirement for a battle mage. Take Jason, for example. While channeling a fireball, his aim drifted toward the Guardian Knights. Instant disqualification. The elite foreign knights stood as the vanguard. They were there to ensure student safety and evaluate their ability to synchronize with the front line. The ordeal would last 10 grueling days. The strength of the monster summoned depended entirely on the student's accumulated score. The final day arrived. Only the top 13 elite students remained. The air buzzed with tension. What manner of beast would the high rankers face? The gates creaked open. A colossal water troll stepped forth, its roar shaking the arena walls. Fear rippled through the student body instantly. These weren't mindless beasts. Water trolls possessed terrifying intelligence, brute strength, and pack tactics. Their history was written in the blood of countless wars against humanity. Murmurs of panic spread. Is this safe? One mistake and we're dead meat. Professor Hyde's voice cut through the fear. Focus. A mage must remain cold and rational, even in the jaws of death. The exam commenced. Foreign knights locked shields at the front, while the mages charged their spells from the rear. Mikhail launched a razor-sharp ice spear. Slash! But the troll was faster. It leaped over the front line, targeting him directly. Slash! Mikhail barely scrambled away as the professor roared commands. Mikhail wanted to fight back, but terror froze his legs to the ground. Before the beast could shred him, Professor Hyde intervened. Massive wooden vines erupted from the earth, binding the troll instantly. You're out! Mikhail was dragged off the field. On the viewing platform, Professor Eric clenched his fist, veins popping in fury at his student's failure. He couldn't leave things to chance anymore. It was time for Luin's turn. Since he received a perfect score from Lord Kingram, Eric Snake whispered, he requires a special evaluation. For the sake of fairness, of course. The headmaster hesitated, citing a lack of beasts. But Eric smiled. He had calculated everything. The knights dragged in the water troll. And something else. A cage containing a nightmare. Before the bell rang, Professor Hyde approached Luin with grim news. The difficulty has been adjusted. The Academy expects greatness from you. Your opponent will not be the troll. You will face the ogre. Luin's face went pale. Of all the monsters in the bestiary, why did it have to be an ogre? Strang cackled in his mind. Your first real dance with death is a filthy ogre? Pop the popcorn. This is going to be entertaining. The creature's silhouette loomed large, resembling the water troll, but radiating far more malice. Jason gasped. Is that the Troll King? A student beside him scoffed. Are you blind? That's an ogre. Jason's blood ran cold. He looked at Luin with pure terror. Even the captain of the foreign knights hesitated. He had agreed to raise the difficulty, but this, unleashing an ogre on a student, was madness. The goblin, a creature of nightmare, far deadlier than any common beast. It possessed the raw power to pulverize skulls and snap spines with a single, casual swing. The knight captain questioned Professor Hydell immediately, but there was no room for debate. This death sentence came directly from the principal himself. They were forcing Luin to gamble everything on this exam, even his life. Yet he didn't flinch. Luin stepped forward, ready to face his destiny. The captain eyed Luin's pale, noble complexion with doubt. How could this pampered young master possibly survive a clash with such a monstrosity? The knights formed a defensive line, intending to shield the student. But Luin strode right past them. Hey, you're going the wrong way, kid. Luin belonged in the rear, safe behind steel shields. But he took the vanguard. His magic followed different rules. If you stand there, we can't protect you. This isn't some weak water slime, the captain warned. I know, Luin replied calmly. The captain frowned at the boy's audacity. Why risk your life for a grade? The captain demanded. I have no choice. That was the only truth Luin could offer. There wasn't a trace of fear in the boy's eyes. Luin was built differently. Professor Ardell signaled the preparation. The test began now. The shackles shattered. The goblin roared, launching itself toward the group like a runaway train. Shields rose to cover him, but Luin was already a blur of motion, charging straight at the beast. "Stop! What are you doing?" the captain screamed. Luin didn't stop. A fireball ignited in his palm as he threw a devastating punch. Magic met muscle in a collision that sent a shockwave ripping through the air. Boom! Dust and smoke swallowed the arena. The knight captain grit his teeth, praying the boy hadn't just been obliterated. The smoke cleared. Luin wasn't just alive, he was standing tall, unmoving as a mountain. Professor Ardell smirked, pride swelling for his student. "You lunatic! You nearly got yourself killed!" the captain shouted, his heart pounding. "Sorry," Luin said, "but if I'd told you, you would have stopped me." He shifted his stance. "Talk later. We need to end this." The goblin hadn't fallen. In fact, it was enraged. "Fall back," the captain ordered. "I know you're strong, but that thing is lethal." "Stand down. I'll handle this," Luin declared. Hiding behind knights? That wasn't his style. This was his test. He would finish it with his own hands. Before this life, Luin had never even seen a goblin. It was a bloodthirsty titan, 5 times his size. Yet here he was, staring death in the face without blinking. How could he be so brave? 2 reasons. First, the goblin ally skill. He could understand the beast's language, and he heard its true cry. "Stay away! Someone! Please set me free!" The monster wasn't attacking out of malice. It was terrified, surrounded by armed knights and mages. But Luin had a second reason. The mission. Objective 1. First strike. Objective 2. Defeat the enemy. Reward? Plus 30 stats and the player's eye skill. For Luin, who had been grinding boring daily quests, this was a jackpot, a reward worth dying for. 1 fight equals 3 days of grinding? No hesitation needed. Luin charged in to smash that goblin's face. Objective 1. Complete. But the battle raged on. The goblin leaped high, aiming to crush Luin into paste. Luin moved like a feather in the wind, dodging the earth-shattering blow by a hair. He needed an opening, a weak point. He warped space-time, closing the distance instantly to strike the creature's vitals. "What is this kid?" the captain gasped. The goblin blocked the strike. It swung a massive left hook, but Luin parried. Luin drove a knee into its gut. Too shallow. The beast grabbed him and tossed him aside like a rag doll. Luin stuck to the wall like a spider. No time to breathe. The 1,000-pound fist was already flying at his face. He vaulted over the blow, twisting his body into a devastating spin kick. The result of endless training connected, sending the massive goblin crashing to the earth. Luin landed on its chest. Time to finish this. He activated Roar! The beast's eyes widened. Are you human?" The creature was baffled by a human using its kin's power. "I guess you don't need an answer," Luin whispered in the goblin tongue. The monster froze in shock. Mercy later. Now, destruction. Luin combined with the stacked effects of Gobble. He entered a berserker state. Raw, untamed power flooded the arena, forcing the seasoned knights to retreat in fear. A blinding flash, then silence. The goblin moved no more. It was over. Trang watched from the sidelines, jaw dropped. He actually did it? He took down the monster solo. "Let's go, Luin!" The student crowd erupted into cheers. Meanwhile, Professor Eric ground his teeth, furious that his plan to humiliate the boy had failed. The principal smiled. That would teach Eric a lesson about underestimating Luin. The knights confirmed the beast was down. The captain turned to the panting boy. "Luin Ardell, who taught you those spells, that combat style?" "I learned it myself," Luin replied. The captain stood stunned. Impossible. Luin turned to his teacher. "Professor Ardell, my grade?" Ardell paused. He had prepared to step in and save the boy, but Luin hadn't given him a single chance to interfere. "You always exceed my expectations, Luin," the professor sighed with a smile. "You pass." Luin grinned. Victory was his. This was the moment he had been yearning for. The golden notification flashed before his eyes. Quest complete. The rewards were nothing short of legendary. Luin obtained the Eye of the Player, an active skill capable of peering into souls, digitizing hidden data, and even exposing enemies cloaked in invisibility. "Congratulations," the system seemed to whisper into his mind. "Now you are truly a player." Chang knew the true value of this power. It was a privilege reserved solely for the awakened. With this, no assassin could hide from Luin's gaze. Invisible foes would be betrayed by a faint, shimmering outline. But that wasn't all. The system unlocked a new feature, the mini-map. An omniscient radar covering a 500-meter radius now belonged to him. Furthermore, Luin could now pull up the status window of any target at will. There was a catch, however. The depth of data he could access depended entirely on the gap between their levels. Chang crossed his arms, a smug grin on his face. The surprises don't stop there. He urged Luin to test the skill on the unconscious beast nearby. Luin focused his gaze. He mentally commanded, "Eye of the Player." Instantly, a holographic interface materialized in thin air. Target, 3-star Blade Goblin. Origin, Mount Tempest. A creature with blades fused to its shoulders, smaller yet deadlier than common goblins. Curious, Luin shifted his gaze to Professor Hido. The rest was a blur of question marks. The system's restriction was clear. He could not pry into the secrets of those who vastly outranked him. Information was power, and to gain more, he had to become stronger. The logic was simple, yet brutal. Luin nodded in understanding. A satisfied smile played on his lips. As the practical exam concluded, whispers spread like wildfire through the academy. Luin had taken down a goblin. "So, Luin, how does it feel to be the talk of the town? Exciting, right?" Jason leaned in, eyes twinkling with curiosity. "Or should I call you Senior Luin?" Just then, 3 female students approached, their cheeks flushed pink. Shyly, they offered Luin a bundle of homemade snacks. "Please eat these when you're hungry." As soon as Luin accepted the gift, they squealed and dashed away. Luin turned to Jason. "You want these?" He shoved the snacks into Jason's chest, causing his friend to explode. "Are you crazy? Do you have any idea how much courage it took for those ladies to approach you? Why are you making such a fuss?" Luin stared at Jason's goofy expression. Despite his friend's antics, Luin knew the truth. Jason possessed latent potential that terrified even the system. Over the past few days, Luin had scanned every student in the academy. Among the sea of mediocrity, only Jason's status window shone with high potential. Luin's gaze softened into one of genuine trust. "Jason, you need to push yourself a little harder. In the upcoming exams, I know you'll crush it." Jason blinked, confused. "What's this? Are you pitying me now?" "Stop chasing skirts and start chasing power," Luin advised seriously. "Have some confidence. Your talent isn't a joke." Jason fell silent, studying his friend. For a moment he wondered if this commanding figure was truly the same Luin he had known for 6 years. Even Luin found the change hard to believe. But this strength, this aura, this was the man he was destined to become. New rumors began to swirl. Luin was poised to dethrone Mikkel as the valedictorian and become the Academy's representative. "I couldn't care less about titles," Luin scoffed. As Luin walked away, Jason's excitement only grew. This wasn't just any year. It was the year of the Grand Festival. Every May, the elite representatives of the most prestigious academies gathered, a magical festival designed to crown the absolute best among them. But that wasn't all. Every 8 years, the mages convened for the Olympiad to determine the strongest in the world. The Grand Festival occurred only when these 2 legendary events aligned. It was a national spectacle, A brutal stage where the brightest diamonds from every academy clashed to prove their brilliance. The victor would bring home not just a fortune for themselves and their academy, but unparalleled privileges that money couldn't buy. The stakes were high and the slots were few. Only 30 students for the group competition, and only 1 for the solo category. The top 31 students would march to war. The one who claimed the solo spot would bear the weight of the title, Academy Representative. Who would it be this year? It has to be Mikkel, right? The cafeteria buzzed with speculation. Jason slammed his hand on the table. Wrong! My roommate Luin is taking that spot. He's the only one who scored a perfect 100 from Professor Kingram. Besides, Jason argued, Mikkel chokes every time he goes to the Magic Festival. He gets carried in the group matches, and in solo, he barely scrapes 4th or 5th place. Because of his failures, their prestigious school was being mocked as a rank B academy. Desperation hung in the air. Everyone was praying for a savior. They were praying for Luin. Yet, Luin remained ice cold. The exams weren't over yet. There was no room for arrogance, only preparation. The representative was chosen based on top scores and professor nominations. The final hurdle remained, the one-on-one duel against Mikkel. Luin's mind focused on a singular goal. He wasn't just going to beat Mikkel. He was going to crush him. 4 days of hellish training later, Luin had amassed 1,000 power points. Chang stretched his tiny limbs, eyes glowing. Finally, it's time to feast. Recurring quest level up. The difficulty had doubled, but the rewards? They had tripled. As Chang devoured the energy, a torrent of crimson flame erupted from his small body. Luin stepped back, eyes wide at the blinding transformation. Meanwhile, Professor Eric was seething. His plot to sabotage Luin had backfired spectacularly, only serving to feed the boy more points. He still can't defeat Mikkel, Eric muttered, trying to convince himself, but the fear was creeping in. Desperate to secure Mikkel's spot as representative, Eric tore at his hair, his mind twisting to conjure the filthiest scheme imaginable. Back in the room, the flames died down. Chang opened his eyes, radiating a majestic new aura. He had evolved to level 2, gifting Luin a massive surge of 200 power points. Luin immediately noticed the change. Chang looked plumper, healthier, and radiated a new vitality. Thanks to the little spirit's growth, Luin had racked up 200 points without lifting a finger. The spirit puffed up, his nose high in the air with arrogance. This was only the beginning. The quest difficulty had spiked, but the rewards were about to get legendary. Speaking of quests, Luin checked his system window. The numbers were brutal. 3,000 strikes had jumped to 5,000, along with a daily 15-kilometer run and actual combat training. Luin had already ramped up his physical intensity, so the endurance training didn't faze him. But combat training? That sounded like a refreshing new challenge. Remember when we first met? Chang's voice echoed with a hint of nostalgia. I told you I could transform into anything. Chang looked mighty proud of himself. His shape-shifting powers had finally unlocked, though with limits. He would need to hit level 5 before he could take human form. For now, he could only perform basic tricks. Chang spun like a top, his soft brown bear fur blurring into swaths of purple fabric. A scarecrow materialized, the most tattered, pathetic thing Luin had ever seen. He couldn't hold back a laugh at the ridiculous sight. Don't look down on the scarecrow, Chang warned sharply. When the legendary Draka first started his journey, this form was his greatest support. And so the grind began. Every single day, Luin sparred against Scarecrow Chang. He wasn't just a target, he was a surprisingly effective teacher. Chang's current power level was equivalent to a third-class mage. Once he fully recovered his strength, he would be absolutely unstoppable against any opponent. Luin requested a mage opponent first. The Scarecrow flashed a sinister, woven grin. "Oh, you got it, kid." Chang pulled a tiny, cute wand out of thin air to cast his spells. Even if he landed a hit on Luin, it would only deliver a nasty shock, not lethal damage. And if Luin struck Chang? the spirit wouldn't feel a thing. Truly, the ultimate sparring partner. Take this! Chang launched his attack without hesitation. Luin's blood pumped with excitement. He knew Michael must be training just as hard right now, so there was no time to rest. Meanwhile, Mikkel was busy kicking trash on the street, fuming with frustration. That bastard is such an eyesore. What am I supposed to do? Watch your mouth, boy, Eric snapped from behind. If you had just been a little stronger back then, Mikkel cut him off instantly. He knew perfectly well that Luin's score boost was thanks to Eric's scheming. Thanks to you, he got a perfect score. If the family finds out, you won't survive either, Uncle. Mikkel's sharp tongue stung, leaving Eric seething with rage but unable to retort. Mikkel refused to train. He just demanded a way to win. But Eric was already ahead of him. Take this. He handed Mikkel a tube containing the combustion flower. It's a rare herb from the northern hallucination zone, Eric explained. Some use it to brew special elixirs for the desperate. Drink it and you'll enter an awakened state. Your mana casting time will be reduced to almost 0. But it destroys your sense of pain and blinds you to friend or foe. Basically, you won't see a thing. Did you actually listen in class? Mikkel stared at the vial, confused why his uncle would hand him poison. Are you out of your mind? You have no right to complain, Eric hissed. You already lost to him once. Do you want to bring more shame to our family? His logic was twisted but effective. Still, Mikkel hesitated. He feared Professor Hadou. The man was sharp and knew the student's true strength. Oh, my dear nephew, have you forgotten who I am? Eric's profession was playing dirty. He was the head of stimulant testing. To cover their tracks, he handed Michael a second vial, a purple liquid. Drink the flower, then take this. It will erase the chemical signature. No one will be able to trace a thing. Don't be afraid. This is the only way the Gary Hill bloodline advances. Would he take it? The bond of corruption between uncle and nephew was truly touching. Finally, the day of the one-on-one combat exam arrived. The location? The Mana Barrier Square. Every time the duel exams took place, the arena was packed. But today, everyone stayed for one reason: the main event. The grudge match between Luin and Mikkel. Luin stepped into the arena, his heart beating a slightly faster rhythm against his ribs. Mikkel knew Luin was a battle mage who specialized in close quarters. If the noble prepared countermeasures, this would be a grueling fight. However, Luin only needed one opening. If he could close the distance, one punch would end it all. To simulate real combat, the arena was filled with complex terrain and obstacles to test their adaptability. Both sides stood ready. But Luin noticed something off about Mikkel. He looked like a rabid dog straining against a leash. Usually, Mikkel would be spewing arrogance and trash talk. Today, he was unnervingly silent. Luin activated his gamer's eye. Stats appeared normal, but there was a hidden status: Berserk. Mikkel had definitely done something to mask his true condition. But wait, all students underwent a body search before entering. Then Luin remembered. Professor Eric was in charge of the inspection. It was obvious. The Gary Hill duo had conspired to cheat right under everyone's noses. The rules were simple. Dark magic was banned, but the 4 elemental magics were fair game. Points would be awarded based on the tier of magic used. The arena's barrier reduced magic damage by 99%, ensuring safety for all participants, regardless of the spells cast. Luin suddenly raised his hand, his voice cutting through the tension. Professor, what happens if a student is caught using banned substances? The question struck Mikkel like a physical blow. His heart nearly leaped out of his chest. According to the regulations, the proctor announced, anyone using drugs will be disqualified, fail the exam, and face immediate expulsion depending on the severity. Luin stood ready, his mind racing. He realized the harsh truth. Since he was the only one blessed with the vision of the status window, his warnings would fall on deaf ears. He was alone in this. He needed undeniable proof to crush them. The signal fired. Instantly, both fighters vanished, launching into a collision course of destruction. Go to hell, Luin, Mikkel roared, summoning vines to ensnare his legs. But Luin was a ghost. In a split second, he slipped through the trap with terrifying ease. The arena was designed to suppress mana, weakening ordinary mages. But Luin? He was an anomaly. The restrictions meant absolutely nothing to his overwhelming power. Simply put, he was a god among mortals. "You think you've won?" Mikhail screamed. He unleashed Fire Roar, a colossal inferno surging toward Luin like a hungry dragon. Too slow! Luin flashed behind him in a blur of motion, vanishing before the flames hit. He reappeared behind a massive boulder, calculating his next move. 2 moves were enough for Luin to see the anomaly. Mikhail's casting time had vanished, and his mana pool was overflowing. That should have been impossible inside a suppression barrier. Seeing his target hide, Mikhail's arrogance skyrocketed. "Stop cowering like a rat. Come out and face your death, you coward." Luin analyzed the symptoms: the manic euphoria, the trembling hands, the inability to distinguish friend from foe. It was undeniable. Miko had consumed the forbidden burning flower. The final symptom was the total suppression of fear and reason. "Is that why you are so confident?" Luin muttered. "Because of that dirty little flower?" Mikhail's face twisted in shock. He had been caught. But hiding from Luin's gaze was impossible. To crush trash like this, Luin didn't need cheap tricks. "Here I come!" Luin activated time refraction, shooting forward like a piercing arrow. Panicked, Mikhail erected a wall of ice in a desperate bid for survival. Futile! With a single sweeping kick, Luin shattered the ice into glittering dust. "What kind of magic is that?" The crowd gasped in disbelief. The spectators were glued to their seats, witnessing a masterclass in combat. But the show was far from over. Mikhail channeled a level 3 spell. Fire Tyrant! A flaming dinosaur materialized, roaring in Luin's face. Luin didn't blink. He met it head-on with a seismic earth punch. True to its name, the impact shook the very ground like a natural disaster. Mikhail's little dinosaur was obliterated, blown away like smoke in a hurricane. The arena erupted. Luin had perfectly countered fire with earth. Mikhail, stripped of his defense, crashed painfully onto the stone floor. Terror finally filled Mikhail's eyes as Luin loomed over him. "Stay back! Don't come near me!" Luin ignored him, raising a single finger to flick Mikhail's forehead. The sound echoed like a gunshot. It looked like a playful flick, but it carried the kinetic force of a sledgehammer. Any normal mage would be unconscious instantly, yet Mikhail stood up, swaying. A grotesque manic laughter bubbled from his throat. "You dare underestimate me, Luin?" he screeched. Luin didn't answer with words. He answered with a relentless barrage of strikes. Mikhail hit the dirt. His bones were breaking, but the laughter didn't stop. "Ha ha ha! That didn't hurt at all." It was unnatural. Luin realized the danger. The fool would die from shock before he felt pain. Enough. Prison of roots. Thick roots bound Mikhail instantly. Luin raised his hand, voice cutting through the noise. "Professor, Mikhail is using forbidden stimulants." The referee hesitated, warning Luin of the consequences of lying. Luin stood firm. He knew the truth. Someone had either masked the drug's trace or deliberately looked the other way. The culprit had to be someone with access to rare reagents and the authority to bypass the pre-match inspection. In this entire academy, only one man fit that description. Professor Eric. Whispers spread like wildfire because Eric was Mikhail's relative. Furious, the professor leaped into the arena. "Luin, do you realize the gravity of your accusation? You claim I allowed cheating?" Eric hissed. "I have proof," Luin replied calmly. Sweat beaded on Eric's brow, but he demanded a re-examination to buy time. It was a bluff. Luin knew Eric had administered a spirit masking pill to hide Mikhail's condition during any magical scan. "Well," Eric sneered, "where is this evidence?" Luin didn't speak. He turned to the audience. "I will show you right now." He walked to a massive ancient tree on the arena edge. He raised a finger and flicked. The trunk exploded, incinerated instantly. "That," Luin said coldly, "was the same flick I used on Mikhail." Eric froze. he knew it was over. Even if Mikkel had trained for a century, no human could take a blow that shatters ancient wood and simply laugh it off. By all laws of physics, his brain should be hemorrhaging, and at least 4 ribs should be pulverized dust. Yet Mikkel was giggling like a child. Luin glared at the professor. "Do you still wish to deny the truth, Professor?" Silence. Eric had no defense. Suddenly, the principal rose from the VIP box, his aura radiating pure fury. "You dare defile this sacred ground with your filth?" the principal's voice thundered. "Eric, my office, now." The 4th exam ended in chaos. The corruption of the Gary Hill bloodline was laid bare. Professor Eric was exiled to the countryside, and Mikkel was permanently expelled. The students no longer called him the Dunce. A new title spread through the halls. Luin, the Saint of Expulsion. But Luin had no time to celebrate. He was summoned. Standing before the principal's door wasn't wood, but a swirling vortex of magic. Stepping through, the scenery shifted instantly. He recognized this place, the rugged landscape of the Ardell territory. But something was off. It was an illusion. And there, floating in the void, sat the legendary Throne of Terror, the seat of the Supreme Archmage. "What is the meaning of this?" Luin whispered. A presence materialized behind him. "This," the principal said gravely, "is the world created by the eyes of Malarok. The warlord who ignited the invasion of the Frelia continent left behind a terrifying legacy. Legend spoke of his power to force anyone to witness their deepest, darkest desires. Even in death, his corpse was forged into a cursed artifact. The eyes of Manrock became a treasure that peeled back the soul to reveal what one truly wanted. And what flashed before Luin's eyes in that chamber was nothing less than the raw ambition burning in his heart. It was undeniable. Luin's obsession was the resurrection of the fallen House Ardell, and his ascent to become the supreme mage of the era. As for the principal, the artifact showed him a utopia where order reigned supreme. A world where students studied and mages practiced magic, pure and simple. He knew it was a near impossible dream, but it was the burden his heart secretly carried. Before stepping through the exit portal, Luin cast one final glance at the relic. A vision of the masses chanting his name as the top scholar filled his mind. It was the dream he had chased for so long. Leaving the treasure realm behind, the duo arrived at the principal's main office. The principal had summoned Luin for a specific reason today. "Among countless forbidden substances," he asked, "how did you identify that McCall used the incineration flower?" Luin chose to answer with absolute honesty. First, it was his demeanor. McCall is aggressive, but he was trembling with an unnatural anxiety. His mana amplification and flow were erratic. So, I deduced he consumed the incineration flower. The principal leaned in, his eyes sharp. "But to me, you didn't look like you were guessing. You looked certain." "Why is that?" the principal pressed. "The arena's barrier suppresses magical power, but it leaves physical strength untouched. And what I used was physical force, not magic." Luin spoke carefully, dancing around the truth to hide the existence of his player's eye. "I was certain McCall had suffered severe internal shock, yet he stood there, laughing, showing zero signs of pain. That numbness is the signature side effect of the incineration flower." Luin's flawless deduction brought a rare smile of satisfaction to the principal's face. Despite being only 16 years old, the boy possessed a terrifying eye for detail, catching shifts in his opponent that veteran mages would miss. Not to mention his composure in the face of danger. Coupled with his mana manipulation, the boy was exceptional. "As the head of this academy, I deeply regret this incident. I apologize, Luin. I swear on my name, the Gayhill family will not lay a finger on you." The principal then dropped a bombshell. "I have a proposal. I want to nominate you, Luin, to represent the academy at the Grand Festival this July." Luin froze, shock washing over him. That was the most coveted position in the entire student body. Deep down, he had vaguely suspected this might happen. Yet, hearing it aloud, he felt unworthy of the honor. He felt his experience was lacking. He hadn't seen real combat all year, and his time at the academy was devoid of any glorious achievements. The grand festival was a gathering of monsters and prodigies. Luin questioned if he truly had the strength to stand on that stage. "That is irrelevant," the principal declared. As a judge for the festival, his judgment was absolute. "I believe you are worthy of the title of champion." The principal's voice left no room for doubt. Luin wasn't just a participant. He was a potential winner. Terrifying truth? Luin was a secret weapon that no one saw coming. To the outside world, he was a ghost. No data existed on his fighting style or techniques. There was no strategy to counter a phantom. Because you are ranked last, they will lower their guard. It sounded harsh, but it was his greatest weapon. You will deliver a strike they never see coming. "What do you say? Will you join us?" The hesitation vanished, replaced by a surge of adrenaline Luin could no longer suppress. His eyes burned with determination. "I will do my best not to disappoint you." It seemed the principal had foreseen everything. He had already invited a special instructor to hone Luin's physical prowess rather than his magic. "Still alive, kid?" a familiar voice boomed. Luin's jaw dropped. Standing before him was Guther Ferrante, captain of the Foreign Knights and one of only 5 level 5 knights in the entire Jadian kingdom. This was the very man who had ruthlessly blocked his path during the 3rd exam. Luin never imagined he would be learning martial arts from a living legend. But before they began, Guther needed to clarify a few things. "Professor Ardell tells me you're a special case, a mage who fights in close quarters." Luin nodded, confirming the assessment. "From what I've seen, your movement is decent. Fast, clean, zero waste." Guther's eyes narrowed. "But let's be real. One look tells me you've never formally learned martial arts. Your tricks might work on goblin trash, but against a trained knight, you'd be read like an open book. It doesn't matter how strong you are. An expert in body mechanics will predict your attack just by watching the shift of your shoulder or hip." The Grand Knight was absolutely right. Luin's techniques were raw. They were simply repetitive motions grinded out from completing system quests. In a high-level duel, they were practically useless. But fear not. Learn from me, and we will rebuild your movement from the ground up. Guther wasn't one to waste time. Training started now. Lesson 1. How to walk. Only with a stable foundation can you deliver a killing strike. Furthermore, the feet reveal the enemy's next move. Until you master walking, you cannot master the body. And so, Luin began to learn the Gate of Heroes. Their destination? The mastery of heavenly martial arts, the pinnacle of knightly combat. This discipline comprised 36 distinct martial forms, and that was without even counting the sword techniques. Under Professor Gutter's strict guidance, Luin poured his blood and sweat into mastering his movement skills. The professor could not help but smile, thoroughly satisfied with the boy's monstrous progress and dedication. It felt like just yesterday that Luin had asked why a mage would be taught martial arts. Despite having to commute to the academy every single day, Guther still carved out precious time to privately tutor Luin. "Just consider this a form of investment," the professor had said, his eyes gleaming with calculation. "That is my reason." He had found a rough diamond, someone with the potential to become a legendary mage in the future. If he could help polish that gem now, the returns on his investment would be immeasurable. Upon hearing those words, Luin made his choice and bowed his head. "I entrust my body to you. I am counting on you, Professor." "Professor Guther, ugh, that sounds so stiff," the man sighed, running a hand through his hair. "Just call me Big Brother. I am barely in my 30s, you know." The title of Professor clearly made him feel old. The more Guther watched Luin fight, the more his admiration grew. It wasn't just skill. It was the boy's sheer bravery and grit that captivated him. He recalled the goblin Luin had defeated during the test. Its jaw had been completely shattered. A battle mage with physical strength surpassing a monster? It was no wonder Gutter found him endlessly fascinating. Just like that, 3 grueling weeks flew by. Luin's body art mastery finally hit level 10. A system notification rang out. He received a reward, the Mage's Frenzy skill. Now he could channel mana directly through his muscles and veins. Mastering the heavenly martial arts was proving to be a game changer. Even Shang, the little spirit, had leveled up to tier 3 just by leeching off Luin's rapid growth. With over 2,000 stat points now coursing through him, Luin felt a surge of overwhelming power. But to Shang, the terrifying speed at which Luin accumulated this strength was the real shock. Even the prodigy Draka had taken over a year to reach those numbers. Suddenly, Jason came sprinting toward them, gasping for air. "Luin, have you seen it yet?" Luin had been so obsessed with training his body that he had completely ignored the outside world. The list of candidates for the Grand Festival had finally been posted at the Academy gates. Memories flashed back to the entrance ceremony. Luin had stood on that podium as the representative, only to become the target of everyone's jealousy and suspicion. To survive that envy, Luin had spent the last 6 years acting like a total failure. He had worn the mask of the pathetic dropout perfectly. Back then, all he could do was stand in the shadows and watch Mikhail bathe in everyone's applause. But this time, history would not repeat itself. Goosebumps erupted over Luin's skin. There it was, his name. Once again, the representative of the Academy. "It's you, Luin. Congratulations on becoming the rep." It had been a lifetime since Luin had heard genuine congratulations like this. He had reclaimed his throne as the Academy's representative, and even Jason had made the cut, securing the 31st spot. When Professor Hydro received the report that Luin had mastered the heavenly martial arts, he was stunned. A 16-year-old 5th Circle mage? The boy was terrifying. But deep down, the professor had always believed. If anyone could defy logic, it was Luin. Preparations for the Grand Festival went smoothly, and the day of departure to Anton finally arrived. For many students, this was their first time seeing a mana train, and the excitement was palpable. The Kingdom of Jadi only had 2 transfer points. In contrast, the vast Imperial Alliance boasted over 100. The difference in scale was humbling. A scoff cut through the excitement. "Look at these country bumpkins making a fuss over a simple train ride." The voice belonged to Hanker. He was Mikhail's loyal lapdog, a lackey who had tagged along to the Magic Festival last year. "If you think you're going to create some miracle at the Grand Festival, give up now," Hanker sneered. "You're only arrogant because you got a few high scores on a written test." "The representatives from other academies are monsters," he continued. "Everyone knows we would have a better chance of winning if we had someone with actual experience, like Mikhail." They refused to accept Luin as their leader. Beside him, Jason was trembling, his fists clenched in silent rage at the disrespect. These were the parasites who clung to the Gary Hill family for scraps. Luin knew he had to perform well in this tournament, even if it meant dragging these deadweights across the finish line. "I bet Mikhail would be so pleased to hear you say that," Luin said calmly. "Loyal dogs barking for their master, even after the master has been kicked out." Hanker's face twisted. He asked bluntly if Luin was referring to them. "Glad you understood, so I don't have to explain it." Luin stepped forward. It was time to educate this fool. "The Grand Festival is a different beast from the little magic shows you've been to. If we get good results here, you'll open doors that the Gary Hill family could never dream of offering you." The group fell silent. "Obviously," one muttered, "if we get good results, everything changes." Greed began to flicker in their eyes. "But is that even possible?" Hanker's voice wavered, his arrogance replaced by fear. "The other participants, they are literal monsters. Or is your fate to remain stuck in the Kingdom of Jadi, serving as errands boys for the Gary Hill family forever?" Luin pressed. "We can do this." Luin's voice turned steely. "In the Grand Festival, unity is everything. I suggest you eliminate anything that hinders our teamwork right now." "So, does that mean you'll compete without us?" Hanker stammered. "Think carefully about who your representative is right now. And remember," Luin added, his eyes cold, The Gary Hill family isn't here to witness your misplaced loyalty. Completely defeated in the battle of wits, Hanker resorted to screaming like a child. You're ruining your first individual match. I won't listen to a single order you give during the festival. Meanwhile, inside the Mana train, the mood was entirely different. Shang was practically vibrating with excitement. The spirit wouldn't stop yapping about the ancient past when trains didn't exist. Luin rubbed his temples, his ears ringing from the noise. Suddenly, the carriage door slid open. I thought I smelled the stench of losers somewhere. A cold voice drifted in. Let's see. The hillbillies from that incompetent academy? 3 imposing students from the Oyota National Magic Academy stormed into the carriage, their presence suffocating the room. Oyota, a kingdom of sand built upon a ruthless desert, famous for an ancient history where bodies and swords are tempered to the absolute limit. Luin watched with narrowed eyes, curious why these desert warriors were trespassing. Hey, you trash from the Idiot Academy. Where is Mikol Gary Hill hiding? Did he run away because the pressure was too much? I was planning to make him my personal slave again this year. Laughter erupted from the intruders. They were treating this like a reunion with a servant, circling the room with the swagger of predators who smelled blood. Inside Luin's mind, Shang cackled with delight. Oh, this is getting good. Look at the trouble finding you already. My, look at your patience, Shang teased, listening to this trash talk without flinching. Luin remained silent. He had never attended the festival before, so this animosity was news to him. Yet the Ignite Academy's response was silence. Professor Ardell continued to read his book, completely ignoring the invasion. His position now was merely an advisor. He would not step in to save them. In other words, the authority and the burden of the entire team rested solely on the representative, Luin. Hey, Hanker, where is your coward representative, Mikol? The bully cornered Hanker. Mikol is currently bedridden, praying his shattered ribs will heal in time, came the cold reply. Luin finally spoke, his voice cutting through the noise like a blade. The entire carriage fell deathly silent. Hanker pointed to him. He is our representative this time. The Oyota student turned, locking eyes with Luin for the first time. He stepped forward, towering over him. I am the Oyota representative, Seta. Luin introduced himself calmly, but his aura shifted. Pleasantries are over. If you're done barking, get your ass out of our carriage. Oh, and of course, Luin added with a terrifyingly polite smile, you will apologize for calling us the Idiot Academy before you leave, won't you? What did you say? Seta froze, as if doused with ice water. The humiliation burned his face. Hey, Hanker, did you forget to tell this fool who I am? Seeing Hanker stay silent, Seta decided words were useless. He raised his hand, intent on teaching this upstart a painful lesson right there. Luin instantly grasped the situation. This wasn't just bullying, it was psychological warfare. The fear in his teammates' eyes came from Seta's past brutality. They were crushing Ignat's spirit before the matches even began. The great festival had already started in this carriage. So, Luin smirked, you want to test me? Luin didn't flinch. He was ready to clash, right here, right now. Seta, fueled by rage, lunged forward to break Luin's bones without hesitation. Stop! Suddenly, the Oyota instructor burst in, intercepting Seta and berating him viciously in front of everyone. The instructor quickly bowed to Professor Ardell, offering a profuse apology on Seta's behalf, before dragging the fuming student back to their own carriage. Back in the Oyota cabin, Seta was confused and furious. Why did you stop me, Professor? You were the one who told us to crush their spirits. Did you not see it? The instructor hissed. Professor Ardell. He was smiling while he watched you. He was waiting for you to strike. It was just a bluff, Seta argued, but the instructor shook his head. Ardell isn't sure of his new weapon yet. He thinks Luin has a hidden card, and that boy is definitely not like Mikol Gary Hill. After the Oyota bullies left, the atmosphere in the Ignite carriage shifted dramatically. Moments ago, the air was thick with ego and jealousy, but now a strange sense of unity began to bind them together. Are you okay, Luin? a teammate asked, voice trembling. Why did you provoke them? Those guys learned to kill before they learned to walk. The students were terrified that Luin had almost started a war with Seta. But Luin looked at them, his expression hardening. Doesn't it make you sick to be looked down on like that? If I, as your representative, sat there and took their insults, they would have enjoyed it. They would have trampled on our dignity even more. Luin's gaze swept over them. If we do nothing, then we really are the Idiot Academy they say we are. Is that what you want? To be trash in their eyes forever? They despise us because you acted like cowards in the past. But now, put your egos aside. We cannot afford to be divided and humiliated any longer. The first match was announced, a game without the representatives. The team nominated Hanker as the goalkeeper for the sphere match, though he looked reluctant. It seemed Mikol's lackey was finally stepping up. Luin watched, hoping this newfound resolve would hold until the tournament's end. Finally, the team arrived at Antendachi, a state within the Royal Federation of Renap. It was the only recognized neutral state in the Empire. Once you stepped foot here, even blood feuds spanning 1,000 years had to be set aside. If blood was spilled on Anton soil, the Donnak Empire itself would intervene as the supreme overlord of the continent. Because of this absolute law, Anton was the sanctuary for international events, like the Great Festival and the Grand Sword Tournament. Jason gasped as they entered. This place, it's like a completely different world. Our hometown looks impressive, but this is on another level of existence. Even Luin felt a wave of awe wash over him. The capital of the kingdom radiated in ancient majesty, and the people walked with an air of untroubled peace. Standing here, he realized just how small their corner of the world truly was. Carriages arrived to shuttle the academy participants to their hotels. Luin shared a carriage with Professor Heidel. The old man broke his silence, offering a warning before Luin could meet students from other academies. Causing trouble now will not benefit us. The professor stared directly into Luin's soul, making the young mage flinch. He saw everything. Oh, look at that. Inside Luin's mind, Shang suddenly perked up, amused. I smell something familiar. The remnants of the dragon Draka are here. The next morning, Luin rose with the sun, dressed in his finest gear. Meanwhile, Jason was still half asleep, drool on his chin. Whoa, look at you. Off on a hot date or something? Ignoring the tease, Luin opened his minimap. He followed a faint magical trace that even his system found peculiar. The trail ended at a worn-down workshop with a cheesy name. Trembling Memories. Luin pushed the door open, the bell chiming softly. He expected the Black Dragon's artifacts to be hidden in a fortress or a dimensional pocket, not a place that sounded like a bad romance novel. At the very least, a legendary item should be in the black market, or the secret vault of a corrupt noble. This was underwhelming, but there was a reason. The remnants of Draka possessed chaos energy that was utterly useless to ordinary mages. Luin activated the damage immunity ring to ping the location of the hidden treasure. The system interface flashed. He had found it. The player-exclusive internal artifact, also known as Draka's first failure. Its stats were theoretically god tier. Immunity to physical impact and a massive boost to physical damage nullification. It sounded invincible. So why call it a failure? Chang burst into laughter as the item description scrolled by. It doesn't just block attacks, Luin. It blocks everything. It repels all physical contact, even a lover's embrace. It was the ultimate curse. Active when you wanted a hug, inactive when you needed a shield. That was why it was branded a failure. However, Luin's eyes lit up at the stats. Equipping this ring granted an instant increase of 200 strength points. The drawbacks didn't matter. He needed that power. He slipped it on. The ring sized itself instantly, hugging his finger as if it had been forged for him alone. Luin asked for the price, bracing for a fortune. Instead, the shopkeeper waved his hand. Take it. It's been gathering dust for ages. I was about to trash it. Score. Luin wandered deeper into the shop, hungry for more. His skill activated. Data streams cascaded over the dusty shelves, revealing the true value of every item. No one would scam him today. A high-rarity aura caught his attention. He reached for a book titled Quantum Mechanics of Magic and Swordsmanship. But the moment his fingers brushed the spine, a slender hand slammed down on top of his. It was Irene Prius, a fifth circle mage with terrifying potential, the ace of the prestigious Key Women's University. She wasn't just a student. The Magic King himself, the supreme mage Terran Thomas, had handpicked Irene as one of his 11 successors. The rumor said she was a genius on the verge of breaking through to the fifth circle, but the rumors were wrong. Luin's interface scanned her mana core. She wasn't approaching the fifth circle. She had already mastered it. "Let go," Irene said, her voice like ice. "But I was here first," Luin countered calmly. "You already found one treasure. You're just scavenging now, aren't you?" "I came here specifically for this book," she continued, her eyes narrowing. "If it's not critical to your survival, yield it to me." It seemed she had overheard his earlier conversation. Luin tilted his head. Why would a pure mage need a book on sword mechanics? It was a niche subject, useless to most spellcasters. She had clearly never told a lie in her life. "Fine," Luin said, retracting his hand. He didn't really need it anyway. He turned to browse the next shelf without looking back. Irene stood frozen, clutching the book. She had expected a duel of pride, or at least an argument. His casual dismissal left her completely off balance. That indifference, it made her heart skip a beat. Later, back at the Ignite Academy dorms, Jason and Hanker were practically interrogating Luin. "You met Irene Prius? Where? When? What did she say? Is she really an angel in human form?" Jason clutched his head, agony written on his face. "Why didn't I go with you? My dream is to just shake her hand once," Jason wailed. "Pathetic," Hanker scoffed, adjusting his glasses. "I actually saw Irene at the Grand Festival. I even sat next to her," Hanker bragged, puffing out his chest. "Dude, sitting nearby doesn't count as meeting her," Jason shot back. "What? Look at yourself. You haven't even seen her shadow." As the two idiots bickered, Luin just sighed. Hanker, however, dropped a piece of intel that silenced the room. "Irene is a monster, sure, but she's the eternal number 2. She loses every year to the top ranker, Doom Prime. It stresses her out so much, she gets sick." Doom Prime, the top dog of the Naples Military Academy. He was widely recognized as the strongest combatant of their generation across the entire continent. And his weapon of choice? A legendary light sword. The puzzle pieces clicked into place. Luin realized why Irene wanted that book. She was researching mechanics to counter Doom Prime's lightsaber. But being a magic swordsman was a cursed path. Compared to specialized weapons, a magic sword usually offered mediocre power. Mastering the duality of spell and blade was a feat few could achieve. Yet Doom Prime defied logic. He wielded an S-rank light sword artifact and possessed swordsmanship skills on par with a veteran knight. Rich family, political power, devastatingly handsome, and unmatched talent. He was the definition of a main character. "Does such a perfect human really exist?" Jason muttered, bored by the history lesson. Luin fell silent. A 16-year-old fifth circle mage, a swordsman who stood at the apex of all academies. Could he really win against monsters like that? Doubt crept in. No one was watching Luin now. But then, the headmaster's words echoed in his mind, igniting a spark of defiance. "Hey, the brackets for the opening ceremony are up." The announcement snapped Luin back to reality. The Grand Festival was just beginning. It was time to show these geniuses that a dark horse had entered the race. The roster loaded on the screen. Luin scanned for their opponent. "Damn it," someone cursed. "We're up against that trash academy? This will be too easy. Rest up, boys." Seta was already running his mouth, arrogance dripping from every word, but Luin felt a chill. Their first opponent was Oyota Academy. They weren't known for their strength. They were infamous for their filth. They played dirty. Rumors of students suffering permanent mental trauma after fighting Oyota were common. "You guys are so weak, we can't even get it up," Seta sneered. The nightmare had begun. The elites openly mocked Luin's academy, treating them like trash. But Luin? He just smiled at their arrogance, plotting their downfall. This was the perfect stage to prove Xenon Academy had risen from the ashes. Keep laughing, he thought. I have been waiting for this moment. The grand festival was packed with spectators. As Luin stepped forward, his voice cutting through the noise, even Seta felt a chill run down his spine. Luin projected his voice to every corner of the arena. I am Luin Ardell, the representative of that stupid academy you all seem so obsessed with. I will keep this brief. I have one simple demand. Never let those filthy words insult my academy again. It hurts my ears. The crowd went silent. The students of Oyota froze, unsure how to react to such a blatant counterattack. Luin was done living in the shadows of failure. From this moment on, he would stand at the absolute apex of society. If you do not call us stupid, what should you call us? The Kings. A voice sneered from the crowd. Stop spouting nonsense and know your place. Indeed, 5 years of humiliation could not be erased by mere words. The crowd whispered, wondering who this nobody was to dare claim the throne of number 1. Luin smirked, his confidence radiating like an aura. He was no longer a nobody. He was Xenon Academy's hidden ace and the master of his own destiny. He would never retreat again. His declaration hung heavy in the air, planting a seed of doubt in the hearts of the Oyota students. The enemy scrambled to investigate him. The only data they found was baffling. A student who ranked dead last for 6 years was now the Academy's supreme representative. Rumors spread that his scores had flipped 360 degrees in the last term. Perhaps this sudden evolution was the source of his monstrous confidence. Seta recalled his mentor's warning. Be careful, the professor had said. There is something fundamentally different about that boy. Seta shook his head and laughed. I am overthinking it. He stood up, cracking his neck. Time to teach Xenon a lesson, using traditional Oyota brutality. Meanwhile, tension filled the Xenon barracks. The team gathered to strategize for tomorrow's trial, the Mana Grenade Challenge. It was a team battle without their representative. The mission was simple, but deadly. Detonate mana grenades against a rampaging mini-golem. Speed was everything. The first to destroy the target would claim victory. But without Luin on the field, fear began to creep into their hearts. The students trembled, knowing their individual stats paled in comparison to the elites of Oyota. But Luin's eyes remained calm. He had a plan. Listen, Luin commanded. This is a team battle. If you coordinate perfectly, raw power becomes irrelevant. We will crush them with strategy. We divide and conquer. Group 1, overheat the grenades. Group 2, you are the supply line. Get those explosives to the front. Group 3, unleash hell on the golem. And the final group, you will heal the enemy's golem to stall their progress. The team exchanged confused glances. Healing the enemy? It sounded insane and far too slow to secure a victory. Oyota will rush in with 30 attackers at once, someone argued. We lack the numbers. Our damage output cannot match their brute force. Why the long faces? Luin's voice cut through their doubt. He had promised them the top spot, and he never made empty vows. I may not be on the field, but my mind fights with you. While Oyota strikes once, we will strike 3 times with superior efficiency. They rely on talent and outdated tradition. If we play their game, we lose. We play by my rules, and we win. Jason clenched his fist. Luin was their commander now. There was no choice but to trust in his vision. Determination replaced fear in their eyes. Luin nodded, appointing Hanker as the field captain, assigning roles based on their hidden talents. Using the eye of the player, Luin analyzed every stat and variable. He minimized their weaknesses and turned their unique traits into deadly weapons. As they settled into their perfect roles, the atmosphere shifted. The heaters burned hotter. The throwers aimed truer. Confidence surged. Seeing their spirits ignite, Luin felt a sense of satisfaction. The foundation for victory had been laid. Suddenly, the door crashed open. A student stumbled in, face swollen and bloody. "The Oyota bastards! They dragged him away!" Luin froze. The air in the room dropped to freezing point. "Oyota," he whispered, "you have just signed your death warrants." Inside the enemy stronghold, Seta sat like a king surrounded by his court. "Oh, look who decided to show up. What are you going to do about it?" Luin stepped in, his face void of emotion. He beckoned to Seta like one calls a disobedient dog. "Seta, bring Kiri to me, now." Seta scoffed. "Are you insane?" Seta ground his teeth, standing up in a rage. Why did this trash always act so high and mighty? It made his blood boil. "Who do you think you are?" Luin didn't answer. He simply placed a hand on Seta's shoulder. Boom! An invisible gravity crashed down, forcing Seta to his knees as if the entire building had collapsed on his spine. "You bastard!" Humiliated, Seta roared and swung a mana-infused fist at Luin's face. Luin shifted slightly, the punch hitting nothing but air. In a blur of motion, he locked Seta's elbow and twisted it backward. Crack! Seta grunted in agony. Luin's voice was a whisper from the abyss. "Listen closely. Touch my people again, and a broken arm will be the least of your worries." He released his grip, and the Oyota students scrambled to help their fallen leader, terror in their eyes. "Seta, are you all right?" Seta looked up from the floor, trembling with rage. Above him, Luin stood with hands in his pockets, looking down like a god. "Do you want to make a bet?" Luin asked. Back at the dorms, Luin revealed the stakes to his team, their eyes widening in shock. "If we defeat Oyota," Luin grinned, "I get to deliver a forehead flick to Seta." "A forehead flick? Like the legendary one Mike used?" The team buzzed with excitement. "Not just that," Luin added. "He will beg for forgiveness in front of the entire world." This renewed motivation surged through everyone like a tidal wave. They swore to wash away the humiliation of last year with absolute victory. The time had come to march toward the arena for the opening ceremony. History whispered a single truth. Every mage who graced this grand festival eventually became a legend, capable of altering the fate of the entire continent. Luin felt a swell of pride in his chest. He was finally standing here, on the very hallowed ground where history's greatest myths were forged. The opening rituals concluded with a thunderous applause. The announcer's voice boomed, ordering all students to return to their designated seats. But trouble found Luin immediately. He bumped straight into Seta, whose eyes still burned with the grudge from yesterday. "Prepare yourself," Seta hissed. "I won't make the same mistake twice." Luin let out a tired sigh, barely acknowledging the threat. His eyes weren't on this muscle-brained Seta. His true target was the formidable Jung Pram. Young Pram was the champion of the Magic Festival and the ace of the Jaina Military Academy. If Luin advanced deep into the tournament, a clash with that monster was inevitable. "You really enjoy causing trouble, don't you?" Irene Prius suddenly appeared beside him, catching Luin off guard. She had heard everything. The chaos Luin caused yesterday, and even his bold intrusion into Oyota Academy's territory. "How do you know that?" Luin asked. Irene smirked. "This place is small. By now, everyone knows who the new troublemaker is." Luin was stunned. He hadn't expected his little private chat with Seta to spread through the grapevine so aggressively. Since Luin had graciously yielded the book to her before, Irene decided to offer a piece of advice. "Don't make yourself stand out too much. Like you, right? Hiding your true talents?" Her words struck a nerve. Luin's retort hit the bullseye of Irene's secret, causing her to flinch visibly. Not wanting to expose her further, Luin cut the conversation short. Romance was a fleeting illusion. This tournament was the only reality that mattered. Minutes remained. The first match, mana grenade throwing, between Ignit and Oyota was about to begin. In the tunnel, Jason rallied the team's spirit. "Show them our true power," Jason roared. "Prove to them that we are no longer the idiot academy they mock." As the match began, confusion rippled through the audience. Historically, team victories relied on individual brilliance, but this was different. Ignat's formation mirrored that of knights, not mages, a strategy completely alien to the crowd. Despite the oddity, the majority still bet on an Oyota victory. "Look at those Ignat fools acting tough," the crowd sneered. "They're bottom tier for a reason. Idiots will always be idiots." Erin watched from the stands, her eyes widening in shock. The unthinkable was happening. The golem of the Ignat team had already lost an arm. Jason led the grenade assault. From the back lines, Luin commanded the tanker group with surgical precision. "The pace is perfect. Heat it up. Mora, Ake, transport duty, now," Luin ordered. Moments later, a thunderous crash echoed as the right arm of Oyota's golem was obliterated in return. Seta watched from the sidelines, his insides burning with rage. How are those imbeciles losing to the idiot academy? "You useless bastards." Ignat's strategy was flawless. They healed their golem, maintaining its strength, while Oyota kept attacking the regenerating target, only exhausting their own mana. Erin was secretly impressed. Ignat wasn't winning by raw power. They were dismantling Oyota's individual advantage with superior tactics. But for such a strategy to work, the commander needed a godlike understanding of every single participant's ability. It clicked. Luin had found the book she needed in seconds yesterday. Now, he was optimizing teams based on individual talents. Just who was this Luin? A nobody she had never seen in any previous Magic Festival, yet possessing the mind of a veteran strategist? "Here comes the finisher," Jason shouted, hurling a mana grenade with all his might. It struck the Oyota golem, shattering it into 100 glittering shards. It wasn't just the golem that shattered. Seta's pride lay in ruins. He snorted coldly, desperate to find a hole to crawl into. "We did it!" Cheers erupted. The match everyone thought belonged to Oyota had been snatched away by the so-called Idiot Academy. The team rushed Luin, throwing arms around his neck. He hadn't fired a single shot, yet everyone knew he had carried the team on his back. "So Oyota is at the bottom now?" Someone laughed. "Oyota the failures. That's got a painful ring to it." Whispers of mockery from the stands pierced the Oyota students, leaving them nowhere to hide their shame. But the show had to go on. Next up, capture the flag. The first duel was set. Luin versus Seta. As they stepped onto the field, Seta sneered. "Why do you look so tense, Luin? Scared?" Ignat Academy had secured a spot in the top 20 out of 32. For Luin, this was an acceptable start. The first match had drawn eyes toward them, but it wasn't enough. It wasn't enough to scrub away the stain of incompetence that had plagued them for years. Luin made a decision. He wouldn't just win. He would dominate. No more humility. He had to force the world to see them differently. Moreover, he had to prove his worth to the supreme entity watching from high above. The High Mages. In the private dimension of the 6 High Mages, eyes were glued to the crystal sphere. Flame Lord Terran recognized the boy immediately. Luin, one of the 11 commoner candidates. Tehran never forgot talent. Luin was a natural-born genius, a prodigy who taught himself to manipulate mana at a tender age. "That is why," Tehran muttered darkly, "I was so devastated when I learned of his mana disorder." "Devastated?" The headmaster's voice cut in sharp and cold. "Let's be honest, Flame Lord. You treated Luin like he was utter trash." Exposed, the Flame Lord could only offer an awkward laugh. "I admit it, but I never expected you to choose such a broken student as your representative." The headmaster smirked. "I assume you didn't do it just for charity. You're preparing something interesting, aren't you?" 2 boys had finally broken the curse after years of struggle. The headmaster's confidence in Luin was absolute. "You want to see the boy's true power? Just watch and learn." "What's the plan now?" Chang asked, eyes narrowing. "Bind him? Freeze him? You'd have to get close for that. Or are you actually going to summon a guardian?" Luin scoffed at the question. Summoning a guardian? That was a crude tactic for the unimaginative. He would handle this the old-fashioned way. A straight-up brawl. The match exploded into chaos. Luin charged straight for Seta, closing the distance just as the arrogance mage began his summoning chant. "You'll pay for the humiliation you caused me," Seta roared, mana flaring. "Summon Guardian!" The air warped as a colossus materialized, a giant armored knight wielding a massive weapon. Time refraction. In a blink, Luin vanished from sight, slipping through the flow of time to reappear directly behind Seta. The mage didn't even have time to react. Panic-stricken, Seta swung a desperate backhand punch. Thud. Luin caught the fist effortlessly. Seta's arm trembled violently in the vice-like grip. He should have known better. "Are you going to let go or what?" Seta shrieked, but judging by the murderous aura radiating from Luin, that was the worst possible thing to say. The Guardian was charging mid-attack, and Seta was being used as a human shield, his face drained of all color. "Stop! Stop, you stupid hunk of metal!" Life and death hung by a thread, yet Luin only tightened his grip, locking Seta in place. A cold, provoking smirk played on his lips. "Go on, then. Try to run." In that terrifying split second, the truth hit Seta like a truck. The pressure pinning him down wasn't a trick. Luin was physically overpowering him. And then the steel giant crashed down upon them. Seta squeezed his eyes shut, bracing for the bone-crushing impact and the shame of defeat. But the pain never came. He peeled open one trembling eye to witness the impossible. Luin was fighting the Steel Guardian with his bare hands. Boom! Crash! Every punch Luin threw left deep craters in the thick armor. Seta's jaw hit the floor. This wasn't magic. It was pure, unadulterated devastation. After a brutal beatdown, the Guardian crumbled into dust, returning to the earth. Luin turned his gaze toward Seta, sending the terrified mage scrambling backward in pure fear. Did you just save me?" Seta stammered. Luin looked at him like he was an idiot. Save the guy who humiliated his friends? Not in a million years. He only intervened so he could deliver the final blow himself. "Remember our little bet?" Luin asked, raising a finger. Just one flick to the forehead. Thwack! A crisp, thunderous sound echoed through the arena. The force was so immense that Seta was launched backward like a rag doll from a single finger flick. As he flew through the air, Seta's only thought was how beautifully blue the sky looked today. Holy crap! The entire audience winced, feeling phantom pain in their own skulls. The academy erupted. Cheers shook the stadium walls. It wasn't just a win, it was the ultimate satisfaction of 5 years of pent-up vengeance released in a single moment. Luin was the undisputed star of the show, but amidst the celebration, a pair of dangerous eyes locked onto him. The Hell King, Terran. The headmaster sighed, sensing the trouble brewing. Terran sat there, barely containing his rage. A demigod, the only 8th Circle mage, the so-called ultimate magician. Yet, even with all that power, he had never witnessed magic like the kind Luin just displayed. Who is that boy? Terran's heart raced, not from love, but from obsession. Tyrant Ignat, tell me everything you know about Luin Ardell. Facing the pressure of a demigod, the headmaster chose his words carefully. Luin is a student who fulfills his duty. Everyone expected him to quit, but he never gave up. He is a mage who turned his weakness into his greatest weapon. He embodies the true spirit of magic more than anyone I know. That is all I know about Luin Ardell. The answer was diplomatic perfection, leaving the Hell King seething with frustration. Ha! Terran scoffed, eyes narrowing. Are you trying to shield your precious student from my curiosity? Tyrant, what if I just summon the boy here and force the answers out of him? The threat hung heavy in the air, forcing the headmaster to drop the pleasantries. If you intend to force the child to speak, I will be forced to stop you. The headmaster's voice was steel. Terran let out a dry, chilling chuckle. The headmaster was invoking the mage's confidentiality, the oath of Millie. Terran knew he couldn't push further. He would just have to sit there, sip his tea, and make polite conversation. But inside, Tehran was consumed by obsession. He chased the absolute limit of magic. He needed to know the secret behind Luin's power, and he would stop at nothing to get it. Later that night, at the Drink or Die pub, Luin rubbed his temples. Guys, We only won the first round. Why are we partying like we won the war? We should be resting. The other academies are arriving soon. Why is everyone so relaxed? His warnings fell on deaf ears. Even Jason was swept up in the festivities, trying to drag Luin into the madness. Come on, it's the grand festival. Live a little. Jason grinned, holding up a bottle. Look, we have Van Ann coconut juice and even Dragon Kiss. Luin stared blankly. Dragon Kiss? Jason immediately went into salesman mode. You know how much I love my homeland specialties, right? It was indeed a specialty from Jason's region. But that wasn't the only reason he ordered the expensive elixir. One sip, and it feels like French kissing a dragon. Don't look at me like that, Luin. Just try it. One glass will send you straight to paradise. Actually, no. Just one glass is pure deliciousness. Before Luin could refuse, a massive shadow loomed over their table. It was Seta Mankiri. Instantly, the cheerful atmosphere shattered like glass. The music seemed to stop. Jason jumped up, waving his hands like he was banishing a ghost. Shoo! Get lost! You're killing the vibe! Luin tensed, ready for a fight. Had he come for round 2? I came to apologize. The words seemed to physically hurt Seta as they left his mouth. Luin and Jason froze, their brains short-circuiting at the impossible sight. I'm sorry, Seta muttered, eyes glued to the floor, for looking down on you all this time. The defeat in the arena had humbled him. He finally realized that looking down on others just because they seemed weaker was a fatal mistake that nearly cost him everything. In this vast world, monsters far stronger than Seta exist. To them, he is nothing but weak prey. The realization hits him hard. Every arrogant step he took in the past was a mistake. Wait, what is happening? Jason can't believe his own ears. Seta knows words are cheap. Forgiveness won't come easily. So, he swallows his pride. He bows low before the entire group, offering a sincere apology. The awkwardness is suffocating. No one knows how to react to this sudden change. Sensing the tension, Seta apologizes for ruining the mood and turns to leave. Seta, wait. Are you apologizing because of the bet? Or is this genuine? Luin asks, his voice cutting through the silence. Seta makes a face like a repentant puppy, swearing on his life that he means every word. Luin sighs, relief washing over him. He extends a hand. Thanks for the apology. That was manly of you. Seta freezes, stunned. Slowly, he reaches out, clasping Luin's hand to seal the peace. The tension dissolves instantly. The group accepts the apology and the celebration begins. Shoulders around shoulders, they down bottles of Dragon Kiss like water. Luin snaps his eyes open. Jason and the others are staring at him, grinning like maniacs. Finally awake, Sleeping Beauty? Remember anything from last night? Do you love Dragon Kiss that much? Hank teases. The comment sends Jason into a fit of laughter, clutching his stomach in pain. Last night was a disaster. Luin had sobbed uncontrollably, wailing, "Thank you guys for believing in me. Academy life is so hard." Who knew the perfect Luin had such a messy side? Jason and the crew now have ammunition to roast Luin for eternity. Walking down the hallway, Luin mutters under his breath. These demons. I just woke up and they're already starting. What kind of devil's brew is Dragon Kiss to make a man this emotional? From now on, Luin swears to stay 100 meters away from that poison. Luin, sleep well? A familiar voice freezes him. It's Seta. Luin looks more terrified than he did in the arena. Memories flood back. Last night they apologized for fighting and swore a blood oath to be best brothers. Shame explodes in Luin's face. He sprints away while Seta yells from the middle of the corridor. See you later, best buddy. But in his haste, Luin crashes right into Professor Heidel. Trouble doesn't just follow this kid, it hunts him down. The professor's words make Luin flinch, expecting a lecture. But Ardell isn't here to scold. Someone wants to meet you, Luin. The principal is worried, Ardell warns. This person wears a mask of kindness, but hides a dangerous nature. Curiosity peaks within Luin. The man requesting his presence is none other than the king of hypocrisy. Infernal King Terron. Professor Ardell's gaze turns grim. Be careful. Those who hide their true nature are far deadlier than any wanted criminal. Luin nods, his expression hardening. He will be on guard. The meeting is said. Once the exams conclude, Ardell will send the time and location. Luin relays the news, and the students go wild. The Supreme Mage Terron is watching us? Their morale skyrockets. Now they have a legendary reason to crush the competition. Luin has already cooked up a strategy. He calls it, defend if you can. The next battle begins. The sport is arrow ball. This isn't normal sports. The arrows are enchanted, moving with a will of their own, buzzing through the air like angry hornets. Each team fields 9 warriors, strikers, defenders, and a goalkeeper. Roles are set, but chaos is guaranteed. The goal is simple. Shoot more arrows into the enemy gate. But beneath the simple rules lies a brutal test of tactical genius. Timing is everything. When to shield, when to bind. They must catch the erratic arrows and hurl them back into the enemy's throat. Normal players overthink strategy. But with Luin on the field, logic goes out the window. He is the rule breaker. He rockets toward the enemy goal like a human missile. The opponents throw every spell they have. Barriers, traps, curses. It's all useless against him. In the stands, Seta is screaming Luin's name louder than the Ignit Academy students. The crowd stares at him with pure judgment. What is wrong with that guy? Didn't he throw a tantrum after losing yesterday? Luin must have beaten the sanity out of him. They say men become brothers after a fist fight. Though, to be fair, Seta was the only one getting turned into a punching bag. People whisper behind his back, but Seta ignores them all. This isn't an act. His respect for Luin is real. After facing him, Seta knows the truth. Luin is the future. Aaron of Seiki, Darien of Philia, Doomprawn of the Military Academy. None compare. Seta has clashed with the elites at the Grand Festival. But Luin? He stands on a summit they haven't even reached yet. It's not just raw power. It's his terrifying leadership, his unshakable patience. Seta never expected Luin to forgive him after everything. Captain, we're up next. Strategy meeting. His team snaps him out of his admiration. Seta has to stop fanboying. But Luin doesn't need cheerleaders. His opponents are fighting for their lives just to slow him down. Fire, ice, earth. They throw the entire elemental chart at him. Luin dances through the chaos, untouched, charging straight for their throats. Are you done? Luin smirks. My turn. Terrified, the defenders panic and erect a massive thick wall of ice. Luin doesn't stop. He punches the ice wall. Crack! The barrier shatters, and he turns the broken shards into a deadly storm of ice daggers, firing them back. Did they forget who they were dealing with? While Luin turns their formation into a playground, Jason sees his opening. He snatches the arrow ball from the air. The enemy defense is in shambles. Eat this. Jason does what he does best. A perfect throw. The score jumps to 2-0. Every eye is glued to Luin, the monster on the field. Taking advantage of the distraction, Jason and the squad slip through the cracks, piercing the enemy defense at will. The stadium goes silent in disbelief. In a normal arrowball match, 3 or 4 goals is a high score. But this is a massacre. XN Academy didn't just win. They annihilated the competition with a record-breaking 11 goals. The enemy surrendered in total despair, crushed without a single point to save face. The whispers began to spread. That kid wasn't bluffing. He might actually be the strongest monster, hiding in plain sight. The crowd's prejudice against X-Nit Academy shattered in an instant. Back in the waiting room, Professor Haido approached Luin with a serious expression. "You have an appointment, tonight at 7 sharp, and do not eat anything before you come." Luin arrived at the rendezvous point, nerves tight as guitar strings. The headmaster was already waiting at the door. They stepped through a magical portal into a different dimension. "Welcome!" Supreme Mage Terran sat upon his throne, radiating the overwhelming aura of a king. Shang recoiled instantly within Luin's mind. That pressure! Could this man possess the soul of a dragon too? It made sense. Tehran was a supreme mage on the brink of ascending to a half-dragon existence. A lavish feast lay spread before them, fit for royalty. The supreme mage revealed a shocking truth. He had been watching Luin for 5 years, ever since the search for the 11 candidates began. Luin had been on that list once. But time flows like water, and the boy standing here now was a different beast entirely. "Let us cut to the chase." Terran's eyes bored into him. "Tell me exactly what has happened to you during these lost years." Luin realized the harsh reality. To Terran, he was merely a glitch, a living error proving that even a supreme mage could miscalculate. The old man just wanted Luin to admit failure to soothe his own ego. But Luin had only one truth to deliver. "No matter how much talent I possess, my hard work is never acknowledged." Terran rested his chin on his hand, intrigued. "Hard work, you say? Are you related to him? Why do you people always obsess over effort?" Headmaster Mio smirked. This grit was exactly why he bet everything on this kid. "If that is true, what has this effort achieved?" Luin answered without hesitation. "I abandoned traditional paths to master martial arts. I conquered my mana disorder through physical discipline. Now, I wield power that requires no chanting and no delay." Tehran's gaze turned cold. "And you expect me to believe such a fairy tale?" The Supreme Mage suspected a hidden artifact, something ancient and unknown. "It is possible," the headmaster chimed in, leaving Terran to shrug in disbelief. "Very well. I will continue to observe you. Let us see if your hard work can survive against my chosen children." Luin smiled, his eyes burning with quiet confidence. "Watch all you like." Because Luin was just as curious. Were the Supreme Mage's golden students truly different, or just stepping stones for his own ascent? For the first time, Terran was left speechless by a student's audacity. Once Luin departed, the Supreme Mage turned to Headmaster Mio. "Do you think I plan to devour your student? Talent always intrigues me. I was merely testing the waters." Headmaster Mio sighed at the act. The Supreme Mage was feigning innocence, but his hunger for powerful pawns was obvious. Tehran assumed the headmaster had no secrets left. But his mind was already drifting to a new source of amusement. "Getting old makes you sentimental. But did you see that? That brat actually threatened me." The headmaster remained silent. To him, Luin was a pure-hearted student. To Terran, the boy was a dangerous variable, almost a villain in the making. Most mages wet themselves in Terran's presence. Luin? He didn't even flinch. Fascinating. Let's see if he can back up that arrogance. Meanwhile, the arena erupted. The crowd chanted one name, "Doom Pram!" But the star looked disgusted. He furrowed his brow. The cheers of the weak were nothing but annoying noise to a predator. A lackey rushed in, face pale. "My lord, it's confirmed. Luin went to the tower with the headmaster to meet the Supreme Mage." The news hit Dune like a slap. His knuckles turned white. Why was the Supreme Mage testing a nobody instead of him? Luin had already caused a scene at the festival. Doom had watched his match, analyzing every move. The rumors were spreading like wildfire. Luin was dangerous. His magic was unique, a puzzle no one could solve. But Doom didn't care. Let the insect struggle. In his eyes, Luin wasn't a rival. He was just a freak of nature. Yet the thought of Terran summoning Luin for praise? It made Doom's blood boil with uncontrollable envy. Boom! He smashed his fist into the wall, terrifying his attendants. They had never seen their king lose his cool like this. The jealousy was consuming him. He would not forgive Luin. No one steals his spotlight. The only one worthy of the Supreme Mage's acknowledgement was Doom Pram. The moment Luin stepped out, fate brought them together. A dark figure blocked his path. It was Doom. No greeting, no pleasantries. "What did you say to him?" Doom demanded. But Luin had no obligation to answer a rabid dog. Silence was the wrong answer. Doom's eyes flashed and he drew his blade. The air grew heavy with killing intent. "So, you want a war?" Luin shifted his stance. If it was a fight he wanted, it was a fight he would get. Crash! Red and blue mana collided in a violent explosion. Their gazes locked, two predators ready to tear each other apart. But this wasn't a game. Doom was a monster. Even with his enhanced senses, Luin couldn't find a single opening in his defense. Was he insane? They were outside the arena zones. A real battle here could destroy everything. Just as Doom Prime gripped his hilt, a shadow intervened. It was Irene Brewer. She strolled in with a playful smirk. "Is today a family reunion? Why is everyone gathered here?" Ruin shot back with a grin, not backing down. "I was just wondering if I should teach these two some manners before we start." Seeing the two banter like old friends, Doom didn't utter a word. He simply turned his back and vanished into the distance. Ruin sighed, shaking his head. Is that guy always a walking storm cloud? Irene knew Doom best. Pretty much. Unless it is a special day like today, he rarely opens his mouth. Irene's expression darkened slightly. Doom Prime is obsessed with anything involving the King of Hell. More than anyone, he craves that man's acknowledgement. It is extremely rare for the King of Hell to summon a student personally, like he did today. But the king called you, Ruin. That made Doom think you have stolen the spotlight. Irene tilted her head. Did you really plan to fight him just now? Ruin scoffed. Please, getting disqualified for a brawl before the exam? I am not that stupid. And I doubt he would have swung for real. He was just baring his fangs to scare me. Doom Prime was an impenetrable fortress. Normal attacks would not even scratch him. But Ruin smirked. He knew he would not lose. No matter how thick the wall, if you hit it enough times, it eventually crumbles. Irene chuckled, finding this strange boy fascinating. Confidence is good, but watch your back. Doom Prime shows no mercy. After today, you are definitely on his hit list. Back at the Ignite Academy dormitory, Jason lay sprawled out, groaning in despair. Total disaster. I can't believe it. Ruin tried to comfort him, but words fell flat. Yet the others disagreed. Taking 4th place without Ruin? That was not just good. It was a miracle. Losing the winning streak hurt, but they had proven the Academy's true strength to the world. The team turned to Ruin. The individual exams were approaching. What is the plan, Captain? Ruin shrugged. Plan? I am going to win. Obviously. Ruin intended to hold the throne from start to finish. He was currently tied for 1st place. Prius, Chulky, Darian Manson, Doom Prime. The Titans were all neck and neck for the championship. If nothing changed, the next match would decide everything. A true battle for survival. 32 representatives, 1 artificial island, a chaotic battle royale. 1st place takes 32 points. Last place gets 1. Points were based on performance, but the gap between ranks could shatter the leaderboard instantly. Hanker knew Ruin was strong, but the boy was not preparing like the others. Everywhere else, students were frantically building alliances. In this survival game, teaming up was not just allowed, it was encouraged. Distinguishing friend from foe and forging a powerful coalition was the ultimate strategy. Anxiety filled the room. If everyone else ganged up, how could even Ruin survive alone against an army? Hanker suggested teaming up with Callum, but Ruin had a different target in mind. Irene. The problem? Would she agree? Even with her, they were short on numbers. Suddenly, the door crashed open. Seta barged in, demanding to join Ruin's squad. Ruin blinked. He had completely forgotten this buzz-cut guy existed, but time was wasting. They scrambled to find members. Seta pointed a finger. "Don't you dare betray me halfway through." Ruin laughed. "That is my line, pal." Seta was honest, a reliable shield. But they still needed one more heavy hitter to complete the team. Outside, a massive line had formed. Everyone was begging for an alliance with Irene Brewer, but she was cold as ice, rejecting every single offer. Ruin pushed through the crowd. He wanted her. Seta looked skeptical. "She is a champion candidate, Ruin. You aren't even close friends." Ruin smirked. "We're close enough." Seta sweated nervously. Everyone else had been shot down. What if they got humiliated too? It felt like a confession scene. Ruin opened the door and locked eyes with Irene. Her face instantly lit up with a dazzling smile. She had rejected the world just to wait for him. Without a second of hesitation, Irene nodded. "I am in." The trio was formed. They immediately dove into tactics. Meanwhile, the largest opposing army had 14 members. That team was led by Darian Manson of the Holy Art School Philia, a certified genius, always in the top 5 candidates, a master of light and holy arts. Against his magic, numbers were meaningless. Darian was dangerous, yes, but there was a monster far more terrifying lurking in the shadows. Doom Prime. The exam content shifted to match their skills. The next morning, the war began. Students suited up in magical armor. Once the armor's durability hit 0, it was over. Automatic teleportation. Immediate elimination. They were dropped onto the artificial island. Seta shivered as his boots hit the ground. The goal? Survive for 72 hours. But those 72 hours would be hell on Earth. While everyone else huddled in their alliances, Doom Prime stood alone, hunting for prey. However, underestimating him would be a fatal mistake. Luin's squad prepares to mobilize, taking a boat straight toward the central island. The vessel cuts through the safe zone, a sanctuary that shrinks with every passing time tick, forcing all players closer together. The trio moves with Godspeed to secure the ultimate vantage point. But the moment they settle high in the trees, Seta's stomach roars like a beast, staging a violent protest. Seta cannot fathom why anyone would skip the supplies at the entrance. Those delicacies look like a feast fit for kings. Ironically, it was Seta himself who proposed this ambush plan. Suddenly, a thunderous explosion rocks the vicinity. The battle has begun before they could even blink. Luin smirks, assuring Seta to forget his hunger. They are about to feast until they burst. Their prey has walked right into the trap. A 5-man squad prowls through the forest, eyes darting nervously. Exhaustion clings to them, yet they desperately scour the brush for food and water. Now! Seta's iron spear descends from the heavens like a judgment bolt. The enemy freezes, realizing too late they have been ambushed. "Hello, ladies," Seta grins. "I have been waiting for ages." Beside him, Aaron unleashes a level 5 ice art, Blizzard Storm, truly worthy of Aaron's reputation. She cast high-tier magic without a single change in expression, cool as the ice she commands. The enemy squad frantically shifts between offense and defense. They are not pushovers. As Academy representatives, these mages possess formidable power. It is Luin's turn to strike. Detecting movement in the brush, the enemy instinctively fires a barrage of magic straight at his location. Too slow. Luin activates time refraction, phasing through their formation like a ghost to strike the mage at the rear. An enemy attempts a binding spell, but it is nothing before Luin's explosive fire energy. Panic sets in and screams to retreat echo through the woods. But who said they could leave? Luin's blast slams the unfortunate soul into the dirt, leaving him foaming at the mouth, completely unconscious. In an instant, the opposing force is whittled down to just 4 trembling survivors. Faced with such an overwhelming power gap, they have no choice but to surrender. Luin's team claims the spoils, not just fruit, but precious meat. This stash is a gold mine. It is enough to feed them for 3 full days. These guys really knew how to hoard the good stuff. When food delivers itself to your doorstep, it would be a sin not to enjoy it. Time to feast. Suddenly, another explosion quakes behind them. It seems Dalian's squad is marching toward the chaos. Whatever is happening, it is massive. Who is insane enough to take on a 10-man team? Aaron theorizes this is what they call a choke point strategy. Few mages can reach this threshold of power. Seta is stunned. In just 1 year, Dalian has ascended to a terrifying new level. Luin's thoughts drift to Doom Pram. That monster. His strength is truly in a league of its own. They are the first to breach the rest house, finding it empty. Luin decides to run some warm-up drills, while Seta warms up with a chunk of meat. Aaron feels a twinge of skepticism. Everything is unfolding exactly as Luin predicted, almost too perfectly. This is the central village, the only sanctuary on the island capable of housing the masses. Dalian will likely come here. Doom Pram will follow. Aaron trembles at the thought. Knowing a crowd awaits, why would Doom walk into such a trap alone? Luin asserts with absolute confidence, he will come. It is the only path to ultimate victory. It is all about the kill points. Every elimination skyrockets a player's score. If Luin were Doom, this is exactly the play he would make. He has simulated the enemy's mindset to predict their next move. Moreover, Doom craves the attention of the Hell King. Reckless slaughter is the only way to catch a god's eye. Putting the strangeness aside, the team settles in. They will take shifts, guarding their fortress with vigilance. Deep in the night, Aaron shakes Luin awake. Someone is here. Peering through the window slats, they spot a cloaked figure lurking below. Scanning the area, they confirm it is a lone wolf. Aaron has already doused the lights, ensuring their position remains a mystery. Aaron wakes Seta while Luin takes point. The black-clad figure creeps closer, step by silent step, toward the door. Luin is ready. The moment the figure crosses the threshold, Luin seizes him by the collar and hurls him across the room. Luin clamps a hand over the intruder's mouth to stifle any sound. Aaron summons a light orb, revealing the face beneath the hood. It is Canalis. Terrified, Canalis stammers an apology. He had no intention of attacking. He only sought a safe corner to rest. Had he known Luin's squad was here, he would have fled. His voice cracks as he reveals his team of 6 is now reduced to just him. Bitter tears well up in Canalis' eyes. They fell for Doom Pram's trap. Their boldness was their undoing. Relying on their numbers, they had planned to ambush Mansen to farm kill points. But then, Doom appeared, like a nightmare. He struck when they split to find food. Yet, he did not trap all 6. He isolated just one. They had prepared defensive formations for such an event. But the trap was not the attack itself. It was what came after. The noise drew Dalian's squad like sharks to blood. Despite their desperate resistance, they crumbled under the assault. Including Canalis, only 2 managed to escape the slaughter. But the nightmare is far from over. Doom emerged from the shadows once more. He had vanished earlier, choosing to observe the chaos in silence, like a predator stalking its prey. He waited for the battle to settle, tracking the wounded with cold precision. Taking advantage of the chaos to strike? A truly brilliant, calculated move. Swallowing his pride, Canalis begged to join Luin's squad. The man looked drained of all energy, yet his tactical mind remained dangerously sharp. But Luin refused cold-heartedly. He demanded the truth. How exactly did Canalis escape such a hopeless situation alive? If his opponent was truly Doom Prime, escape should have been impossible. A beast like that leaves no survivors. There were only 3 explanations. Either he is lying, Doom Prime spared him for a twisted game, or a third party is watching from the distance. Or perhaps this man is not Canalis at all. Luin activated his ocular ability to scan the target. The result sent a chill down his spine. The man standing before him had no identity. Without hesitation, Luin drove his fist into the imposter's skull. It was a clone. Chaos erupted, and Luin ordered an immediate evacuation of the area. Dawn approached as the trio navigated the dense forest. The dark mysteries of the previous night weighed heavily on their minds. The real Kankalis was likely ambushed by the puppet master. His entire 7-man squad probably wiped from existence. Yet the clone's words might have held a grain of truth. Irene spoke up, revealing a dark secret about Chucky, the one who hunted Kankalis. He is one of the legendary 11, a prodigy standing at the apex of the Delphaniac Magic Academy, a master of forbidden potions and puppetry. And worse, he has aligned himself with Dalian's forces. This alliance spells disaster for Luin. However, the use of puppetry is a double-edged sword. It reveals Chucky's location to those who know how to look. Ambushes are inevitable. The safe zone is collapsing, and the western escape route is now sealed tight by the enemy. There is an old saying from the Mazeros Sea: to defeat a pirate, you must become a pirate. The only way out is to hunt the hunters. Meanwhile, Chucky was already tracking them. He knew Luin's rats were scurrying in the shadows of the western shore. His deception was nearly perfect, yet somehow he had been exposed. The realization left the enemy group in stunned silence. The puppet was destroyed. The stakes had risen. Taking down Luin, Seta, and Irene would be a nightmare. Dalian made a ruthless decision. No more games. They would unleash their full arsenal and obliterate the enemy in one strike. He marched his squad toward the west. Suddenly, the sounds of combat echoed nearby. The air crackled with the tension of a high-level duel. An explosion of this magnitude? There was no doubt. Luin was here. They charged in like guided missiles, hungry for points. Spotting a silhouette, Dalian fired his divine lance without hesitation. But the lance struck the wrong target. Luin and his team were safe, watching the chaos unfold from the bushes. They recognized the signature of Dalian's holy arts instantly. The trap had been sprung perfectly. The enemy had swarmed the noise like moths to a flame, only to find empty space. Now that the hunters were exposed, it was time for the slaughter. Luin materialized from the shadows behind them. He dropped an enemy before they could even process his presence. Dalian's squad count dropped instantly. The clash with Doom Prime was not a bluff. It was a massacre waiting to happen. In terms of points, Luin was still trailing, but counting their temporary allies, they now commanded a force of 6. Seeing only 6 opponents, an enemy soldier charged forward with reckless abandon. Suddenly, a blast of infernal fire sent him flying 80 meters. That terrifying power could only belong to one monster, Doom Prime. He emerged without a word, decimating Dalian's forces in a blink. It seemed the devil himself had joined their side. Every survivor of this hellish exam was now gathered in one place. The finale was upon them. Facing Doom Prime, the enemy's morale crumbled. They signaled a retreat, but Dalian screamed a refusal. They had to stand and fight. Luin wasted no time. He activated time refraction, phasing through their defenses, and delivered a seismic punch that shattered the earth. Doom Prime swept past Luin like a phantom wind, whispering a chilling promise. He would be the one to end Luin's life. High above in the observation room, the judges watched breathlessly. Only 10 prospects remained, the elite of the elite. Luin had piqued the director's interest. The boy claimed he would surpass the 11. But could he truly defeat a monster like Doom Prime? The dust settled on the battlefield. Luin's group took refuge at Base B near the island's heart. The opposing alliance had whittled down to just Dalian, Mencken, and Chucky. The temporary allies vanished along with Doom Prime. A notification chimed in the silence. Mission accomplished. It had been ages since his last official mission, yet he executed it with surgical precision. Beside him, Irene slowly regained consciousness. She scolded Luin gently, insisting he eat breakfast. Seta had saved a portion, proving his culinary skills were as sharp as his combat. Over a steaming cup of tea, the atmosphere softened. Irene finally asked the question haunting her. What would Luin do after graduation? She studied him with intense curiosity. A man with such godlike power? Surely he was destined for a path far beyond the ordinary. These young mages clash in the arena today, but tomorrow, the harsh reality of the outside world awaits them. The moment they step out, their true, symbiotic lives begin. Some will don the armor of knights, swearing fealty to the royal army to protect the realm. Others will ascend the ivory steps of the magic tower, while some seek fortune as mercenaries in the shadows. Those are the paths of the ordinary. As for Ruin, he stands at a crossroads, staring into a void of uncertainty. He had never even spared a thought for the future. Last year, he was the Academy's dead last failure. Survival was his only ambition. Back then, his mind was consumed by a single, desperate goal: to simply become a mage before he was cast out. Perhaps when this brutal tournament ends, the fog will lift. Maybe he returns to the Academy. Irene, however, is in the same boat. She never truly chose her path. She drifted like a leaf in the wind, obeying the whispers and demands of those around her. Become a great mage, Irene. That was their dream, not hers. But tonight, she has finally made a choice of her own. She wants to crush Doom Prime. Irene believes that only by shattering this mountain can she find the road that belongs to her alone. Every year, Irene is cursed to be number 2. Doom Prime is the wall she cannot scale, the final exam she fails to pass. Ruin respects that burning hunger in her eyes. Everyone carries their own demons, and tonight, she intends to slay hers. But time is running out. The safe zone is collapsing rapidly. In 1 hour, the deadly barrier will force them to move. The only sanctuaries left are the central village and the base. If Dalian and Chucky are hiding in the center, seizing that ground is a solid plan. However, the terrifying possibility remains. Doom Prime might already be there, lying in wait like a predator. Yet, sitting idle is a death sentence. The shrinking zone will crush them, and a blind charge is suicide. They must move with absolute precision. Suddenly, a spark of brilliance ignites in Ruin's mind. The player count has dropped drastically. With so few survivors, climbing even a single rank now yields a massive bounty of points. As Irene said, caution is the rule of the game. But they just caused a massive chaotic brawl at dawn. Ironically, that chaos is their perfect cover. No one expects them to strike again so soon. This is it, the golden opportunity to hunt the apex predator, Doom Prime himself. Dalian and Chucky have lost their squads. The survivors are weak and terrified. They will cower in the shadows. But Doom? Doom is different. His arrogance is his weakness. He won't hide. He trusts his overwhelming power too much. Ignoring him now would only leave a knife at their backs. Where is Doom? Leave that to Ruin. He won't just find him. He'll drag him into the light. That night, Ruin plunges into the forest. Navigating by the minimap isn't easy, but it reveals the one thing that matters: the number of souls in each sector. 3 dots meant a full survivor squad. 2 dots would be the remnants of Dalian and Chucky. But a single solitary dot? That is the mark of the monster. Ruin tracks the signal to a lone house standing in the dark. He doesn't sneak. He stands outside and roars a challenge, demanding the king step out. And just as predicted, Doom Prime emerges. The observation team watches in panic, thinking Ruin has been captured. But they are wrong. Ruin isn't the victim. He's the conductor of this orchestra. Ambush? Stealth? Those words aren't in Ruin's dictionary tonight. He walked right up to the devil's front door. But he didn't bring Doom here to fight him personally. No, tonight's main event features a different gladiator. Irene Prius. Doom sighs, his voice dripping with disdain. He looks at Irene like she is an insect, unworthy of crossing blades with him. If you get eliminated now, the Dean will be so disappointed. You should have hidden longer to boost your rank, he sneers. But points mean nothing to her now. The only trophy Irene seeks is the defeat of the man standing before her. Irene Prius, a mage of immense power, yet forever the silver medalist. The anxiety of always losing to Doom has haunted her for years. Rumors say it's family pressure, but the truth is locked away in her heart. She bears that burden in silence. Ruin knows that to evolve, she must face her nightmare. That is why he orchestrated this duel of destiny. Irene wastes no time. She unleashes a violent ice storm to seize the initiative. But Doom Prime is no ordinary mage. He tanks the blow and counters instantly. The earth shatters beneath them as Doom's eyes, sharp as daggers, lock onto her soul. The situation turns critical in a heartbeat. Doom strikes back with his blade, a technique Irene has no hope of dodging. But Ruin steps into the abyss. He told her to strike first, not to throw her life away in a suicide charge. He refuses to let a valuable ally like Irene fall, regardless of victory or defeat. Her survival is paramount. Ruin stands before the beast, issuing a new challenge. It is now a one-on-one battle for survival. Ruin recalls the lessons from Gutter. Against the knight, the eyes must watch the feet. The legs are the engine of power and the telegraph of every strike. If he can read Doom Prime's footwork, he can dismantle the invincible swordsman. Doom charges, blade raised high, his heel crushing the earth to launch a strike that promises nothing but death. In that split second, Luin pirouetted, dodging the lethal blade with terrifying precision. He believed the flow of battle was finally within his grasp, playing out exactly as he predicted. But a sudden explosion of mana betrayed him. Blood sprayed into the air as the invisible force tore through Luin's defenses. The enemy sneered, revealing the nightmare truth. He was no mere knight, but a high-level battle mage. The world claims the magic swordsman is nothing but a myth. That is simply because no one has ever survived witnessing one. Until now. Doompram unleashed a relentless torrent of attacks, blending steel and sorcery. Luin was forced onto the back foot, completely overwhelmed. Never in his life had he crossed blades with a monster of this caliber. Against standard mages, Luin's strategy was flawless. Use time refraction to close the distance and exploit their physical weakness. It was a perfect formula. However, Doompram shattered that logic. By wielding a sword, he covered the mage's fatal flaw, creating an invincible offense. A single graze from his blade was all it took. A fresh wound opened on Luin's leg, inflicting the debuff known as radiation impact. This cursed energy would devour his momentum, locking his movements just as it had done to Irene. The trap was set. This was the end of the line. Doompram drove his blade deep into the earth. The very atmosphere screamed as he invoked the catastrophic Tier 5 spell, Wings of the Devil. A shockwave of pure destruction blasted outward, shattering the earth and sending debris flying like shrapnel. Luin barely managed to dive behind a boulder as the world exploded around him. Truly, the annual champion lived up to his title. His power was absolute. Luin grit his teeth, tearing a strip from his sleeve to bind his bleeding wounds. Standing amidst the cratered ruin of the battlefield, Doompram sighed, his face twisted in disappointment. He had expected so much more from Luin. But then, a silhouette emerged from the dust. Luin stepped out, admitting the enemy's strength was godlike. For a second, it felt like facing an unscalable wall. But surrender? That word did not exist in his dictionary. Giving up was never an option. Not today. Not ever. Too many people had staked their hopes on him. That burden was the fuel he needed to smash through this wall. Luin raised his hand, the mysterious ring upon his finger gleaming with ominous light. Doompram scoffed, convinced his opponent had lost his mind. He stepped forward to teach this upstart a final lesson in despair. Luin roared, activating the skill. Berserk Elf's Fury! A blazing aura erupted from his body, wrapping him in a cloak of scorched mana. He warned the champion to watch his tongue, or he might lose his teeth. In a blur of motion, both warriors launched themselves at each other. If Luin failed to dodge this next strike, death was guaranteed. But Luin was no ordinary fighter. Two catastrophic forces collided head-on, shaking the arena to its core. The ring on Luin's hand caught the descending blade. Sparks flew as their faces contorted with effort, the sheer weight of their power proving that neither side would break easily. Suddenly, a system window flashed before Luin's eyes. The passive skill Absolute Immunity had triggered, nullifying all physical damage for a split second. In that moment of invincibility, Doom Pram's sword shattered into 1,000 shards. The backlash tore into the champion, slashing open a deep wound on his shoulder. Seizing the opening, Luin delivered a crushing kick to the left leg, sending the mighty Doom Pram crashing face first into the dirt. Luin stood over him, radiating the aura of a true victor. He looked down coldly, declaring that the champion was never on his level to begin with. All Doom Pram possessed was arrogance, a false belief that he was a god among men. To seal the deal, Luin cocked his fist. This was for everything. The punch connected. Doom Pram was defeated. On the sidelines, Seta let out a breath he had been holding for an eternity. If Luin had lost that fight, Seta knew he would have been the next lamb led to the slaughter. Yet, victory hung by a thread. Sheer luck had played its part. Watching from the side, the person with the most chaotic storm of emotions was undoubtedly Irene. Luin approached her, apologizing for interfering in her duel. Irene laughed awkwardly, shaking her head. If anyone should apologize, it was her. Her selfishness had nearly doomed the entire team. Because of her pride, she had failed her personal objective in this tournament. But Irene no longer cared about the past. Her goal was no longer to defeat Doom Pram. Her eyes were now locked on a new summit. Luin. She knew this target was a monster in his own right, but she swore to herself that one day she would surpass him. The field was whittled down. Only 5 contestants remained, including their trio. Dalian and Chai fought with the ferocity of cornered beasts, but they were no match for Luin's squad. After a fierce skirmish, the last 2 obstacles were eliminated. Now only 3 remained. Seta looked around in disbelief. He never imagined he would survive this long. Luin turned to his teammates, offering a final spar to decide the winner. Irene declined immediately. Her stamina was drained, and she was in no condition to fight. She promised to challenge him next time. They made a pact for a future duel, respecting her exhaustion. That meant Luin's final opponent was none other than Seta. Seta puffed out his chest, declaring that even though Luin was the leader, he would show no mercy. "You haven't seen my true skills yet, have you?" Seta boasted, charging in. "Come and get some!" But the result, well, everyone knew how this would end. Bam! Seta was sent flying through the air like a majestic, unconscious bird. With the tournament officially concluded, the celebrations began for the representatives of Tangyi Academy. Seta and Irene joined the festivities. After fighting side by side through hell, they wouldn't miss the chance to celebrate their leader's triumph. Seta refused to leave Luin's side. Watching everyone laugh and chat, a warm feeling of happiness washed over him. This was what victory felt like. After a battle of life and death, Luin stood alone at the peak, the sole survivor, the champion. Although Doom Pram had a high kill count, his low survival points caused his ranking to plummet. Dalian and Irene, despite being favorites, finished behind Luin. If he could maintain this momentum, ultimate victory was no longer just a fever dream. It was his destiny. Jan is trembling with ecstasy. To sit at the same table as the goddess Irene? It's a dream come true. Even if death comes for him this instant, he will depart with a smile on his face. Glasses clash in a symphony of celebration. The air crackles with joy as everyone toasts to Luin's glorious victory. The atmosphere is nothing short of electric. Yet, amidst the cheers, whispers snake through the crowd. Despite his recent triumph, the skeptics scoff. They bet everything that Luin does not stand a chance of winning the grand festival. Doom takes the hit the hardest. His reality has shattered. Disbelief gnaws at his soul. How could a genius like him taste the bitter ash of defeat? He had been careless, blinded by arrogance. He never suspected that Luin's target was not his body, but the very blade in his hand. a tactical masterstroke he failed to foresee. Doom realized the trap a split second too late. He swung his sword, convinced of victory, only to crumble in defeat. And the worst part? The King of Hell himself was watching every shameful second. Anxiety eats him alive. Will the master ever look his way again? Teammates try to offer comfort, but their words are empty noise. Doom retreats into the shadows, craving only solitude. Shockwaves ripple through the academy. The news is out. Luin Ardell has crushed Doompram. The world witnesses the birth of a new era. A legendary mage has risen. The headmaster beams with pride. He expected the boy to survive, sure, but to dominate like this? Luin has shattered every expectation and ascended to a level beyond imagination. Defeating such a monstrous opponent seemed impossible. As Terran approaches, he notices the headmaster's expression is glowing, but beneath the surface, tension brews. This might be a glorious victory for his student Luin. However, for the King of Hell observing from the shadows, this defeat is a stinging slap to his pride. The grand festival approaches its climax. Several days have drifted by since that brutal survival exam changed everything. In the interim, Luin's squad fought tooth and nail. They clawed their way to 4th place in the group battles, securing 5 hard-won victories against 2 crushing losses. They barely survived the final round, slipping from the podium of 3rd place. Yet, for a team branded as the Academy's failures, coming this far is nothing short of a divine miracle. Now the safety of the team is gone. It all comes down to the individual exams, a grueling obstacle course designed to break the weak. The battlefield expands to the entire city. Contestants must prove their worth across 3 hellish categories: extreme athletics, ruthless combat, and endurance swimming. Since this is a clash of mages, the rules are wild. Summoning mounts? Allowed. Bending space and time with teleportation? Absolutely essential for victory. The stadium erupts. Thousands of voices scream one name in unison, shaking the very foundations of the arena. Luin! Luin! He desperately wants to soak in the adoration, to let the glory wash over him. But he steels his heart. It is too early to celebrate when the crown is still up for grabs. Seta issues a grim warning. Today, you are on your own. Do not play the hero and get yourself killed. Luin simply tightens his grip. He does not need luck. He will give everything he has. Bang! The starting gun shatters the silence. Chaos erupts instantly. Some summon spirit guardians, others vanish into stealth. No one is holding back an ounce of power. Dalian proposes a temporary alliance, but Irin shuts him down cold. She mounts her steed and takes to the skies. With a single swing of her magic sword, she obliterates a swarm of goblins. Alliances are for the weak. It seems every mage here has decided to carve their own bloody path to the finish line. Doom watches from afar. He has studied Luin for 6 long years, yet the boy remains an enigma, a fortress with no visible gates. Fine then, each to their own destiny. Doom slaughters wave after wave of monsters, but a nagging thought persists. Where is Luin? He has not seen a shadow of his rival. Could Luin have left them in the dust? Impossible. Doom has been sprinting at the vanguard since the start, seeing only Irin nearby. That leaves only one possibility. The Predator is lurking behind them. He yells over to Irin, "Where is Luin? Why has he not shown his face?" Irin shakes her head, confusion clouding her eyes. Now that he mentions it, the silence from the rear is unsettling. They are leading the pack, yet neither Luin nor the main group has appeared. There should be time to catch up, but the path behind them remains eerily empty. Suddenly, a presence explodes from the rear. It is Luin! He has finally bridged the gap. But chillingly, everyone else who was behind him has vanished into thin air. Just moments ago, the crowd was in a frenzy. Luin had not moved an inch from the starting line. Had he given up? Had the pressure crushed him? Wrong. He was not freezing. He was hunting. Luin had been waiting for this exact second from the moment he signed his name on the festival roster. 6 months of hellish physical conditioning, blood, sweat, and broken limits. He enters this round with absolute, unshakable confidence. But Luin is a battle mage. Turning his back on a chasing pack is a death sentence. To win, he needed to flip the script and control the battlefield. His strategy? Ruthless. He waited for them to pass, then struck from the rear. One by one they fell. He crushed so many opponents he lost count of the bodies leaving the race. The next target in his sights? Seta. Friendship means nothing in the heat of war. In this arena, it is every mage for themselves. Bam! He blasts Seta out of the competition without a second thought. Luin has purged the entire field, some by brute force, others surrendered in terror. Now, no one is left to interfere with the leaders. Doom grinds his teeth, his aura flaring. This time, he vows, history will not repeat itself. Doom readies his weapon for a duel, but senses the stragglers closing in. He changes tactics, mounting his horse. I will be waiting for you at the finish line, Luin. Ignoring the danger, Doom charges headfirst into the trap zone. The looming castle ahead is a death trap, originally designed to guard ancient treasures with lethal mechanisms. The treasure may be long gone, but the fangs of the castle remain. The deadly traps now serve a single purpose, to cull the unworthy contestants. It is a graveyard for the reckless. Any sane mage would meticulously disarm the mechanisms to ensure safe passage through this labyrinth of death. It is the ultimate final exam, a brutal test of a mage's theoretical knowledge and their ability to manage fatal risks under pressure. But Luin does not have time for puzzles. Disarming traps is for the slow. He stares at the massive fortifications with a wild glint in his eye. He is going to smash through. Shattering a reinforced fortress wall? Normally impossible, but Luin knows this place is secret. It is an abandoned ruin. If he strikes the structural weak points where the ancient mana has faded, he can bring the whole thing down. This was the exact reason he activated the Eye of Truth to analyze the structure before him. The entire wall was forged from impenetrable reinforced stone, save for a single corroded tile. Luin drove his fist into that one weak point with devastating force. The others, busy with their complex trap disarming tools, looked on in confusion. Surely he must be joking. No one destroys a dungeon wall with their bare hands. Even with his monstrous strength, trying to punch through solid fortification seemed like nothing more than a ridiculous stunt. But mere moments later, the impossible happened. The wall didn't just crack, it shattered. This feat was even more absurd than walking on one's head. Den sheepishly approached, asking if he could tag along through the new opening. The answer? In his dreams. Luin slammed the path shut right in his face. Now it was a two-man race. Luin and Doom were the only ones left in the lead. With a burst of speed, Luin finally caught up to his rival. Doom was preparing to exit, but desperation was written all over him. An arrow wound in his shoulder was slowing him down. Yet, his obsession with defeating Luin drove him to win at any cost. But time was a cruel mistress. The spirit horse Doom had summoned was seconds away from vanishing. If the summon expired now, Doom had zero chance of victory. In a frenzy, the two raced side by side, dragging each other toward the abyss, forcing a deadly showdown in the final lap. Gravity took hold as they both plummeted off the cliff edge. If Doom used magic to clear the gap, Luin would be left behind. He had to swim out, and fast. But Doom instantly cast a spell, freezing the water into a prison of ice. Luin was completely sealed, unable to move a muscle. It seemed Doom Prime had successfully checkmated his opponent to take the lead. But Luin refused to yield. Exploding with power, he shattered the ice and sprinted like a demon to close the gap. The finish line at Antin Stadium was within sight. There were no more obstacles, no more traps. The only thing that mattered now was pure, raw speed. Luin hungered for a rematch, but in Doom's weakened state, another loss seemed inevitable. The two collided with the force of a freight train, kicking up a blinding cloud of dust. Silence fell over the stadium. The spectators strained their eyes, unable to tell who had emerged as the champion. Suddenly, the stadium gates creaked open. The spirit horse entered first, but its rider was missing. All eyes turned to the massive magical screen above. Luin stood tall, a victor's presence radiating from him. Doom lay face down in the dirt, his body having finally collapsed from the exhaustion of the trap zone. Though Luin felt his movements had been sluggish, he brushed the thought aside. Such perfectionism was irrelevant in the face of victory. With confident strides, Luin crossed the finish line. He had conquered the survival match, dominated the triathlon, and seized first place in the individual round. The highest total score belonged to one name: Luin. The grand festival had finally reached its epic conclusion. The crowd erupted, chanting his name. No longer was he the failure. They hailed him as the new Mage Supreme. Those cheers washed over him, a stark contrast to the 6 years of silence he had endured. They spoke to the boy who had been locked in a dungeon of solitude. It was a tribute to his lonely soul, an acknowledgement that his suffering had not been in vain. The roaring applause felt like the ultimate reward for every drop of sweat and blood. For the first time, Luin felt a warmth he never wanted to let go of. That evening, carriages lined up as the elite gathered for the celebration. Not just any noble could attend. They were all here for one reason: to meet Luin. Yet, the star of the show sat there, bored out of his mind, wishing he could just go back to the academy. Irene appeared, confused by the scene. It was strange. No one was approaching him. Was it his arrogant aura, or perhaps his eccentric, half-hearted outfit? But her intuition told her there was a deeper, darker reason behind the distance. Clearly, the majority of the nobility came here to curry favor with Luin. No matter how arrogant he looked, it made no sense for them to ignore the guest of honor completely. Someone had been spreading poison. Vicious rumors were circulating in the shadows. The culprit had to be someone with immense authority, powerful enough to terrify every noble into silence. Just then, the announcement signaled the official start of the banquet. The 32 Academy representatives were guided to their seats. Dinner with the headmaster was served, a feast fit for an emperor. But this was no ordinary celebration. On the surface, it was dinner. In reality, it was a ruthless performance review of the competition. And for the students who had performed poorly, this wasn't a banquet. It was a condemned prisoner's last meal. Luin expected only the headmaster, yet there were 2 thrones at the high table. As the Hell King arrived, the room bowed in unison. Outwardly, they showed respect. Internally, they were screaming curses at the terrifying old man. Suddenly, a second figure was ushered in. A young man with golden hair. It was none other than the crowned prince. The crowd dropped to their knees, chanting, "Long live the prince!" Everyone, that is, except Luin, who had absolutely no clue who this guy was. The tension in the room spiked. The air grew heavy enough to crush lungs. The Hell King spoke, his voice dripping with disdain. Not a single one of the 11 elites could defeat Luin Ardell even once? Is the skill gap truly this massive? I am ashamed to call you my disciples. Doom hung his head in shame, vowing to never fail again. But the headmaster was merciless. To him, second place was a rank reserved for the incompetent. This festival had proven the ancient proverb true. Even a small stream can birth a mighty dragon. The atmosphere was suffocating. There was no joy here. This wasn't a party. It was a public execution of the 11's pride. But Luin realized the truth. To Lord Hades, he was nothing more than a convenient mouthpiece. And the old man wasn't the only source of pressure. From the moment the banquet began, one man had been staring at Luin with eyes like loaded guns. The charming Prince Somerton. Born as the 3rd son, he started at a disadvantage. But he wielded his brilliant strategic mind like a blade. He successfully disposed of his brothers to become the sole heir. A monster of perfection, flawless in both the pen and the sword. Luin recalled Iron's warning, It seemed someone had been spreading poison in the shadows, and that someone held enough terrifying authority to make every noble in the room afraid to even breathe in Luin's direction. Lord Hades broke the silence, asking how the victory tasted. Luin hesitated, then met his gaze. Uncomfortable. Luin was proud of the result, but the context sickened him. His victory was being weaponized to mock the blood, sweat, and tears of every other student at the academy. Iron panicked, trying to stop him before he dug his own grave. The entire hall froze. Terror suffocated the guests as they waited for the wrath of the gods. Hades didn't blink. You don't want your results used to humble others? But isn't a sense of inferiority the fuel that drives human growth? You understand that, don't you? Luin's eyes sharpened. To me, it looks more like you're painting a target on my back and inciting hatred. There is a vast difference between pointing out weakness to inspire growth and twisting a knife into someone's inferiority to breed resentment. And one more thing. I did not crawl out of some insignificant, small stream. My home, Ale, may be small, but it holds a beauty that outshines even this gilded palace, Luin declared with unwavering confidence. And my academy, XN, is not a place to be looked down upon or dismissed as a trickle of water. The sheer audacity of his retort stunned Lord Hades into silence. Suddenly, a manic laughter shattered the tension. It was the prince. Ha! This kid has a spine. Talking back to the godfather himself. Oh, my stomach hurts. I'm laughing so hard I'm crying. Where did you find this savage? Ha ha! I thought he crawled out of a gutter. But Ale, small and beautiful, you say? I should crush it under my boot for a visit sometime, the prince sneered, his sarcasm dripping like acid. Hades simply nodded. I see your heart now. If Master Tyrion heard this idealistic nonsense, he'd probably be exhausted. He wouldn't change his mind, but this is fresh. Different from Tyrion. I look forward to the chaos you'll bring. The banquet ended, but the night was far from over. The third prince demanded tea with Luin. It wasn't an invitation. It was a command. They retreated to a private chamber, leaving the safety of the crowd behind. Luin knew this wasn't about the festival. The air was heavy with ulterior motives. The truth came out quickly. The prince wanted Luin to work for him immediately, and this time, no was not an option. I give Irin 1 month to pack. You're moving to the cavalry district. I'll handle the arrangements. And your citizenship. My right hand cannot be a foreigner. Luin frowned. The Empire has geniuses like Doom. Why do you need a rookie like me? The prince's smile was cold. Doom is strong, yes, but in the end, he lost to you. I don't keep losers in my court. And one more thing. After today, remember this. I prefer the word yes over questions. First, the Godfather recommended you. For years, I asked him for a mage. He gave me silence, until he showcased you. Second, I like your guts. You wear rags in a room of power-hungry wolves. You defy the Godfather to his face. And even now, you continue to question me, despite my warnings. Politics is a bore without a court jester. Luin pressed on. So, my job is just to offer advice? The prince's expression darkened. No, I need a shield. My dear brothers are still trying to put me in a grave. Disgust flashed across Luin's face. The prince saw it coming. I told you, I don't want to hear your answer. You don't realize it, but this is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. To stand at the right hand of the most powerful man in the Empire. Most mages would kill for this. Even the magic tower bows to authority eventually. Research means nothing without power. Walk away today, and you will spend the rest of your life choking on regret. But Luin didn't flinch. I am no one's tool. He rejected the offer flat out. The prince stared, stunned. He thought he was being rational, but Luin was simply too foolish. He just threw away a golden ticket. I won't regret a thing, Luin declared. He bowed perfectly and walked out, leaving the prince in stunned silence. He acted as if the conversation never happened, remaining the shining gem of the festival in the eyes of the public. But the prince had a hobby. He collected gems. And the ones he couldn't possess? He destroyed them until nothing but dust remained. This could be seen as a mere warning, but let's call it what it really was, a blatant threat. Luin didn't even know if his decision was right or wrong anymore. All he wanted was to be a mage, a sorcerer with his own unique signature. Somerton was intrigued by the name the Godfather had recommended. This kid seemed truly special. It seemed nothing would be solved easily. Even though the Crown Prince had issued a subtle threat, Luin remained completely unfazed. Of course, the prince wouldn't give up that easily, especially when it came to his obsession with collecting unique talents. In the end, Luin would belong to Somerton. The decision had already been made. Unaware of this, Luin simply returned to his hellish training regimen. Today's session was finally over. He collapsed onto the grass, while Streng clicked her tongue, praising how his physique was getting more delicious by the day. Luin got goosebumps all over. Since when did a fellow man speak with such creepy affection? "Excuse me, I am a genuine woman," Streng retorted. Luin was stunned. Did a soul-bound artifact actually have a gender? To make matters worse, they had even bathed together, though, honestly, there was nothing he hadn't seen already. Luin just laughed awkwardly and walked away. "Don't pull a stunt like that again, old lady." The next day, everyone gathered at the harbor for a tearful farewell. John was crying his eyes out. "I'm heading out first," Luin said softly. "You stay here, stay healthy, and take good care of yourself." After everyone boarded, Luin set off for Leverdie to fulfill his duties as the Grand Festival champion. His guide was a mage who called himself Wildcat. This man was from the Magic Tower. If Luin's Eye of Truth couldn't read his stats, it proved the man possessed terrifyingly high skills. At the very least, these envoys were on par with, or perhaps even stronger than, the professors at the academy. Judging by his appearance, the man was around 30 years old. Wildcat began to brief him on the upcoming schedule. First, they would stop by the Imperial Palace for the honor ceremony. Sensing the rudeness in the guide's tone, Luin immediately took issue with it. But for a man like Wildcat, this was just his casual way of speaking. Luin felt helpless, but he couldn't argue further. The itinerary included a visit to the Magic Tower to perform the ritual of selection by the artifacts. There was a chance he would receive nothing, as the ritual depended entirely on the will of the artifacts. Just like Kingrum, these treasures had their own consciousness. Finally, Luin would be assigned a mission. Normally, students were exempt, but the champion of the Grand Festival was a special exception. This event was a declaration to the world, announcing the rise of a new generation of mages. It was, in essence, an initiation. Wildcat handed Luin a scroll and demanded he choose a mission from the list immediately. The options were vast: search, conquest, assassination, and knowledge excavation. Suddenly, Strang whispered something into Luin's ear. Without hesitation, he selected his mission. Moments later, Luin was escorted to Moran Palace, the second residence of the Crown Prince. Everyone was waiting inside for him, while Wildcat bowed and excused himself from the meeting. Luin stood there, confused, until the heavy doors creaked open. The man who appeared was none other than the Crown Prince. "Welcome to my empire, Luin Ardell." First came the reward, 10,000 gold coins. This sum far exceeded the annual budget of his entire home territory. Judging by the prince's generous attitude, it was clear he hadn't given up on recruiting Luin. Afterward, Luin rushed to his next appointment. He realized the people here must have monstrous stamina just to walk back and forth across this gigantic palace all day. Before meeting the one they called the King of Hell, Wildcat had to ask one last time if he was truly sure about his decision. Luin had chosen the hardest mission available. The guide was dying to know what the King of Hell would say about this suicidal choice. As Luin stepped in, the King of Hell was already waiting. He knew the boy had chosen the reconnaissance mission. The safest option was to conquer a bandit group with the Royal Army's escort. Easy fame, likely earning him the title of hero. The old master couldn't understand why he chose that specific location. It was nothing but a desolate, barren wasteland. However, Luin saw it differently. Heavenly Mountain was the homeland of Kingrum, and the place where Draka had rested for 100 years. Heavenly Mountain sat at the northernmost point of the Jadi Kingdom. Once the home of ancient elves, now not a single soul remained. Only Kingrum, the Academy's treasure, had survived. The rest had perished in the catastrophic war of the past. That land was now wild and dead. The reconnaissance mission was ranked extreme for one reason: the barrier. It was a barrier that could not be shattered by any known magic. To this day, countless mages and scholars had failed to find even a single clue. The mission was simply to discover the true nature of that barrier. The King of Hell wondered why Luin was interested in such a wasteland. Did he find the theory of the elf god making it impenetrable fascinating? Truly, no ordinary person would have a reason to go there. But this was the place where the world destroyer, Drakagonia, had dwelled for a century. For Luin, that single fact was more than enough. He didn't need to explain himself. He was taking the hardest path. The director issued a cold warning to Luin. If this choice was born of pride, he needed to reconsider immediately. A mission with suicidal difficulty did not guarantee legendary achievements. It was labeled hard for a single, terrifying reason. It was an enigma that no mage in history had ever solved. But Luin smiled, confidence radiating from him like a shield. If a 16-year-old rookie cracked a mystery that defied the ages, wouldn't that make the triumph even more extraordinary? The director scoffed, his eyes filled with open disdain. He belittled the boy, predicting Luin would become the first Grand Festival champion in history to fail his mission in disgrace. Luin didn't even flinch. He simply brushed off the old man's toxic rambling as background noise. Even failure would be historic in its own right. Shifting gears, the director asked a pointed question. Do you know why I personally introduced you to Crown Prince Simon? It was a golden cage. He intended to shackle Luin to the Anten Kingdom, keeping him exactly where he could watch his every move. Whether Luin's mysterious hidden power was linked to this suicide mission or not, the director planned to monitor his every breath. Back in the safety of his room, Luin collapsed onto the bed, pouring his heart out to Strang. Anxiety gnawed at him. What if he couldn't find the barrier? What if he failed? After all, the target region had been completely severed from the outside world for centuries. It was a ghost land. Strang offered immediate, fierce reassurance. Ordinary humans had failed, yes, but Luin Ardell was different. He possessed a power that transcended the fragile limits of humanity. Suddenly, a knock echoed through the room. It was his seniors, Delicious Wild Boar and Stray Cat. The code names were exhausting to hear, but there was no escaping the king's bizarre and twisted sense of humor. Every mage here was branded with a barnyard title, but they weren't here to chat. They had arrived to escort Luin to the treasure room for his final reward ceremony. The Magic Tower's vault was a fortress of wealth, divided into 4 distinct sectors: Zone C, Zone B, Zone A, and the forbidden Zone X. Zone C held common artifacts, while Zone X housed myths. Today, Luin would tour them all, except for the restricted Zone X. That sector remained sealed to the world. Unless a miracle occurred, not even His Majesty dared to tread across that threshold. Following his guides, Luin began his inspection in Zone C. His hand closed around a massive greatsword, feeling the weight of history in the steel. These were relics of the Great Demon War, carefully curated for their pristine condition and lethal potential. Luin stared intently at the blade. Its craftsmanship was exquisite, rivaling even the legendary light sword of Dung Pram. This was the true might of the Magic Tower. Even their lowest tier, Zone C, put the finest vaults of the nobility to shame. Next, he discovered a rare tome, The Advanced Metamorphosis of Tim Brown, a lost text, out of print for over a century. The shells were lined with forbidden knowledge, magic transcending the 7 circles, maps of unknown continents, and bestiaries of ancient creatures. Hunger for knowledge burned in Luin's eyes. He wanted to devour every word in these archives. Fortunately, the Tower Master permitted study within these walls, provided the knowledge wasn't stolen for personal gain. They moved to Zone B, a true treasury of intellect. Ancient grimoires, lost history, and legendary manuscripts filled the air with the scent of magic. Resisting the temptation of Zone B, Ruin pressed on to the elite Zone A. But strangely, silence. Not a single artifact resonated with him. Confused and anxious, Ruin turned to his guides. Has anyone ever failed to be chosen by an artifact? Rarely, they admitted. Usually, if a mage is granted entry to Zone A, at least one or two items will call out to them. It proves their extraordinary potential. But for Ruin, nothing. The absolute silence was a stinging blow to his pride. Strang immediately chirped up, trying to boost his morale. Don't look so down. This junk is practically garbage anyway. To humans, this might be treasure, but there are powers far greater waiting to be claimed. She pointed a spectral finger toward the sealed blast doors of Zone X. In there, I smell it. Dragon magic. Pungent, like a dragon that hasn't bathed in a millennium. But it didn't matter how rare the treasure was if the door remained locked. Ruin sighed, trying to refocus on the rejection in front of him. Suddenly, a blinding azure light exploded through the chamber. It wasn't coming from Zone A. It was pulsing from behind the sealed doors of Zone X. The senior mages froze in terror. This hadn't happened in 56 years. Destiny had arrived. Luin Ardell wasn't rejected. He was being summoned by the Fang of Kunkan. Zone X held the Trinity of Legends, the Scepter of Angol, the Scaled Spear of Mosi, and the Fang of Kunkan. These weren't just weapons. They were tickets to immortality, guaranteeing their wielder a place at the absolute apex of history. The scepter was forged by Angol himself, the progenitor, the very first human to ever master magic. It granted infinite destructive mana, the symbol of the Sorcerer Supreme. 56 years ago, it chose Terran as its master. Whoever wields the scepter claims the highest seat of power, the master of the magic tower. The Scaled Spear of Mosi was the ultimate shield, impenetrable armor that nullified all physical and magical devastation. It selected a master only once per century, birthing legends of invincibility on the battlefield. But the Fang of Kunkan? That was a relic of the primal Goblin King, the most enigmatic artifact of them all. For centuries, it had rejected every soul. Until now, it chose Luin Ardell. The implication was terrifyingly clear. He was destined to become the new king of the realm. Luin hoisted the massive object as if it weighed nothing, a stark contrast to the struggle of the guards. It had taken a full squad, including several generals, just to drag this beast into the tower. This fang was no ordinary artifact that a mere mortal could handle. It defied gravity because it pulsed with the dark, heavy attribute of a goblin's power. Tehran began to piece the puzzle together. The reconnaissance mission at Tian Shan, the Fang of Kunkan, the first goblin warlord. It all connected. He immediately ordered his subordinates to summon the silent mages. Meanwhile, Luin had already decided to head west, carving a path straight toward Tian Shan. The mission deadline was set at 1 month. Wildcat handed him his allowance, identification papers, and a ticket for the mana train. Wildcat paused, looking as if she had words caught in her throat. As a mage of the Magic Tower, she was forbidden from expressing personal opinions on official matters. However, speaking as a senior, there was something she absolutely had to say. The Magic Tower is a paradise for those within its control, she warned, her eyes serious. But for those outside its grasp, it is a merciless hell. Be careful, Luin. Suspect everything. Trust no one. Luin etched Wildcat's warning into his very soul. His journey led him to the ancient castle of Tesserin, the city closest to the peaks of Tian Shan. This fortress was built as the continent's shield, known as the Shield of Hell, designed to stop the goblin invasions cold. Because of this, Tesserin's walls towered above all others, fortified by a fearless army and a will of iron. Or at least, that was what the history books claimed. Standing before it now, Luin saw only a desolate shadow of its former glory. It had lost its purpose. The fortress existed to stop goblins, but the goblin threat had vanished on its own long ago. Without a war to fight, the guards drank openly in broad daylight. The place where heroes once bled was now just a memory of the past. A scarred giant tried to intimidate Luin, demanding his belongings. Luin didn't even blink. He placed a hand on the thug's shoulder, and with a mere tap, sent the man planting his face into the dirt, legs flailing in the air. Luin arrived at a small, run-down inn and woke the owner. The man was sleeping with his tongue hanging out. Luin asked to rent a horse, but the news was grim. There were no horses left, and nowhere else to rent one. "This is the only stable in Tesserin," the owner yawned. A stable without horses in a city of warriors? It was absurd. "Truth is, we had 3, the owner admitted, but they were all rented out this morning." Usually this place was a ghost town, but today, of all days, guests were flooding in. Luin narrowed his eyes, asking the owner to confirm. The owner nodded vigorously. "Just today. Normally, not even a ghost wanders in here." Suspicion crept into Luin's mind. Coincidences like this did not exist. Chang had sensed eyes on them ever since they boarded the Mana train. It was true. A mysterious figure, cloaked in shadows, had been tracking their every move. Realizing he was being hunted, Luin took action. First, he instructed the innkeeper to alert him immediately if anyone asked about him. Next, he decided to play the bait. He strolled openly through Tesserin, forcing his stalkers to reveal themselves by asking questions in his wake. It was all too easy to deduce their identity. They were agents of the Yuan Empire. Luin wondered if the Crown Prince had sent them, still furious over the rejected offer. Or perhaps the 2 ultimate mages were involved, driven by their insatiable curiosity. Regardless, Luin had no desire to entertain them. He had to clear this obstacle before ascending Tian Shan. He knew he was being watched, and he could not allow them to trail him any further. However, the innkeeper reported something strange. No one had come asking for him. Not a single soul since Luin left the inn. But there was a glitch in the matrix. The innkeeper felt odd. He had a gap in his memory, a blank space of about 3 minutes that he could not recall. Luin recognized the signs immediately. Mind control. A 6th circle magic spell designed to invade and dominate the victim's consciousness. The victim loses all memory of the control period, while the caster gains access to that lost time. This opponent was not only powerful, but terrifyingly cautious. If they had viewed the innkeeper's memories, they already knew that Luin was aware of their presence. Upon returning to his room, Luin found a note on his bedside table. "I have no intention of harming you. Do not waste time looking for me. Focus on your mission." Luin's blood boiled. They had invaded his private quarters just to tell him to ignore them? This was not advice. It was a threat. If they wanted to play games, he would show them how it was done. Luin dashed out, activating his mini-map to hunt down the mysterious aura. The cloaked figures, realizing they were compromised, began to give chase, though they showed no killing intent. Both sides were ready for the dance. The group of mages descended onto a desolate wasteland, screaming through the air. They scanned the area, confused. The mana signature of the mage from Screams, "Luin has disappeared," one announced. But the elder mage smirked, shaking his head. "He hasn't disappeared. He is waiting for us." As the words left his lips, they took a few cautious steps forward, and a menacing sound erupted from the shadows beside them. Luin had been lying in wait amidst the crates, a silent predator stalking its prey. In a flash, he burst from the shadows, catching the old wizard's lackeys completely off guard. His fist connected with a sickening crunch against the first minion's face. Without missing a beat, Luin locked eyes with the second subordinate, freezing the man's heart with pure terror. Panic consumed the lackey. He unleashed a frenzy of chaotic magic to save himself. But Luin didn't even flinch. He shattered the magical barrier with brute force and drove his fist straight into the enemy's skull. The minion crumpled, sliding helplessly to the feet of his master. Silence descended as Luin and the old wizard stood motionless, locking gazes in a deadly standoff. Suddenly, the old wizard cackled, breaking the tension. "I was curious what kind of man you were. But it turns out You are a veritable monster." Luin's expression darkened instantly. His eyes radiated a chilling, murderous intent. "Who are you people?" The wizard merely smiled. "The master of the wizard tower sent us. We are simply here to protect the younger generation." Luin dropped into a defensive stance, his voice sharp. "You act more like spies than guardians." The old wizard's grin twisted into something sinister. "It makes no difference. You were quite entertaining regardless." With those cryptic words, the wizard vanished into thin air, leaving behind a whispering echo. "We shall meet again." Luin approached the unconscious minions, his eyes narrowing as he inspected their necks. A skull tattoo. There was no mistaking it. The mark of the Dark Wizards. Chang looked confused, so Luin explained grimly. "They are a secret society. Mages from the tower who specialize in handling the world's filthiest jobs. The Dark Wizard faction is shrouded in mystery. / only their name and tattoo are known. Their hierarchy, goals, and leaders remain in the shadows." Chang floated closer, asking urgently, "So, what is your assessment now that we've faced them?" Luin remained confident. "They are strong, but they don't compare to the representatives at the grand tournament." Chang still felt uneasy, unable to gauge the true depth of their enemy's power. Luin analyzed the situation cold logic. They utilized Sixth Circle magic. These are no ordinary foes. They must have been tracking us from a distance this entire time. Chang's voice turned serious. "Then what is your plan, Luin?" He stood in silence for a long moment before his resolve hardened. "First, I will force them to reveal their true colors." The very next day, they set out for the perilous journey to the Celestial Mountain. The trek to the Celestial Mountain was grueling. They marched across desolate wastelands, but with every step, Luin felt a pull. He knew they were close. Suddenly, a sensation struck him. Luin pressed a hand to his chest, feeling a strange resonance deep within. He clicked his tongue, annoyed by the sudden spike in his spiritual energy. Sweat beaded on his forehead, yet a smile tugged at his lips as he looked up. He couldn't help but marvel at the sensation. This is exactly the satisfaction I was looking for." He turned to the spirit on his shoulder. "Chang, is this truly where you and Draka once lived?" Chang nodded, confirming the ancient memory. Luin collapsed onto the ground, sighing heavily. "This barrier, it won't budge an inch. How am I supposed to get in? What kind of inhumane design is this?" He glared at the invisible wall. "Are you telling me I have to destroy a barrier of this magnitude?" Chang answered without hesitation, throwing a question back at him. "If it were a human, their first instinct would be to smash it, correct?" "Exactly," Luin agreed. "That was my first thought as well." Chang offered a cryptic warning. "But human methods will never breach this wall." Then he dropped a hint that struck Luin like lightning. What would happen if an orc was here? Realization dawned in Luin's eyes. Wait, wouldn't it be better to call an orc from the inside? Ask them to open the door, just like a friend. Chang hopped down, crossing his arms with a confident smirk. The path forward was now crystal clear. But Luin hesitated. "Didn't you say everyone here was already dead?" Chang replied, his voice echoing with mystery. "That, too, is merely a human assumption." Tension rose as Luin turned his back to the scenery, facing the impenetrable shield once more. Chang gave one final piece of advice. "Luin, remember, your power is not bound by prejudice. Shatter the logic, not the wall." Luin steeled himself, standing tall before the dark, looming barrier. He placed his palm against the unyielding surface, focusing his senses. His voice boomed. "Can you hear me? I know you're pretending not to listen. I carry the fang of your chieftain." His tone dropped, low and threatening. "If you can hear me, open this gate immediately." But the only answer was a suffocating silence. Seconds ticked by. No one replied. Suddenly, the spot where his hand touched the barrier erupted in light. Luin braced himself with both hands as a shockwave of massive energy surged outward. He squinted against the blinding radiance. Watching from the shadows, the old wizard's eyes nearly popped out of his skull. He was witnessing a miracle. It opened. How could a rookie like him achieve what no one else has ever done? Panic overtook the wizard. He rushed toward the barrier, slamming his fists against it. It closed already? What in the world is happening? Before the wizard could finish his thought, a fist materialized in front of his face. Luin's punch connected like a cannonball, sending the old man flying backward. Luin roared, seizing the advantage. You won't escape like last time. He slammed his fist into the earth. Earthquake arts. The ground trembled violently beneath them. The old wizard cried out in agony as rocks and debris crushed him, cuts opening across his face. Luin didn't stop. He cast a binding spell. Magic vines erupted from the soil, wrapping tightly around the wizard, pinning him helplessly to the dirt. The old man tried to speak, but the vines choked his words. Luin looked down with cold disdain. Did you really think you could approach me again? Just what level do you think you are? Let's end this little game right now. But Luin let his guard down for a split second. A blur flashed above him, the guide imp. It shrieked aggressively, bringing a heavy pestle crashing down onto the wizard's head, blood splattering instantly. Luin stood frozen in place, his mind struggling to grasp the sudden shift in atmosphere. The goblin guide spun around, his gaze dark and heavy with malice. A suffocating, killing intent exploded from him, crushing down on Luin. Answer me, human. Who are you? Jang's voice echoed in his mind, a sharp warning. Remember, these creatures are forged from pure malevolence. They are beasts in every sense. Luin had crossed the barrier of the heavenly mountain, and instantly reality warped. It felt like stepping into an entirely different dimension. A horde of goblins swarmed around him, sniffing the air hungrily. What is a human doing here? One growled. But he smells like us, another hissed. Jang whispered urgently. Master, be on your guard. Do not expect human morality or mercy from them. Luin nodded, his face grim. I know. His mind raced. They haven't attacked yet because of Kun Khan's fang, he thought. But that protection hangs by a thread. Their hatred could boil over at any second. Silent and Luin followed the goblin guide. They stopped at the foot of a towering cliff. We have arrived, the goblin sneered. This is the peak of the heavenly mountain. Luin frowned, glancing upward at the looming shadows. Isn't there another summit above us? Suddenly, the earth groaned beneath their feet. The entire mountain trembled violently, jolting Luin to his core. A massive shadow eclipsed the sun. Black Khan stood before him. This wasn't just a peak, it was a throne. The giant creature looked down with ancient eyes. I am the chieftain, Black Khan. I hear a human possesses the holy relic of Kun Khan. Luin's jaw dropped, his mind reeling. The sheer scale of the creature was terrifying. He dwarfed every other goblin by a monstrous margin. Black Khan's voice rumbled, unexpectedly welcoming. We shall receive you as a guest. I have decided not to tear you apart and feed your corpse to the eagles today. Tell me, who are you? Luin swallowed his fear and stood tall. I thought I declared this at the gate. I am the one chosen by the fang of Kun Khan. Displeasure flashed across Black Khan's face. Trash. That is not an item a mere human can handle. Luin didn't flinch. His eyes burned with determination. And yet, it is the truth. He reached into his inventory and held the massive tooth aloft. See for yourself. Black Khan burst into laughter, a sound like thunder. An interesting human. I smelled our scent on you, the chieftain grinned. But beneath that, I smell the intoxicating aroma of true power. Luin didn't deny it. You're right, Luin replied, his confidence returning. I am quite strong. Black Khan's voice softened, but the pressure remained. Then answer me again. Who are you, human? Luin paused, exchanging a silent mental signal with Jang. Then he looked the giant in the eye. "Do you know of Draka? That is the name of the dragon who rules this heavenly mountain." Black Khan roared, stunned. "How does a human know that ancient name?" "I heard it from Kingrum," Luin said calmly. The chieftain reeled back, shock compounding on shock. "Kingrum? Lord Kingrum is still alive?" "He lives as an artifact within my academy," Luin explained. "You could say he is currently serving as one of our most distinguished professors." A smirk played on Luin's lips as he looked up at the towering giant. "You are curious about who I am, aren't you?" Luin took a breath, his voice ringing with authority. "I am the brother-in-arms of Kingrum, the former ruler of these peaks. I am the master chosen by Kun Khan's Fang, and I am the inheritor of the world-ending power of Draka." Despite his small stature against the behemoth, Luin's presence filled the air. "My name is Luin Ardell." Now, with all that said, do you still intend to crush me and feed me to the birds? Black Khan smiled, a terrifying expression that shone like the sun. "We shall welcome you with joy." "Human?" Luin couldn't believe his ears. Cold sweat drenched his back. A roar of cheers erupted from the goblins, deafening him. He said welcome, but the danger hadn't passed. Jang's voice cut through the noise. "Goblins have a rite of passage for every welcome. If you wish to survive their hospitality," Jang warned gravely, "you must prove your worth." The spirit stared at Luin. "Show them your power." As Jang spoke, a hulking figure stepped forward. It was Amarat. The challenge was set, a test of strength. Arm wrestling. Amarat flexed his biceps, veins popping like tree roots. "I am the son of Omaru Khan. Amarat! Are you the human we are hosting?" Luin felt a wave of confusion. "You want me to arm wrestle this giant?" Luin thought. Something feels wrong. They took their positions at a massive stone table. The goblins chanted for blood. "Crush him, Amarat! Turn his bones to dust!" Luin whispered nervously to Jang. "If I lose, they won't actually feed me to the eagles, right?" Jang gave a strained, artificial smile. "I wouldn't bet on it." Both competitors locked hands, their grips tightening. Luin analyzed the situation rapidly. "This giant is just here to intimidate me, but I can't let fear blind me." A match between a goblin and a human sounds ridiculous, Luin thought, his eyes narrowing. But I have the special stats granted by the artifact. Ever since I equipped Kun Khan's Fang, my strength stat increased by 1,000 points. My total strength is now 3,520. This is winnable. Amarat's eyes widened. "Ho? I didn't think you were an ordinary human." "Your grip feels different," the goblin grunted. "Even if you are a guest, I will show no mercy." Luin grinned, the thrill of battle rising. "That's exactly what I want. Try to defeat me once and for all." The referee goblin raised his hand, shouting for silence. "Begin!" the command echoed. Instantly, Luin unleashed his power. His muscles swelled with explosive force, shredding his sleeves to ribbons. Amarat froze for a split second, stunned by the sudden, overwhelming pressure radiating from the small human. Amidst the deafening roar of the crowd, neither side yielded an inch. Luin's face twisted in exertion, sweat dripping. "Is this finally over?" Luin unleashed a roar that shook the very air, pouring every ounce of his will into the scream. This was his final chance. He had to take down this hairy beast. But resolve wasn't enough. In a blink, Amarat slammed Luin's hand down with crushing force. The young hero sat frozen in shock, his face draining of all color. The referee's voice boomed. "Amarat is the victor!" Defeated, Luin collapsed onto the cold ground, letting out a heavy sigh. "I lost, even after giving it everything I had." His hands trembled uncontrollably as panic set in. Was this the end? Would he be thrown to the eagles now? But as despair took hold, the referee's voice cut through the silence. "Stand tall, human. You held your ground against Amarat. the supreme warrior of the heavenly mountain. That alone is a feat worthy of legend. As Luin accepted the praise, a blue screen flickered into existence. The system had a new message. The goblins of Heavenly Mountain revere true strength above all else. Chang chimed in, her voice beaming with pride. You did it, host. You've earned the respect of the entire tribe. Luin narrowed his eyes at the spirit, wiping sweat from his brow. Wait a minute. You never mentioned this part of the plan, did you? You said Draka took 17 years to defeat Amarat? Well, watch me. I'll do it in 1 month. As the arm wrestling match concluded, a massive feast began atop the snowy peak. Luin stared at the spread in awe. Who knew these warriors were such master chefs? But Chang completely misinterpreted his look of shock. I know, the smell is pungent, isn't it? Luin shook his head violently. That wasn't it at all. His mind drifted to a deeper question. Why did these powerful beings isolate themselves in this remote sanctuary, cut off from the world? A heavy feeling settled in his chest. As he watched the goblins, instinct told him this journey was about more than just a quest. He was on the verge of uncovering something monumental. Amarat approached, his towering shadow falling over the boy. Strong human. He didn't mince words. What do you intend to do with the fang of our first chieftain? Luin blinked, confused. Do with it? Is there something I can do with it? Amarat crossed his massive arms, his eyes gleaming. If you wish, I can forge it into a weapon, one befitting a human warrior. Luin's jaw dropped. A weapon! His mind flashed back to the cave, holding the massive fang of Kun Khan and asking Chang for answers. Chang had lectured him endlessly back then. This is the core of their power. Whoever in the Agrest tribe inherits this becomes the supreme ruler. But Luin had cut her off, impatient. Yeah, but what does it actually do? Chang explained. Angale's scepter and Mosi's scales have specific uses. But Luin's imagination ran wild. He pictured wielding the legendary artifacts like a barbarian's club. Behold, the magic club! Chang sighed at his antics. Just keep it safe for now. It simply boosts your stats passively. Luin had agreed back then. Snapping back to the present, he saw Omerat grinning. If you want, I can craft it for you right now. A weapon designed for a human. Luin realized the irony. He possessed a legendary item, but had zero clue how to wield its true potential. This was a golden opportunity. Amarat inspected the fang. Kun Khan's fang is dense and heavy. No ordinary smith could scratch it. However, Amarat's eyes gleamed. The iron trap technique of Omeju Sira can mold it. Chang translated quickly. He's talking about a legendary blacksmithing art. Amarat turned to him, serious. Do you have a vision for this weapon, human? What form shall it take? Luin pondered for a moment, then a sharp glint appeared in his eyes. Can you create exactly what I imagine? 2 weeks had passed since Luin arrived at Heavenly Mountain. Hidden deep within the brush, he waited. A goblin scout roared, pointing a clawed finger. Over there, human! Luin burst from cover like a coiled spring. Leave this one to me. I'll handle it. He could feel the change in his muscles. I've been hunting with the Agrest tribe daily. They've pushed my limits, training me to do things I deemed impossible. Breathing heavy but grinning like a madman, Luin threw open his system interface to check his progress. But his real focus lay elsewhere. The wrestling matches. Chang announced the grim score. 15 matches. 15 crushing defeats. Back at the table, Luin groaned as his arm hit the wood. Damn it! I lost again? Is this my fate? Chang cheered him on from the void. Don't give up, master. You lasted longer this time. Even Amarat nodded in approval. Indeed, you are learning to channel your power, not just spend it. Luin rubbed his sore arm. Thanks. I can feel it. Inch by inch, I'm getting there. Now Luin finally understood the flow of power. He turned to walk away, but not before leaving a challenge hanging in the air. Before I leave this mountain, Amarat, I will defeat you. Luin smirked, eyes blazing. What's wrong? Are you hesitating? Amarat scoffed. In your dreams, human. You have no chance. But a few days later, during their routine match, shock plastered Amarat's face. His hand was pinned to the table. Luin had done it. Chang's voice rang out. 17 matches, 16 losses, and 1 victory! Even the system sounded stunned. Luin leaped into the air, fists pumping. I did it! I finally won! Ding! The system flashed gold. Quest complete. Rewards distributed. Amarat looked at his hand, then at the boy. You never cease to amaze me, human. I concede. The victory is yours, Master Adello. Luin rubbed his wrist, eyebrows raising. Master? That's a new one. To think the prideful warrior would address him with such honor. Amarat turned toward the forge. It seems you are finally ready. Luin tilted his head. Ready? For what? Realization struck him like lightning. The weapon! Amarat beckoned him closer. Come here. The weapon was finished long ago, Amarat confessed, his voice low. I was merely waiting for the moment you were worthy to wield it. Luin frowned. If it was done, why hide it from me? Omerus laid down the law with a grim expression. I will hold this until you possess the strength to defeat me. Fail, and you may never see it again. The fang of Kun Khan was not just a weapon. It was the very soul of their people. Luin stood speechless, his mind racing. Sounds like daylight robbery happening right to my face. But then, Omerus extended his hand. Here, it is yours. Luin froze, his eyes locked on the treasure. The system window flashed gold, bare paw gauntlets, crafted from the legendary Fang of Khan and imbued with devastating power. He slipped the gauntlets on. The massive claws of Kun Khan were embedded within, yet they felt weightless. It was a perfect fit, as if destiny had forged them for him alone. A melee mage was born! Chang rushed over, eyes wide. How does it feel, Luin? Omer stepped forward, pride swelling in his chest. Well, what do you think of my masterpiece? I used the perfect mold to craft it specifically for you. Luin suppressed a grin of pure triumph. Incredible! The power rating isn't just 2,000, it's off the charts. He turned to the orc leader. Omerus, gather every warrior on Sky Mountain. Now. The gathering exploded into chaos. A puny human wanted to arm wrestle the entire tribe? The noise was deafening. Even though he had defeated Omeros, this challenge was an insult to their warrior pride. Yet, faced with such audacity, the orcs accepted. Welcome to the arena. To the orcs, this was arrogance, but they worshipped strength above all else. They lived for the fight. It seemed they appreciated his reckless competitive spirit. A young orc cheered wildly from the sidelines. Crush him, Papa! Chang watched from the edge, a nostalgic smile playing on his lips. Just like the old days. Draka once did the exact same thing. The dragon had battled 17 opponents for 30 years. But this situation was different. Luin knew the harsh truth. Humans don't have the eternal lifespan of dragons. I need to end this fast. Doubts vanished from his mind. Yesterday, this would have been suicide, but with the bear paw gauntlets encasing his hands, defeat was impossible. The roar of the crowd faded as the referee's voice cut through the air. Ready! At the signal to start, power exploded between them. Slam! In the blink of an eye, Luin pinned the orc's massive arm to the table. Instant victory. After the dust settled, Omerus asked, Will you return, my lord? Luin shook his head. We march for Leverden now. The orc bowed deeply. You have given us a memory for the ages. Thank you, young master. Luin looked up at the towering warriors, offering nothing but a radiant smile. He extended his hand. Omeras flinched, confused. You want another round? Even after defeating us all? Luin shook his head, confusing the chieftain further. No, this is not a battle. He gripped Omerus' hand firmly, shocking the orc. It is called a handshake. Luin spoke softly, teaching a lesson to a warrior race. This is how humans say hello, he explained with patience. It is how we greet a friend and how we say goodbye. As Luin walked into the distance, he waved back. Until we meet again. Meanwhile, in the shadowed depths of a gloomy tower, Terran's voice broke the silence. News? His subordinate trembled, quickly correcting himself. Nothing critical, sir. Terran fell into a deep, dark contemplation. The screaming witches are silent. It had been too long since those two returned with grave injuries. Total radio silence since they started tracking Luin Ardell. Scouts reported 0 human activity near the Sky Mountain perimeter. Tehran's eyes narrowed as he broke the silence. Have they been eliminated? Before he could finish, the doors burst open. Master, urgent report! The subordinate bowed low, fear in his voice. Luin Ardell has arrived in Leverden. The name struck Terran like a physical blow. His face darkened with killing intent, his mind spinning a new web. He snarled a command. Order him back, immediately. Back within the suffocating walls of the magic tower, a voice echoed. I have failed my mission. In the private chamber, Terran sat motionless, his expression unreadable as the report continued. As King Flame predicted, there is a reason no one conquers that place. When I reached Sky Mountain, the truth hit me. Luin bowed his head, feigning crushing defeat. The barrier is too strong. There is no way inside. But Tehran was a predator who smelled blood. You are a terrible liar, boy. His voice was ice cold. Be honest with me. You, the one chosen by Kun Khan's fang. Tehran emphasized every syllable. Your mission was to find the orc stronghold, and now you return empty-handed? A convenient coincidence. Cold sweat trickled down Luin's back. You were spying on me? But Terran smiled without warmth. Spying? I was merely concerned. I feared you might defect to the opposition within the tower. Luin played the fool, probing for information. So, any mage who defies the word of King Flame becomes a mortal enemy of the tower? Terran slammed his hand down. Enough idle chatter. Let us get to the point. Tell me the truth. His aura darkened, filling the room with suffocating dread. What did you see at Sky Mountain? Are the first orcs still alive? The question hung in the air, leaving Luin stunned and speechless. Moments later, he stepped out of the tower, but the shadow of the conversation lingered heavily on his soul. Luin let out a breath he didn't realize he was holding, relief washing over him. But the tension snapped back instantly. Terran's voice dropped to a warning growl. Do not test me. I see everything. I can unearth your entire dark history right now if I wish. But surely, Luin countered, his eyes sharp, someone of your stature wouldn't stoop so low. The audacity of the question struck a nerve, and Terran's expression darkened visibly. Luin pressed his advantage, his tone dripping with calculated provocation. The great wizard of the border, using underhanded tactics against a mere student? It hardly seems fitting for a living legend. Fury twisted Terran's features. You dare gamble with me? He hissed, his aura flaring. Calling yourself a mere student is a mockery of your true arrogance. Yet the explosion never came. Terran simply bowed his head slightly and let out a sigh of defeat. Luin's first official mission was technically a failure, but he had survived the encounter. Tehran ordered his return to the academy immediately. As reality set in, Luin realized the madness of what he'd just done. He had gambled everything on the pride of the Flame Monarch himself. Miraculously, the gamble paid off. The monarch hadn't resorted to brute force, but Luin knew better than to relax. There were 1,000 other ways for a king to crush an insect. A cold sweat pricked at his neck. If the Flame Monarch decided to cast aside logic and reason, Luin would be completely at his mercy. He would be finished. The mere thought was terrifying, but the die was cast. The artifact in Sector X had chosen Luin. To the world, that meant only one thing. He was a candidate for the throne. It didn't need to be said aloud. From this moment on, the eyes of the Flame Monarch would be watching his every move. waiting for a single slip-up. His head pounded with the weight of these schemes. He needed to escape. The rhythmic roar of the train on the tracks came as a relief, carrying him far away from the suffocating pressure. Finally, back at the academy, silence was a luxury he couldn't afford. He was instantly swarmed. "Luin, you did it! You actually conquered the festival! Get him up!" Before he could protest, hands grabbed him from all sides. He was tossed into the air, his pleas for them to stop drowned out by the roar of celebration. Later, inside the sanctuary of his dorm, peace finally returned. Jason entered, struggling under the weight of a massive crate. Luin stared, baffled. "What on earth is that?" "Your mail, superstar," Jason grunted, setting it down. "Did you expect anything less for the festival champion?" Luin's jaw dropped. "All of this? For me?" "Oh, please," Jason scoffed, wiping sweat from his brow. "That box? That's just from the last few days." He walked over to the wardrobe. "These," he said, yanking the door open, "are the ones we couldn't fit." An avalanche of envelopes poured out, flooding the entire room in a sea of paper. Luin stared at the paper ocean burying his floor. The sheer scale of it wasn't impressive. It was absolutely terrifying. Sifting through the pile, a specific seal caught his eye. The royal family. Luin picked it up, weighing the heavy implications, and read it aloud for Jason to hear. Jason sat amidst the mess, shaking his head. "That tone. It's too formal. That's not how you write to a friend. That's how you write to someone you need something from." "You noticed that too?" Luin asked. Jason waved the political talk away, changing the subject. "Forget the prince. What about you? What's the plan for the summer break?" A mysterious smile played on Luin's lips. "This year," he said, his voice filled with quiet determination, "is going to be very different." The wind whipped past him as he galloped across the plains. It had been years since he last set foot on the soil of his homeland. Last year, he had hidden away in the dormitory, trapped by his own inadequacy. He hadn't dared to step outside the academy walls. He had been ashamed. How could he face the people of his village? He didn't have the strength to smile or the courage to answer their questions about his progress. But today, he rode with his head held high. The shame was gone, replaced by a burning pride. Finally, he was a son worthy of returning to his family. As he entered the village, silence fell. Eyes went wide in disbelief. Luin scratched the back of his head, a sheepish grin returning. "It's been a while. Has everyone been well?" A gasp rippled through the crowd. "Is it really him?" someone shouted. "Young Master Luin, you've returned!" Within seconds, he was engulfed. "Young Master!" they cried, their faces beaming with pure joy. "We've been waiting so long for news. We missed you." Luin flushed, overwhelmed by the warmth. "I'm sorry," he apologized sincerely. "I stayed away for far too long." Questions about the academy began to fly from every direction. Suddenly, a small figure torpedoed through the crowd. Luina slammed into him, burying her face in his chest. Just as quickly, she pushed him away, tears in her eyes. "Not one letter. You vanish for years and just show up like this?" Luin chuckled, placing a hand flat atop her head to measure her height. He grinned, diffusing her anger with teasing affection. "Look at you," he said softly. "You've grown so much I almost didn't recognize my own sister." Though, he thought fondly, she's still just as adorable as ever. Turning to his father, his expression grew warmer. "Father, please gather the household. Everyone needs to be here." "There is so much to say," Luin admitted, "and I don't want to leave anyone out." The sun dipped below the horizon, painting the sky in twilight as the family gathered. Under the flickering candlelight, Luin recounted the saga of the last 6 years. He left nothing out. Luina listened, tears streaming down her face, silently wiping them away. "You suffered so much, brother," she whispered. Beside her, an old servant choked back a sob. "But you endured it all. You faced the darkness and won. We are so incredibly proud, young master." From across the table, a curious voice piped up. "Wait, does this mean you actually won the grand tournament?" "In the rumors. Is it true you had a private audience with the Crown Prince himself? Luin nodded humbly. To him, these were memories from 2 months ago, old news. But to his village, these were tales of legend happening right before their eyes. Lord Ardell cleared his throat, the mood shifting instantly. He pulled a heavy envelope from his robe. That explains why the royal palace sent this. The Lord chuckled, pointing to a stack nearby. And why every noble house in the kingdom is suddenly flooding us with mail. Luin smiled sheepishly. He had wanted to break the news personally before the letters spoiled it, but the old butler Ben didn't smile. His face was grave. There are complications regarding this attention, young master. Matters you must be aware of. Lord Ardell waved a dismissive hand. Not now. We've finished that discussion. But Ben stood his ground. With respect, my lord, the young master needs to understand the position he is in. Luin's brow furrowed. The air in the room grew heavy. He turned to his father, his gaze steel. Tell me, he demanded softly. Do not hide the truth. If I have to hear this from a stranger, I will never forgive you. Lord Ardell could only clutch his head and force a bitter laugh. It was hopeless. Just as he feared, the estate was flooded with letters. Every single one was about Luin. Nobles offered help, but it was a transparent excuse to use the prodigy for their own gain. Lord Ardell had refused them all. But Luin sensed the tension. What is the real problem, father? The lord didn't hesitate. He dropped the name like a curse. Binos Manjo. He is holding our family by the throat. Monzo was the only trading hub in the region. Every coin the Ardell family earned passed through those gates. In other words, the family's survival depended entirely on the gold flowing from Monzo. Luin realized the truth. They are manipulating trade prices? Lord Ardell nodded with heavy eyes. He wants you as a hostage, a battle mage for his city. If we refuse, the Ardell economy collapses. Despair was etched deep into Lord Ardell's face. There was no clear way out. Luin recalled the suffering commoners he met that day. A sharp pain twisted in his chest. After a long silence, Luin spoke, his voice cold. I just remembered something. Scum needs to be crushed. Battle spirit blazed in his eyes. If they are so eager to see me, I will go to them. The next morning, preparations were made. Begin the butler packed supplies, his face filled with guilt. I am deeply sorry, young master. You just returned, and now you must carry this burden? Luin smiled gently. Don't be. You are doing your duty as manager. I am simply doing mine as the heir. He mounted his horse with practiced ease. But Begin, fearing a misunderstanding, spoke up urgently. Young master, please do not blame your father. He did everything humanly possible. He even used his personal fortune to cover the losses caused by Monzo. The citizens don't even know. Begin's voice trembled. This peace exists only because of the Lord's silent sacrifice. Luin lowered his head. How shameful. Shame washed over him. I was far too arrogant. He had judged his father's silence as weakness. He asked himself, was Lord Ardell just enduring it? Luin thought he could fix what his father couldn't. But his father had loved and protected this land longer than Luin had been alive. Begin stood silent, watching the young master's realization. Luin pulled out a heavy box and handed it to the butler. Give this to my father. Begin blinked in confusion. What is this, young master? Luin answered simply, 10,000 gold coins. Begin's jaw dropped. The grand prize from the tournament. Use it for the territory. In my opinion, buying land is the most effective move right now. Luin was certain. The Ardell family would become self-sufficient. They would no longer need Monzo. Begin hesitated. It could work, but no one wants to sell land to us in this current crisis. A dangerous glint appeared in Luin's eyes. Then we take the land nobody wants. His aura flared. The Wolf Hills, the Mudmen Plains. We will purge the monsters and claim it all. Begin's eyes widened. That is actually a brilliant strategy, Luin continued. With this gold, hire mercenaries, clear the land, train our people. We will turn a profit. Hope ignited in the butler's gaze. mercenaries, and expansion? It was a gamble worth taking. Time was short. Luin turned his horse toward the gate. I'll leave the details to you and Father. I'm off. With a crack of the reins, he galloped toward destiny. Luin arrived at the trading city of Monzo, a massive territory dominating the south of the kingdom. It was the heart of commerce, where all supplies in the region gathered. Its lord, Binos Manjo, was infamous. Rumors said he bought his title with dirty money and used to run a bandit gang. I need a heart of steel for this, Luin told himself. He rode up to a lavish mansion guarded by soldiers. Luin announced his presence. I am the second son of House Ardell, Luin Ardell. Is the Lord in? The guards looked him up and down with open contempt. Ardell? Them again? Luin's expression darkened as they whispered. Why do they keep making a scene? They didn't see a noble. They saw a beggar. One guard burst into mocking laughter. Is this really the best you can do? Ruin seethed in silence. Was this how they treated a guest of honor? How many times had his father stood in this exact spot? Slash. The guards finished their mocking laughter and finally gestured for him to enter. Slash. But Ruin didn't move. He stood there, judging the Lord's hospitality. If this were the academy, he would have crushed them already. Slash Strang whispered from his shoulder. But the rules of the game have changed, haven't they? Exactly. Time to adapt. Slash Ruin took a breath, reminding himself of his role. Slash, he wasn't just a student today. Slash, he was the second son of the High House of Ardell. If he accepted this disrespect now, Slash, the entire Ardell territory would look weak. Slash, he couldn't let that happen. Decision made. Slash Ruin clenched his fist, mana crackling around his knuckles. Slash! The sudden killing intent made the guards freeze in terror. You lot need better training, Ruin said coldly. Boom! With a single casual strike, the lead guard was launched into the air like a rag doll. Just then, the heavy doors swung open. Lord Binos Manjo stepped out, witnessing the violence. Oh my heavens! Look who decided to grace us. The fat lord clapped his hands, a fake smile plastered on his face. The tournament champion! The mage of the new era! Is this not the famous Lord Luin Ardell? Ruin's eyes were ice cold as he stared the man down. And you must be Lord Binos Manjo. The lord dramatically removed his hat and bowed low. Indeed, to have a legend like you in my humble home? Slash, he shook his head theatrically. Slash, I am so ashamed I cannot even lift my head. Ruin replied, without a hint of warmth. Then don't. The lord paused, his performance interrupted by the boy's audacity. Ruin's voice cut like a blade. If you are truly ashamed of your welcome, then keep your head on the ground where it belongs. Binos Manjo's face twitched. The mask of politeness cracked, revealing a flash of pure rage. But just as quickly, a snake-like grin replaced it. He slammed his hat back on and stood tall. The rumors were true. You certainly have a straightforward personality, don't you? I'll put my shame aside for now, Binos chuckled darkly. Ruin didn't smile. Good. Now you need to retrain your dogs. Binos raised an eyebrow, feigning innocence. My children? Did they do something to offend you? Ruin glanced back at the gate. They treated a noble house like a tribe of goblins, so I gave them a small warning. Ruin pointed to the unconscious guard groaning in the dirt. Seeing his elite soldier beaten so easily made Binos's blood boil. But Ruin just stared at him, enjoying the provoke. Is there a problem, Lord Manjo? Slash Binos forced a laugh through gritted teeth. Slash he had to maintain composure. Not at all. Treat them as your own subordinates, the Lord lied. Slash asterisk. Inside, he was screaming. How dare this brat touch my men? Asterisk. Ruin smirked, his eyes gleaming with mischief. If you insist. Wham! Before Binos could blink, Ruin blasted another guard into the wall with a thunderous punch. Ruin dusted off his hands casually. That should be enough. Even dogs need to learn basic etiquette. He turned his gaze back to the trembling lord. You weren't planning on keeping me outside all day, were you? Invite me in, Lord Manjo. Every word from Ruin was a slap in the face. Benos ground his teeth so hard they nearly cracked. Defeated for now, Benos gestured for Ruin to enter. As they walked down the hall, the Lord glanced at the walls. Severed beast heads hung there as trophies. Benos puffed out his chest, trying to regain control. My personal collection. I have a taste for exotic art. Beautiful, aren't they? Ruin frowned, disgust evident on his face. It's repulsive. Benos chuckled dryly. To each their own, I suppose. Ruin didn't answer, but his mind was racing. Calling this garbage beautiful? This man is twisted to the core. It wasn't just bad taste. It was a tactic. Placing corpses in the hallway was meant to instill fear in guests. Does he really think this will scare me? In the drawing room, Benos poured a steaming cup. This is Param tea, incredibly rare from the south. Please, have a taste. I don't need it, Ruin said instantly. Benos blinked, his hospitality rejected again. Not a tea drinker? Shall I fetch you some juice instead, like a child? On Ruin's shoulder, Strang burst out laughing. Ha! He's mocking you openly now. You're playing dumb, aren't you? Ruin ignored the spirit's laughter and the Lord's fake concern. Slowly, Ruin picked up the expensive cup and poured it directly onto the floor. Do you really not know why I won't drink this? Silence descended on the room. The only sound was the tea dripping from the table to the rug. The tension was thick enough to choke on. Benos lowered his head, a dark shadow covering his eyes. He took a sip of his own cup, calm and eerie. Did you think I poisoned it? I have no intention of making you an enemy, Lord Ruin. I only desire friendship. Ruin looked at him with bored eyes. Friendship? Is that what you call threatening people? Benos grinned, showing too many teeth. Threat? How absurd. It was merely a beneficial proposal. Ruin's patience snapped. A proposal? That dirty scheme to bankrupt the Ardell territory? Rage flared in his chest. Ruin leaned forward, his voice heavy with power. I refuse. Every single word of it. Benos didn't look surprised. He had expected this. How unfortunate. His face twisted into a greedy sneer. Since you reject my friendship, the price of your goods will remain dirt cheap. Ruin stood up, his aura darkening the room. The air grew heavy. I'm warning you, Ruin growled. Restore the original prices, now. The atmosphere shifted from tense to suffocating. Benos slammed his hands on the table and stood up. You arrogant country bumpkin! His voice boomed, trying to overpower the young mage. Do you think you have the power to refuse a deal with me? You're the one who should be begging on your knees right now. Make no mistake, you are the prey here, not me. Heavy footsteps thundered down the hall as a squad of soldiers burst into the room. Benos Manjo let out a cruel, mocking laugh. Rumor has it that Academy brats are sealed from using magic during their break. Isn't that right? His tone dripped with venom as his demeanor shifted instantly. Allow me to teach you a lesson in humility, boy. As the arrogant words left his lips, the cavalry completely encircled the room. Luin's eyes narrowed. He had already calculated this outcome. Benos Manjo never intended to let him leave alive. The old man roared his command like a tyrant. Kill him! I will turn that bastard's corpse into the finest trophy in my collection. Luin looked at him with pure disbelief. You want to stuff me and put me in a gallery? You're even more insane than I gave you credit for. Perched on his shoulder, the spirit Chang nodded in agreement. Luin realized he was right to abandon any hope of a civilized negotiation. This was just a greedy old pig trapped in his own little well in the south. Trash like him needed to be taken out first. Without wasting another breath, Luin shifted into an attack stance and surged toward the soldiers. He raised 2 fingers, confusing the guard directly in front of him. With a confident smirk, Luin simply flicked his finger against the air. Bang! An invisible shockwave exploded outward, blasting the soldier several meters back like a rag doll. He didn't stop there. Using just a fraction of his mana, Luin sent the rest of the armored squad flying in every direction. Finally, the runes on his gloves began to glow as he activated his special skill. Slash. His voice dropped an octave, menacing and low. Slash. Let me educate you on something important. Panic finally dawned on Binos Manjo's face as he stumbled back. What is this smoke? Where is it coming from? What the hell are you doing? Slash. The activation completed and a terrifying aura exploded from Luin's body, saturating the room with power. Witnessing this monstrous energy, Binos Manjo froze. His jaw dropped, paralyzed by sheer terror. Luin's voice cut through the chaos like a blade. Even during break, if my life is threatened, the restriction is lifted. I can use magic freely. The soldiers, crushed by his pressure, began to tremble. If we stay here, we're dead meat, one of them screamed, shattering their morale completely. Run! Everyone run for your lives! The formation broke as the soldiers scrambled in a pathetic retreat. Luin clenched his fist, his eyes burning with battle spirit. Running won't save you now. He kicked off the ground, blurring into a streak of motion. Outside, the townsfolk gasped as ominous red smoke began to billow from Binos Manjo's mansion. Screams echoed from the estate as servants and guards fled the impending destruction in a blind panic. While everyone else ran for their lives, Binos Manjo stood amidst the flames, weeping over his possessions. My collection! I spent my entire life gathering these treasures. My portrait worth 2,000 gold. A cold shadow fell over him as Luin appeared directly behind his back. You still have time to worry about paintings? Luin stared down at him with eyes full of killing intent. Right now, you should be worrying about whether you'll live to see tomorrow. Moments later, Binos Manjo's agonized screams rang through the mansion. Luin delivered his ultimatum, cold and hard. You will restore the price of the Ardell family's goods immediately, and you will pay us 10 times the amount you stole as compensation. Binos Manjo's face turned as pale as a ghost, his voice trembling uncontrollably. Compensation? How much will that be? Luin glared, his pressure intensifying. Hand it over, now. The old man collapsed, agreeing to everything instantly. With the matter settled by force, Luin mounted his horse for the return journey. It's finally over. I wonder how shocked Father will be when he finds out I handled everything solo. And just like that, the crisis in Manzo was crushed, and the young master began his trip back to the Ardell estate. But on the road, Luin pulled the reins, his eyes widening in surprise. A familiar, melodious voice called out to him. It has been a long time, Luin. An unexpected guest was waiting for him at the territory's entrance. Seeing her elegant and gentle figure, Luin gasped. Lady Erin, what are you doing here? His mind flashed back to 2 months ago. Luin had been forced to attend a suffocatingly formal social gala. He was bored out of his mind with the monotonous networking. It was bearable at first, but eventually all he wanted was to escape back home. That was when Erin had noticed his sighing and approached him. Are you talking about that quaint little Ardell estate? She pouted playfully. I am just glad this party ended without any drama. I honestly thought something terrible was going to happen because of a certain someone. Hearing that, Luin scratched his head, laughing awkwardly. He apologized, but his expression turned serious. I had no choice. I couldn't let it slide. They didn't just insult the students' hard work. They insulted my family's estate. Iron looked at him with genuine curiosity. Is the Ardell territory really that beautiful? Luin's face lit up immediately. Absolutely. It is a sanctuary that brings peace to the soul. Caught up in the moment, he cheerfully suggested she visit sometime. His genuine passion planted a seed of interest in Erin's heart. She had teased him then. If I really show up, don't ask me why I came, all right? He had laughed it off, promising he wouldn't. He never expected this outcome. Back in the present, Luin felt incredibly awkward. He never thought a high noble like Irin would actually travel all this way. While Luin's father was tearing up, touched that his son had brought home a girl, his sister was a different story. Luina was practically radiating rage. She growled, "Care to explain this situation, brother?" Luin looked panicked, not understanding why his sister was entering battle mode. His silence only fueled Luina's fury. She exploded, shouting, "What is the relationship between you two? Is she your lover? Where did you meet her? Tell me everything, right now." The barrage of questions hit him like machine gun fire, leaving him no room to answer. By evening, when he went to see his father, Luin was shocked to learn that Luina had volunteered to be Irin's guide. His father laughed heartily. "The moment I suggested you show her around, Luina insisted she would handle it personally." With a bright, affectionate smile, his father asked if Luina wasn't simply the most adorable thing in the world. The girl refused to let go of the brother she had not seen for 6 long years. Turning to Luin, his father's expression turned serious. "You can be honest with me. Is Lady Irene your girlfriend?" Luin denied it instantly, without a shred of hesitation. His father's face fell, a shadow of genuine disappointment crossing his features. Seeing his father so dejected, Luin was baffled. Why would he be disappointed over that? Shaking off the personal chatter, the patriarch shifted the mood to business. He summoned Bean, who had been waiting patiently outside. The loyal retainer entered, placing a compact wooden box onto the desk, with a polite bow. The Lord of Ardell pushed the box back toward his son, his face stern. He refused to accept this wealth. Luin stared, dumbfounded by the rejection. When he asked why, his father explained gently, "This is your achievement, my son. It does not belong to the House of Ardell." Confusion clouded Luin's eyes. Was he not a member of the Ardell bloodline? His father bowed his head slightly, a warm smile gracing his lips. No one denied that Luin was the heart of Ardell, but he knew the boy had a destiny far beyond these estate walls. Luin remained silent, but his expression screamed of heartbreak. He knew these words stemmed from paternal love, but he also knew his father was a man of unyielding integrity and morals. While he respected that virtue, it stung to be excluded from the estate's struggles, as if he were an outsider to their burdens. With a surge of determination, Luin spoke up. "I wish to use my funds for Ardell, just as you have done, father." The declaration left the lord stunned. Slowly his gaze shifted, locking onto Ben with piercing intensity. Ben let out a dry, awkward chuckle. "I believe the young master deserved to know that you have been supporting Ardell with your private fortune all this time." The lord let out a sigh, letting the matter slide. However, he offered a sharp reminder to his retainer to discuss such disclosures before making hasty decisions in the future. Returning his attention to Luin, his stance remained firm. "No matter your intentions, I cannot accept this. You are not yet ready to shoulder the heavy burden of this estate." He extracted exactly 3,600 gold coins, declaring, "This is the amount we are entitled to. Consider it a discovered emergency fund that was long forgotten." Flustered, Luin whispered to Bean, "Are you certain? I definitely handed over 10 times that amount." Ben lowered his voice. "He refuses to take a coin more. His resolve is so ironclad that I dared not mention the subjugation rewards." Luin felt helpless against his father's rigid principles. Ben nodded in total agreement. He had long since given up trying to sway the stubborn lord. Suddenly, Bean paused, a strange look crossing his face before softening into a smile. "Then again, is this not exactly who our lord has always been?" Seeing the expression of an old friend watching over a brother, warmth flooded Luin's chest, and he couldn't help but smile back. Glancing at his righteous father, Luin silently agreed with the old butler's sentiment. With the matter settled, Luin exited the study. He looked up to find 2 lovely young women laughing together in the distance. Gone was Runa's earlier rage. She was now holding hands with Irene like a close sister. As Luin approached, asking if Irene was enjoying the tour of Ardell, Ruina suddenly bid them farewell, shooting a mischievous wink at the older girl. Before Irene could process the gesture, the little girl sprinted away, shouting back at her brother to get along well with their guest. "Lady Irene is a good person," she cried. Left in the wake of the outburst, Luin and Irene averted their eyes, blushing. Irene muttered about the child saying strange things. Regaining his composure despite his burning face, Luin turned to her. "Would you care for a stroll?" They walked beneath the dappled shade of the trees, the world seeming brighter around them. Irene sighed, remarking on how incredibly adorable Ruina was. She wished she had a younger sister like that. Luin felt a wave of relief that Irene had bonded so quickly with the girl. With her sharp intuition, Irene sensed a shift in his mood. "Is something troubling you? You seem lost in thought." Luin let his guard down slightly. "As the heir, I wish to contribute to the manor, yet I struggle to find a viable solution." He kept the numbers silent in his heart. Between the tournament prize and the funds from Monzo, he possessed over 40,000 gold coins. His father had given him permission to use it as he saw fit. Seeing his brooding state, Irene spoke softly. "You simply cannot turn a blind eye to the estate's needs." Her words sparked a realization. Luin had been so distracted, he had missed a crucial detail. He turned to her abruptly. "Lady Irene, how exactly did you travel here? Our estate is quite remote. The journey must have been arduous." Irene winked playfully.
"Not at all. I arrived from Leverden in merely 2 days."
Luin blinked in disbelief. Pointing ahead, she explained that crossing the mountain range over yonder made for a surprisingly short trip. A casual question born of regret had just delivered the very answer he had been desperately searching for. The Southern Mountain. Although it occupied the vast majority of the Adel territory, its terrain was unforgiving. The rugged landscape made agriculture impossible, and the land lay abandoned, overrun by dangerous beasts. However, Lake 8 lay nearby, granting it immense geographical value. A spark of inspiration ignited in Luin's mind. What if they carved a trade route straight through the Southern Mountain? By leveraging strategic strongholds like Monroe, we can forge our own independent domain, a powerhouse estate with the sole southern route leading directly to the Jacques Empire. Why did this brilliance only strike me now? The realization hit like a lightning bolt. This wasn't just a plan, it was the lifeline the estate desperately needed. Luin was absolutely ecstatic, his joy overflowing. In his excitement, he shattered all noble etiquette and seized Irene's hands. The sudden contact turned her face as red as a ripe strawberry, but Luin's mind was already racing with blueprints. He bid a hasty farewell and sprinted off, completely oblivious to Irene's lingering gaze. His enthusiasm was infectious, making Irene giggle. Luin was truly a fascinating anomaly. However, when he presented this master plan to his father, the response was a cold wall. Luin stood frozen, unable to process the rejection. He stammered in disbelief. "Excuse me?" Lord Ardell sighed heavily. "I have already tried, son, but all 8 merchant guilds at Lake 8 slammed their doors in my face." Luin couldn't grasp the logic until the butler explained the harsh truth. To those profit-mongers, the Ardell family was a barren wasteland, unworthy of investment. The Lord knew the potential was vast, but Luin cut him off. His voice carried the weight of a new era. "Things in Ardell have changed. We are small, but we are evolving." Luin swore an internal oath. Just because they were rejected once, they couldn't abandon a future that promised hope to their people. With arrogant confidence, he pointed a thumb at his own chest. "Who knows? Perhaps the proposal of a tournament champion carries a different kind of weight." The fire of youth burned brightly in his eyes. His father stared blankly, then burst into proud laughter. "True enough. You handled the Monroe crisis. What right do I have to stop you now?" Permission granted. With his father's blessing, Luin strode out of the room, radiating absolute conviction. Suddenly, Irene appeared, guessing his destination. "Lake 8? Then I am in the same boat." She paused, smiling. "As an illegal immigrant." Luin nearly jumped out of his skin. Wait, you crossed the Ardell border without a permit? You are telling me you are an undocumented resident? Irene shrugged it off as if discussing the weather. Luin stared in horror. This delicate girl crossed the monster-infested border alone? Was she always this reckless? Do you not realize how dangerous that is? But Irene remained unfazed. To her, crossing a border was nothing compared to Luin's madness. Like storming into someone else's dormitory? You did not even weigh the risks. You used an insane method in the competition and crushed everyone. Luin could only blink in surprise. Irene chuckled softly. To keep pace with a monster like you, isn't my little adventure just a harmless prank? Hearing this, Luin let out a long sigh, deep in thought. Then he issued a warning. But I intend to go even further than that. Irene didn't flinch. Then I will follow. I am already an illegal immigrant. Doing it twice won't change the sentence. And so, the duo set off for Lake 8. Their path led them straight through the rugged South Mountain to scout the road ahead. The terrain was a nightmare. Even a compass was useless here. They had to rely on detection magic to locate the hidden path. Of course, using magic during the academy break was strictly forbidden. Not that Irene cared. She had been casting spells since she stepped foot in Ardell. However, the detection spell pinged the wrong targets. Instead of a path, it led her straight into a den of humanoid monsters. Werewolves. She was trapped. Luin didn't hesitate. He charged forward, unleashing his most devastating fire magic. Boom! His mana erupted, blasting everything to smithereens. Knowing the pack relied on their alpha, Luin instantly executed the leader and secured their escape. The loot drop? A pristine silver wolf fur. Suddenly, the system pinged. Find someone who desires this fur. Reward unknown. Luin was baffled by the timing of the quest, but the mission took priority. Finding the lake was far more critical. Following the faint traces of magic, they pushed forward toward their destination. Luck was on their side. No more monsters blocked their path. Finally, the target appeared before their eyes. Lake 8. Lake 8, a colossal guild hub connecting the Great Lakes to the endless sea. Like Anton, this was a neutral nation under the Empire's shadow. Here, kings held no power. The land was ruled by representatives from the 8 great merchant guilds, a true nation of commerce. They dominated the continent's trade. Rumors even whispered that they would deal with pirates if the profit margins were high enough. In this place, gold was God. Money outweighed morality, loyalty, and life itself. Upon arrival, Irene asked for the plan. Luin's eyes locked onto a specific target. The Golden Hall. The Golden Hall, a majestic mansion floating in the center of the lake. The representatives met there every noon. It was the perfect stage for persuasion. But their path was blocked. Guards crossed their spears. Do you have an appointment? Naturally, Luin had nothing of the sort. Luin asked to send a message, but the guards sneered. Filing official documents takes time, kid. Luin didn't back down. Just tell them Luin Ardell is here. He gestured to his companion. And this is Irene Prius. The guard's eyes went wide. Luin Ardell? The champion of the Grano tournament? The guard panicked, apologizing profusely as he scrambled to report the VIPs. Luin grinned, turning to Irene with a triumphant look. See? Irene shook her head in amazement. His deduction was flawless. The doors were opening. The ceiling bloomed with extravagance. Countless golden angel statues glittered from above, leaving Irene completely breathless. It truly lived up to its title, the Golden Hall. Luin agreed with the sentiment, though in his heart, nothing could compare to the House of Ardell. They were guided to a pristine white door. The guards bowed respectfully, inviting them into the lion's den. Luin steeled his nerves. He wasn't here to beg for favors, but to execute a transaction between equals. He had to be unbreakable. With a steady hand, he pushed the doors open and announced his arrival. Shadows filled the room, figures who had been waiting for this very moment. Before him stood a luxurious round table. 2 empty seats sat vacant, like thrones awaiting their new masters. The expressions around the table varied, yet a singular, Hungry anticipation burned in every pair of eyes. As Luin and Irene took their seats, a ripple of whispers swept through the gathered elite. The eldest among them broke the silence. What brings a prestigious mage of the new generation to a remote place like this? Their gazes told Luin everything. His title as the tournament champion held weight here. His unannounced arrival was forgiven. They were ready to listen. Murmurs of agreement circulated. However, their interest hung on one condition. It had to benefit their guild. Luin wasted no time. He declared his true purpose, to establish a direct trade route between Ardell and the Eighth Lake. The moment the words left his lips, the temperature in the room plummeted. Some feigned deep thought, ignoring him completely. Others sat in stony silence, offering absolutely no reaction. Irene whispered nervously, sensing the shift. Suddenly, a voice cut through the tension. "I've heard of Ardell. Does anyone know where that is?" The neighbor replied with a sneer. "It is a backwater territory, located in the deep south." A noblewoman chimed in. "That countryside place? They tried selling keystones and sweet potatoes once. Didn't the Lord visit there? How did that go?" The man beside her scoffed. "We unanimously rejected them." The lady blinked. "But why?" "Because it yields no profit," he replied coldly. "They only wanted to sell." Luin remained silent, listening to them tear his home apart. The elder raised a hand, signaling the end. "In that case, there is nothing left to discuss." But Luin had expected this cold shoulder. These were merchants to the bone. The moment they heard something unprofitable, their masks crumbled instantly. To the world, he was a genius mage. But to them, he was just a beggar from the sticks, trying to leech off their wealth. Their judgment was cold, calculated, and terrifyingly blunt. But would they remain so dismissive for long? Luin calmly reached for the luggage beside him. "What a shame," he said smoothly, "to react this way before I've even made my proposal." With a heavy thud, he upended the bags. A golden cascade poured out. 30,000 gold coins flooded the table. The dazzling shine of pure gold struck the merchants like a physical blow. Luin flashed a friendly, yet dangerous smile. "Now then, are you gentlemen more interested in a deal?" His voice was calm. "I wish to purchase weapons worth 30,000 gold from the Eighth Lake. In exchange, you will open the market to Ardell's products." Suspicion flashed in their eyes. This much money? He must be preparing for war. Their shock was exactly what Luin had calculated. 30,000 gold. That was 3 years of budget for a rural estate like Ardell, or an entire year's worth for a mid-sized city. Dropping such a fortune on weaponry was insane. But Luin had learned a harsh lesson from the Monzo incident. True power naturally attracts wealth, and only absolute power can guarantee peace. If he had to buy strength, he would use it to build a foundation right here. Luin looked around. "I know each of the 8 representatives specializes in different goods." "Tell me," he commanded, "which one of you handles the armaments?" All fingers pointed to Cecilia, the number 1 representative. She controlled the vastest empire of goods, from weapons and iron ore to livestock and shipping. Luin couldn't hide his surprise. She was just a little girl, looking even younger than himself. But those eyes, they did not belong to a child. A monstrous pressure radiated from her. What kind of hell had she survived to possess a gaze like that? Cecilia's voice was sharp. "What exactly do you intend to do with such an arsenal?" She knew it was prying, but as a supplier, she had to know. Luin answered plainly. "First, a large-scale purge of the monsters infesting the lands near Ardell. And second," he continued, "I plan to establish a trade route connecting the Eighth Lake to Ardell by crossing the northern mountains." The words hit the room like a physical shockwave. The first representative hissed, warning him never to speak that name in this hall again. Luin frowned, confused by the sudden terror. The air grew heavy with dread. Even Irene tugged his sleeve, whispering, "What is happening?" Luin's sharp gaze locked onto Cecilia. He didn't understand the cause, but he knew the source. The merchants' faces had turned deathly pale. What were they so afraid of? Cecilia's expression twisted in discomfort. You intend to cross the northern mountains? She shook her head. Impossible. That is where the demon resides. Luin sank into deep contemplation. A demon? Could he sense a connection to the creature? He revealed to Cecilia that he had crossed the mountain range alone the previous night, but she immediately accused him of lying. Luin calmly countered, This is no fabrication. I encountered something in those peaks. Luin produced a tuft of silver wolf fur and asked, Is this the demon you speak of? The moment Cecilia laid eyes on the fur, sheer terror seized her, and she bolted upright. At that very instant, the system chimed. Mission complete. The reward? The undying respect of the Vanchus clan. Seeing this, Luin realized the gravity of his achievement. Cecilia broke down, tears streaming down her face. A wave of profound relief washed over her. The nightmare was finally dead. She wept openly, comforted by those around her. 3 days later, Cecilia accompanied Luin to the very mountain that had haunted her dreams. Cecilia never imagined she would face these peaks again. Her heart was heavy, yes, but the crushing weight of fear was gone. The calamity that stole her father was no longer of this world. Cecilia looked at Luin with immense gratitude. She owed him everything. But Luin simply offered a humble reply. I just happened to run into it on my way here. Returning to business, Cecilia proposed a bold plan. If they could carve a path through the southern mountains, they could establish a direct trade route from Ardell to the kingdom of Oyota, eliminating the costly detours they currently suffered. And regarding the construction of the road, she declared that the Vanchus clan would fully support it. Luin was stunned. He had expected a simple weapons deal, or perhaps permission for a route that he would have to fund. But the backing of the Vanchus clan? That was a game-changer of massive proportions. Trying to keep his cool, Luin asked, Does this mean you accept my proposal? Of course, Cecilia replied. Any goods produced in Ardell will be purchased above market price by Lake Number 8. Luin hesitated. The offer was almost too generous. Reading his mind, Cecilia explained, Merchants live for profit, but we are not heartless. She stood tall before Luin, swearing a solemn oath. I, Cecilia Vanchus, promise to show gratitude and trust worthy of my benefactor. Her sincerity touched Luin's soul. With a faint smile, he accepted. The deal was sealed with a handshake. The negotiations with the Lake Number 8 merchant group were a total success. The next day, Irin and Luin began their journey home. The tension lifted as they traveled. Irin sighed in relief that everything went smoothly, and Luin shared the sentiment. Finally, he could send good news to his father and his people. He couldn't help but marvel at Representative Cecilia. For her age, her maturity was truly astounding. To be so young and fatherless. Irin noticed the shift in Luin's demeanor. Was he getting emotional? Luin answered vaguely, admitting he felt a moment of empathy because his own situation was not so different. Before Irin could decipher his meaning, Luin skillfully changed the subject. Just wait, Lady Irin. If you visit Ardell again, the bustle of the city will shock you. Irin sighed wistfully. You really love your hometown, don't you? Luin, I wish I could feel the same. Luin was puzzled. Wasn't a hometown a place to cherish and miss? Apparently not for Irin. Her reaction sparked a flicker of curiosity in him. He asked if she ever planned to invite him to her homeland one day. However, Irin gave no clear answer. Luin read between the lines. She didn't want to discuss it. Yet he made a silent vow. One day, he would visit the land of Fru. They returned to the Ardell estate, bathed in the gentle glow of the setting sun. However, the atmosphere in the study was anything but calm. Luin's father and Bagan were flabbergasted by the premium prices and the promise of a trade route. Suddenly, Luina chimed in with an innocent question. Did you two book a private room at the inn? Luin frantically clamped a hand over his sister's mouth and rushed to confirm the details. Cecilia promised everything. Began was in disbelief. The infamous, cold-hearted Vancha representative paying back a favor? Luin confirmed it was true. Now, They needed to prepare. The weapons would take 3 months, but the road construction through the southern mountains starts this very month. Luin's father was overwhelmed with emotion. A direct trade route to the Empire. Ardell would finally flourish. He looked at his son with new eyes. To achieve the impossible. It was magnificent. He spoke softly. Thank you for growing into such a fine man. Seizing the moment, Luin made his move. Father, if you trust me, will you grant me one more request? His father looked puzzled. Luin spoke slowly. The dream of the Ardell bloodline has been fulfilled. But his expression darkened into sorrow. Now, I ask for permission to avenge Mother. He declared his next target, the Red Plains Hunt. It was time to slaughter the swamp monsters. Memories of a specific Friday night flooded back. It should have been a beautiful birthday celebration, but it spiraled into the worst nightmare imaginable. That day the fires raged, and countless lives were extinguished in the flames. The most agonizing memory etched into his soul was watching his loved ones slaughtered, one by one. The portrait of that woman, a victim of the recent massacre, burned in his mind. No one could erase the horror of that blood-soaked Friday night, and for Luin, the nightmare was just as vivid. He clenched his fists until his knuckles turned white, swearing a silent oath. I must become stronger. Yet, in the depths of his heart, Luin struggled to accept this cruel reality. For a mere child, the burden was suffocating, a weight no youth should ever bear. Still, his resolve hardened like steel. He would gain power, no matter the cost. Years drifted by as the boy grew into a man. As the first light of dawn broke the horizon, the villagers lined up with boundless energy, ready for another day. Ever since the extermination order was issued, a fire had been lit. Every soul in the village threw themselves into rigorous training with desperate intensity. Rows of young men moved in unison, their shouts echoing in the morning air. Irin and Luin approached the scene, noticing the atmosphere had completely shifted. The villagers were different now. It is truly a sight to behold, Irin remarked, her eyes scanning the formation. Their dedication is palpable, and that spear technique, it is unlike anything I have ever seen. Curiosity piqued, Irin turned to him. Who is the master behind this? Who taught them such profound martial arts? Luin replied, that would be our knight commander, Bova, one of the greatest knights of the Edo Kingdom, once hailed as the Lightning Flash for his years on the bloodiest front lines. Memories of the old knight's glorious past flooded back. Recalling the legends that built Bova's name, Luin felt a surge of admiration. If Sir Bova hadn't been there when the Mud People attacked, our village would have been wiped from the map. I still remember it vividly, Luin continued, his voice filled with awe. One swing, he decapitated 5 mud golems in a single breath. He immersed himself in the nostalgia of Bova's prime, though these days he prefers a fishing rod to a spear. Suddenly, Irin cut through his thoughts. Wait, Sir Bovapon? Luin turned, confused by her shock. Before he could ask, a booming voice interrupted them. Oh-ho! Is that young Master Luin I see? They paused their conversation and turned to greet the approaching figure, just as the training session concluded. Bova marched over and gripped Luin's hand firmly, laughing heartily. He congratulated the boy on the miracle he had performed while leading the competition team. Luin smiled back, humble as always. Noticing the guest, the old knight tilted his head. And who is this young lady accompanying you? Seeing Bova's attention shift, Luin immediately made the introductions. Irin closed her eyes for a moment, overwhelmed. It was a supreme honor to stand before the hero she had worshipped from the pages of history books. To meet the Lightning Knight, Sir Bova, in the flesh. This is a privilege. Bova paused, looking at her intently. A spark of recognition flickered in his eyes. Irin began to recite his achievements, lost in the legend of the man who retired at the peak of his power at only 30 years old. Bova burst into laughter, genuinely surprised. He never expected anyone to remember the minor details of his past. Iron beamed, admitting she had read every scroll written about him. The legend of you cutting down 10 high-ranking mages of the enemy nation BNA. It is a tale for the ages. The young conqueror of the battlefield had become a silver-haired elder, no longer possessing the godlike speed of his youth. Though time had stolen his agility, Bova felt a warm sense of pride that Lady Iron still cherished his legacy. Luin, however, felt a pang of betrayal. Why did you hide all this? It felt like a slap in the face to realize he knew so little. I never hid it, lad, Bova replied calmly. You just never asked this old man about his glory days. Luin looked down, ashamed that he had only listened to rumors calling him the Lightning Knight without seeking the truth. But Bova's next words lifted his spirit. I prefer fishing. I prefer living quietly on this hill. Or walking with you when you were small, Bova said softly. Watching you grow into the man you are today, that is the treasure I cherish most. For Bova, that was enough. The two men stood in silence, the emotional weight of the moment rendering words unnecessary. Regaining his composure, Luin felt he understood Bova better than anyone else now. The old knight smiled, thanking Luin for his companionship. Suddenly, Bova remembered a promise. I promised to help the young lady with her swordsmanship. Since Luin was there, he extended an invitation. Luin was happy to watch, but Bova shook his head. I don't want you on the sidelines, Luin. I want you to spar. Luin froze, turning as stiff as a statue. Late that night, under the canopy of trees, the duel began. Bova faced off against Luina. It was a clash of equals. On one side, the fiery passion and determination of youth. On the other, the refined experience and deceptive speed of a master. Luin and Iron stood on the sidelines, eyes wide as they watched the intense training unfold. Iron gasped in amazement. She is only 12 years old. To reach this level already. Luin nodded, silently acknowledging that his sister's talent was truly terrifying. Luina's posture was flawless, her blade work perfection. Her footwork remained consistent, proving her foundation was solid as a rock. Bova was no less impressive. He fought with only one hand, wielding nothing but a simple wooden sword against her steel. As the session ended, Bova offered high praise to Luina. At this rate, the old knight declared, it won't be long before even Luin cannot match you. Far from jealous, Luin felt his chest swell with pride for his little sister, but fate spares no one. It was time to pay the piper. Sister is done. Now it is the brother's turn. There was no escape. As Luin picked up the wooden sword, a memory from age 9 flashed before his eyes, sparring with Bova just like this. His expression shifted instantly. Serious. Focused. It had been years since they crossed blades, but for Luin, this was just a review of the lessons etched into his bones. It didn't even take 5 minutes. Luin hit the ground hard, completely battered and breathless. He had improved since 7 years ago, sure, but for him, that was no comfort at all. It was pathetic. Luin gasped, asking where Bova's skills stood by modern standards. But the old master had been gone too long to know. Was there a ranking scale to compare? Then a name sparked in Luin's mind. Gutter, the renowned 6-star knight of the Eastern Ridden Territory. That man had once forged weapons for him. Impressive? Hardly. Bova casually dropped a bombshell. Before his death, he was a 7-star knight. 7 stars meant the absolute peak of power in that era. As the shock settled, a holographic blue window materialized before Luin's eyes. A system quest. He had to duel Bova. The time limit? A brutal 3 days. Failure was not an option. Hesitation gnawed at him. Could he really stand against a 7-star legend? The man was practically a god of war in his time. Irin stepped forward as Luin processed the weight of facing the strongest warrior in history. She confirmed the terrifying truth. Bova was the only figure in the Raiden Kingdom to ever reach the legendary realm. This was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. It was an honor just to cross blades with him. But Bova cut the sentiment short. Luin grit his teeth, raised his sword, and demanded another round. Deep in his soul, a fire ignited. He would conquer this impossible mountain. The scene shifted to intense combat. A sub-quest flashed into view. Complete the conditions to unlock the ultimate reward, the steel destruction skill. There was no time for rest. He had to pour his very life force into every swing, racing against the ticking clock. To clear this quest, he clashed with Bova through the endless nights. Time remaining, 68 hours, 37 minutes, and 48 seconds. At first, doubt clouded Luin's mind. He questioned the madness of it all. What was the true meaning behind these relentless beatings? No matter how hard he trained, Bova saw through him instantly. Too slow. The master's voice cut through. Wide open right there. The hellish difficulty left him broken and bruised, yet he trusted the system had a purpose. Time remaining, 42 hours, 54 minutes, and 27 seconds. A single lapse in focus meant pain. Bova's strikes were unforgiving. Guard down on the left! Days blurred into a cycle of agony and steel. Time remaining, 23 hours, 51 minutes, and 14 seconds. He launched a desperate charge. The impact was heavy. Luin felt a flicker of satisfaction even as his stamina drained away. Sweat poured down his face like rain. It was over. Even Bova nodded in approval at his relentless evolution. But time waited for no one. The final day of the training camp had arrived. Bova watched the boy push past his physical limits. "Young master, are you not exhausted?" But Luin refused to yield. He couldn't stop now. The goal was within reach. He kept swinging, fighting through the dead of night, until the darkness faded. As the sun pierced the horizon, his energy hit critical levels. Bova spoke softly. "That is enough. Look, dawn has already broken." Luin forced his trembling limbs to obey. He couldn't afford to rest. The quest timer was a guillotine hanging over his neck. "Yes, I've learned much." But a glance at the system window froze his blood. One condition remained unfulfilled, a critical hit. He still hadn't landed a single lethal strike. Time remaining, 33 minutes and 51 seconds. He ground his teeth in pure frustration. Was this all he had to show for sleepless nights? Was landing a critical hit on a 7-star night truly impossible? Despair loomed, but Luin swallowed it down. He would not give up. With seconds ticking away, a familiar voice broke his concentration. Luina rushed onto the field. "What is happening? Brother, have you been awake all night?" She screamed from the sidelines. "Stop it! You've done enough!" Even Began, standing beside the patriarch, couldn't stay silent. "Good heavens! I came to guard the young miss, but seeing the young master torture himself like this, it is painful to watch." Luina saw the madness in his eyes. He was gambling his life. "Please, even you have limits. Just stop and rest." He knew she was worried sick, but his mind was made up. He needed just 30 more minutes. His whispered demand sent a chill through the spectators. Just 30 minutes. That was all he asked for. Even he wasn't sure. Could a miracle happen in half an hour? Yet Luin chose to grasp that fragile thread of hope rather than accept defeat. He turned his gaze to Master Bova. Luin slammed his wooden sword into the ground. He made a reckless decision. He would stop imitating. He would fight his own way. "This is the final attempt," he declared, "and I am changing tactics." The declaration left Irin and Luina stunned in silence. "I'm done playing defense." His words hung heavy in the air, leaving the onlookers breathless. A flicker of surprise crossed Bova's face. "Are you serious, boy?" Luin dropped into a new stance. Dead serious. Determination blazed in his eyes like a star. All this time, swinging this wooden stick, I wasn't just losing. I was learning to read the flow of a true knight. The pieces of the puzzle clicked together. "I have downloaded your movement patterns. The warm-up is over. Now, I will win using my true strength." Bova smiled, realizing the plan. "I wondered why you fought so strangely for 3 days. So that was your game." "So, it turns out you are after something." Luin smirked, his eyes glinting with mischief. "You finally caught on. The older man couldn't help but grin, realizing the young master's intent. Excellent. In that case, I will add one final condition to this duel, young master. Bova declared the new rule with a sharp glint in his eyes. For the remaining 30 minutes, you are permitted to use magic against me. Magic? The atmosphere shifted instantly. If he was getting serious, I had to match his intensity. Show me your true potential. Bova lunged forward, closing the gap. I braced myself. Here he comes. Luin knew his weakness lay in long-range combat. Without hesitation, he abandoned defense and charged straight toward Bova to crush the distance. I needed to penetrate his sword's reach. My body felt weightless, my balance perfect as I weaved through the air. You planned this from the start, didn't you? Once inside his guard, that long blade would be rendered useless. But Bova's expression remained calm. He had anticipated my reckless charge all along. Luin blurred forward with blinding speed, but a flash of steel cut his path. The sword tip stopped inches from his face, freezing his momentum instantly. The blade barely grazed him, a hair's breadth from disaster. Bova was a fortress. He would reveal absolutely no openings, while Luin remained outside the wooden sword's deadly radius. A memory flashed through Luin's mind. The fierce duel at the Grand Assembly, the strategy I used to bring down Doom Prime. But shattering a weapon wasn't a universal solution. What worked then might be fatal now. Relying on standard strikes against a master like Bova was futile. He would block every blow without breaking a sweat. To survive this, Luin discarded brute force. He wouldn't clash with the overwhelming power head-on. He would flow around it. Bova's eyes narrowed. He had already predicted this shift in tactics. Entering the inner circle was the right move, but the element of surprise was gone. Bova would simply retreat to maintain his lethal advantage. Even with his plan exposed, Luin didn't falter. He surged forward, eyes locked on his target, striking with the ferocity of a predator cornering its prey. You are absolutely correct, Luin admitted. You have seen through every ounce of my martial prowess. But this admission was the final bait. Having lured the veteran knight exactly where he wanted him, a sly, triumphant grin curled on Luin's lips. However, Luin launched himself into the air, soaring over Bova's head. You never accounted for this. Mana gathered in his palm, forming a blinding sphere of energy. Light! A brilliant flash detonated, swallowing Bova in blinding luminance. Smoke and dust billowed across the training ground. As the haze cleared, the impossible was revealed. Luin had taken him down. Brother! Luina screamed. Bova, pinned but unharmed, let out a soft chuckle. I was terrified you would unleash some forbidden spell. To think you would use magic just to dazzle me. It is a complete defeat. With nothing but wit and a flash of light, Luin had overturned an unwinnable battle. It was a desperate gamble. Forgive me for the trickery, Luin said, still humble. He knew the truth. If Bova had been at full strength and well rested, the outcome would have been very different. Luin exhaled a long breath of relief. The system notification chimed, a critical hit achievement. The hellish difficulty quest was finally complete. The reward screen shimmered into existence. He had successfully unlocked the legendary skill, Steel Destruction. When activated, this power could pulverize anything made of steel instantly. A terrifying ability with only a 3-minute cooldown. If he had surrendered to exhaustion earlier, this miracle would never have occurred. Persistence had borne the sweetest fruit. I finally did it. He was basking in the victory when a sharp blow to his shoulder made him yelp. Ouch! Luina was fuming. This was just a sparring match. How could you slam Sir Bova into the dirt like that? I apologize, Luin started, but Bova waved him off from the ground. I am perfectly fine, my lady. Please, do not be so harsh on the young master. Luin extended a hand to help the old knight up. The match is over. Right now, my only desire is to soak in a steaming hot bath. I have taken up far too much of your valuable time today. Exhaustion weighed on them both, the result of a sleepless night and intense training. Yet, a strange, warm camaraderie enveloped the group, binding them together. I have learned much watching you. Knowing Luin would depart soon, Lord Ardell spoke with heartfelt honesty. It was a refreshing experience for an old man like me. Unable to make grand promises, Luin simply smiled. My vacation is coming to an end, Father. As they strolled together, a tinge of regret touched Luin's heart. The journey back to the academy was a grueling 10-day ride. His time here was running out. The break was truly over. He looked down at the laborers toiling below. Before he left his hometown, he wanted to do one last thing. Just a little more effort. The workers were in high spirits, their laughter echoing. Let's finish this up, then we drink. You bet. I'm going to drink until I drop tonight. Luin turned to his father. Those workers were sent by the Vancha family. Establishing a base here in Ardell requires a massive workforce. We will utilize this main route to transport weaponry from the 8 lakes and execute the extermination mission. The influx of workers using our inns and taverns will revitalize Ardell's economy. This is merely the beginning of the transformation. There is one final matter. Luin produced a heavy chest, seemingly from nowhere. This contains 12,000 gold coins. Please, use this for the future of Ardell. The Lord hesitated, overwhelmed by his son's offering. But Luin, reading his father's reluctance, spoke gently to reassure him. I have kept 400 gold pieces for myself, so do not burden your heart, Father. Surely you will not refuse my gesture now. Lord Ale hesitated, his pride warring with gratitude, before he finally bared his soul. I am ashamed. Truly, I am only racking up debts to you, my son. He pulled Luin into a crushing embrace, a silent farewell before the inevitable parting. Thank you. Luin knew the time had come, so he offered a simple, stoic reply. Very well, then I shall be on my way. This vacation has been surprisingly productive. Before leaving Ale, I bid farewell to everyone and walked a stretch of the road with Erin. Just as our paths were about to diverge, her parting words made me freeze in my tracks. Huh? What did you just say? Erin had uttered something so absurd that my mind instinctively tried to reject it. I must have heard wrong. She cut me off instantly. No, you heard correctly. Erin flashed a dazzling smile, fully intending to keep her vow. After graduation, during the monster subjugation missions, I will be there to assist you. As I said, I will follow you until the day I defeat you, Master Luin. The moment the words left her lips, she used magic to fly away, leaving me no chance to retort. So she had not forgotten. She truly is a strange and unpredictable woman. And so we parted ways, promising to meet again under the heavens. The return journey was long, so Luin spurred his horse, flying like an arrow to return as fast as possible. After traveling for about a week from Ale, I crossed the central border and entered the Eastern Territories. The moment I set foot in this region, I noticed an unusually large crowd gathering ahead. Unlike the southern regions, this place was bustling with activity. The crowd was fixated on a violent man who was ruthlessly throttling a young boy by the collar. What did you say, you weak little brat? The man's words were becoming increasingly vicious. Say it again, you bastard. His arrogance made Luin's blood boil, yet the bystanders looked on with cold indifference, as if this brutality was a daily occurrence. What on earth is going on here? Gutter tightened his grip on the boy's collar, his face twisted in rage. Say it again. What did you just say? You little rat. The boy responded weakly, his voice trembling. Please, let my sister go. But, as if finding a hidden reserve of strength, Han gritted his teeth. I am a knight too. He warned the man that if his sister was not released, he would not stand idly by. Gutter laughed loudly, a sound full of mockery. By chance, Luin arrived just in time to witness the commotion and stepped closer to investigate. Your family is to blame. Because you and your wretched sister failed to pay up, you deserve every bit of this. Gutter clenched his fist, provoking the boy further. He declared he would collect the debts not just from Han's father, but from his sister as well. Pushed to his absolute limit, Han fell silent for a long moment before his eyes snapped open. What? Without hesitation, he drew his sword and charged. Do you think I will let that happen? But the captain of the foreign knights merely smirked in contempt. How ridiculous. Before the boy could even unleash his technique, the man moved. In less than 3 seconds, he closed the distance and slammed a heavy fist into Han's face. Gutter stomped ruthlessly on the fallen boy, spitting out words of disdain with every brutal kick. Han's sister watched in horror, paralyzed by her own helplessness. Seeing his victim sufficiently battered, the man grabbed Han by the hair and lifted him up. "Say it again. What did you say?" Yet Han remained defiant, repeating his vow like a broken record. Even if the sky were to fall, he would never sell his sister into such a fate. His expression shifted, his voice filled with a steely resolve that defied his broken body. "I will kill you. I really will." It seemed this was the first time the crowd had witnessed such an open conflict in broad daylight. Luin said nothing. He simply observed the situation, watching the boy being trampled, yet trying to stand. It reminded him of a night trainee from a nearby territory. Usually, such matters were trivial to him, things not worth his time or energy. However, this specific case struck a chord. It was about the resolve to protect something precious, no matter the cost. Out of nowhere, a heavy hand gripped Luin's shoulder. A group of youths crowded around, their voices low and urgent, warning him to back off before he got dragged into this deadly mess. "These guys are monsters," they whispered, fearing the brutality of the enemy. But even with their well-meaning advice, Luin couldn't just stand there watching the strong trample the weak. His demeanor changed instantly. He ground his teeth and glared at them. "You should be ashamed of yourselves. You are no different from the oppressors." Ignoring their warnings, Luin stepped forward heroically. Deep down, he held a newfound respect for Han's unwavering spirit. Seeing someone approach, one of the thugs tried to block him, but when gentle persuasion failed, the thug resorted to curses. Sensing the intruder, Gutter turned his gaze to the audacious soul who dared to step up. He looked down at Luin with arrogant eyes. "Who are you? Did you come to get beaten too?" Before the sentence even ended, an invisible force slammed into him. Luin used magic to blast Gutter several meters away, leaving the man in utter disbelief. As he scrambled up, he got a clear look at the handsome face, realizing Luin bore a striking resemblance to a certain legendary figure. The image was burned into his mind, Luin raising his left hand, unleashing pure power. The crowd stood frozen, their faces turning pale as their jaws hit the floor. The onlookers, who had been merely spectating, could not comprehend the impossible scene unfolding before their eyes. Next were the lackeys, Doom Prim and Gur. Before they could process what had happened, Luin had already closed the distance. Without giving him a split second to react or defend, Luin drove a devastating punch straight into Doom Prim's face. Sensing the tide of battle turn, Doom Prime's lackeys scattered like rats, terrified they would become the next victims on Lin's hit list. With the trash taken out, Han finally caught his breath, his eyes wide with questions. Just who was this mysterious savior standing before him? Lin didn't turn immediately, tossing his name over his shoulder. Then, with a shift in demeanor, he offered a gentle smile that completely masked his deadly lethality. Formalities exchanged, Han insisted on repaying the debt, inviting Lin to his humble abode for a warm dinner. Over the meal, the tragic truth spilled out. A drunkard father, a mountain of debt, and a sister nearly sold to a brothel time and time again by their own flesh and blood. They spoke of the Ongi lumber gang. The name sounded harmless, almost cute, but the reality was a nightmare of brutality that plagued the region. Nell, a notorious figure in the underworld, represented their cruelty. It was said that if you crossed the Ongi lumber gang, they wouldn't just kill you. They would bind you to an ongi tree and send you to the afterlife in agonizing slow motion. Their leader was a butcher with 4 lives on his hands, untouchable by the law. Lin's brow furrowed. Why were monsters like this allowed to roam free? The truth was strategic. They avoided the fortified city of Foreign, preying instead on defenseless villages like the one Han and his sister called home. Out here in the sticks, there were no guards, no law, and no hope of rescue. The situation was grimmer than expected. Just as Lin calculated the odds, Han interrupted his tactical analysis, bowing low to thank him for their survival. Han listed Lin's past deeds with awe, recounting the rumors of his strength, though a tremor of uncertainty lined his voice. Sharp as ever, Lin cut to the chase. "You heard that from Gutter, didn't you?" Han froze. How could he know? Lin smirked, admitting the thug had blabbed about a trainee knight from the Fen territory during the scuffle. Han beamed, practically vibrating with the joy of meeting a living legend. Lin shifted uncomfortably, feeling the weight of the title, and perhaps the slight insult of being underestimated by the rumor. Eyes shining with hope, Han declared his own ambition. He wanted to stand tall and proud, just like his captain. Lin listened in silence, measuring the boy's resolve against the harsh reality of the world. But the truth remained cold. Han was weak. He hadn't even graduated from the academy, let alone reached the level of a knight. Sensing Lin's doubt, Han confessed. He was dead last in the rankings, a laughingstock, a failure in the eyes of his peers. But the captain saw something, Han insisted. A hidden potential. If he kept grinding, the goddess of victory would one day smile upon him. Those words struck a chord deep within Lin. Memories surfaced. Professor Hyde, the principal, echoes of mentors from his own past. If a captain believed in him, that was enough. Lin pushed aside his cynicism, choosing to fuel the boy's fire instead of extinguishing it. Miracles favor the relentless. The mood lightened as Han finished cooking, boasting that his culinary skills were second to none. Suddenly, peace shattered. Heavy fists pounded the door, accompanied by the vile curses of the Ongi lumber gang, screaming threats of violence. Crash! The door flew off its hinges. The thugs stormed in, but confusion washed over them. Where were the siblings? Only Lin remained, casually stretching. "Who the hell are you?" a thug barked. Lin didn't flinch, his answer dripping with indifferent mockery. No time for chit-chat. Bam! A swift strike sent a minion flying before he could even process the thought of attacking. Outside, the rest of the gang recoiled in horror as their comrade was launched from the house like a rag doll. Lin stepped into the moonlight, radiating dominance. He had already sent the siblings to safety. A smirk played on his lips. Time to work off dinner. His fighting spirit ignited like a furnace. "I suppose I should pay for that meal with a little exercise." The mob encircled him, 20 blades glinting with malice. The air grew heavy with killing intent, suffocating the night. "Don't panic," one thug yelled, voice trembling. "He's just one man. We have numbers on our side." "Right!" The fear turned to aggression. The leader screamed, "Charge!" and the human wave crashed forward, hungry for blood. Amidst the chaos, Lin was the eye of the storm. He raised a hand, and the atmosphere screamed as mana gathered around his palm. His voice was calm, yet it thundered with authority. "Come, all of you at once." Outnumbered but never outmatched, Lin moved like water, weaving through the assault with terrifying grace, controlling the crowd with ease. A memory flashed, the duel with Baron Bova, the enlightenment gained in blood. A new power awakened. Steel destruction. A blade swung down. Lin didn't dodge. He caught it. Snap! The steel shattered like glass against his grip. Adrenaline surged. As his fist met the next blade, the skill activated in full force, hungry for destruction. A vortex of green energy erupted. Enemies were blown back as their weapons disintegrated into dust. The very soul of the metal erased from existence. Silence fell. The thugs stared at their broken hilts, the color draining from their faces as true terror set in. "My sword! What kind of monster is this?" Panic began to dissolve their formation. Lin's eyes glowed with predatory light. Lightning crackled around his fists. The time for mercy had passed. "I usually go easy on the small fry," Lin growled, launching himself forward like a natural disaster. "But you lot, you're about to learn the meaning of pain." Luin unleashed a devastating strike. He reminded himself of one simple rule: absolutely zero mercy. Screams of "Monster!" tore through the air. The bandit collapsed to the ground, his body a wreck of agony, eyes wide with pure terror. Crushed by Luin's overwhelming presence, the rest of the gang dropped to their knees, smashing their heads on the dirt to beg for their miserable lives. "Mercy, my lord! We made a grave mistake." Luin's cold gaze swept over them. They finally realized that fighting him was a one-way ticket to hell. Suddenly, a piercing scream shattered the silence. Luin's eyes narrowed. Just as he calculated, not everyone had learned their lesson yet. Noso had the hostage in a vice grip, his cold blade pressing dangerously against the poor girl's throat. Fury twisted his ugly face. "You bastard! Move an inch and I'll slice her open!" he screamed at his cowering men. "What are you idiots doing? Get up! Tie this noble piece of trash right now!" Seeing the tides turn, Luin cursed under his breath. "Damn it!" But Luin didn't back down. He stepped forward, eyes locked on the target. "Are you the boss of this circus?" "That's right," Noso sneered. "I am the leader of the Ochino gang." His face turned beet red as he roared in indignation. "If you value her life, get on your knees, scum!" Luin ignored the threat, his eyes darting around. Where was Han? There! Luin spotted him slumped on the ground, blood staining his shirt. Han groaned, drifting in and out of consciousness. A pang of guilt hit Luin. The kid got hurt trying to protect his sister. Wasting no time, Luin stepped closer to the bandit leader. "There's no other way," Luin decided, his aura shifting. "I have to end this. Now." Seeing Luin's fearless advance, Noso snapped. He bared his yellow teeth like a rabid animal. "Stay back! You think I won't kill her?" The blade bit into the hostage's skin, forcing a pained whimper from her lips. Madness swirled in Noso's eyes. He was losing it. He screamed like a lunatic. "Stand right there! If you move a single muscle, I'll slit her throat." Tears streamed down the girl's face, terror seizing her heart. The situation was spiraling out of control. Luin grit his teeth, forced to halt his advance. Damn it! The academy didn't teach hostage negotiations. He clenched his fist in frustration. "I don't have enough time to cast a spell." "Think, Luin, think!" Suddenly, a blinding flash of light erupted, swallowing the clearing. Like a ghost, Han appeared behind Noso. He delivered a vicious slash across the bandit's back. Noso roared in shock and pain. "You little rat!" Luin watched in awe as Han stood tall. Seeing their boss go down, the minions turned pale as death. Han gripped his blood-soaked blade, eyes burning with a new fire, and stepped toward the trembling bandits. His gaze cut through them like steel. "Unless you want to end up like him," Han's voice was ice cold. "Get lost. Now." That broke them. The bandits scrambled over each other to flee into the woods, terrified of this new monster. "Run for your lives!" As the dust settled, the girl rushed to her brother. "Han, are you all right?" Han's chest heaved, his hands shaking violently. I killed him. How could I?" Luin placed a steady hand on his shoulder. "It's okay, Han. You did what had to be done." Luin smiled, impressed. "Congratulations." Han looked up, confused. "Congratulations!" Luin pointed to the sword. "That move just now. That was the Perito sword style, wasn't it? You've mastered the aura flow." Luin recalled the power he witnessed. "I saw it clearly. A blue aura radiating from you." Luin stared at him, calculating the immense potential hidden within this timid boy. "You've reached the 4-star realm, haven't you? That blue light is the proof." Han blinked, totally lost. "Me? 4-star? Yes, that puts you in the elite tier of knights." Luin thought to himself, he can't fully control the aura yet, but the potential is undeniable. Luin grinned. "You really did it, Han." Luin was satisfied. Everything was going exactly according to his script. "I knew I wasn't wrong about you." Tears welled up in Han's eyes. "Thank you, Luin. It's all thanks to you. If you hadn't pushed me, I never would have found the courage." Yeah, Luin waved him off, breaking the moment. "Cut the cheesy lines, will ya?" Han choked on his emotions, but relief washed over him. At least now, his sister was finally safe. With the Han incident resolved, dawn broke over the horizon. Luin headed straight back to the academy. Under the soft glow of twilight, Luin looked up at the towering gates. "I'm back." Before leaving Adel, he wished this vacation would last forever. But standing here now, Luin realized the truth. He actually missed this chaotic place. The scene shifted to the campus grounds. John strolled up, hands behind his head, grinning. "Yo, Luin, what exactly did you get up to during the break?" Caught off guard by the sudden question, he hesitated, unable to hide his confusion. "Me?" Luin paused, debating where to even begin. What should I say? How do I explain all that? Memories of the break flooded back, a chaotic montage of dueling Binkos, arguing with a pouting Irene, and slaying a terrifying monster in the shadows. He crossed his arms, his expression bored. Nothing worth mentioning, really. So, he decided to lie. "I was training." The answer was so unexpected that Jason whipped his head around, staring at him with pure skepticism. "You? A monster like you actually feels the need to train?" Luin deflected quickly. "Just some swordsmanship practice." Jason immediately started whining. "Oh, come on, Luin. A break is for resting, not sweating." He threw his hands up in disbelief. "Besides, swordsmanship is part of the night curriculum for the second semester, isn't it? Why torture yourself in advance?" Luin could only sigh at his friend's laziness. Learning during the break is called preparation. Suddenly, a deep voice cut through their conversation. "Luin Ard!" The voice commanded instant attention. It was Professor Heidel, a man whose very presence radiated authority and strict discipline. Heidel spoke curtly. "So, this is where you were hiding." Confused, Luin asked, "Is something the matter, Professor?" The professor offered no reply, simply turning his back and pointing a finger toward the window. Luin instinctively followed his gaze. "Look outside." Below, a magnificent red carpet stretched across the courtyard, flanked by an opulent carriage that screamed royalty. Rows of knights in gleaming silver armor stood at perfect attention, creating a scene of overwhelming solemnity. Heidel's voice dropped. "A guest has arrived." Luin scanned the formation, the sheer number of knights, and that golden sun emblem emblazoned on their flags. He knew instantly. It must be him. Luin turned to the professor. "I will go down immediately." He rushed toward the great hall. He recalled the letters exchanged in the past. "I knew we would meet eventually, but I never expected them to arrive this soon." Suddenly, the cavalry roared in unison. "The champion of the martial arts tournament has arrived!" The carriage door swung open. A polished boot stepped onto the stone pavement, followed by a voice that demanded submission. "The princes are approaching." Two figures descended with an aura of supreme power and nobility, but Prince Croster's face twisted in annoyance. "Don't you dare get between me and Luin." Prince Forder shot back a look of utter disdain. "Keep dreaming, brother. No matter how hard you try, young Master Luin will choose me." Luin stepped forward, placing a hand over his heart in a gesture of perfect respect. "It is an honor to meet you both. Your Highnesses, I am Luin Ard." Seeing his chance, Croster spoke first. "Ah, young master, apologies for the unannounced visit. I have prepared a gift. I hope we can speak privately regarding—" But before he could finish, his brother cut him off ruthlessly. "No! The gift I prepared is of far greater value." Forder sneered at his brother. "Ignore him. Speak with me first." Luin's gaze shifted between the two royal figures, his eyes seemingly piercing through their pretenses to see the greed within. Their intentions are painfully obvious. If the tournament champion supports one side, it would be a decisive step toward the throne. Luin didn't hesitate. He delivered his terms calmly. "I have a solution." Croster looked puzzled. "A solution?" Forder, however, looked intrigued. "Very well. We shall follow your lead, young Master Luin." Their eyes went wide, focusing entirely on the words Luin was about to speak. A subtle, calculated smile curved the corner of Luin's lips. Luin enunciated every word with deliberate weight. "Let us discuss this properly." The Ladian Kingdom, home to both Luin and the Academy, was known as the weakest nation on the continent, yet it remained fractured by internal strife. The first prince's monarchist faction clashed endlessly with the second prince's reformist faction, tearing the country apart. Even the mages were nothing more than tools in this endless struggle for power. Thinking back, that is exactly why they are here. But in the room, the bickering continued without pause. "You brat!" Croster slammed his hand down. "I will sit here!" Forder immediately countered. "No, the seat directly opposite Lord Luin belongs to me." Watching the two high-ranking princes squabble like children, Luin felt a headache forming. How incredibly tiresome. Both men were scowling, practically wrestling over a single chair. Croster crossed his arms, barking. "Stop making a mess!" Forder snapped back instantly. "Isn't it a mess because of you, brother?" Luin looked at them with pity. "It is because of immature leaders like this that our country is rotting from the inside." Croster, always the instigator, scoffed. "Ridiculous." Forder narrowed his eyes, his voice dangerous. "What did you just say?" Seeing the situation spiraling out of control, Luin intervened. "Stop fighting. I admit I was surprised by your sudden visit, but it is good that you are both here." At his command, both Croster and Forder fell silent, listening intently. Luin wasted no time on pleasantries. He went straight for the throat. "I have something I need to make clear." His eyes burned with unwavering resolve. "I have absolutely no intention of choosing a master between the two of you." The declaration left the princes frozen in shock. Prince Croster slumped into his chair, the picture of utter defeat. "I predicted this outcome, but hearing the rejection with my own ears, it truly stings." Beside him, Prince Forder looked equally devastated. It was true. Even the legendary strategist Gigas had refused the Emperor 3 times, but this felt different. He clenched his fists, his expression dark with frustration. "You must know the weight of what you've just done. You've rejected the Imperial family's offer 3 times, just to eventually join the Emperor's faction?" He glared at Forder with suspicion. "Is that the game? Are you seriously comparing yourself to the first Emperor right now?" Ruin spoke up, shifting the topic to the heavy burden of destiny he carried. His voice remained calm but unyielding. "No matter how many times you extend that offer, the result will always be the same. I am Luin Ardell, and I have a duty I must fulfill."
The prince stared blankly. A duty? What could be more important than this? Ruin didn't hesitate.
"I intend to return to my homeland, the territory of Ardell." Hearing those words, shock flashed across Prince Croster's face. He leaned in, probing for confirmation. "Ardell, does that mean you won't be abandoning the kingdom entirely after graduation?" Ruin didn't deny it. "Of course not. When the time comes, I will stand as a blade for the kingdom." Instantly, relief washed over the two princes. Forder's tense shoulders relaxed, a satisfied smile forming. "That is truly good news." But suddenly, Ruin's expression tightened. A sharp, calculated glint flashed in his eyes. He cut straight to the heart of the matter. "However, the situation in Ardell is dire. I trust you understand why I cannot forsake my people." The sudden shift in tone caught both Croster and Forder off guard, leaving them scrambling to react. Croster shot to his feet, his voice urgent and commanding as he made a swift declaration. "The future pillar of our kingdom shouldn't be burdened by such trivial worries. I, Prince Croster, pledge to support you in whatever you need." Forder wasn't about to be outdone. He roared with fiery intensity. "No! Ask me, not my brother. Gold, provisions, I will give you everything." The two princes immediately turned on each other, locking horns. Croster snapped back viciously. "Hey, can't you see I'm talking to the young master?" Forder yelled back. "You shut up and stay out of this." In stark contrast to their chaos, Ruin sat back in his chair, arms crossed, exuding an icy calmness. He whispered a promise to himself. "No matter what happens, I won't choose a side. Not today, not ever." The corner of Ruin's mouth curled into a devilish smirk. Why? Because the harder they fought for his favor, the more he stood to gain. Even as they exited the grand hall, the sound of their heated argument continued to echo. Croster beamed, making a promise. "I'll send a magnificent gift for your graduation." Forder cut in frantically. "No, My gift will be far superior to my brother's. Ruin, however, remained unfazed. He coolly reminded them, Gifts are fine, but I expect you to handle the matters I previously mentioned. The princes laughed, agreeing instantly. Don't worry about a thing. Just focus on your graduation. Luckily, they seemed satisfied that Ruin remained neutral. Furthermore, he had proven his loyalty to the crown by confirming he wouldn't flee the kingdom. But of course, he hadn't walked away empty-handed. First, Ruin secured approval for the development plans Ardell was pursuing. Second, he demanded military support to coincide with his upcoming conquest. Everything was proceeding perfectly. Was this the intoxicating taste of true power? Suddenly, Croster turned to the crowd gathering in the hall, his excitement boiling over. Everyone, listen well! Both Croster and Forder stood together, declaring Duke Luin Ardell as the future and treasure of the kingdom. I hereby appoint Duke Ruin as the royal guardian. Show him the respect such a title demands. Ruin broke into a cold sweat at the sudden, overwhelming honor. This wasn't part of the plan, but the die was cast. With the title of Royal Guardian, no one in the entire kingdom would dare look down on him now. It wasn't an official decree yet, but with the prince's public backing, it was as good as law. A thought crossed his mind as the tension left his body. I'm just relieved everything is finally settled. The two princes waved goodbye happily. We're off then! As they left, the academy students erupted into a frenzy of whispers. Unbelievable! Appointed as the royal guardian? That's insane! The crowd swarmed around him instantly. Seeing the mob, Jason stepped forward, his voice booming. Make way! You're blocking our path to class. Ruin could only force a wry smile. In just a single day, he had become the most famous person in the capital. Now that the royals were gone, his classmates finally gathered around. One shouted excitedly, Looks like things are going to get noisy around here again. But the title of guardian had always been monopolized by the Garihue family. Beside him, a student's face went pale with fear. He tapped the other guy's shoulder, hissing, Hey, keep it down. Panic filled the student's eyes as he pointed toward the entrance. A shadow was moving toward them, parting the crowd like the sea. The whispers turned to terrified silence. Mikkel is coming. Hearing his name whispered in the shadows, Mikkel grits his teeth, his fury mounting. What are those pests saying? Are they mocking me? He glares at the crowd with utter disdain. Pathetic, he scoffs. The flames of his indignation begin to roar like a wildfire. Mikkel scans the room, his voice dripping with entitlement. Have you forgotten? I am of the Garihue bloodline. No matter how much noise you make now, once we graduate, every single one of you will be bowing beneath my feet. Hearing this arrogant declaration, Luin's expression hardens into a mask of cold indifference. Mikkel Garihue, the disgrace who nearly faced expulsion for using forbidden drugs during the first semester midterms, yet escaped with a mere 30-day suspension. It was a mockery of justice, made possible solely by the overwhelming influence of the Garihue family within the magical world. No, to say they influence it is an understatement. The royal palace's magical hierarchy is already dancing in the palm of Garihue's hand. Luin steps forward to deliver a reality check. Is that so? Luin asks, his gaze razor sharp, piercing straight through Mikkel's defenses. But that doesn't seem to be what the princes desire. His voice drops to a chilling whisper. Long time no see, Mikkel. The noble's jaw clenches so hard it threatens to shatter. Damn you, Mikkel hisses, venom in his tone. You think you've won, don't you? Stunned by Luin's unwavering composure, Mikkel spins around, storming off while muttering a dark promise. Just wait. We'll see who laughs last. As the tension dissipates, Jason pats Luin on the shoulder. He's just jealous. Don't let a loser like him occupy your mind. When you dominated the grand tournament, Mikkel's face was a masterpiece of despair. That victory probably hurt him more than any politics. Luin narrows his eyes thoughtfully. Jealousy? No, such petty emotions are beneath his concern. He watches Mikkel's retreating figure. Mikkel's tarnished reputation is a direct stain on the Gary Hill family honor. A premonition flashes through Luin's mind. The enemy is plotting something. A storm is brewing. The students return to their seats. A question floats through the air.
This session is a special lecture by alumni, right?
Yeah, another replies. Let's just get through it. Luin steels himself, reminding his heart. My true enemy is the ruthless Gary Hill family. Standing before the academy doors, suspicion gnaws at him. Alumni returning to teach. I wonder who they sent. Beside him, Jason shrugs casually. Hopefully someone decent. They push the doors open, and instantly a bone-chilling cold washes over them. That instinct, that sense of impending danger, is never wrong. Luin's eyes widen. The atmosphere inside the classroom is suffocating, heavy with unspoken malice. The other students stare at Luin in dead silence, their gazes carrying an eerie weight. Jason frowns, sensing the shift. What's going on? Why is the mood so twisted? Jason whispers. A voice cuts through the silence, directed straight at Luin. Could that be the famous Luin Ardell? The tone is mockingly enthusiastic. A pleasure to finally meet you. Luin's face changes instantly. He recognizes that aura. The name surfaces in his mind like a curse. Jaken Gary Hill. The graduation class's second semester shifts focus from theory to brutal practical application. As promised, successful alumni have returned to share the truth of the current magical world. It was supposed to be a benevolent lecture, but Luin's bad feeling strikes the mark perfectly. Of all people, the guest lecturer is Mikkel's older brother, Jaken Gary Hill. He holds a book with practiced elegance, introducing the lesson. Today, I will tell you the story of the bond between the Gary Hill family and the Imperial Court mages. Jaken's expression twists into a sinister smile, arrogance radiating from his every pore. You all know, don't you? Of the 14 court mages selected last year, 11 were from the house of Gary Hill. He postures as a wise senior, a mentor, guiding them toward success. I will share a truth you need to survive. In this world, there is nothing you can truly own by yourself. He emphasizes his twisted philosophy. Therefore, the weak must band together under the strong. From now on, focus on reality, not ideals. Suddenly, he points a metaphorical spear straight at Luin. Just because you praise the student representative, Luin Ardell, does not mean your lives will follow his path. His gaze sharpens into a blade. What do you think, Luin Ardell? Hearing the provocation, Jason jumps up in fury, but Luin rises with terrifying calmness. May I speak freely? He delivers his verdict without a hint of hesitation. Even if 10 pieces of trash combine with determination, a masterpiece is never born. At best, it just becomes a massive pile of garbage. Jaken's eyes bulge, his composure cracking. Are you talking about me? Jaken growls. Luin shakes his head innocently. No, not at all. Do you feel like the shoe fits? Facing Luin's sharp sarcasm, Jaken refuses to back down. He sneers with contempt. I've heard a lot about you from my brother. Mick, it seems fortune has completely abandoned you, hasn't it? Unlike the agitated Jaken, Luin replied with ice-cold composure. I suppose you missed the story about how that so-called unlucky fool utterly crushed you. Veins bulged against Jaken's jaw as he struggled to contain his fury. He muttered through gritted teeth, What an arrogant little brat. In that moment, everyone understood one thing. The war between Luin Ardell and the Gary Hill faction was far from over. Ever since Jaken's arrival, the very atmosphere of the academy had begun to twist and warp. With promises that anyone could join the Gary Hill faction, Jaken blinded the lower-ranking students with false hope. His ruthless, pragmatic approach was terrifyingly effective. Whispers spread like wildfire through the halls. Did you hear what Senior Jaken said? If we align ourselves with the Gary Hill family, our success is practically guaranteed. His companion scoffed in disgust, shooting back instantly. Do you honestly think Gary Hill cares about you? Have some self-respect. I would sooner die than serve under a cheat like Mick, a manipulator using dirty tricks to control the weak. Eventually, the Academy split into two hostile camps, the Gary Hill faction versus the Ardell Alliance. Jeekin's petty attempts to humiliate Luin continued, and Luin's patience wore thin against such childish provocations. Day by day, the tension within the Academy reached a boiling point. However, a golden opportunity to put Gary Hill in his place finally emerged. Principal Tyrion placed a steaming cup of tea on the desk. "Come in. Take a seat." Luin bowed respectfully. "Thank you. How have you been lately, Principal?" The old man smiled warmly, taking a slow sip of his tea. "I am doing quite well." Tyrion looked up at Luin, his eyes filled with genuine affection. "Since you are the student representative, shall we discuss official matters? Tell me, how is life at the Academy treating you?" A look of helplessness crossed Luin's face. "It is peaceful as always, except for one thing. There is a certain troublemaker turning everything upside down." Hearing this, the principal found it amusing, as if he had already predicted exactly what Luin would say. "I see. I have a feeling I know exactly who you are referring to." He leaned back in his chair, his voice heavy with exhaustion. "The Gary Hill family. I despise them, but my hands are tied. Every mage in the kingdom has ties to them, and this academy is no exception." Tyrion continued to analyze the predicament Luin was facing. "However, the situation is different from last year. This year, we have restricted them to elective courses that do not directly impact academic scores. Yet, they remain as noisy as ever, both inside and outside the academy. It seems they hold a deep-seated grudge against you." Luin clenched his fist, curiosity burning in his eyes. "Alumni Jeekin Gary Hill. What kind of man is he really?" The principal did not hesitate to reveal the truth. "He is incredibly famous, blessed with striking looks and a silver tongue. His social connections are flawless, and his academic record is nothing short of brilliant. At the age of 23, he became the youngest chief mage in the kingdom's history." Then, Tyrion shuddered as he described Jeekin's twisted psyche. "However, beneath that perfect exterior lives a giant, venomous snake. He possesses a bottomless thirst for power and ambition. His nature compels him to seize whatever he desires, no matter the cost." Faced with this revelation, Luin pressed his lips together tightly. He realized this was no ordinary opponent. He may look pristine on the surface, but he is rotten to the core. He will use any means necessary to achieve his ends. That is the essence of Gary Hill. Luin's mind raced, calculating a strategy. He realized he finally had enough justification to make his move. The question is, what pretext should I use to strike? Suddenly, Tyrion's voice pulled Luin back to reality. "By the way, I wanted to discuss the upcoming special lessons with you." Confusion washed over Luin's face. "Special lessons, sir?" The principal nodded. "Yes, the scheduled sessions." In a flash, a chaotic, brilliant plan sparked in Luin's mind. "I have a perfect idea, but will he agree to it?" Thoughts swirled in a chaotic mess as Luin marched toward the classroom. "I already asked around, but the response was overwhelmingly negative." Just then, Tyrion's advice echoed in his memory. "Then what if you asked him yourself?" Luin threw the classroom door open with decisive force. The students instinctively turned their heads toward him. Even the skeptics stared at Luin Ardell. He was plotting something bold, playing the role of the respectful junior to perfection. "I will make the proposal directly to Jeekin Gary Hill." Luin wasted no time and went straight to the heart of the matter. "I have come here with a request for you, senior." Hearing this, Michael's face lit up with arrogant excitement. "A request? Fine. I knew it was only a matter of time before you came crawling to us." Luin quickly crushed the man's delusion. "Do not misunderstand. It is not the kind of request you are imagining. I heard you received a proposal from the principal regarding the Knight Alliance class next week, and that you rejected it." The corners of Luin's mouth curved into a sharp smile. He emphasized every single word. "That is why I am here to ask you, personally." He locked eyes with Jeekin and dropped the challenge. "Please, allow the alumni and us current students to hold a joint combat class." Surprise paints his face. The joint class, a special session where alumni return not just to watch, but to participate as instructors alongside the students. In other words, the stage is set. This is the perfect justification for an official confrontation between Jaken and Luin. Caught off guard, whispers erupt across the classroom. The students exchange bewildered glances. A joint class? Does this mean we finally get to witness the legendary skills of Jaken Garyhill with our own eyes? Anticipation boils over into excitement. The thought of seeing him and Luin clash on the same stage is intoxicating. Watching the pieces fall perfectly into place, Luin can barely contain his thrill. The die has been cast. Luin shoots a triumphant look toward his prey. It all depends on you now, Jaken Garyhill. But the target bites back. Jaken immediately voices his objection, firing a barrage of questions at Luin. We alumni are seasoned veterans with years of field experience. A class like this is beneath us. Frankly, it's nothing but a waste of precious time. Do you really think so little of our capabilities? Luin's inner smile widens. Perfect. He predicted this exact response. Without missing a beat, Luin launches his counterattack. That sounds a bit contradictory. Isn't the entire purpose of alumni visiting the academy to pass down their wisdom to us? Jaken freezes, blindsided by the logic. What? Luin drives the metaphorical spear deeper, cornering him. And yet, you dismiss the joint class? It is the single best method to transfer knowledge to your juniors. Are you rejecting it simply because it's inconvenient? Every word stabs into Jaken like a dagger. He grinds his teeth, the pressure mounting on the noble name of Garyhill. Luin drops the final bait, his voice dripping with provocation. Why the hesitation? Or is there another reason? Perhaps you're afraid. The accusation hits the mark. Jaken snaps back in anger. Even if you won the grand tournament, you're still just a student with limited worldview. Regaining his composure, Jaken smooths his expression and attempts a dignified rebuttal. Faced with a real blade, you'd be helpless, clinging to nothing but your useless, stubborn ego. Why should we bother with such a troublesome farce? But the crowd turns against him. The students roar in unison. We want to see your skills too. Jaken stares at them, dumbfounded. One student steps forward, eyes shining with expectation. That's right, techniques honed in actual warfare. We're dying to see them. Suddenly, Michael slams his hand on the desk and shouts, Come on, brother! What are you waiting for? Mikhail's face is twisted with manic excitement and a thirst for dominance. This is the perfect chance to crush that insect in front of everyone. Just accept it! Mikhail turns his sneer toward Luin. Luin Ardell, you're going to regret this suggestion for the rest of your life. My brother is a mage of a different caliber. He has no idea he's dancing right into Luin's palm. You're absolutely right, Mikhail, Luin agrees effortlessly. Luin revels in the situation. Checkmate. This is exactly how it needed to play out. Now, our esteemed senior has no path of retreat. Realizing he's trapped, Jaken forces a stiff nod. Fine. If it's a joint class, the apprentice knights from Foreign will be participating as well, correct? But even now, the snake tries to slither away, using his own twisted logic for one last evasion attempt. I only refuse because I didn't want to steal the spotlight from you, the class representative. But if you insist on throwing that away... Before he can finish, Luin cuts off his escape route. No, please, I insist. In fact, I'm begging you. Luin extends a hand with mock reverence. As your junior at this academy, I sincerely wish to witness your greatness. Cornered, Jaken accepts the handshake, maintaining his facade. If you feel that strongly, I have no choice. Let us both do our best. Suddenly, Luin's grip tightens like a vice. Crack! The sound of bones grinding echoes in the silence. Jaken's jaw clenches, fury rising at the ambush. He glares daggers at Luin. You little brat. Unfazed, Luin leans in and whispers calmly. I'll leave it in your capable hands, then, senior. Luin's eyes burn with cold determination. A chilling smile touches his lips. Prepare to have your mind blown. Tyrion leans back, resting his chin on his hand. I considered the logistics. My initial plan was to pair alumni with students for team exercises, but most of them turned their noses up at the idea. However, if a senior is put on the spot publicly, they can hardly refuse, can they? Tyrion grins. As the student representative, what do you think? Luin chuckles internally. The principal is a cunning old fox. A plan to force the alumni's hand. Luin gestures toward the group approaching from the distance. Allow me to introduce our guests, the apprentice knights of Foreign. Guthor spots Luin and grins. Well, well, look who it is, the stubborn brat himself. How have you been holding up? Luin replies instantly. Better than ever. And you, Sir Guthor? Guthor waves off the pleasantries and cuts to the chase. I heard the news. You conquered the Grand Festival, didn't you? That I did, Luin nods respectfully. All thanks to your guidance. Guthor lets out a hearty laugh and waves as he walks past. I'm off to see the principal. Look after the little ones for me, will you? Luin understands the assignment immediately. He turns to the knights, placing a hand over his heart in a formal salute. Can someone identify the representative for the apprentice knights? The lackey stammered an excuse, sweat beading on his forehead. Our representative is currently indisposed. Suddenly, a commotion erupted in the distance. Luin's ears picked up a sneering voice cutting through the air. You filthy commoner. Do you only learn obedience when I break something? A crony laughed, the sound dripping with malice. Careful now. You are terrifying the poor brat. His little friends might actually try to play hero. Let them come. If this trash dies, who would even mourn him? Luin's eyes narrowed as he recognized the victim shivering on the ground. It was Han. The bully froze, suddenly sensing a sharp, killing intent directed at him. He realized Luin was watching. Luin wondered, what is Han doing in a place like this? Before anyone could speak, Manteep stepped forward, cutting through the tension. So, you are Luin Ardell? I have heard many rumors about your arrogance. He introduced himself with a flourish, emphasizing his rank as the representative of Foreign. Luin ignored the pomp. Mantip Vengris Gagan, the commander of the Golden Knights? You know the name? Mantip puffed out his chest, glowing with pride. That man is my father. Luin scoffed internally. Why bring up his lineage now? ***. Is he trying to intimidate me with his father's reputation? ***. Luin's expression remained ice cold. I would be more satisfied if you answered my question first. Manteep's smug grin vanished, instantly replaced by irritation. Question? What question? Luin gestured to Han. What are you doing to him? Manteep shrugged casually. This brat lacks discipline. I am simply educating him. Is there an issue with disciplining a peasant? You ignore noble etiquette to worry about trash while greeting us? How incredibly rude. Do you even know this filth? Luin's fist clenched at his sides. He is my friend. Do you have a problem with that? Manteep let out a mocking laugh. Are you serious? I suppose trash really does attract trash. The Ardell family has fallen so low, they are practically commoners themselves. To think an academy representative has such disgusting taste. Talking to you makes me sick. Luin remained calm, though his aura darkened. What is this fool really planning? Suddenly, Manteep's gaze shifted to a new arrival, his older brother. Finally, Luin understood the source of this unprovoked hostility. Jane strode forward, arrogance radiating from every step. Why is a mere apprentice knight polluting my sight? Luin stayed silent, his mind racing. Birds of a feather truly flock together. He frowned, his resolve hardening. Even if I did not know Han, I would not let this stand. Han trembled, suffocating under the crushing tension. Jane smirked, enjoying the show. His eyes goaded Luin to make a move. Manteep chuckled darkly. We were destined to clash eventually. Suddenly, a booming voice shattered the atmosphere. It was Instructor Gunther. "Attention, all of you! Today we commence the joint training exercise." The instructor stood tall, his hands on his hips, his presence dominating the field. "Before the bloodshed begins, we must form our squads. Each team will consist of 2 academy cadets and 1 apprentice knight. 54 teams in total." Mantip groaned loudly. "I do not want to be here. Why must I waste time with these amateurs?" Jane nodded in agreement. "I still do not understand why I am here." Suddenly, a wicked idea sparked in Mantip's eyes. "Let us just get this over with, brother. We will crush them regardless," Jane smirked. "Makes sense. If we grab that guy, our team is complete." Mantip giggled, a sound purely devoid of warmth. "This will be an easy slaughter." Han hung his head, despair washing over him. "No one will want the lowest ranked failure, */. Suddenly, a shadow fell over him. It was Luin. "Join my team." Han's eyes went wide. He could not trust his own ears. Are you sure? You really want to team up with me?" Luin offered a warm, confident smile. "Why wouldn't I? We are friends, aren't we?" Tears welled in Han's eyes. "Luin." Suddenly, Jason stepped up from the crowd. "Surprised to see me? If you are picking teams based on friendship, count me in." "A friend of Luin is a brother of mine." Han stammered a thank you. Jason grinned. "Your name is Han, right?" "Drop the formalities. We are a team now." For the first time, Han felt like he truly belonged. Luin's expression shifted, turning serious. "Listen closely. Our goal is not merely to get a high score." He placed his hands on his hips, eyes scanning the field, his gaze locked onto a specific group. "We are going to crush those annoying pests." Unaware of the predator watching them, Mantip and his crew laughed carelessly. Once the teams were finalized, the break began. Luin turned to Han, his voice lowering. "Are you all right? You took quite a beating earlier. I can take you to the infirmary right now." Han shook his head vigorously. "No, please. I am fine. It is nothing." He looked down, shame coloring his face. "I am happy to see you, Luin, but it is dangerous for you to associate with someone like me. Too many people hate me. It is better if we act like strangers when no one is around." Luin cut him off, his voice firm. "I told you, we are friends." He leaned in closer. "The one who ambushed you at the training center. Was it him?" Han's silence was answer enough. Luin activated his ability, scanning Mantip. Mantip Vengras Gagon, 4-star knight. A 4-star knight. Now Luin understood the terror in Han's eyes. He cast a side glance at Mantip, calculating the odds. But Luin remembered something else. The night Han killed the gang leader. A brilliant blue aura had exploded from his body. 1 strike, 1 kill. Technically, he is only at the 3-star level. But his explosive power meets the 4-star requirements. His potential is limitless. Luin made his decision. I will handle Mantip soon enough. He looked Han dead in the eye. What about you? Han blinked, stunned by the question. Luin pressed on, his voice intense. Will you let them beat you forever? Where is that fire I saw when you protected your sister? Where is he? Han asked, his voice trembling with hesitation. Can I truly win this? Seeing Luin answer with such unwavering confidence only deepened the storm of confusion raging within him. Nearby, Mantip's patience had finally snapped. He could no longer stomach the audacity of their whispered conversation. The very idea that this trash thought he could defeat him was an insult to his pride. He spat out vicious curses, his eyes burning with malice as he summoned Han to approach. Instantly, Han's guard went up. Fear clawed at Han's throat, yet he stood his ground. With a shaking voice, he dared to utter a refusal. Mantip ground his teeth, the sound like stones crushing. Standing next to him doesn't make you special, he sneered. Just two idiots clinging to each other. Did the beatings finally drive you mad? Today I will end you myself. Metal rang out as Mantip drew his blade, killing intent flooding the air. But before the strike could fall, Luin stepped in. Han froze, bewildered by the sudden intervention. A voice from the crowd sneered. You aren't like him, are you? Don't sink to the level of that filth. Luin's eyes were cold as ice. Today is not the day you face him, he whispered. Patience. We wait for the moment to wipe him from existence completely. Luin stepped forward, his aura shifting. I will handle this. Mantip's face flushed a deep, violent crimson with rage. Who the hell are you? Get lost before I kill you too. Bam! Suddenly a shadow blurred into motion. A knee slammed into Mantip's face with devastating force. The speed was godlike. Instructor Gutter had arrived before anyone could blink. Even Luin's eyes widened in surprise. The instructor stood there, brow furrowed, maintaining the perfect form of his brutal attack. Explain, Gutter commanded, his voice low and dangerous. Mantip sprawled on the dirt, dazed. He stammered, pointing a trembling finger. They started it. I did nothing wrong. Gutter's gaze sharpened like a blade. So because they spoke, you drew live steel to slaughter a classmate. As of this moment, you are stripped of your captaincy. The vice captain takes command. Your punishment awaits the second we return to the academy. Panic set in. Mantip played his final card. Threats. You can't do this. If you demote me, my father will not let this slide. The threat hung in the air, pathetic and weak. Gutter loomed over him, unimpressed. Is that so? I believe he would agree with me. When he learns his son drew a blade on a student in a sacred hall of learning, he might just faint from the shame. Defeated, Mantip could only hang his head and whisper an apology. Luin watched silently, analyzing the scene. All that bravado, yet he's terrified of his daddy. He stared down at Mantip, whose pride lay shattered in the dust. However, Luin had made a mistake. He had caught the instructor's eye. The joint training session began, focusing on the art of war, offense, and defense. Instructor Gutter drilled them on dismantling mages, exploiting the fatal pause during incantations to neutralize the threat instantly. Professor Haidu countered, teaching the mages to predict a knight's trajectory and evade the kill zone with precision. As the groups practiced, Mantip scratched his head, fuming. I was already pissed at Luin, and now I have to train in this pit with trash like him? Jin sighed, advising him to let it go. But while Jin played the peacemaker, his own mind was racing with uncertainty. Jin's eyes narrowed as he watched the spar. Are they seriously expecting me to reveal my true power in front of all these amateurs? After an exhausting drill, Han gasped for air, begging for a break. Luin nodded effortlessly. Jason looked at him in awe. You're a monster, Luin. You don't even look tired. Luin shrugged, his arrogance naturally leaking out. I don't know. Felt like a light warm-up to me. The casual remark left his friends staring in shock. Suddenly, Gutter's shadow fell over them. If you aren't tired, the instructor said, his eyes piercing through Luin, perhaps you can spare me a moment? He was hunting for the truth. Luin tilted his head. Sir? Gutter didn't mince words. Your swordsmanship, that level of refinement, it is impossible for a self-taught novice. Unless, Gutter leaned in, you had a master of legendary caliber. Flashbacks of his hellish training flickered through Luin's mind. Gutter's sharper than he looks, Luin thought. Having stated his suspicion, Gutter made his move. He raised his training sword, pointing it directly at Luin's heart. I challenge you to a duel. Luin blinked, feigning innocence as whispers erupted around them. Sir, surely you jest. How could a student possibly defeat an instructor? I've only held a sword for a week. But Gutter smiled. He wasn't asking Luin to win. The lack of a victory condition confused Luin further. What was the end game? It turned out Gutter wanted Luin to demonstrate, to teach. "There is no one here with better technique than you," Gutter declared. Instantly, Luin became the sun around which the entire class orbited. This could be useful, Luin realized. A chance to cement my position and silence the doubters, once and for all. Luin shifted into his stance, the air around him tightening. "Then I look forward to your instruction, Sir Gutter." "Impressive form," Gutter praised with a smirk. Then, without warning, the instructor vanished, launching a high-speed assault. He wasn't holding back. The spectators gasped in horror. "If that hits," one whispered, "he won't just be hurt. He'll be obliterated." Clang! Luin blocked it. Sparks flew. The impact was heavy enough to send Luin sliding back, skidding across the dirt, but he stood firm. Gutter lowered his blade. His suspicion solidified into fact. "I refuse to believe this is amateur luck. I ask you again," Gutter's voice boomed. "Where did you learn that technique?" He knew the name would be one that shouldn't be spoken lightly. Luin hesitated. Should I tell him? He weighed the risks. My master never explicitly said to keep it a secret. It should be fine. After a long pause, Luin looked Gutter in the eye and dropped the name. Bovar Parton. The air left the room. Silence descended like a heavy blanket. A student broke the silence, his voice trembling with awe. "Bovar Parton? You mean the legendary god of war? Impossible! I heard he died ages ago," the student next to him gasped. While the crowd erupted into chaos, Instructor Gunter remained stoic, an island of calm in the storm. "How could you possibly know him?" the instructor demanded. Luin's voice remained steady. "Sir Bova retired to Edo. He has been living there ever since. He is the one who raised me." Suddenly, Mantip cut in, his voice dripping with venom. "Liar!" The noble stormed forward, getting right in Luin's face. "My father confirmed Bova Peyton's death personally. You have zero proof, do you?" Luin's expression darkened. "Why do I need to prove anything to you? And stop speaking of the living as if they are dead." But Mantip refused to back down. "Even if you are telling the truth, it changes nothing. The strongest knight in the kingdom is still my father." That was when Luin realized the truth. This was not about facts. It was about Mantip's insecurity. Officially, Mantip's father, Lord Vingras Gagon, commander of the Golden Knights, held the title of the realm's strongest warrior. But if the legendary Bova Peyton still drew breath, that hierarchy would crumble instantly. Knowing this, Luin decided not to stoop to the fool's level. "Believe whatever makes you sleep at night," Luin scoffed. "Sir Bova has no interest in such trivial titles." Those words were like gasoline on an open flame. Mantip's face twisted in pure rage, his reason consumed by fury. "How dare you insult my father?" Losing all control, Mantip roared, throwing down the gauntlet right there in the classroom. "Come at me! Fight me right now!" Smack! A heavy fist cut his tantrum short. Mantip looked up, stunned disbelief written all over his face. "You really want to duel that badly?" Instructor Gunter loomed over him. Mantip nodded, stubborn to the end. The instructor sighed. "Very well. The first match of tomorrow's group training will be Luin's team versus Mantip's team. Any objections? No? Good." The next day, Gunter's commanding voice echoed across the training grounds. "Is everyone ready? As announced yesterday, the first sparring match begins now. Team Luin against Team Mantip." Jane stepped forward calmly, locking eyes with Luin. A mockery of a smile played on his lips, dripping with arrogance. "Did you prepare your last will?" he sneered. Luin frowned at the bizarre question, but before he could respond, the signal dropped. The match had begun. In a split second, Jane launched himself at Luin, moving like a blur of light. Luin barely managed to react. What on earth is this speed? This isn't normal. Luin had faced many opponents, but he had never witnessed a peer move with such impossible velocity. It was laughable. Just how desperate are you to win? Luin's eyes narrowed as he sensed the energy. Is he seriously wearing 6 different artifacts? Flashback to the previous night at the Grand Estate. Ah, Lord Vingrass. Joss greeted the imposing figure before him. The commander offered a polite, diplomatic smile. It has been a long time, Councilman Joss. The 2 old foxes began their dance. I heard about your son, Jane, Vingrass started. Invited to lecture at the Academy as a representative of the alumni? Quite the honor. Joss nodded. It was a pleasant surprise when Principal Trian Signet personally extended the invitation. And how is young Mantip? Joss asked. This was Joss Gary Hill, a high-ranking commissioner of the kingdom's Tower Council. Vingrass sighed, his frustration evident. He is physically fine, but he causes nothing but trouble. It is truly a headache. That is why I sent him to Gunter. He needs real discipline. Joss's expression shifted, his eyes gleaming with hidden intent. Actually, I am here regarding the Academy's representative. Vingrass raised an eyebrow. You mean the freshman, Luin Ardell? The name sparked a memory. The rumors are loud enough that even I have heard of him. They say he dominated the tournament and even caught the Empire's eye. Suddenly, Vingrass's voice grew cold. A peasant from the sticks of Adel should not have such an easy path to glory. Joss chuckled darkly, sensing an opening. Precisely. We must prevent a lowborn like him from corrupting the princes. Don't you agree? As loyal subjects, it is our duty to protect the kingdom. Vingrass leaned in, lowering his voice. Do you have a plan? Haas mirrored his volume, a conspiratorial whisper. My son is teamed up with Mantip for the upcoming duel against Luin Ardell. So I was thinking, why not equip Mantip with a high-grade artifact? Vingrass gasped, his eyes widening. What did you say? The snake continued to whisper poison. If you were to accidentally leave that necklace behind, I ensure Mantip will receive it. Cold sweat broke out on Vingrass's forehead. Are you suggesting fraud? But Joss ignored the knight's moral hesitation. He placed a firm hand on Vingrass's shoulder, his grip tightening. Honor is a luxury we cannot afford right now. We must crush this brat before he becomes a threat. I have already equipped my own son with artifacts. Vingrass wavered, his conscience fighting his ambition. Seeing this, Joss played his trump card. Bova Payton. Does that name ring a bell? The color drained from Vingrass's face. Why do you bring him up now? Joss narrowed his eyes, delivering the killing blow. Rumor has it he is still alive. And worse, he personally trained Luin and Ardell. Vingrass nervously adjusted his collar as the reality sank in. Luin Ardell, favored by the princes, and disciple of the legendary Bova Payton. The threat was real. If that brat defeats our son in the upcoming duel, our position in this house is finished. Hearing the desperation, Vingrass finally made his choice. He removed the necklace from his own neck and handed it to Joss, his voice thick with alcohol and hesitation. Fine, take it. I just hope this brings the results we need. But, unnoticed by Vingrass, a sinister smirk curled on Joss's lips as he grasped the artifact, his victory all but assured. Oh, it will. Rest assured, my friend. All of this is solely for the glory of our kingdom. Standing by the window, the 2 conspirators sealed their dark pact, unaware that their shadow alliance would soon face the light. The next day, tension filled the training grounds. A man with long brown hair stood there, a smile of pure arrogance plastered on his face. How are you holding up, Luin? Without waiting for an answer, Jekken launched a spell directly at him. You act so confident with such mediocre skills? How utterly disappointing. Luin struggled to hold his ground, his body fighting against the magical chains binding him and his teammate. He gritted his teeth, fury burning in his eyes. Damn it! I knew they would play dirty, but I never expected them to stoop this low. Jekken, a C-class mage with high potential, was enjoying this too much. Jekken laughed, his voice dripping with mockery. What are you doing just standing there? Come on, Luin. Show us that incredible power you're so proud of. If you don't move, Mantip is going to beat you into a pulp. As the command left his lips, Manteep lunged forward, his wooden sword cutting through the air with terrifying speed. Seeing the danger, Jason, who was bound by the green magic, screamed out in panic. "Luin, move! You have to dodge it!" But Luin didn't flee. He slammed his foot down, the impact shattering the green energy, binding him into dust. Using the momentum, Luin effortlessly sidestepped Manteep's strike. The wooden sword smashed into the ground, erupting with a violent explosion of fire that no mere wood should possess. Luin's eyes widened in shock. What the hell? How can a wooden training sword possess that kind of durability and firepower? The truth was hidden in plain sight. That sword was an ancient artifact Manteep received from Lord Vengrass, an unbreakable talisman of war. Disguised as a simple necklace to be worn unnoticed, this artifact enhanced any weapon it touched, granting it the sharpness of steel and the durability of diamond. Manteep grinned, sensing the upper hand. "I missed. I could have killed you right there." He raised the sword again, eyes filled with bloodlust. "But don't worry. This time, I will definitely end your pathetic life, Luin." However, Luin's mind was already racing, calculating a counter-strategy. "Hard as steel, is it? Then I'll treat it like steel." The metal-breaking art. If an object contains iron or steel, this technique destroys it unconditionally. Luin threw his fist directly at the blade. The impossible happened. The wooden sword, which had just withstood a fiery explosion, snapped cleanly in half upon contact with Luin's fist. Manteep froze, his brain unable to process the scene. He stammered, fear creeping into his voice. "How? What the hell did you just do?" He didn't get an answer. Luin's fist continued its trajectory, slamming into Manteep's face and sending the burly swordsman flying across the arena. Jikin spun around, watching his partner crash painfully into the dirt. "Manteep!" His eyes bulged in disbelief. This can't be happening. We are all equipped with high-grade artifacts, yet he hasn't been pushed back a single inch. Luin casually rolled his shoulder, soothing the muscle he had just used. "I plan to go easy on you clowns, but clearly mercy is wasted on the likes of you." His voice dropped an octave, resonating with cold, suppressed rage. "Since you want to play games, let's fight for real." In that instant, raw energy gathered around Luin's fist. He activated his unique skill, Will of the Chieftain. The air trembled. The spirit of the first chieftain of Chun Mountain, Huhan, manifested behind him. A towering soul emerged, synchronizing perfectly with Luin's movements. Outside the ring, the spectators gasped, their eyes glued to the terrifying phenomenon unfolding before them. Fear choked their voices. What in the world is that?" Jekken stared at Luin, his legs trembling as true terror took hold. "Impossible. Is that an ogre?" Luin was now engulfed in a raging inferno of aura. Within the flames stood the massive, furious avatar of an ancient ogre. The crowd erupted into chaos. "Run! Everyone run! It's a monster!" Luin took a slow, deliberate step toward the paralyzed Jikin. "Let's end this farce. Tell me, were 6 artifacts still not enough for you to win?" Jikin's jaw dropped. What? But Luin had no intention of explaining himself to a cheater. He waved his hand as if crushing an insect. The fiery spirit mimics the motion, its massive palm descending upon the mage. With surgical precision, the giant spectral fingers ripped the necklaces from Jakin's neck. Under the immense pressure, the hidden artifact shattered and rained down onto the floor. The crowd instantly understood what they were seeing. Whispers turned into outraged shouts. "What is this? Is he serious? Senor Jakin was actually using artifacts? He used forbidden items just to fight a junior?" Hearing his reputation crumble around him, Jekken snapped. His face twisted into a mask of ugly rage. "You bastard! Do you think you can get away with this? The Gary Hill family will not let this slide." But Luin didn't let him finish his threat. "You say Gary Hill won't let me be? First it was Mikhail, then the eldest son Jekken. Who is next in your pathetic lineage? Is it Lord Joss Gary Hill himself?" Hearing his father's name spoken with such disrespect, Jikan lost all reason and charged at Luin. "Shut your mouth! How dare a piece of trash like you speak that name?" But once again, he was interrupted by force. Luin didn't even flinch. He simply flicked his finger, sending a shockwave crashing into Jikan's forehead. The mage collapsed backward, defeated and humiliated by a single motion. "You are being too loud. Just rest for a moment." Chang perched on his shoulder, unable to look away, and asked, "Are you absolutely certain about this decision?" Luin blinked, looking completely bewildered. "Huh? About what exactly?" Chang gestured to the stunned crowd, reminding Luin of the chaotic spectacle he had just created. "Is it truly wise to expose a goblin like this before the entire academy? Just look at Headmaster Exnit's face. The man is in a state of total shock." Only now did they notice Headmaster Exnit had arrived, his expression frozen in a mask of pure astonishment. Yet, contrary to the panic one might expect, Luin remained perfectly calm. "I could not hide it forever anyway," he reasoned, to which Chang nodded in agreement. Luin's gaze shifted as a thought crossed his mind. Jane had already fallen, and Mikkel appeared to have fainted from the sheer horror of seeing the creature. The boy had collapsed, foaming at the mouth, completely overwhelmed by the situation. He lay there, soaking up the mixture of disdain and pity from the onlookers. It seemed the winner of the duel had already been decided. Luin turned his attention toward Instructor Gutter. Seeing the situation, the instructor coughed awkwardly and began to speak. "Therefore, the win—" But before he could finish, a thunderous shout cut through the air. Luin turned along with the crowd. Stepping forward with a burning intensity was Han, his voice ringing out like a declaration of war. "The match is not over yet." Han tossed a fresh wooden sword toward Manip, who was still sprawled on the ground. "Your blade broke, did it not? Then use this one." His voice carried a heavy weight of defiance. "Pick it up, Manip." This insolence instantly ignited Manip's fury. He grit his teeth and snarled, "Have you lost your mind, you filthy, low-born commoner?" But his insults died in his throat as his eyes went wide with disbelief. He recognized it instantly. The wooden blade in Han's hand was radiating a fierce blue power, crackling like angry lightning. That was the mark of a sword saint, a level 4 master or higher. It signified one who had mastered the manipulation of aura, a power that made ordinary men tremble. Typically, a 4-star knight wielded green aura, while a 5-star master commanded crimson energy. These auras cloak the body, visible to all. From the 6-star onwards, the energy would shift into a deep, royal purple. Beyond that legendary level, the aura was no longer bound by color, manifesting instead according to the unique soul of the knight. Yet, regardless of the color, their power was undeniable and devastating at every stage. The average trainee barely scraped 3 stars. The crowd was paralyzed with confusion. How could a weakling like Han possess such strength? "Even I have not mastered aura yet." The whispers of disbelief spread through the students like wildfire. Even among official knights, many never reached the 4th star. Perched on Luin's shoulder, Chang watched coldly and asked, "Luin, do you not intend to intervene? The match is technically over." Despite his surprise, Luin shook his head. "No, let us watch a little longer." In his mind, a realization dawned. Finally, that spirit had returned. That was the look of the old Hansen, a gaze filled with unshakable determination and a rage buried deep within his soul. Manip forced himself to stand, gripping the sword from the dirt. "I do not accept this!" He charged forward like a madman, screaming at the top of his lungs. "I will never accept this result! You are nothing but a lowly peasant. How dare you claim to wield aura?" Their wooden blades collided with a deafening crack. Han blocked the strike effortlessly, sending Manip into a spiral of denial. "Impossible! There is no way a weakling like you stands on my level." The humiliation shattered Manip's sanity completely. His mind could only process one thing. This commoner had insulted his noble blood by daring to match his strength. Manip roared in fury. "Know your place and grovel in the dirt." yet Han easily deflected the chaotic strike. Han's voice cut through the noise, dripping with mockery. "Are you still clinging to that pathetic obsession with status?" Manip froze. "What?" He never expected the boy to bite back. Han's expression darkened with pent-up frustration. "You are just a lucky brat born into a good family, nothing more. A selfish narcissist who stands for nothing." These words pushed Manip over the edge of madness. His mouth twitched uncontrollably as he lashed out. "Have you lost your mind?" He stomped the ground, shattering the earth beneath him. "Fine then, Han." In an instant, Manip poured every ounce of his energy into the wooden blade. A matching blue aura erupted from his weapon. "If you want to die so badly, I will grant your wish." He leaped high into the air, aiming a killing blow. His scream tore through the arena, a raw manifestation of his hatred. "Die, you miserable bastard!" Realizing the danger, Luin dashed forward. "Han, watch out!" The crowd panicked, rushing to intervene. Ware cursed under his breath at Manip's insanity. Suddenly, a massive explosion of force erupted, and a blinding blue light swallowed everything. Luin skidded to a halt, his eyes widening in pure shock. He had not anticipated this outcome. As the light faded, the impossible was revealed. Han had not only blocked the lethal strike, but had blasted Manip backward with overwhelming force. The blade was ripped from Manip's grasp, sent spinning through the air by the sheer force of the impact. Manip could only scream a final curse before he was blasted backward, crashing down in a display of utter humiliation. In stark contrast, Han touched down with the grace of a master. His stance was immovable, rooted to the earth like an ancient tree. His eyes bored into Manip, cold and unforgiving, watching the loser scramble for dignity through empty insults. Manip's lackeys scrambled to their fallen leader's side in a panic. "Manip, pull yourself together," someone shouted. "Damn it, is he unconscious?" The crowd erupted into chaos. "What just happened? Did anyone see that? It was too fast. Did Han actually defeat Manip?" Even Han stared at his own hands, stunned by the devastation he had just unleashed. He had never imagined he possessed such overwhelming power. Luin rushed to his side, concern etched on his face. "Han, are you injured?" But Luin's voice died in his throat. His pupils contracted in shock as he stared at Han's weapon. "Han, look at your sword." Han followed his friend's gaze, confused. "My sword?" He blinked, and then he saw it. The aura wrapping the blade had shifted. The azure glow was gone, replaced by a deep, menacing crimson. It was the mark of a legend. Han had ascended to become a level 5 swordsman. The red aura blazed like an inferno, mirroring the rising spirit of its master. Later that night, under the castle's shadows, the atmosphere was heavy. "You continue to defy all logic," a voice murmured. Headmaster Ignat walked alongside Luin, unable to suppress his admiration. "I knew you were special, Luin, but to completely dismantle a senior graduate, I had a hunch, but seeing it is another matter entirely." Luin's hand tightened into a fist at the headmaster's words. He stopped walking. "Just a hunch, Headmaster?" Luin's voice cut through the air, causing Ignat to pause. Luin turned, his eyes sharp. "Let's drop the act. You were the one who summoned Jake and Garyhill to the academy. You orchestrated this entire confrontation from the start, didn't you?" Ignat let out a long sigh, dropping his guard. "Oh my, I suppose nothing gets past you. I have been caught red-handed. I intended to use this opportunity to teach him humility. However, it seems I only succeeded in fueling his hatred." Luin frowned. "Hatred?" Ignat's expression turned grave. "News of this duel has already reached the capital. You defeated the eldest son of House Garyhill. The nobility smells blood. Whispers are spreading that this defeat signals the collapse of their entire family. Rumors in the aristocratic world traveled faster than light, and they were far deadlier than any blade. The political fallout would be catastrophic." Ignat visualized the fury of the patriarch. "Josh Garyhill will not sit idly by. He will do whatever it takes to reclaim his family's lost honor." "That means you have a target on your back." They turned a corner, approaching a dimly lit stairwell. Ignat adjusted his glasses. As headmaster, I cannot allow my student to fall prey to such schemes. That is why I brought you here. The stairs spiraled down into the academy's deepest basement. It was a passage shrouded in darkness, as mysterious as the secrets buried below. Ignat broke the silence, addressing the tension. A few days ago, Kingram awoke from his hibernation. The first thing he said upon opening his eyes was, "I smell the scent of my kin." The words struck Luin like a physical blow. Luin clenched his fists, trying to keep his composure. Ignat noticed the reaction, but simply gestured forward. "Let us proceed. Kingram awaits with a gift." They hesitated at the threshold. Luin couldn't hold it in any longer. "Headmaster, why don't you ask about it?" Ignat feigned ignorance. "Ask about what? About how I suddenly appeared with an ogre spirit clinging to my back? There is no magic in this world that can explain such a thing. Are you truly not the least bit curious?" Ignat turned, a gentle, paternal smile on his face. "Whether you carry an ogre on your back or the head of a goblin king, the Luin Ardell I know is someone I trust implicitly. That is all the answer I need." Luin felt a weight lift from his shoulders. "Thank you, headmaster." Ignat pointed into the gloom. "Go on. Kingram has been waiting for a long time." Luin descended until he stood before a massive, foreboding door. Summoning his courage, he pushed the heavy doors open. As soon as he crossed the threshold, the gates slammed shut behind him with a deafening boom. Silence swallowed the room, broken only by the rhythmic echo of Luin's footsteps on the stone floor. A deep, rumbling voice shattered the quiet. "It has been a long time, little destroyer." Luin smirked, his confidence returning. "Indeed, it has been a while, Kingram." As the name left his lips, a colossal silhouette emerged from the shadows. It was a monstrous ogre, with elongated ears and tusks that could pierce armor. Kingram sat upon a stone throne, staring down at the human approaching him. Kingram leaned forward, sniffing the air. "I still cannot believe it. To smell the familiar scent of my ancestors from the Sky Mountains, coming from a human like you. I even detect the aura of my father, Munka. If you are willing, would you tell me the full story?" Luin nodded, his eyes gleaming. "I will tell you everything." Luin recounted his saga, the trials at the Sky Mountains, the battles fought, and how he forged a legendary artifact from the jaw of Kun Khan. When the tale ended, Kingram threw his head back and roared with laughter. "You arm-wrestled hundreds of ogres? You truly have a death wish, boy." Luin crossed his arms, a proud grin on his face. "Correction, I didn't just arm-wrestle them. I defeated every single one of them." Kingram slammed his fist on his throne in delight. "That is the spirit. My bloodline must have enjoyed that thoroughly. I thought I would be trapped in this artifact forever, fading into oblivion. But today, you have brought me the precious winds of my homeland. You chaotic brat, thank you. Truly, you are my greatest blessing, my absolute savior." As Kingram's final words echoed into silence, the system immediately bombarded Luin with urgent notifications. Achievement unlocked. He stared at the holographic panel in disbelief. His title had evolved from Friend of Elves to the majestic Elf Lord. His strength stat skyrocketed by 1,000 points. The manifestation of power, Chang, had finally reached the 5-star realm. The human transformation skill was now online. The spirit companion bond instantly surged, granting an additional 500 strength points. At the same time, Kingram's voice thundered a decree. "From this day forth, you are the avatar of Draka, the only human the Sky Mountain elves will ever trust." This was the ultimate reward. Luin stood there, stunned, as his total combat power shattered the 7,000 mark. Chang, meanwhile, had also ascended to 5 stars. She materialized in the air, letting out a massive, satisfied burp after her divine meal. Even she was surprised. Hitting the 5-star milestone had happened far sooner than she ever predicted. Before Luin could process the stat boost, Chang leaped down, looking fierce. "I am sick to death of being trapped in this tiny body. Do you have any idea how boring it is? As the words left her mouth, blinding rays of light erupted from her form. The radiance was intense, like a miniature sun igniting the void. The energy surge was so massive, Luin had to shield his face just to stay standing. He squinted through his fingers, wondering what kind of dramatic transformation was happening now. As the light faded, a stunning figure with flowing brown hair emerged. A breathtaking beauty turned to Luin with a charming smile. Pretty amazing, right, Luin? This was the moment she had waited for. A cute yet mischievous girl stood before him, brimming with energy, and this was Chang's true human form. Since meeting Kingram, Luin had secured 2 massive rewards. First, the authority of the chieftain, allowing him to command the elf tribe like a warlord and summon their armies at will. Second, the ultimate privilege to summon Kingram himself from the academy to his location. However, this was a one-time use ability. Kingram had been clear in his parting words. Call upon me only when death is knocking at your door. But Luin pushed that thought aside, his face twisting in annoyance at the piercing laughter ringing in his ears. Chang, now a human woman, was screeching and dancing like a maniac. Being human is the absolute best! Meanwhile, Tyrion was grilling Luin with a suspicious glare. Who exactly is this woman? The moment Chang transformed, she became visible to everyone. Luin was too paralyzed by shock to speak properly. Wait, you're actually a girl? Chang rolled her eyes in irritation. How many times do I have to say it before you believe me? Did you think I was lying? Luin stood there, completely flustered. Tyrion pressed harder, his voice demanding answers. 1 person went underground, but 2 returned. What is the meaning of this? 3 words flashed in Luin's mind. I am screwed. He decided to come clean, recounting the entire underground ordeal to Tyrion. After listening to the tale, Tyrion stroked his chin thoughtfully. With my humble knowledge, may I assume you are a spirit? Chang answered sharply, her voice ringing with authority. Close, but to be precise, I am an incarnation. Luin stood between them, sweating bullets. Is explaining it like that really okay? Chang doubled down. We are in an inseparable, symbiotic relationship. Luin panic whispered, Hey, watch your tone with the headmaster. But she only grew more arrogant. I've been alive way longer than this old man. Luin choked on his words. Thinking back, she actually had a point. Tyrion observed her carefully. Since you came via Kingram, and considering you are Luin's high-tier incarnation, I will arrange living quarters for you at the academy. Hearing this, Chang asked brazenly, So, do you have a fun cover story for me? Tyrion stroked his white beard, a gentle yet mischievous smile forming. Naturally. The scene shifted to the bustling academy grounds, where gasps of shock echoed through the air. Confusion reigned supreme among the students. Luin, you mean you have a cousin? And she's transferring here today? The crowd was losing their minds. It seemed this was the headmaster's brilliant plan. Chang stood with hands on hips, beaming radiantly. Chang Ardell, at your service. Luin stood in the corner, looking ready to die from embarrassment. Yeah, she's a senior, just like us, Luin mumbled. The students erupted into chaos again. A senior? Didn't you say she was younger? Someone asked. Luin stammered. She, skipped grades. She's a certified genius. Awe swept through the crowd. Suddenly, a polite figure stepped forward, extending a hand. It is an honor to meet you, my lady. It was none other than Jason, the blonde noble. He knelt on one knee, introducing himself shamelessly as Luin's best friend. If my lady is unfamiliar with the academy, may I offer you a tour? Chang replied with zero interest. Who is this guy? Luin watched the train wreck unfold, wondering what she would do. Jason persisted, inviting Chang to hang out. Want to check the cafeteria? The bread is god tier. I hate bread. Get lost. Then how about gazing at the ocean? It was a touching scene. Yet, amidst their lively chatter, no one noticed the subtle shifts crossing Luin's expression. As long as everything ended well, that was enough, right? Suddenly, a familiar voice called out his name, snapping him back to reality. Luin instantly recognized the speaker. It was Han. Ah, that is right. Today was the day of his departure. Han beamed with a cheerful smile. That is correct. I came to say my final farewells. A wave of regret washed over Luin. It was never easy saying goodbye to a comrade. Luin promised to visit Foreign in the future. Han's eyes lit up with delight, assuring him that the gates would always be open for a friend. However, Han had one special request. Luin, once I graduate from the training center, may I come to the Ardell territory? He asked with hopeful eyes. Of course, come visit whenever you like, Luin agreed instantly. But then, Han's voice dropped an octave, turning serious. Actually, I do not just want to visit. I want to serve as a knight for the Ardell family. Luin was stunned. He had to double-check what he just heard. Are you serious about this? Han's resolve remained unshaken. Yes, I want to do something meaningful. I want to protect the Ardell territory. Plus, knowing you will be the leader there makes it the only place I want to be. Please accept me. Joy swelled in Luin's chest at his friend's loyalty. A warm, genuine smile broke across his face. Of course. Thank you, Han. Suddenly, the sentimental atmosphere was shattered. Oh la la! Were you two planning to keep this a secret from me? Jason shouted, tackling Luin into a bear hug. Count me in, too. I am coming to Ardell as well. I will handle the logistics, the dishwashing, and the cleaning. Just let me stay near the ladies. Luin's expression instantly turned to ice. I never said you were invited. The words struck Jason like a physical blow, leaving him speechless. Recovering quickly, Jason began to whine and cling to Luin. You are so mean! I know you were just joking, right? Right? Laughter erupted among the group, yet, deep inside, a strange anxiety stirred within Luin. So, all his friends would be gathering in Ardell after graduation. He could not be certain if this was a wise path, but one thing was clear. The future of the Ardell territory was about to become far more interesting. Meanwhile, the scene shifts to the bustling capital city of Leyden. Inside a lavish office, a man screamed in utter despair. It is over! Everything is gone! Do you have any idea how much gold I poured into this, Lord Vengris? How could a mere commoner knight trainee defeat Manip, and the Gary Hill family too? Even the eldest son, Jack King Gary Hill, was crushed by that brat Luin Ardell. The golden age of House Gary Hill is finished. To understand the gravity of this situation, one must look at history. The Gary Hill bloodline had long maintained a reputation as the supreme family of magic. Meanwhile, House Vengris was revered as the cradle of the Empire's strongest knights. Their dominance existed for one reason. They had enjoyed the unwavering support of the noble faction for generations. But what happens when that support crumbles? The desperate investor continued his tirade. Even if your houses are number one today, look at the next generation. When those children become the pillars of this country, your glorious era will meet its end. Another noble in the room nodded, finding logic in the panic. The solution is clear then. We must switch sides. We need to shift our support immediately. We must align ourselves with House Ardell. Suddenly, the heavy footsteps of a newcomer entering the hall sliced through their treasonous conversation. But Lord Delin Ardell is the current head, and he never accepts bribes, one argued. Oh, come now. Who in this world hates money? Another scoffed. Just look at House Gary Hill. Before the sentence could finish, a voice cold as the abyss echoed through the room. Are you referring to me? Panic seized the room as they realized who stood before them. They screamed in unison. Councilman Josh George! The man's expression was grim as death. It seems everyone is having quite the delightful discussion. Now tell me, who exactly was suggesting switching sides just now? Their faces turned pale as ash. They stammered excuses immediately. No, it was just a slip of the tongue. We had no idea you were listening. Josh narrowed his eyes, his voice dripping with menace. A slip of the tongue, you say? If I were not here, would you have continued spouting this trash all day? His brows furrowed into a deep scowl as he lowered his voice. Listen well. Since the very founding of this empire, House Gary Hill has always held absolute power in its grasp. History does not lie. The nonsense you fear will never come to pass. Hearing this, the terrified nobles immediately flipped their stance, bowing and scraping. Of course, we will certainly remember this, my lord. Josh watched their pathetic display of hypocrisy. His blood boiled with rage. He ground his teeth, his mind fixated on a single name. Luin Ardell. I intended to use that brat as a stepping stone to elevate Jack King and Michael. Instead, he dared to trample upon our family's honor. Murderous intent darkened his face. A final decision formed in his mind. I will kill him, no matter the cost. Back at the academy, the students were aboard a train bound for the capital. As part of the second semester curriculum, this was a crucial event. A special field trip awaited them. They were granted rare access to visit the prestigious Magic Tower and the Imperial Palace itself. This was a rare opportunity to observe modern mages in action. Naturally, the students were buzzing with uncontrollable excitement. Chang was equally curious, his spectral eyes narrowing. So, does this mean we finally get to meet the legendary Joss Gary Hill? Luin let out a heavy sigh, his expression grim. Perhaps. He knew too well that this field trip had a darker purpose. The patriarch of the Gary Hill family held a deep grudge against Luin. Entering the capital wasn't a vacation. It was walking straight into the enemy's lair. In this territory, Joss could manipulate the royal mages like puppets. It was a battlefield where Luin was at a complete and utter disadvantage. While Luin calculated the deadly risks, Chang floated beside him, oblivious to the tension. Hey, is that old guy actually strong? Luin hesitated. He couldn't say for sure. Public records claimed Joss was a 7th Circle mage, placing him on the same level as the headmaster. Chang scoffed, crossing his arms. 7th Circle? Please. Back in my prime, I could have erased a bug like that with a snap of my fingers. However, Luin refused to be so arrogant. He knew better than to underestimate a potential killer. I don't know how godlike Chang used to be, Luin thought, but for a novice like me, clashing with a 7th Circle mage is suicide. Even his gamer ability couldn't scan the headmaster's stats. Entering the capital blind meant he couldn't afford a single moment of carelessness. Just then, the electronic chime of the intercom cut through his thoughts. A robotic voice announced their arrival. Next stop, J. Ridden, the glorious capital of the Ridden Kingdom. As the train slowed, towering skyscrapers pierced the clouds. The students pressed against the windows, gasping at the breathtaking skyline. Stepping onto the platform, the students were instantly swept up by the dazzling lights and the overwhelming luxury of the metropolis. Only Luin remained unimpressed. He surveyed the opulence with a cold, analytical gaze. So, this is the capital. In his mind, he sneered. Flashy and pretentious, a total waste of resources for a nation this small. While the group stood mesmerized by the view, a commanding voice cut through the noise. Headmaster Tyrion, it has been a long time. Tyrion turned, but his face held no warmth. The temperature in the station seemed to drop instantly. He narrowed his eyes, his guard instantly raised. What brings a man of your stature all the way down here? It was him, Joss Gary Hill. The man whose shadow had loomed over their entire journey had finally appeared, flanked by an elite entourage. Joss smirked, his tone dripping with mockery. Asking why I am here? That sounds a bit hostile, doesn't it, Headmaster? The future pillars of our kingdom have arrived to study. As the guardian of the country, surely I deserve to welcome them personally. But his eyes betrayed his true intent. He stepped forward, ignoring everyone else, closing the distance to one specific student. Standing directly before Luin, Josh dropped his voice to a menacing growl. I wanted to see the brat who humiliated my sons. You must be Luin Ardell. The rumors were interesting. Joss's eyes burned crimson. He didn't bother hiding the murderous intent radiating from his body, locking his gaze onto Luin. Sparks flew as they stared each other down. The air crackled with tension, but Luin didn't flinch. Luin felt a suffocating pressure, like a venomous snake coiling around his throat. But amidst the fear, he noticed something strange. The world knew Joss as a seven-circle master, yet Luin's system interface revealed the truth. Mage class, 6th circle. How had he fooled the entire kingdom? Luin's eyes darted to the accessories adorning the chairman's body. Suspicion turned to certainty. The puzzle pieces clicked into place. Those rings, they are mana-amplifying artifacts. Luin scoffed internally. Cheating runs in the family, I see. The absurdity made Luin chuckle aloud. Joss flinched, his menacing aura wavering with sudden confusion. Something funny? Joss barked, his face darkening. Luin simply turned his back on the most powerful man in the capital. No, nothing at all. Excuse me. But before he could step away, an iron grip clamped onto his arm. Mana flared. The air grew heavy with magic. Where do you think you are going? Joss hissed. I am not done with you, boy. Answer me. What were you laughing at? Luin's expression hardened, fury rising in his chest. Suddenly Tyrion stepped in, his voice booming. Chairman Jose, that is my student. Release him at once. Beside them, Chang was vibrating with rage, muttering curses at the mad dog who dared touch his contractor. But Joss Gary Hill had ruled unchecked for too long. He didn't care for pleasantries or protocol. He glared at the headmaster, his voice cold as steel. Stay out of this, Tyrion. Do not test me. You may run the academy, but we are in the capital now. Here, I am the law. I have every right to question him. Tyrion didn't flinch. Then listen closely. If anyone abuses their power to bully my innocent students... Mana surged around the headmaster, shaking the platform. I will take my students and leave this city immediately. Hearing those audacious words, Elder Joss grins wide enough to split his face. Is the headmaster planning to retreat just like that? But of course, our noble headmaster Tyrion always behaves this way. Do you truly believe I am in the dark? It was you who orchestrated the plan to humiliate my son before the entire student body by luring that brat out. Do not play the fool. Is this all because you still harbor deep resentment? Because I was the one chosen as the guardian of the nation, and not you? What a truly disgusting display of envy. These fabricated lies finally snapped the last string of Tyrion's patience. He roars Joss's name, unleashing his overwhelming power in an instant. His fighting spirit locks onto Joss Gary Hill, the man daring to spout such filth. Everyone in the vicinity feels a violent gale whipping through the square. Though invisible to the naked eye, a terrifying torrent of mana blazes forth from Headmaster Tyrion like a raging inferno. Yet Joss merely wears an expression of utter disdain. So, you wish to go all out against me? Very well, I shall oblige. Suddenly, Luin, standing right beside Joss, turns and drops a sentence that seems to come out of nowhere. How truly interesting. The remark leaves the old man momentarily stunned. Luin does not flinch. He looks the elder dead in the eye with a smirk and continues. I am answering the question you asked earlier. I laughed because I noticed something quite amusing. I have never seen anyone wear as many rings as you. It reminds me of my seniors, Michael and Jackal. They also had a deep fondness for jewelry. Perhaps all wealthy people share this hobby? Hearing this, the color drains from Joss Gary Hill's face. Panic sets in as he wonders. Does Luin know? After a tense pause, the elder hurriedly offers a defense. There is no deeper meaning here. We simply share a coincidental taste for accessories, that is all. He finally releases his grip on Luin. The boy nods, feigning agreement with the flimsy excuse, prompting Joss Gary Hill to immediately pivot and change the subject. Incidentally, Headmaster Tyrion should stand aside and merely observe this tour. From today onwards, I shall take full charge of all schedules. The arrogant tone grates on Tyrion's nerves, but he decides against escalating the conflict further. Having said his piece, Joss turns his back in clear irritation, storming off without waiting for a reply. Consequently, the visit to the capital can hardly be called a sightseeing tour anymore. Host Gary Hill, who claimed he would dictate the entire itinerary, vanishes without a trace the moment the group steps foot into the royal palace. In his place, a different elder mage steps forward to guide them. Although the tour itself is lackluster, the atmosphere remains decent. The students seem genuinely intrigued by the surrounding architecture. However, both Chang and Luin sense the same disturbing undercurrent, something Luin noticed the second they arrived. The elders are not even trying to hide it. They are blatantly monitoring Luin's every move. After a long day, the students return to their hotel to rest for the night. Luin and Chang stand by the window, gazing out into the darkness. "Look over there," Chang says, breaking the silence. To his surprise, a familiar silhouette remains standing below, motionless. Chang asks, "Isn't that the old man who has been staring at us since earlier today?" "Correct. He was there, and he has followed us all the way back here," Luin confirms coldly. Chang turns to Luin, confused. "What? I have felt something strange for a while now. What is that old man planning?" Luin calmly reveals the truth. "That is merely an illusion." Chang gasps. "Illusion magic?" Luin proceeds to explain. "I can detect a faint trace of mana wrapping around this area. He has undoubtedly cast a hallucination spell over the entire vicinity. The scenery on the other side, and even the people walking by right now, all of it is fake. But that is not all. He has used barrier magic to completely isolate this space from the outside world." Hearing this, Chang scratches his head in self-reproach. "Are you serious? It is frustrating that I did not notice it at all. Even though I successfully transformed into human form, my current power is still leagues behind my original, primal state." Luin's expression remains grim. He is on high alert. He knew a situation like this was inevitable before coming here, but he never expected Joss to make his move this quickly. Suddenly, the elder standing below turns and begins to sprint away. Chang shouts, "Hey, he is running away!" But Luin instantly reads the situation. The enemy is simply luring him out. In a close quarters clash within this narrow space, Luin would hold the absolute advantage. The old man also knows that Luin refuses to let his friends be harmed, forcing the battle to a different location. According to the intel Luin read, that elder is Gary Hill, a sixth circle mage. If it is just him alone, Luin is confident he can handle it. However, the mana required to sustain an illusion of this magnitude implies he is not acting alone. By Luin's calculation, there could be 2, 3, or even more enemies lying in wait. If they are all sixth circle mages, Luin's chances of victory tonight are terrifyingly slim. The situation would spiral completely out of control if Joss Gary Hill personally stepped onto the battlefield. A sense of impending doom clawed at Luin's gut. He realized he might have no choice but to unleash his ultimate technique. Seeing Luin rise, Chang asked, "You're heading out?" Luin's voice dropped to a grave whisper. "Yes, it is time I descend into the chaos." His aura blazing, Luin strode forward, tossing one final warning over his shoulder. "This is going to be a very long night." Rewind to a few hours earlier. A fist slammed against mahogany, shattering the silence with a roar of pure fury. "Where the hell is everyone? I convened this council personally." The voice trembled with rage. "Are you telling me this is the entire turnout?" Joss Gary Hill's face twisted into a mask of wrath. He looked ready to devour the man standing before him whole. The underling stammered, explaining that the others had intentionally dodged the summons. Joss snapped back instantly. "Are they still so terrified of Luin, even after he's left the city?" He gestured wildly around the hollow space. "Usually, this chamber is packed to the rafters with influential figures. But now, only 4 pathetic souls remained. The vast, empty table stretched out before him, a mocking testament to his fading influence." Joss cursed Luin's name in his heart. The boy had dismantled every single one of his schemes. His teeth ground together, barely containing the volcanic rage within. Finally, Joss exhaled a long, heavy breath. He whispered a dark promise to the empty air. They will all live to regret this betrayal. He turned his attention to a subordinate. The man assured him, "The night patrol is entirely under our control, sir. Even if chaos erupts, we have the city in our grip." Joss narrowed his eyes. "And the other matter?" Vengrass stepped forward, a cruel smirk on his lips. "The assassins have already been dispatched to Luin's location." Vengrass laid out the grim plan. Under the cover of darkness, his elite killers would infiltrate the mansion and return with nothing less than Luin's severed head. The conspirators began to discuss the demise of the Ardell family with sickening casualness. They were certain Luin was already a walking corpse. Suddenly, Vengrass's voice cut through the chatter like a blade. Killing intent radiated from him. "And there is one more loose end. Bova must also be erased." Meanwhile, beneath a tapestry of stars, the village slept in peaceful silence. Yet, one solitary figure stood vigil in the darkness. It was Bova. He stood deep in thought, unsettled by the unnatural tranquility of the night. The memory of Luin crushing Jakin played in his mind. That victory had been too loud. The eyes of the corrupt nobility were undoubtedly fixed on the young master now. The Gary Hill clan was not known for forgiveness. Suddenly, the words of the patriarch echoed in Bova's memory. "If you sense even a shadow of danger, report to me at once." The order sharpened Bova's senses like a whetstone. A noise broke his concentration. A servant was hurrying past, laden with supplies. Bova called out, halting the man. After a brief exchange of pleasantries, the servant explained he was finishing his shift and heading home. Bova's eyes narrowed slightly. "Tell me," he asked, "have you noticed any strangers lurking about today?" The servant hesitated, searching his memory. "Now that you mention it, I saw a group of merchants, but they weren't trading. They just stood there, watching." In the servant's mind, the memory sharpened. Figures cloaked in ominous black robes, blending into the shadows. The truth hit Bova like a physical blow. Assassins disguised as merchants. They had already infiltrated the territory and vanished into the night. The servant's voice trembled with concern. "They were armed with swords, sir. Please, be careful." But the warning fell on empty air. Before the sentence was finished, Bova had already vanished, a blur of motion streaking toward the mansion. The servant stood frozen, blinking at the empty space. High above at the mansion, the silence was heavy, like the calm before a storm. Shadows moved within the master bedroom. The assassins lay in wait, their whispers barely audible. One of them tapped his blade, impatience radiating from him. He grumbled with arrogant boredom. "How long do we have to wait?" Suddenly, boom! A deafening crash shattered the door. The two remaining killers froze. Their comrade's body skidded across the floor, unconscious before he even hit the ground. Panic flared in their eyes. Standing in the doorway was Bova. His spear gleamed with lethal intent, and his boot crushed the fallen assassin into the floorboards like a descending god of war. His eyes burned with righteous fury. When he spoke, the temperature in the room dropped to absolute zero. "Do you filth realize whose sanctuary you have defiled?" The assassins exchanged terrified glances, mind-blown that their perfect stealth had been pierced. Realizing there was no escape, they clicked their tongues in annoyance. Steel rasped against leather as they drew their blades. One assassin, bolder than the rest, sneered. "Actually, this is perfect. We can slaughter the old guard along with the boy." With a blood-curdling cry, the pack of killers lunged at him as one. Yet Bova stood like a mountain, immovable and unafraid. These weren't common thugs. They were elite 6-star assassins, hired by Vengrass himself. Bova knew the danger instantly. Bova was a legendary 7-star knight, but he had long since retired. The world assumed his blade had rusted, his skills dull with age. They couldn't have been more wrong. Mana exploded from his spear, bathing the room in blinding light. He stood alone against the darkness, a titan awakening. He leveled his weapon at them, his voice thundering like judgment. "Come at me, all of you!" In the blink of an eye, the room was filled with a storm of lightning-fast spear strikes. Bova's spear dances through the chaos like a phantom of death. The assassins are blown away like dry leaves in a storm. Before they can even blink, consciousness leaves them, their eyes rolling back in total defeat. A gut-wrenching scream tears through the air. The last standing assassin is slammed into the earth with force enough to shatter the solid stone beneath him. His mind races in disbelief. How can this man be only a 7-star knight? They had slaughtered over 10 elite knights of the Empire before. Yet against this old master, they are nothing but fragile insects. While the assassin drowns in confusion, Bova steps forward, his presence suffocating. He asks a chilling question. "Do you know why I stopped practicing my spear techniques?" Gazing into Bova's eyes, the assassin sees an abyss. Pure, unadulterated terror floods his gaze. He finally realizes the terrifying truth. The man standing majestically before him hasn't stopped training because he gave up. He stopped because his mastery has already reached the absolute pinnacle of perfection. The assassin's mind screams the impossible conclusion. This power, this pressure, surely this man has ascended to the legendary 8-star realm. Suddenly, a cowardly blade strikes from the shadows, but with a single fluid motion of the spear, the ambush is ended. Crimson blood sprays into the air like a macabre fountain. The spear pierces straight through the attacker's skull. Bova holds the corpse suspended in midair, a gruesome display of dominance. The sight breaks the surviving assassin's spirit completely. A whimper of pure fear escapes his throat. In his mind, he curses Vingras for the lies. This is no ordinary target. This is a monster. If they had known the true depth of this hell, no amount of gold in the world could have tempted them to accept this suicide mission. That slip of the tongue seals it. Bova's sharp ears catch the curse. The mastermind behind this treachery is none other than Vingras. The assassin freezes, realizing his fatal mistake. A desperate curse leaves his lips, but it is already too late. Before he can utter another word, Bova's iron grip crushes around his throat. The command is cold and absolute. Go back, tell Vingras, never step foot in Ardell again. Bova's face is a mask of ruthless fury. The overwhelming killing intent leaves the assassin trembling in terrified silence, his soul crushed by the warning. Meanwhile, under the glow of the city lights, destiny begins to turn. Footsteps echo in the night as a young man boldly approaches a figure cloaked in darkness. The cloaked figure turns, a sneer of mockery visible even in the shadows. He scoffs, amused that the boy actually chose to walk into the trap. Stepping into the light, Luin reveals himself, with the mysterious maiden form of Trang standing loyal by his side. The dark mage confirms his target. The boy and his companion have willingly marched straight into the jaws of death. Luin declares he has no intention of dying tonight. The mage laughs in contempt. Arrogant child, reality does not bend to your whims. The world does not revolve around you. In an instant, shadows shift and morph. A squad of enemies emerges from the darkness, completely encircling Luin's group. Luin's eyes dart around, assessing the threat. 7 enemies. The odds are overwhelming, and a shadow of anxiety crosses his face. The leader summons a ball of roaring flame in his hand, his voice dripping with arrogance. "Let me give you some advice, boy. If you want a long life, you should have learned to stay hidden." As his words fade, the night lights up. Every single enemy ignites their own blazing flames, turning the alley into an inferno of hostility. Luin and Trang shift into their stances, muscles tense and senses sharp. They are ready to fight for their lives. The enemies lock onto Luin like wolves staring down prey. The leader raises his hand, sealing the boy's fate. For you, there is only one future left. Die, Luin Ardell! At his command, the world explodes. A cataclysmic blast engulfs where Luin stands, burying him in a chaotic storm of fire and destruction. The mage laughs with twisted satisfaction, reciting a mocking eulogy for the foolish boy who dared to challenge him. But his laughter dies in his throat. His eyes bulge, threatening to pop out of his skull. He cannot believe what stands before him. Amidst the smoke, Luin and Trang remain completely unharmed. The mage is baffled. That attack should have reduced them to ash. But reality defies his logic. A confident, almost predatory smile plays on Luin's lips. He looks the mage in the eye. "You were wrong," Luin mocks. "There are creatures in this world that simply refuse to die." Under Luin's confident gaze, Trang stands like an immovable fortress. In Luin's mind, the true form of his companion, the ancient bear spirit, resonates with power. An incarnation is immortal. Luin knows the truth. The only way to render Trang powerless is to kill the summoner himself. And unfortunately for you, the contract is sealed. Luin activates his unique skill. The air scorches as he summons Kun Khan, the terrifying ruler of flames. Raising a fist, burning with borrowed power, he roars, "I told you, I'm not dying here." Luin launches himself at the mage. The force of his punch is so devastating that even Trang has to leap away to avoid the shockwave. This isn't just a punch. It's a strike imbued with the apocalyptic power of Kun Khan. A deafening boom shakes the alley. Luin lands, his expression cold and unwavering. He notes with satisfaction that the power consumption is manageable, but suddenly a chill runs down his spine. Instinct screaming, Luin whips his head around in shock. Something has grabbed his ankle. A sinister voice laughs from the ground. "You thought you won? No matter how strong you are." The mage's face, bloodied but grinning, looks up at him. He has already planted a curse on Luin's body. "Your life ends here, boy." Recognition flashes in Luin's mind. The terrifying name of the spell echoes in his thoughts. The black magic water seal. Visions of the Dark Order flood his consciousness, accompanied by the ominous glow of deep blue mana. Those who practice these forbidden arts are shunned by mages and branded as witches. And this specific curse? It is the signature technique devised by the primal witch of water herself. This was no ordinary spell. It was the life drain, a forbidden art notorious for sucking the very soul out of its victims. A nightmarish vision flashed in his mind, a sorcerer clutching a sinister black orb. Reality snapped back, and Luin gritted his teeth as a wave of agony washed over him. He never expected to face the dark arts here. The tables turned in an instant, and Luin found himself suppressed by the circle of ruthless mages. Luin glared daggers at the ringleader. The man smirked, reveling in Luin's capture, offering a mock expression of pity for the boy's impending death. But the mask of righteousness slipped quickly. His true nature surfaced, revealing a chilling thought. He had planned to slaughter Luin from the very start. The leader's lackeys descended, pinning Luin's body to the ground with crushing force. With Luin subdued, the man gloated that no allies could save him now. That smug arrogance made Luin's blood boil, his teeth grinding in pure fury. A guttural curse escaped Luin's lips. His gaze sharpened into a blade, eyes promising murder to the man standing before him. The leader stood casually before Trang and the captive Luin. He leaned in, whispering cruelties so vicious they struck fear into Luin's heart. "Don't worry, you won't be lonely in the afterlife. Your father and little sister, they're already dead." The words were a physical blow, leaving Luin frozen in shock. His mind felt like it was shattering into a million pieces. Yet the leader didn't stop. He kept casually twisting the knife in Luin's heart. "If you knew the truth, you wouldn't be standing here. Why fight the client? You never had a chance of winning." Certain that Luin's life ended here, the man held nothing back. He had no idea he was standing at the precipice of his own doom. He opened his mouth to continue, but his words were choked off, silenced instantly by Luin's hand. Mana surged around Luin's grip, his fingers digging relentlessly into the man's skull. In a split second, the restraint shattered. The predator became the prey, and the leader couldn't comprehend how Luin had broken the seal. His hands clawed at Luin's wrist, a desperate, futile struggle for survival. Luin poured more power into his grip. The man's speech turned into gurgling screams, his eyes bulging with popped vessels as the agony became unbearable. A sickening crunch echoed through the air as the head exploded in Luin's grasp. Blood sprayed everywhere, but Luin's expression didn't flicker. Only a sky-high rage remained. Witnessing the gruesome execution, the remaining enemies stood frozen, paralyzed by sheer terror. They watched their leader's corpse drop, overshadowed by Luin's chilling silhouette. Staring at his blood-soaked hands, it seemed Luin had finally abandoned his humanity. At that moment, the ground trembled. A massive, obsidian-blue foot crashed down from the heavens. The system announced the arrival of a nightmare. Luin had activated his unique skill, Summon Kingrum. Kingrum's colossal shadow swallowed the injured remnants of the enemy squad, while Luin's voice pierced the air like a blizzard. "You've crossed a line you should have never touched. Don't weep now. You chose this path yourselves." The looming figures of the Beast King and his master emitted a suffocating pressure. Their lives now danced in the palm of Luin's hand. As the wizards trembled in horror, Luin's mind was consumed by a single, deafening directive: slaughter. He had become the reflection of Draka, the world destroyer of the past. All he desired was the total annihilation of every soul before him. The terrifying avatar, Kingrum, mirrored his master's bloodlust. The beast growled, asking Luin the purpose of his summons. The creature's eyes glowed with the red light of calamity. But Luin was already too far gone, swept away by the storm of his own wrath. Reduce them to dust. The command was given. Kingrum's twin axes swung with the force of a natural disaster. Heeding the order, the behemoth charged, launching a devastating assault on the cowering mages. Before the Titan, they were nothing but ants scrambling for their lives. A single swing of Kingrum's axe seemed to tear the very fabric of space apart. Luin became a blur of motion, a gale of death hunting down the fleeing prey. Amidst the chorus of screams, Luin's fist became a piston of destruction. He drove his hand straight through the abdomen of a fleeing sorcerer without hesitation. The man's body trailed behind him like a broken kite. There was no mercy left in Luin's heart, only an inability to forgive. He needed them all dead. Reason had abandoned him. His eyes saw only red, his soul demanding a blood sacrifice. He didn't care what his fist destroyed, or whose lives his magic extinguished. The massacre was the only thing that mattered. One by one they crumpled to the earth, their bodies broken offerings to Luin's bottomless rage. Suddenly, Chang's voice cut through the haze. Gentle hands reached out to stop the berserker, ignoring the field of groaning corpses behind them. Chang desperately tried to pull him back from the abyss, pleading with him to stop, telling him that enough blood had been spilled. But even at death's door, a fallen sorcerer spat out one final taunt. Luin had become just as much of a monster as the ones he despised. The villain's words poured oil on Luin's burning rage. He demanded Chang release him immediately so he could slaughter the filth where he stood. But Chang remained the anchor in the storm, his rationality cutting through the anger. He explained that Bova possessed power far beyond their imagination, meaning House Adel was safe for the moment. But if Luin lost himself to the rage, his fate would mirror Draka's tragedy. Trang's desperate plea cut through the haze, grounding him. Her voice conjured a terrifying vision, a tyrant dragon roaring over a sea of corpses, a beast driven mad by its own power, destined to become the destroyer of worlds. Trang wanted to believe Luin was different, yet the heavy atmosphere choked the confidence right out of her throat. She lowered her head, trembling. She could not even bring herself to meet his eyes. Sensing her fear, the bloodlust in Luin's eyes faded. He offered a quiet apology, his sanity finally returning to the surface. Cold logic replaced fury. Luin grabbed the sole survivor, demanding the truth about the attack on Adel. Trang glared daggers at the captive, but the man just grinned through his bloody injuries, promising that the truth would only bring regret. He revealed that the Shadow Corps had been dispatched. 5 elite assassins, all rank 6 or higher, were already hunting Luin's clan. With sadistic glee, he guaranteed that by now, everyone Luin loved was already a cold corpse. Before he could finish his taunt, a spear of light pierced his chest. Silence fell as the assassin's life was extinguished. From the shadows, Joss approached. The body collapsed at the old man's feet. Joss wore a look of utter disappointment. How could a high-ranking elite fail to kill a brat like Luin? Luin's rage reignited instantly. He screamed at the old mage, demanding to know why his family had been targeted. But his shout died in his throat. A sudden, bone-chilling shiver paralyzed him where he stood. Joss sneered, declaring this was all Luin's fault. If the boy had just stayed quiet instead of provoking his betters, none of this would have happened. Both Luin and Trang were forced to their knees by a crushing pressure. Luin realized the terrifying truth immediately. This was dark magic. Luin roared in disbelief. For a mage of Joss's standing to use forbidden arts? If this leaked, the council would imprison him for life. Yet Joss remained disturbingly calm. A cruel smirk played on his lips as his hand tightened, controlling the flow of dark men. To him, the solution was simple. Dead men tell no tales. Luin gritted his teeth, struggling against the invisible chains binding his body. To make matters worse, Kingram's summoning time had expired. Luin was now completely defenseless. Joss looked down on him like a bug. Magic circles flared to life, birthing countless razor-sharp spears aimed directly at the boy. The verdict was delivered. Joss prepared to execute the final blow. As the spears whistled through the air, Luin could only watch death approach. His body was frozen, but his spirit refused to break, burning with defiant intensity. Boom! A deafening explosion shook the earth, kicking up a massive cloud of dust. Luin blinked in shock, staring into the haze. As the dust settled, a familiar silhouette stood tall before him. It was the headmaster. An impenetrable barrier shimmered around them, blocking Joss's lethal strike. The dark mage's eyes widened in horror at the arrival of Tyrion Ignat. Joss stammered, unable to comprehend how he had been found. Tyrion's voice dropped an octave, growling the traitor's name. Standing against the light, Tyrion's expression was shadowed, but his rage was palpable. A terrifying aura erupted from him, making even the dark mage tremble. The very reality around them began to distort and blur. This was Joss's domain, a rank 6 illusion barrier designed to hide his atrocities from the outside world. It might fool a commoner, but it could not hide the stench of corrupted mana from a monster like Tyrion. The headmaster's fury spiked, and with it, the barrier's fatal flaw was exposed. If a stronger mage exerts pressure, the illusion shatters. Just like that, Joss's absolute domain began to quake violently. Spiderweb cracks spread across the sky, accompanied by the sound of breaking glass. Yet Joss laughed maniacally, daring Tyrion to continue. He smirked, warning that if the barrier collapsed forcefully, the shockwave would flatten the entire capital city. But Tyrion remained icy calm. He simply stated that the only thing breaking today would be Joss himself. Tyrion revealed he had already cast a containment shield over the city. He then pronounced judgment on Joss for practicing dark arts and harming his student. Fear finally flooded Joss's eyes. The headmaster raised his hand. It was time for execution. With a simple flick of his wrist, a colossal beam of pure magic roared toward Joss like a falling star. The traitor threw up a desperate defense, his teeth ground together, humiliated by the sheer difference in power. Screaming Tyrion's name in pure hatred, Joss watched as the light swallowed his vision. There was nowhere left to run. In a split second, the purple hue of the dark barrier was obliterated. The world was bathed in Tyrion's brilliant blue light. Trang whispered in awe. The outcome was inevitable from the start. Luin nodded solemnly. This wasn't a fight. It was a massacre. Standing victorious was Headmaster Tyrion Ignat, a 7th Circle mage, a peak of power that Luin could only dream of reaching. The hard truth struck Luin. He thought he had become powerful, but the path to the peak was still endless. Suddenly, Tyrion Ignat's voice broke the tension. "Is Luin all right?" the headmaster asked. Luin bowed respectfully. "Thanks to you, I am safe." Meanwhile, in the high towers above, whispers began to spread like wildfire. "What is all this commotion?" A male student froze, his eyes widening in disbelief as he looked down. He tried to verify what he was seeing. "Is that our headmaster? And why does Councilman Jost look like that?" Suddenly, a shout erupted from behind them. "We have arrived!" Prince Foster spoke first, his voice commanding. "We came the moment we heard Gary Hill had compromised the capital's security." Prince Krosta immediately followed up. "And the target was you, Luin." Seeing the panic in their eyes, Luin quickly tried to calm them. "I am fine, truly." But the two royals were trembling with adrenaline. "Do you have any idea how terrified we were? We feared the worst the entire way here." In Luin's mind, only 3 words echoed. "They haven't changed." Then, Kroster shifted his gaze. The headmaster was present, but Foster's attention remained locked on Luin's earlier report. "The culprit is Joss Gary Hill," Luin declared. "He attempted to strike me down with forbidden black magic, but the headmaster intervened just in time." Hearing this, Kroster exploded with fury. "How dare that scum harm my beloved Luin? This is a direct challenge to the imperial family. It is treason!" "I will go to Father immediately and have him arrested," Foster roared in agreement. "It is rare that we are of one mind, brother." "I agree. This is high treason," Foster continued. "Since we know he practices forbidden arts, we must arrest his entire clan." Suddenly, Luin interjected. "I have a request." Kroster's face lit up instantly. "Name it. I shall grant you anything you desire." Unexpectedly, Luin did not ask for power or wealth. "I need to check on my father and sister back in the Ardell territory." The reality was harsh. To get news from there, they had to request information through the commercial city of Manzo. The wait would take half a day. For Luin, those hours felt like the longest of his entire life. Finally, after an agonizing wait, the report arrived. "We have received intelligence from Manzo," the messenger announced. "Fortunately, everyone is safe. Lord Ardell anticipated the threat and completely neutralized all 5 assassins. Furthermore," the report continued, "they have identified the mastermind behind the assassination order." Kroster frowned. Was it not Yos? But the next words shocked everyone. There were accomplices. "The one most deeply involved is Lord Vengrass. However, 2 figures in black robes were also part of this conspiracy." Kroster rubbed his temples, his expression darkening. "They are all rotten to the core." His brother immediately shouted out orders. "As of this moment, Vengrass is stripped of his captaincy. Joss is removed from his council seat and stripped of all guardianship rights." An aide approached Foster. "Your Highness, since these 2 held critical positions, you must appoint replacements immediately." Foster wasted no time. "The vice captain will take command temporarily." He then turned. "As for the council seat and guardianship, Headmaster, could you step in?" Tyrion Ignat looked at the prince, his expression shifting to one of mild surprise. The headmaster tried to play the old age card, but Foster cut him off. "I know full well you have no interest in politics," the prince continued, his voice desperate. "But the situation is critical. Just until we find a successor, I beg for your aid." Tyrion Ignat fell silent. His lips parted slightly. The story of how the princes had fought to bring this legendary educator to the capital was already famous across the nation. Yet Tyrion Ignat had always refused, maintaining that a teacher had no place in the muddy waters of politics. He had rejected every offer until this very moment. But then, a voice called out from the crowd. "Headmaster, please! We think the position suits you perfectly." "That's right! No one is more qualified!" The students' voices began to chip away at Tyrion Ignat's resolve. "Please, Headmaster!" Finally, he made his decision. "If this is what my students believe in, I must honor their wishes, but only until a successor is chosen." Cheers erupted in the night air. "We are counting on you. The kingdom will prosper under your guidance." However, Luin had a different suspicion. A new successor will appear sooner than anyone expects. He pushed the heavy thoughts aside for now. I am just glad everything ended well. With the capital tour concluding, the graduation exams were approaching fast. His time at the academy was drawing to a close. The trip had been shaky from the start, with rumors swirling that the schedule might be canceled entirely. But in the end, everything proceeded as planned, extending their stay by a few days. The scene shifted to Luin, noticing two strangers whispering. "Did you hear? Michael from the Gary Hill family is dropping out." Luin's gaze locked onto them, unmoving. The rumors had spread through the palace like a plague. Michael had abandoned the academy. His father, Joss, was rotting in a dungeon, and the mages who followed House Gary Hill had scattered. The strangers continued their gossip. "It seems they've vanished. I heard he joined the rebel faction." Luin silently reflected on the situation. The name Gary Hill had been completely obliterated. History would remember this event as the total collapse of House Gary Hill. With Luin Ardell's crushing victory, banners of glory unfurled across the capital. The news spread like wildfire, shaking not just the nobility, but the entire kingdom to its core. Meanwhile, chaos erupted at the palace gates. Screams echoed. "I told you no! Get lost!" But desperation fueled the other side. "Please, just one moment! You must listen!" Amidst the turmoil, a figure emerged from the shadows. His voice cut through the noise. "What is the meaning of this racket?" the guard stammered, pointing a trembling finger. "This man, he forces his way in." The intruder dropped to his knees, head bowed low. "Forgive my intrusion, Your Highness. I am Jekin, the eldest son of Count Gary." The air grew heavy. It was a rare honor to stand before the crown prince of the Jank Empire. The man before him was none other than Somerton. Jekin's voice shook. "My actions were rude, I know, but please understand, desperation drove me here, not malice." Somerton raised a hand, silencing him instantly. "Enough with the excuses. Why have you crawled all the way here?" Jekin spoke fast, fear gripping his heart. "I come seeking asylum, myself and 40 members of my clan. We beg for the Empire's protection. We offer our loyalty, even if our strength is small, for the eternal glory of the Empire, Somerton cut him off cold. "How tedious, His eyes narrowed with disdain. "Did you come here just to bootlick?" Somerton's pressure increased. "Your family held massive influence in that kingdom. Why flee your homeland in such disgrace to beg at my feet?" Hearing the trembling tale of assassination, Somerton scoffed. "You've turned against the royal family over a petty grudge? Don't tell me you actually tried to assassinate a royal," Jekin stuttered, pale as a ghost. No, it wasn't like that." The prince's voice dropped an octave. "Listen closely. No matter how small your kingdom is, harboring a criminal violates my principles. Handing you over yields far more profit. I see zero reason to grant you asylum. The verdict was absolute." Somerton waved his hand dismissively. "Leave. I won't grant you protection, but I won't cage you either. Get out of my sight." But then, Jekin dropped the bomb. We attempted to assassinate Luin Ardell." The name hung in the air like a curse. Somerton froze. A dark excitement ignited in his eyes. "Did you say, the one I know?" The prince's demeanor shifted instantly. A twisted smile formed. "I suddenly want to hear more about this assassination. Come, let us drink some tea." Jekin's spine went rigid with terror. Scene shift. Despite the dark tides rising in the distance, the immediate world remained peaceful. Time flowed like a gentle river after the capital visit. 3 months passed in the blink of an eye. The new year had arrived. Just like the heavy snow of that winter, nobles flocked to the academy in droves. The reason was simple: the legendary graduation exam. This wasn't just a test. It was a stage where graduating students displayed their power, hoping to be scouted by high-ranking nobles. And today, was the day of destiny. The academy buzzed with electric anticipation. Ruin sat on the sidelines, taking a moment to breathe. His mind drifted. Once this exam ends, graduation is real. 6 years, long yet fleeting. Finally, it was all coming to an end. Jason leaned in, grinning. "What's up? Nervous?" Ruin relaxed his shoulders. "Not a chance. Did you prepare enough for this?" Jason burst out laughing. "The exam doesn't matter to me. I'm following you down to the Ardell territory anyway," Ruin replied coolly. "I don't recall inviting you." But before they could bicker, a familiar presence caught Ruin's attention. Ruin's expression softened instantly. Inner thought. "I heard she was safe, but seeing her with my own eyes? That's a different kind of relief." He stepped forward, warmth in his voice. "Thank you for coming. Since that day, has everything been peaceful?" "I'm sorry. In the end, my actions put you in danger, Father." Ruin bowed his head. The older man's voice was gentle, but firm. "Do not blame yourself. I am proud that I did not compromise with evil." Ruin smiled, the weight lifting. "Thank you, Father. And you too, Lord Bovar." Bovar bowed humbly. "Think nothing of it. I only did my duty." Suddenly, Ruin's little sister, Ruina, tugged at his sleeve. Her eyes sparkled with curiosity. "Big brother, who is this pretty sister?" Ruin hesitated. His mind raced. "The cousin excuse won't work here. */ It was an awkward spot. Ruin simply said, "She is a friend." Ruina's eyes narrowed suspiciously. Fortunately, family members weren't the only ones here for him. "Han, you fulfilled your oath and became an official knight." The growth was undeniable. The bonds forged in the grand tournament were strong. Their presence here was the greatest reward of all. While Ruin greeted his friends, a commotion started nearby. Recognizing the newcomers, Ruin instinctively tried to turn away. Oh no, not them. Too late. Princes Porter and Croster approached with blinding smiles. "We are here!" Despite his reaction, Ruin felt a surge of excitement. The strongest allies had arrived. As the two princes joked around, Jason stared in awe. Damn, he really plays on a completely different level. A few minutes later, the magic announcement boomed. "Attention! The graduation exam for final year students will commence shortly. All seniors, please assemble at the arena hall." Ruin stood up, his cape fluttering. "I'll see you all later." Ruina cheered the loudest. "Good luck, brother. We are watching." Ruin smiled to himself. It was time to show the world his true power. "For this final exam, I will give my all to honor those supporting me." However, barely a few steps in, Luin freezes. Two figures now stand directly in his path, blocking the way. Instantly, his eyes flood with wariness. What is this? His senses lock onto the duo with razor-sharp focus. I've never seen their faces, yet their presence feels incredibly familiar. Immediately, Luin asks, "Those two look suspicious, don't they?" Chang answers without hesitation. "You know exactly who they are. The man on the left is the Fire King, Terron. He seems to be dressed differently than usual today." Chang continues, "And on the right stands the Crown Prince." Naturally, Somerton has also altered his attire to blend in. The spirit scoffs arrogantly. "I am a transcended being. No illusion magic can deceive my eyes." They may have changed their faces, but they cannot hide that bizarre aura. However, Luin is concerned about something entirely different. Why have they come here personally? They could have easily made a grand, official entrance. Don't tell me. Are they here solely for me? Are they trying to gauge exactly how strong I've become through this exam? All without being detected? A smirk tugs at the corner of Luin's lips. They really are thorough. If they make the same offer as before, I will refuse them again, just as I did back then. But since they went through the trouble of coming all this way, I should at least treat them to a spectacular performance. So, keep your eyes peeled and witness just how much I have evolved. Let's shift focus and understand the exam rules. The graduation exam consists of 3 stages. First is isolation, followed by the glacier stage, a land filled with freezing ice boulders. The final stage is named destruction. It is a time attack exam where one must conquer all 3 trials with blistering speed. The isolation challenge requires escaping a tightly sealed room. Furthermore, proctors will be observing directly on site. In truth, there are many ways to escape. You can disable the lock with destruction magic or shape mana crystals into a key. The method does not matter. Just then, the commentator's voice rings out. 7 mages from Group 6 have escaped the room almost simultaneously. This proves one thing. The only objective that matters is escaping the room. However, starting from the next challenge, the difficulty spikes to an insane level. Dealing with ice beasts in the bone-chilling glacier zone provokes screams of frustration from the arena. Why is this so intense? The reason becomes clear. They must save their strongest magic to destroy a reinforced stone wall in the final destruction trial. If you overcome all obstacles, you successfully complete the exam. The announcer declares, Jason has taken the lead for Group 6 with a time of 3 minutes and 55 seconds. Ultimately, only 3 out of 10 students in Group 6 managed to pass the exam. Luin observed silently. You act nonchalant, but you've prepared extensively for this, haven't you? With only a 30% pass rate, most failed in under a minute. With a 15-minute limit, I need to formulate a meticulous plan. Finally, the call comes. Group 7, step forward. Luin takes a deep breath. It is finally my turn. Whispers ripple through the crowd. Is that Luin's group? The pride of the academy? Rumor has it that distinguished guests have arrived solely to witness Luin in action. I can't wait to see his performance. Somerton breaks his silence as well. I look forward to seeing just how powerful he has become. What do you think, Godfather? But the only reply is, he hasn't changed. Terran asks suspiciously, what do you intend to do with him? The king speaks bluntly. Is he the reason you came today? Your so-called final lingering attachment? Somerton answers honestly. If he joins my faction in the future, he will undoubtedly be a priceless asset. But if he cannot be swayed, he becomes a threat, and I will personally dispose of him. The moment Luin enters the sealed room, the announcement begins. He inspects the surroundings. The headmaster really went all out. Even with my strength, breaking these walls won't be easy. Should I pick the lock like the others? No, that would be boring. Didn't I learn this at the tournament? Nothing in this world is truly perfect. No matter how solid the wall appears, a hidden weakness always exists. In that instant, he activates the skill, Steel Breaker. It can shatter anything. Up in the stands, the audience buzzes with anticipation. How long will Luin take? I hope he lives up to his legendary reputation. Suddenly, a massive shockwave blasts outward from the sealed room. The crowd screams in panic. What the hell was that? Wait, look over there. As the dust settles and they see his silhouette, the entire stadium holds its breath. Impossible. A door that takes normal mages 5 minutes to breach, he shattered it in a heartbeat. The official timer stops at exactly 13 seconds. Luin has made his statement. This graduation exam will once again cement the illustrious glory of his family name. Every movement is precise, calculated to the second. Luin's face wears the arrogant confidence of a true apex predator. There is no doubt, Luin will win. The commentator's voice booms across the arena. Luin has cleared the first gate in a record-breaking 13 seconds. Now we must wonder, just how fast will he annihilate the next stage? Even Terran falls into a deep, heavy silence. I knew he was no ordinary mage when the Fang of Duncan reacted to him, but this rate of growth? It is absolutely defying logic. The commentary box exploded with noise again. He was clearing the second gate, but his method was nothing short of artistic genius. Even the ice beast recoiled in terror at his flames. The caster's voice trembled over the speakers. Was he seriously sprinting while holding a condensed fireball? With a sphere of destruction that massive, no monster dared to approach him. Ignoring the whispers and shock, he kept running, eyes locked forward. Prince Somerton couldn't stop his praise. "What on earth? That man is a lunatic beyond my wildest imagination." In stark contrast, Taron watched with a gloomy expression. He was too busy judging, unable to accept that Luin always produced impossible results. "Fine, I've seen enough of your basic skills," Taron muttered. "Now show me. How do you intend to shatter the final gate?" Luin began to summon lightning around his hands. His eyes narrowed, cold and sharp as a blade, void of any warmth. That sight made Taron freeze in his tracks. There was no need to doubt that energy signature any longer. It was invisible magic. Formless sound waves tearing through space, moving faster than the naked eye could track. Suddenly, stone debris blasted outward as a blinding light swallowed the arena. This was the technique known as the Song for the Dead, the death knell. The brilliant power erupted outward like a devastating laser beam, incinerating everything in its path. Taron was left questioning his own sanity. That spell could only be cast by someone at the sixth circle. Had Luin Ardell already reached that legendary realm? The crowd watched as the barrier rope finally lowered. The host's breathless gasp was cut short by the sheer shock of the moment. 2 minutes and 57 seconds. Luin Ardell of Group 7 had unleashed sixth circle magic and cleared the course in record time. It went without saying, the rope that fell was the shredded remains of the finish line. Fear began to creep into Taron's heart. The sixth circle was a realm most mages never touched in a lifetime, yet Luin had achieved it at merely 16 years old. This is dangerous, Taron thought, panic rising. Before he matures and threatens my position, I must crush him, no matter what it takes. Conversely, the royal princes were ecstatic. "Long live Luin, the future of our kingdom!" On the sidelines, Luina cheered, "Bravo! I knew you could do it." Luin, however, was lost in his own thoughts. He stood there, letting the waves of congratulatory applause wash over him. Who could have imagined this day, that he would graduate amid such roaring cheers? Jason walked up and slapped him on the shoulder. "When did you hit the sixth circle? I can't believe my friend is a high-ranking mage. Even compared to Lin, I never thought you'd reach that level so soon." But there was one absolute necessity missing from a day like this. Letting the suspense hang for a few seconds, he waited until the real guest of honor arrived 30 minutes later. The alcohol. Glasses clinked together in a symphony of celebration. "Let's party!" The surrounding male students were already lost in the euphoria of the night. Luin and Trang were surrounded by constant laughter. "We're adults now! Drink until you drop!" As for Luin, he whispered to himself, "Tomorrow is the graduation ceremony. Since this is likely the last time we'll all be together, I want them to enjoy it to the fullest." When he turned to Trang, he was genuinely surprised. "I didn't know an avatar could get drunk," he noted, watching the flushed face. A few minutes later, Headmaster Tyrion Snit appeared. "Are you enjoying the festivities?" Luin beamed. "Headmaster, and Professor Hayden is here too. Thank you for arranging this event. I'm enjoying it immensely." The headmaster laughed along with the students. "You're about to graduate. You have to go all out." Finally, Luin spoke up. "Since tomorrow will be chaotic with the ceremony, I'll say this now. Thank you for everything, sir. And you too, Professor." Tyrion Snit replied humbly. "You're too kind. Before long, even if we wanted to, we wouldn't be able to meet someone of your stature easily." Then, Luin and the headmaster made a promise. Luin would return as a guest lecturer for the graduating class next year. The scene shifted to the cold outdoors. Luin walked alone through the snowy campus, rubbing his forehead and sighing. "Drank too much. My head is pounding." Suddenly, a voice called out from the shadows. "Excuse me, are you Luin Ardell? I am Rika, a merchant running a small trading company in the east. May I have a moment of your time?" Even though Luin knew it was a lie, he played along. "Go ahead." But then, he dropped the act and addressed the man by his true name, Prince Somerton. The man couldn't maintain the facade any longer. "How did you know? You'd better give me a proper answer," Luin replied calmly. "You can hide your face, but you cannot hide your presence. Those eyes remind me of a prince I once knew." "You recognize the Fire King?" The man's voice rose, shedding the disguise. "It's been a long time. I am truly impressed you saw through me." Prince Somerton cut straight to the chase. "Now, this is my final offer. There will be no second chances. Come to the Empire and serve me. Refusal is not an option I will accept." A suffocating aura exploded from the prince, designed to crush the will of anyone standing before him. But Luin didn't flinch. "I refuse." Somerton struggled to contain his rage. "You really don't know how to listen, do you? I warned you. Any gem I cannot possess, I will destroy." Surprisingly, Luin looked him dead in the eye, unfazed. "But I don't think you will do that, Your Highness." I threw his sarcasm right back in his face. The Crown Prince I know would never stoop so low as to use a fake identity just to assassinate a mediocre student. Semin let out a scornful laugh. "You, daring to call yourself mediocre after everything you've done?" Luin's voice remained steady as steel. "That is exactly what I am. Besides, our graduation ceremony is tomorrow, is it not?" The assassin muttered under his breath. "I can't tell if that's courage or just blind intuition. I will retreat for today, but do look forward to our next reunion. Because next time, we meet as enemies on the battlefield." With that chilling promise, the shadow swallowed them whole, leaving us silently as they came. Luin didn't bother to chase him, his gaze fixed on the empty space. Moments later, Jason emerged from the crowd, shouting, "There you are! What are you doing?" "Not drinking. A party isn't a party without the guest of honor." Luin nodded quietly, though a sudden wave of isolation washed over him amidst the noise. Little did I know, that single graduation party would trigger a catastrophe far beyond my wildest nightmares. Time showed no mercy, and the sun rose on the day after graduation week. Bottles and glasses littered the table like corpses on a battlefield. Luin groaned, clutching his throbbing skull. "My head." A soft voice cut through the hangover. "You're finally awake?" Before he could answer, Irene leaned in. "Feeling any better? You look like a statue." Luin stammered, his voice hoarse. "I really should have learned to drink in moderation." Irene chuckled softly. "Trust me, you're in much better shape than the others." "Wait, do you seriously not remember anything?" Luin's face went dark before a terrified scream ripped from his throat. Irene beamed, clearly enjoying his panic. "Ah, the dragon's kiss, was it?" She continued calmly as the memories flooded back. "Jason spiked your beer with that potent spirit. Then you stood up on the table and declared that the entire group was moving to Ardell with you." Luin mentally cursed his reckless friend to the depths of hell, but Irene's question pulled him back to reality. "I suppose I should head down there too." She tucked a strand of hair behind her ear, her cheeks flushing slightly. "To the Ardell territory. I've been there once before. It is a truly magnificent place. Like I said, I need to get stronger if I ever want to defeat you." Luin quickly regained his composure, his charismatic mask sliding back into place. "It would be my honor. You are always welcome, my lady." On the surface, it sounded like a casual exchange between rivals, but anyone with eyes could see the truth. Lady Irene's desire to go to Ardell wasn't just about defeating Luin. Hours later, a solemn voice echoed through the grand hall. "Graduates of Xenon Academy, I know you have endured great hardships. I trust that every trial has forged you into something stronger. May you all become the legendary mages of the future. My speech ends here. Now, please welcome the student representative to share his thoughts, the valedictorian of this generation, Luin Ardell." The headmaster swelled with pride as he announced the name. He whispered gently to Luin, "Don't be nervous. Just speak from the heart." In reality, Luin was sweating bullets. "I am terrified. Just the thought of being the center of attention makes me want to vanish. I've completely forgotten every word I prepared. But it doesn't matter. Even if the script is gone, the message remains burning in my soul. His deep voice finally resonated across the crowd. As you all know, I won the magic tournament, a feat achieved in just a single year. But the path was paved with thorns. For 5 long years, I suffered from mana discharge disorder. For a mage, the inability to release mana isn't just a weakness, it is a devastating blow. But far worse was the way the world looked at me. Many asked why I stayed, why I didn't give up and pack my bags when hope seemed lost. I refused to surrender because magic is my everything. It is the only way I can protect myself, my family, and the people I hold dear. That resolve is what kept me standing. People love to talk about winners and losers. But I say, let us see how fate spins the wheel. If anyone here is struggling, unable to see the fruits of their labor, hear me now. Keep moving forward. Even if you fall, you must rise again. Even when you feel invisible, someone out there is watching. As long as you do not yield, a miracle will find you. Thank you all for 6 years of blood, sweat, and tears. A profound silence fell over the students, moved by the raw emotion of his words. After the ceremony, carriage wheels turned against the dirt road. From inside the lead carriage, a clear voice chimed in. That speech was incredible. Everyone loved it. You really are amazing, brother. Then, Luina asked the question on her mind. So, are your friends coming to Adel immediately? All 4 of them? This forced Luin to recall the drunken pact from the night before. Seth, become my teammate! Luin could only give a vague explanation, still baffled by how things had escalated so quickly. And so, immediately following graduation, the entire party set off for Adel. Technically speaking, Luin had accidentally hired them all. Not only that, but 3,000 soldiers were marching behind them to join the cause. He suddenly remembered the source. The 2 princes had promised reinforcements for the Southern Pacification Campaign, but he never imagined an army of this magnitude. After a moment of silence, Luina looked at him with curiosity. After the subjugation is over, do you plan to stay in the territory forever? He answered the girl with calm assurance. No need to worry. Father still holds the fort. I plan to travel later, but for now, my eyes are fixed solely on conquest. During their brief rest, Luin scanned the terrain. First, we must master the lay of the land. Chang leaned in, anxiety tightening her voice. Do you have a strategy prepared? Luin surveyed the area, his mind working. Preparation is the key to survival. But a sudden shift in the crowd caught his attention. Where is everyone rushing to? A passerby smirked, pausing to answer. I assumed you knew. It concerns your friend. One of our knights is dueling your trainee, buddy. Slash. The gears in Luin's mind clicked into place. You mean Han? Han is fighting a fully fledged knight? Slash. The ink on his knight's oath hasn't even dried yet. Snowflakes drifted gently from the gray sky. They settled on dead branches like silent observers of the coming violence. But beneath the calm, the earth trembled. Something, or someone, was moving with the ferocity of a hurricane. 2 warriors faced off amidst the winter chill. One figure stepped forward without a hint of fear. Luin's heart raced. It has already begun. The crowd murmured nervously. Easy, Vel. Don't break the new kid too soon. He just took his oath. Luin needed answers immediately. Why is this duel happening? Slash. The crowd was eager to explain the spectacle. No special reason. Post-lunch boredom, really. Slash, the rookie got a bit too eager, so we decided to test his mettle. Suddenly, a heavy presence joined them. Young Master Luin? It was Bova. You are here as well? The old master chuckled, eyes gleaming. How could I miss such an entertaining scene? Luin hid a knowing smile. Entertaining, slash. If these knights knew a legend stood among them, they would faint from shock. Luin turned to the veteran. What is your assessment of this match? Slash Bova gave a curt reply. Neither is terrible. Is that boy your comrade? Slash, his name is Han, Luin confirmed. Bova's gaze was sharp as a blade. He is being crushed. But to survive this long against a golden knight? That commands respect. A golden knight? Luin blinked, stunned. The old master lowered his voice. I heard the rumors during my meal. They say he is the kingdom's elite, though I remained skeptical. Their conversation was cut short by a thunderous crash from the forest. Bova feigned ignorance, keeping his eyes forward. Naturally, the brat has a long way to go. Han stood frozen, his chest heaving. His sword had been sent flying into the snow. Luin fell silent, deep in thought. As expected, Bova sees the diamond in the rough. He seized the moment. Master Bova, if it is not too much trouble, could you teach Han a few techniques? Just one move would suffice. If the legendary spear knight Bova shared even a breath of his wisdom, it would become a weapon of mass destruction for Luin, for Han, and for the entire House of Ardell. The old man weighed the request. That is not for me to decide. Ask the boy. Luin stood there, frozen like a statue. Bova continued casually. My teaching is merciless. I treated you no differently when you learned the sword, did I? Moments later, the air was filled with ragged gasps. Onlookers whispered in horror. That is not training. That is torture. Is he trying to kill the kid? I heard he is the commander of the Ardell Knights. Bova loomed over the exhausted boy. Too difficult? Han shook his head violently. No, I am fine. Please, do not hold back. I told you I was ready. Luin watched from the sidelines, wincing. He said he would be strict, but this is sadistic. I am starting to pity poor Han. He recalled Han's earlier confidence. I will succeed. Just watch me. Now Luin could only sigh. I gave you a choice, my friend. But a new voice cut through his thoughts. A stranger approached the old master. Sir, might I ask your name? Bova chose silence, his aura imposing. The man stepped back, sweating. Why won't he answer? Is he the one who slew 5 assassins alone? I should ask about that. Suddenly, Han sprinted back, gasping for air. Master Bova, the spears have been moved. The boy was on the verge of collapse. A bystander froze. Wait, what did you just say? The crowd stared at Han in disbelief. Did I hear that correctly? Did he just call him Bova? The realization rippled through them as the convoy prepared to leave. Luina turned to her brother. Is he truly that famous among the knights? From the back of the wagon, a groan echoed. I have never vomited from breathing before. Give me a break. Consider it a privilege. That training came from Bova himself. Inside the carriage, Luin turned to the old master. Is such brutality truly effective? From what I saw, it looked rather crude. Bova remained calm. It is not a refined method, no. But if his posture is wrong, he will be crippled before he becomes a master. A faint, cryptic smile touched Bova's lips. The journey to Ale offered little entertainment. My only goal? To sharpen these greenhorn students after such a long hiatus. The Lin siblings instinctively froze, the atmosphere turning heavy. In their minds, a realization struck. There was a reason this man was feared as the Tiger of Ale. Moments later, a gasp echoed through the group. The sheer scale of it was overwhelming. Luin gazed into the distance, a storm of mixed emotions swirling within him. Finally, they had arrived. He scanned the landscape, though his gut twisted at the sight. The crimson plains. Below lay a writhing, disgusting purple mess that defied description. In truth, this land was nestled south of the mountains, and was once a proud territory of the Ader kingdom. But everything changed when the Mud tribe invaded. The human rulers were slaughtered, their dominion replaced by these mindless mud monsters. And due to their terrifying reproduction speed, the land was now overrun. From a distance, they looked like fields of deep red, earning the name Crimson Plains. Luin made the call immediately. The main force would march to Ale first. Only he and Stang would remain behind to scout this hellscape. Stang proposed a bold move. Should we charge straight through the canyon near the coast? Luin shook his head instantly. Impossible. They will rain death upon us from the cliffs. Stang pressed on anxiously. What if we send Bova to the vanguard? With his strength, he could lead the charge and crush everything in his path. Luin shot that down too. No good. There are simply too many of them. The mud people have a core inside their heads. They can't be destroyed by normal attacks. Even Bova would be overwhelmed trying to crush them one by one. Now the truth was clear. This was why every past subjugation attempt had failed. There was no path wide enough for a massive army to navigate safely. Stang asked desperately, "Is there no other way then?" Luin looked up at the towering mountains, a dangerous plan forming in his mind. There is still one way. By the next day, the tension in the War Council was palpable. The consensus was grim. A direct breakthrough was the only option. The other commanders fell silent, weighing the heavy cost of such a reckless move. Commander Moro slammed his fist down. If we fear battle, how can we win? A head-on collision is our best shot. Melvin hesitated. You're not wrong, but the casualties will be catastrophic. Moro retorted furiously. We plan to start this campaign with only 300 men. Why hesitate now? Moro continued his aggressive argument, refusing to back down. We were ready to fight with a handful of soldiers. Why are we scared now that we have a massive army? But Luin's father stepped in. It is not about numbers, he said sternly. To kill the mud people, we must pass through a narrow gorge. Those monsters won't just let us waltz through safely. No matter how many troops we have, the bottleneck remains. Instead of marching into their trap, we must lure them out. Moro scoffed. But we have no way to do that. Suddenly, Luin cut in. Actually, that sounds like a plan. He looked at his father with a grin. Dad just gave us the answer. Don't go in. Drag them out. I have a brilliant idea. We attack from the cliffs above the gorge. Moro looked at him with blatant skepticism. Nobody can get up there. Are you suggesting the whole army climb the mountain? Luin explained calmly. Not the whole army. Just one or two mages to rain magic down and bait them out. Moro's eyes widened. That actually made sense. But how do we get up there? Can you fly? Luin smirked and shoved his friend forward. This guy can climb it. Jason panicked, screaming, How the hell am I supposed to climb that? No way! Luin reassured him with a terrifying gentleness. You can do it. Luin smiled like a devil in disguise. Because I'm going to throw you up there. Jason froze, staring at that ominous expression. Say what now? The scene shifted. A voice roared out. The day of battle is here. Are you ready? The army roared back in unison. At the signal, thousands of flags snapped in the wind, answering the call. Soldiers stood in rigid formation, distinct and proud. The commander bellowed, Move out! The subjugation had officially begun. At the vanguard rode Commander Moro and the Golden Knights. Even Luin's father and Bova were geared up for war. At the rear, Luin and his friends drove a carriage. Suddenly, the signal came to halt. All right, huddle up. Let's review the plan one last time. Luin pointed straight at Jason. Jason asked nervously, I know this is for my safety, but is this really the best plan you could come up with? Luin laughed. I think it looks cool. Whispers erupted nearby, making Jason want to die of embarrassment. He felt like the punchline of a joke. Finally, Luin dropped the bait. Don't like it? This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Knowing exactly how to manipulate him, Luin emphasized, an opportunity to be the star of this war. Jason's face turned red with excitement. The main star? Luin, leave it to me. I'll handle it perfectly. When Moro arrived, Luin nodded. We're good to go here. Jason was trembling, but then he realized the physics of the situation. Wait, Luin, be gentle. As the wind ripped past his skin, he screamed, I said gentle! From the ground, only Jason's fading scream could be heard. He had become a human balloon, launching into the sky. Jason's eyes teared up. He felt his heart stop. He was sure he was going to die. But suddenly, roots caught him mid-air. That guy was right. His aim was perfect. No blankets or ropes needed. Lady Irene, Your skills are as sharp as ever. Jason scrambled out of the protective roots, finally breathing a sigh of relief. All right, time to do my part. He looked down and froze. What is that? There must be tens of thousands. I can't even count them all. Jason panicked internally. Does he seriously expect me to lure them all out? Impossible. I can't do this. How could I? But in the depths of his despair, a familiar voice echoed in his mind. Jason, you can do it. You are my friend. Surely you can handle this much? Time to strike the mudmen with everything I have. High above, Jason gritted his teeth, determination overriding fear. I cannot betray Luin's trust. He brought me here for a reason. Mana converged, a fireball condensing amidst the snowy clouds like a brewing storm. Suddenly, countless stars descended from the heavens. Sparks danced with snowflakes, creating a deadly meteor shower that lit up the winter sky. Luin watched the spectacle, a faint smile playing on his lips. Jason, you're doing well. What descended upon the enemy was Fire Rain, a devastating third circle magic spell known for its destructive spread. Because Jason's level was still maturing, the conjured clouds were modest. Yet, for the monsters sleeping below, it was a rude awakening. Luin seized the moment. Now is the time. I leave the rest to you. Irin didn't hesitate. Let's move! The strategy was flawless. The mudmen swarmed toward a single point, desperate to escape Jason's bombardment. And that point of convergence? The narrow canyon's auxiliary exit. Luin chuckled at their predictability. Did you really think escaping the canyon would be that easy? Seta, unleash hell. That command marked the beginning of the slaughter. Seta grinned maniacally. I will incinerate every last one of you. He transformed into a living engine of destruction. The mudmen were trapped in a blazing kiln. Thrilled by the carnage, Seta shouted, Luin, how's my technique? Have I improved? Luin's reply was curt but approving. Stronger than I anticipated. But celebrate later. The screams were fading. The horrific realization hit. The mudmen were scaling the vertical cliffs. Jason sensed the impending doom and shrieked, Help me! Below, the hideous mud monsters were clawing their way up. Amidst the chaos, Irin made a shocking request. Throw me up there too. Luin froze. What? Her eyes held zero amusement. She was deadly serious. Luin hesitated for a split second, but the enemy was already closing in. Jason collapsed, scrambling backward on the ground. Stay back! Damn it! I can't die here! I haven't even had a romance yet. I don't even have a girlfriend, dear God! His panic was cut short by falling snowflakes. Irin seized the opening, her voice cool and teasing. So, you've never been loved? Frigid energy solidified into a massive glacier, entombing the mudmen instantly in a prison of ice. Irin turned to the trembling mage. You okay? Thanks to you, I learned something interesting. But she quickly shifted focus back to the mission. Just as Luin predicted, the trap was shut. With the side path blocked and the cliffs frozen, the mudmen had only one option: retreat to the coastline. Before Jason could process, Irin cut in. Exactly. Now it is the royal army's turn to strike. According to the plan, the phalanx lay in wait. Though armed with heavy shields and spears, fear was etched on every soldier's face. A crimson tide of mud appeared on the horizon. Panic rippled through the ranks. The lookout screamed, The mudmen are coming! The commander roared, crushing their fear. Do not retreat! Will you stain the honor of the kingdom of Jade? Stand fast! The mages will support us from the rear. Our duty is to hold the line as long as possible. Behind the wall of shields, a forest of spears lowered in unison. Morrow's voice thundered, Under the king's blade, towards glorious victory. He spurred his mount, charging head first to open the ball. The soldiers stared in shock at their fearless leader. Gritting their teeth, they made their choice. The chant erupted from 1,000 throats. Under the king's blade, towards glorious victory! The brilliant generals led the charge, but the mudmen were ferocious beasts, refusing to yield. Back on the cliff, Seta perked up. I hear the clash of steel. It seems the army has engaged the enemy. Luin's mind raced, calculating the flow of battle. That means the enemy numbers here have thinned. The main force has been driven to the beach. He issued a quick command. Handle things here. I need to lend them a hand. Seta smirked, power flaring around him. I was waiting for you to say that. Leave it to me. Go! Luin vaulted into the air. Thanks! He moved like a phantom, flashing through the mudmen's encirclement. Without looking back, Luin sprinted straight toward the heart of the war zone. The soldiers fought with valor, but the tide was turning. Suddenly, a beam of light cleaved through the mud. It was Marrow's heavy blade, providing critical cover. Bova the Brave thundered in on his warhorse, his spear piercing the hideous abominations effortlessly. The soldiers froze, awestruck by their commander's prowess. Are they even human? But their awe was shattered by a sudden, deafening explosion from nowhere. He couldn't see exactly what was happening out there, but the air shifted. One thing was certain. Someone had arrived. That mysterious figure was single-handedly wiping out the mud golems. Suddenly, the chaotic battlefield fell into a silence so heavy it was suffocating. The mud golems growled in confusion, while the humans stood frozen in awe. Finally, a soldier's voice broke the tension, screaming, "Lord Luin has arrived!" It was support from the mage class. But Luin didn't cast a spell from afar. He used his fists to shatter the enemy's body into dust. Bova beamed with pride, looking at him, just as expected of the young master. Marrow seized the moment, roaring, "Now is our chance! Advance! Destroy every last one of them!" Fueled by their cheers, Luin transformed into a living drill, piercing through the enemy lines. His eyes remained as cold as absolute zero. These monsters might act on savage instinct, forgetting the lives they took. But Luin remembered. He remembered every single detail. The truth was finally unveiled. 10 years ago, the Ardell territory was destroyed. His people were slaughtered by these very beasts. And amidst the chaos, his mother had lost her life to them. The memory darkened Luin's gaze, making it bottomless. Scorching waves of heat radiated from his body, steaming against the falling snow. He knew these creatures possessed no reason, only mindless instinct. Luin's fist tightened until his knuckles turned white. "I will not stop!" As the moon climbed high into the sky, a hesitant voice spoke up. "Well, I, Jason, will eradicate these evil mudmen after I scream really loud." Hey, are you even listening to me? You look like you're falling asleep standing up. While Luin watched the boy ramble on, the conquest of the plains officially came to an end. Over 1,500 were injured, yet miraculously, not a single life was lost. After 2 hours of grueling combat, total victory belonged to humanity. Even Marrow expressed his satisfaction, noting the princes would be pleased with this result. Luin felt a wave of relief, but moments later, a soft voice called out his name. Seta spoke with rare honesty. "I return to Oyota tomorrow. You may not believe it, but the saint has been searching for me endlessly. I am actually quite a promising mage, you know." Luin smiled warmly. "I know. You have become much stronger," Seta replied with a smirk. "Just you wait. One day, I will pay you back for everything you've done to me." The scene shifted. The chaos of battle faded as Luin stepped into a quiet room, gently closing the door behind him. He wasn't alone. The butler, Began, noticed the young master immediately. When asked about his father's whereabouts, the old servant replied, "He is on the terrace, sir. He seems burdened by heavy thoughts. I believed it was best to give him some time alone." Luin's mind lingered on those words. Burdened by heavy thoughts. Just then, Began called out to the young master once more. The old man spoke with profound sincerity. "I have lived here a long time, but today is truly one of the happiest days of my life. Thank you, from the bottom of my heart. No one in this territory will ever forget what you achieved today." Luin tried to speak, but the butler continued. "You should go in. I believe he is waiting for you." As his hand brushed the doorknob, a bittersweet thought crossed his mind. Victory was sweet, but not everyone could smile today. The memory of losing his mother 10 years ago remained a vivid scar. His father must be thinking of that tragic day too, recalling the pain of the past amidst the glory of the present. Suddenly, his father called his name. Luin started. "Father, you knew I was here? I apologize. I didn't mean to disturb you." But the man simply commanded gently, "Come here. Would you like to taste the wine I am offering?" Luin responded with perfect etiquette. "Yes, father." Melvin began the tale. "This wine has been aged for 17 years. It is known to the world as Selvoke. However, Maria and I called it by a different name." Luin's eyes shimmered with emotion at the mention of his mother. Melvin continued, his voice soft. "We used to call this wine Amoros Luin. It means beloved Luin. On the day you were born, I made this wine. I promised myself that you and I would drink it together on a day even happier than that one. Though I cannot keep my promise to share it with your mother, being with you now, it feels as if I am drinking with Maria once again." Luin finally spoke. "The flavor is exquisite." Melvin then asked directly, "What do you intend to do next?" The boy shared his vision without hesitation. "I will expand our territory. Now that the subjugation is complete, we will cultivate the canyon." But suddenly, his face froze. A system window materialized in thin air. Luin's pupils constricted in shock, his mouth twitching as he read the strange notification. Chang materialized instantly to report. "Something is wrong. I believe a calamity has befallen Kingram Academy." The spirit hesitated before adding, "I know today was meant to be a celebration, but we must hurry to the academy." "Snap out of it, Luin! We have to leave immediately." Luin's mind raced in chaos as he questioned the system. "You want me to defeat the threat approaching the academy? What happened to Kingram?" Finally, Luin turned his gaze back to his father. "I am truly sorry, father, but I must leave for a while." He braced himself for his father's disappointment at the sudden departure. Yet, Melvin accepted it instantly. "If you are this serious, there must be a reason. Go, my son." As he launched himself from the balcony, Luin raged into the wind. Why now? Why did the quest appear at this exact moment, right after the subjugation ended? Luin's jaw tightened until his teeth nearly shattered from the pressure. Rage boiled within him like magma. Just what in the hell is going on here? Across the room, a figure cloaked in darkness began to channel a terrifying energy. Blind to the ancient grudge unfolding, Luin could only shout into the chaos, "What is happening to the academy?" Kingram, forcing down a groan of agony, glared at his assailant. "I cannot believe this. Why? Why attack me so suddenly? Have you lost your mind? The rumors about you were true." The Fire King, Terran. Even as his name was spoken with venom, his expression remained chillingly calm. After a heavy silence, Terran spoke, his voice drifting like smoke. "Everything has been wrong. Ever since the moment Luin faced the fangs of the Kunkan. How could a mere student wield power rivaling a beast like the Oxer?" Terran's eyes narrowed dangerously. "I investigated, and now the mystery is solved. Ancient king of the Oxers. Kingram. It was you, wasn't it? You tampered with Luin's body." Before Kingram could answer, a third presence entered the fray. Terran smirked. "Whatever your reason for coming, I will make you pay the price. Tyon Ignit. As expected, your senses are sharp to detect me so quickly." But the newcomer roared back. "Do you have any idea of the consequences of your actions?" Tyon's voice thundered through the hall. "Consequences!" Yet Terran only grew more arrogant, his aura flaring. "If I feared consequences, I would never have started this game. I felt the shift during Luin's graduation exam. If that boy continues to grow, my throne, my very existence will be threatened." Madness flickered in Terran's eyes, obsessed with extinguishing a future rival. Terran paused, savoring the moment. "But if I wipe out the key players, right here, right now, that threat vanishes. Once you are gone, I will hunt down Luin and end it all." Suddenly, a desperate scream sliced through the air. Kingram! The room fell dead silent. All eyes turned to the door. Luin froze, his mind reeling. The Fire King? The headmaster? What in the world was happening here? A maniacal laugh erupted from Tehran, echoing off the walls. Perfect! Thanks to you, I no longer need to waste time hunting. Luin Ardell, fate is truly on my side. How did you realize the truth? How did you crawl your way here? Tehran marched forward, an avatar of hell itself, wreathed in flames. His voice dropped to a lethal whisper. Answer me, or stay silent. It matters not. You die today. Tyon Ignat shouted, desperation cracking his voice. Luin, run! Get out of here now! The headmaster's hands moved in a blur, weaving a high-level magic barrier to shield the boy. Listen to me. He is not an opponent you can defeat. But suddenly, the ground beneath them trembled violently. Luin's scream tore from his throat. Headmaster, behind you! Tehran had materialized instantly behind the boy. Die. The cold whisper made Luin whip around in terror. From the other side, Kingram let out a guttural, monstrous roar. In response, the display cases lining the room erupted with light. The ancient artifacts were answering their master's call. A blinding beam of pure energy coalesced directly in front of Terran. You wretched bastard, Terran howled. How dare you? The light exploded. Shards of glass rained down like crimson blood. As the blinding radiance faded, the shockwave sent Luin crashing to the floor. He cursed under his breath, mind racing. What just happened? Why was the Fire King hunting Kingram? But the pained growl of Kingram cut through his confusion, extinguishing his anger instantly. The ancient being was trembling with suppressed rage. Even sacrificing every artifact in the underground vault only bought us a banishment spell. Forgive me, Luin. I have dragged you into danger. Luin shook his head violently. Don't say that. I was useless. I couldn't do a thing. Tyon Ignat stepped forward, composing himself. I am unharmed. I only sensed Terran's foul energy because I was nearby. But you were all the way in Ardell, Tyon pressed, eyes sharp. How did you know to come? Kingram nodded. I too seek this answer. Luin took a breath. What I am about to say sounds insane, but I need you to trust me. After revealing the secrets of the system, Luin apologized for silence. Tyon Ignat absorbed the truth, his expression grave. The Fire King may not know of this system, but he sees your growth. A man like him, he will never let a potential threat survive. He has marked you for death. A chill ran down Luin's spine. The Fire King was hunting him, and the gap in their power was an ocean he could not yet cross. Suddenly, a holographic blue window materialized. Quest complete. Reward available. Shatter the ancient contract of Kingram. The notification continued. Breaking the contract may release a catastrophic amount of sealed power. Flashbacks of history surfaced. Centuries ago, defeated by the headmaster's ancestor, Kingram was sealed into an artifact, bound to serve the Academy for eternity. Luin turned to the beast. Kingram, the system says I can break your contract. What would that actually mean? The creature hesitated, hope flickering in his eyes. It means I would regain my true form. I would be free to leave this prison. But can a player truly shatter such ancient magic? Luin nodded firmly. Yes, it is the reward for this event. Kingram's gaze shifted nervously. To break the seal, you need the consent of the bloodline that cast the curse. Silence fell as Tyon Ignat realized all eyes were on him. Moments passed like hours before the headmaster spoke. You seek my permission? He smiled softly. There is no need to ask. Luin's will is my command. Luin looked at him with profound gratitude. Thank you, headmaster. He turned to the ancient king. Then let's get you out of here. Kingram! Torrential waves of energy began to leak out, shaking the very air. The system chimed with a notification. The ancient covenant between Luin Ignat and Kingram had finally shattered. Blinding light erupted from the old man's body, cleansing him of his shackles. Kingram roared with pure emotion. To think that prayer, possess the power to sever such a binding fate? His eyes trembled, shimmering with unshed tears. Thank you, everyone. He turned his gaze to the young man. You seem burdened by the trials that lie ahead, do you not? Luin didn't hide his fear. I am too weak. If I face Terran now, I die. Kingrum's lips curled into a knowing smile. Excellent. I have devised the method, a way to grant you power, Kingrum whispered. But this place is ill-suited for the training you need. What do you say? Do you dare ascend the heavenly mountains with me? Luin stood frozen, unable to believe the opportunity that had just opened before him. Meanwhile, chaos erupted elsewhere. Guards screamed as figures dashed through the shadows. The prison was under siege. Emergency! A prisoner has escaped! Hunt them down! A confused voice cut through the panic. Who in their right mind attacks a fortress like this? Do we have a description of the suspects? The answer was terrifyingly vague. We don't know. They possess the aura of mages, but their power is unlike anything we've seen. Finally, a trembling voice confirmed the worst. Only one prisoner is confirmed missing. It's him, the calamity known as Joss Gary Hill. The old prisoner's voice dripped with darkness. What an honor for you to personally rescue trash like me. Sol Merton replied coldly. Don't flatter yourself. I have no love for you. This is merely a bit of entertainment. Leaving the chaos behind, the scene shifts to a pristine, untouched land, a sanctuary where many races lived in harmony. Suddenly, a shout pierced the air. Patriarch Almarat, look over there! Cheers erupted like thunder. The great human warrior has returned! Han stood tall, but all eyes quickly drifted to the shadowed figure standing behind him. Who was that? Almarat and Han froze, their eyes widening in disbelief. The crowd fell into a stunned silence, emotions swelling in their chests. Kingrum, is it truly you? Have you finally come home? The old legend softened his voice. Yes, I have returned. I am back where I belong. Black Hand threw his arms up, grinning. 2 legendary warriors in one day? We must feast. Prepare the banquet. But Amarat's eyes filled with horror. Kingrum, your arm. The old master quickly cut him off. That is a story for later. Han stepped in, bowing slightly. Forgive the sudden request, but we have urgent business. The request Kingrum made left them reeling. We need the special grade elixir, Elf Sinew. He pointed to Luin. It is for our cherished friend, the Little Destroyer. Can you brew this forbidden medicine? The item in question was no ordinary potion. It was the secret art of the elf tribe. A treasure so precious, it was typically reserved to nurture young elves into powerful guardians as they matured. Now Luin stared at the bubbling concoction with wide eyes. He hesitated. Do I really have to drink this? The answer was brutal and short. Drink. Didn't you say you needed power to crush the Fire King? I have my reasons for giving this to you. Trust me. Luin took a deep breath, steeling his resolve. If a legend like Kingrum insisted, there had to be a logic to the madness. He grabbed the ladle. Fine, down the hatch. But the moment the liquid touched his tongue, his body convulsed. Panic surged as he slammed the ladle back onto the stone table. Luin gagged, fighting to keep it down. That was absolutely vile. Tears welled in his eyes as he gasped. That is, without a doubt, the single worst thing I have ever tasted in my life. Kingrum ignored the complaints. Focus. Do you feel nothing different? Luin frowned, confused, until a sudden realization struck him like a lightning bolt. What is this? The system window flashed before his eyes. Strength increased by 100? From a single bowl? He turned to the old master, frantic. Is this a glitch? Do elves just drink this and become gods? How is this balanced? Kingrum shook his head. For elves, the effect is once in a lifetime. It caps immediately. Luin's eyes narrowed. But what about me? If I keep drinking, Will my stats keep rising? Kingram gave him a mysterious look. Why do you think Draka lingered here for 100 years? It was all for this elixir. Realization crashed into Luin's mind. Greed took over. Wait, don't tell me we're out. I'll drink a barrel. I don't care about the taste. Just give me more. But the harsh truth followed. That was the final bowl in our reserves. To brew more, we need ingredients. Kingram smiled warmly. But do not worry about resources. Look around you. When they heard I was helping you, the tribe scavenged everything. Heartwood fruit, stalactites. They brought their rarest treasures just for you. For the little destroyer. Emotion swelled in Luin's chest, his heart aching with gratitude. They did all this for me? Kingram pulled them back to reality. However, there is one final ingredient they could not find. Elf sinew. Seeing Luin's despair, the old master chuckled darkly. Fear not. Ironically, that bastard Fire King has already prepared it for us. Luin blinked, confused. Kingram's voice turned cold as steel. Use this. My severed arm alone contains enough power to brew dozens of doses. Horror washed over Luin's face as the realization hit him. Kingram, your own arm? The master insisted. Do not refuse. Consider it my tribute for freeing me from that cursed oath. Luin swallowed his hesitation. Thank you, master. But Kingram had one final warning. Be careful. Even Draka took a century to absorb this much power. The pressure on your body will be immense. Luin froze. Wait, a century? What am I supposed to do? The Fire King Terran is hunting me right now. I need to fight him soon. Kingram placed a hand on his shoulder. That is something you need not worry about. I have devised a solution, Kingram declared, his voice grave. Once we banish the Fire King, we must act fast. Do you recall the time we utilized the artifact's true power? Among the artifact's many divine abilities, there lies a forbidden magic, capable of manipulating the flow of time itself. Fortunately, the authority to wield that spell remains active. Simply put, we are going to bend reality to our will. The elder began to weave a shimmering curtain of mana before them. The very air rippled as the laws of physics began to distort and drift away from the natural timeline. Kingram cast his enchantment upon the cave entrance, sealing it with ancient energy. His objective was absolute, to drastically decelerate the passage of time within the cavern. From this moment forth, time inside will crawl compared to the world outside, Kingram warned. Little Destroyer, are you prepared? You are about to endure an ordeal of unimaginable harshness. Beside him, Luin's expression hardened into steel. I am ready. I have long prepared my spirit for this hell. With ice-cold determination, the young hero stepped into the abyss. I'm going in. Chang and Kingram watched with bated breath, hearts pounding in their chests. Finally, Chang voiced the fear they all felt. Are you absolutely certain about this? Even for a being like Lin, such isolation took a toll that lasted an eternity. Kingram explained the terrifying ratio. 1 single hour in the outside world equates to 10 long years inside that cave. He could not hide the tremor of worry in his voice. Even if his body does not age within the distortion, the mind is a different story. It is a mental torture chamber. I am an avatar, so I endured. But Luin is merely human. Kingram fell silent for a moment before replying firmly. The little destroyer will overcome it. He must. Let us retreat for now. We have preparations to make. But just as they turned to leave, a voice cut through the air. Where do you think you're going? A footstep echoed heavily from the darkness of the cave. Kingram stammered, disbelief washing over him. Little destroyer? Is that you? Luin emerged, his clothes tattered and stained with the filth of ages, but Kingram cared only for one thing. Did you consume all the elixirs? How much time passed in there? Kingram demanded. Luin stood panting, trying to regulate his breathing, his aura completely transformed. I lost track, Luin admitted, his eyes distant. I counted up to a week, and then I stopped. It doesn't matter. I finally achieved what I desired most. The old master looked confused. What you desired most? Flashback to moments prior. Luin lay amidst a mountain of empty potion bottles, his body screaming in agony. The sheer weight of the spiritual pressure was crushing him, but his eyes burned with a terrifying, unyielding resolve. Luin revealed his truth. Every single day in that darkness, I made a vow. If I ever walked out of this hellhole, I swore to myself I would destroy it. Without warning, Luin unleashed a cataclysmic blast at the cave entrance. A massive explosion roared, the shockwave nearly knocking Chang and Kingrim off their feet. As the dust settled, Luin sighed with profound relief. That feels much better. The two elders stood frozen, statues of shock before the young monster's display of power. Luin dusted himself off, his voice calm. Shall we get going then? The system interface flashed before his eyes. Calculation complete. Combat power, 20,000. But Luin's mind was focused on only one target. The Fire King, Terran. His eyes darkened with bloodlust. I am going to annihilate that bastard. Meanwhile, within the opulent halls of the imperial castle, a subordinate bowed low. I offer my deepest gratitude once again, Your Highness. Prince Sumtan replied with chilling indifference. I told you, words are useless. I only require a tool capable of punishing Luin in my stead. Beside him, the snake-like Joss asked curiously, And where is the Fire King? Is he not usually glued to your side like a shadow? The prince scowled. I have no idea. He wanders off without a word. Even if he is my adoptive father, such insolence is unforgivable. I will make him take full responsibility for this negligence. Joss quickly shifted the topic back to their true enemy. You mentioned disposing of Luin. Do you have a strategy in mind? Haas didn't hesitate to offer his scheme. The preliminaries for the Great Swordsmanship Tournament are currently underway in the Empire, are they not? A sinister plot began to unravel. This tournament is a spectacle rivaling even the Grand Magic Convention in scale and prestige. Rumor has it that Luin's younger sister is participating as the representative of the Ardell family. That man dotes on his sister. He will undoubtedly be there to watch. That is when we strike. My dark mages and I will ambush him in the crowd. If that old headmaster hadn't interfered last time, Luin would already be a corpse. This time, failure is not an option. Prince Sumton listened, a cruel smile spreading across his face. Very well, I shall trust you. But his expression instantly darkened. Do not disappoint me. The scene shifted to the grandeur of the arena. It was time for the swordsmanship tournament. Just as the magic convention exists to glorify mages, the swordsmanship tournament is the holy grail for the world of knights. It was the ultimate stage for young warriors from across the continent. In the qualifiers to select the regional champion, Luina had been chosen to represent the territory of Adello. Standing in the waiting area, Luina felt her body tremble. I'm so nervous, she whispered, her heart racing. She remembered Melvin's grim update. It seems something came up with Luin. He won't be able to join us for the tournament this time. A wave of disappointment washed over her. If only Big Brother could have come. He promised he would cheer for me. Suddenly, a familiar voice shouted from the spectator stands. You can do it! We're all here rooting for you. You have to win this. Murmurs rippled through the crowd. Is that Irene? Her connections are truly terrifying. Luina couldn't help but smile. Thank you, everyone. She gripped her weapon, her fear replaced by steel-hard resolve. She raised her sword high. I must win. The referee raised his hand, signaling the combatants. Both sides, prepare. After a tense 3-second countdown, his voice boomed across the arena. Begin! His arm slashed down like a guillotine. A roar of excitement erupted from the stands, shaking the very ground. On the arena floor, Luina wasted no time. She launched herself forward, and in a flash of steel, both swordsmen unleashed their opening strikes in a blur of motion. Countless streaks of emerald light clashed violently against blazing orange sparks. In the distance, The two fighters were mere blurs of speed. Little did they know, Crown Prince Somerton was watching every move like a hawk. "What is this? You swore this trap would lure him out." Joss panicked, his eyes darting frantically around the stadium. I can't find Luin anywhere. Perhaps we missed him. Let me look again." But Somerton had no patience for failure. "My trust was misplaced. Your plan is a disaster. I am leaving." The old man trembled in fear. "Please, wait!" But suddenly, a twisted idea sparked in Somerton's mind. "If we slaughter his little sister, he will surely come crawling to us. Let the plan proceed." Back in the arena, Luina gripped her blade, locked in a stalemate. But suddenly, chaos erupted. An explosion tore through the stands. "Run for your lives!" The crowd screamed in terror. Amidst the smoke, Melvin's eyes went wide with horror as he looked toward the ring. "Wait!" He tried to rush to his daughter, but guards held him back. Cold sweat drenched his face. What in God's name is happening? Why now? Why during her match? Please, survive my Luina. On the field, Luina remained calm, asking if her opponent was all right. Yet, her instincts screamed danger. Was this truly an accident? Before she could react, the Reaper arrived. "Found you," the assassin sneered. "It would be perfect if that brat Luin were here too." But another voice interjected. "Hold on. Eliminating the sister will break him completely. Imagine the despair of failing to protect his own blood." Luin. Of course, villains never explain themselves to a corpse. Why waste breath on the dying? "But know this. Our hatred for your brother runs bone deep." As they charged their magic, she screamed, "Wait!" But the verdict was already sealed. "Goodbye, little girl." Malicious energy suffocated the air. Hope faded from Luina's eyes. There was nowhere to run. She squeezed her eyes shut. "Please, someone, anyone, please save me." At that exact moment, a pillar of white smoke exploded. Up in the stands, her father stood frozen. Prince Somerton smirked with delight. "Magnificent." Joss finally relaxed. "Good. The prince is pleased." But suddenly, Joss stiffened. "Wait." The entire stadium gasped in unison. Standing like a shield before the girl was Luin. He glanced back, his voice gentle. "I'm a bit late, aren't I?" Hearing that familiar voice, tears welled in her eyes. "You idiot! What took you so long, brother?" Luin smiled apologetically. "Sorry, things got complicated." His expression instantly shifted to 0-degree frost. "I heard rumors of the Fire King and came to check. I never expected this mess." Jakin smirked arrogantly. "Perfect timing. My father will wipe you from existence." Luin's voice dropped an octave. "Your father? So that bastard is the mastermind." Before Jakin could blink, boom! Luin slammed a fist down. Jakin was instantly flattened into the pavement like an insect. His younger brother shrieked in terror. "Brother!" Luin ignored him, his murderous aura spiking. "Who gave you permission to touch my sister? If you don't want to end up like him, answer me. Where is Joss Gary Hill hiding?" His voice alone sent shivers through the onlookers. Suddenly, a rage-filled roar echoed. "Luin Ardell!" A figure in a cloak leaped from the VIP box. "You filth! You dare kill my son!" A torrent of fire magic spiraled through the air. Like a meteor, the old man crashed down, but Luin effortlessly slid back to dodge. Luin sneered. "You delivered yourself to me? How kind. Saves me the trouble." Joss screamed, "You bastard!" Blinding golden light erupted from Joss's arm. "I will tear you apart with my own hands!" The energy condensed into a massive golden bow. Fueled by pure hatred, Joss unleashed the string. "Die!" The arrow flew straight for his heart. Yet, Luin looked bored. "Ridiculous. Who decided today is my funeral? The only one dying here. Blue mana swirled violently around his knee. He launched a devastating knee strike. Is you! The sheer pressure reflected the arrow back. Joss stood paralyzed, unable to comprehend. At the last second, Joss deployed a barrier. Crack! Spiderwebs of fractures spread instantly across the shield. Joss's mind raced in panic. What the hell is this power? I could handle him months ago. How has the gap become this massive in such a short time? Despair washed over his face. Luin's coat flapped in the wind as he mercilessly stomped Joss's head into the dirt. The spectators watched in breathless silence, suffocated by the overwhelming dominance. The remaining son, Mikol, shook in pure terror. Luin didn't stop, grinding his heel deeper with cold indifference. Luin's voice turned ice cold, cutting through the silence. Answer me one thing. How did a rat like you escape the dungeon with Gary Hill's ruined name? That should have been impossible. The old man was now just a trembling beast awaiting slaughter. Terror forced Joss to his knees in total surrender. I'll talk. I'll tell you everything. Just spare my miserable life. Ruin's voice cut through the chaos, cold and dismissive. Forget it. It doesn't matter who sent you, whether it's the Fire King or the Crown Prince. You're all the same to me. Trembling with a mix of terror and rage, Mick cried out, Father! That bastard! First my brother, and now you? I'll kill you. I swear on my life, I'll slaughter you. Mob mentality took over as the soldiers roared. Everyone, charge! Surround him! Don't let him find a path to escape! Desperation fueled their movements. If we don't end him now, the Garrick Hill clan is finished. Mana surged as the subordinates prepared their final stand. Die, you monster! Ruin looked down at them with eyes devoid of mercy. Do you still not understand? Trash like you. You aren't even worthy of being called my opponents anymore. Suddenly, a sphere of blinding light materialized above, its radiance searing the eyes of all who looked. The heat was instantaneous, incinerating everything in its immediate vicinity. That scorching sun represented the pinnacle of destruction. Eighth Circle Magic, a spell known only by the calamitous name Meteor. Ruin's voice rasped, heavy with finality. Goodbye. With a casual wave of his hand, he brought the meteor crashing down upon the Garrick Hill estate. A wave of oppressive heat instantly washed over the spectators. Watching from a distance, Somerton witnessed the scene of absolute death, knowing no mortal could stop such furious flames. The observation glass shattered under the sheer pressure of the heat wave. Yet, amidst the destruction, Somerton burst into manic laughter. He's insane, completely insane. Luin Ardell, you truly are the strongest. Just then the door burst open. Terran stormed in, his face twisted with fury. Somerton, what the hell do you think you're doing? The prince faced his godfather calmly. What brings you here so suddenly? Terran's voice dripped with venom. Don't play dumb. Do you think I'm blind to the chaos in Alpha? How dare you act on your own like this? Somerton shrugged, his tone light. You disappear without a word, and now you come back shouting? That's hardly fair. The Fire King gritted his teeth, his aura flaring. You saw that magic just now, and you still have the audacity to speak so casually? Somerton remained unfazed, a smirk playing on his lips. It was impressive, sure. But what kind of spell is it that has my godfather making such a fuss? Unable to hold back, Terran educated the ignorant prince. That was Meteor, an eighth circle spell. That is a realm only the supreme archmages of history have ever touched. In other words, Turan growled, Luin Ardell has now equaled, or perhaps even surpassed, me, the Fire King. He slammed his fist down. Is this really the outcome the Crown Prince desired? Sending disposable trash from a falling nation just to poke a sleeping dragon? Somerton waved a hand dismissively. Why so angry? Just listen to me. He chuckled, a sound purely devoid of fear. I saw it clearly. He reached the eighth circle. Unable to tolerate the arrogance, Turan roared, Somerton! The sheer force of his killing intent finally silenced the prince's laughter. Tehran continued his scolding, his voice trembling with gravity. "Your Highness has made a grave error. You must never, ever underestimate that man. He is cunning. He will figure out exactly who backed the Garrick Hill clan." Somerton's smirk returned. "Godfather, did you really think I was trying to hide it from him? Why are you so terrified of him anyway? You are the master of the Magic Tower, ruler of mages across the continent. I am the crown prince of a mighty empire. Ruin is just a toy from a tiny, insignificant nation. Or tell me, is my godfather actually afraid?" Terran's eyes went cold, and he lowered his voice. "Prince, you have always done as you pleased. Fine. Continue down this path." Seeing the prince's confusion, Terran turned to leave. "I have nothing left to discuss with you. From this point on, I will handle matters personally." Meanwhile, the scene shifted to the Imperial Palace. Whispers filled the court. "Did you hear? An 8th Circle mage from a small kingdom, and he's only 17. The reaction was explosive for a simple reason. Luin Ardell had reached the 8th Circle at an impossibly young age, implying his talent and growth rate far stripped that of the Fire King himself. It meant that Luin, currently displaying power superior to Tehran, could very well be eyeing the seat of the Magic Tower Master. Public opinion was shifting rapidly, predicting a change in the tower's leadership. Naturally, these rumors found their way to the Emperor's ears. Emperor Titan's voice boomed with majesty. "What are your thoughts? A mage from a small kingdom threatening the position of Tehran. I want to hear your honest opinions on this matter." A noble immediately stepped forward. "Your Majesty, while there are many 8th Circle knights, there has only ever been one 8th Circle mage, the Fire King. But now, a second son has risen. Perhaps the one with superior talent is the one truly worthy of holding the title of Tower Master." Suddenly, a voice cut through the court. "Please, do not let their words sway you." Walking into the Grand Hall was none other than the Fire King, Terran. Emperor Titan looked at him with mild surprise. "I didn't expect you to come in person. Very well. I wish to hear your direct opinion." Tehran looked at his sovereign with feigned sincerity. "Your Majesty, are you truly accepting the situation at face value? Ruin? That boy was far beneath my skill level just a few days ago. How could he possibly ascend to the 8th Circle in such a short time? He has undoubtedly used forbidden arts. He must have resorted to dark, taboo methods. Otherwise, such rapid growth is physically impossible. He has even been seen using a strange power connected to the goblin race. The Garrick Hill family was once respected, yet he slaughtered them all without mercy. If such a monster becomes Tower Master, he will plunge the Empire into chaos." The nobles began to waver. If that's true, then his unnatural growth makes sense. It must be dark magic. Emperor Titan fell into deep thought before speaking. "But what you're suggesting implies a grave threat. This issue seems to affect not just the tower, but the stability of the Empire itself. Perhaps we will need to mobilize the military." Tehran smiled, victory within reach. With the Emperor's military might behind him, that short-statured brat Luin didn't stand a ghost of a chance. But suddenly, Soman's voice sliced through the air. "Father, you cannot do this. I beg you, stop at once." Tehran instinctively turned toward the voice. Standing at the main entrance was his own godson. He froze, barely masking the shock on his face. "The Crown Prince?" Titan's voice boomed next, shaking the hall. "Do you still have the audacity to show your face here?" Soman played innocent. "I do not understand your implication." The Emperor roared back. "Don't play the fool. You dared to sabotage this plan for your own petty emotions. A crown prince acting so recklessly." Yet Saman replied with eerie calm. "That matter is finished. Do you bring it up only to scold me here?" Titan lowered his voice, the pressure easing slightly. "At least you have the shame to listen. Regardless, what do you mean by stop?" Soman gave his father a concise, chilling answer. "I have decided to kill him myself. If he must die, it will be by my own hand. My desire to see him perish It is an obsession that consumes me to the point of despair." Hearing this, the Emperor growled at his son. "You are truly—" But mid-rage, Titan clutched his throat as pain flared. The court panicked, rushing forward. "Your Majesty, are you all right?" Regaining composure, he rasped, "You know I have reached my physical limit. If that is your will, then make the best choice you can." Terran stood there, utterly dumbfounded by the turn of events. It ends this vaguely? Just one word from the prince changed everything? Just then, Soman addressed him directly. "Godfather, you dragged my ailing father out of his rest just to catch one man? Is this truly the extent of your capability?" The warmth vanished from the prince's tone. "My father's illness worsens by the day. Even the divine healers are helpless. In other words, the Emperor's absolute power will soon be mine. So I will take my leave now, Godfather." Tehran felt the world spinning. When did it all go wrong? I was meant to be the wings that lifted the crown prince to the throne. But Luin, ever since that wretch appeared, my wings have been utterly crushed. Unforgivable. I will never forgive this. After the audience, Tehran retreated to his private chambers, seething. His voice was dead calm as he summoned Doompram. "What if you had defeated Luin in the swordsmanship tournament? If I had ensured your victory, history might have flowed differently. But such what-ifs are meaningless now. The Tower Master will soon change. No matter how the Crown Prince struggles, he cannot stop Luin's ascent. So why have you not abandoned me?" The knight answered cautiously. "To me, the Tower Master is only the Fire King. If Luin is the cause, I will eliminate him." Tehran slowly raised his head, eyes gleaming with a dangerous light. "I see, but your current strength is insufficient. However, this time might be different." Dark magic began to radiate from Terran. "This time, I will personally become your foundation." Doompram trembled in terror as his eyes turned pitch black. A hand clamped over his face. "Do not fear. Have you not always craved to be my direct disciple?" Doompram could not speak, only choking out broken sounds. Terran looked at him with manic glee. "Is this not the moment you always dreamed of? So go on. Smile." Meanwhile, back at the knight's tournament arena, Luin stood alone in a field of flames. Fury boiled within him. It wasn't just a grudge against Luin anymore. They had dared to drag innocent civilians into this mess. Who was pulling the strings? The Crown Prince or the Fire King? Actually, it no longer mattered. Murderous intent exploded from Luin. "I will crush them both." He turned to leave, but a voice called out. "Where are you going?" Luin explained coldly. "This is the work of the Fire King or the Prince. Both of them have openly marked me for death." Iron gasped, but Luin remained terrifyingly calm. "Things have gone too far. There is only one path left, to see this through to the end." His voice was flat. "You saw it yourself. They dared to launch an attack in broad daylight, right among the people. If we let them roam free, not just Ardell, but the entire Empire will fall into chaos." Erin swallowed her words. The Fire King is truly hunting him. But that overwhelming mana he just released? He has definitely reached the 8th circle. He is the only mage alive capable of facing the Fire King. "But what is your plan?" Suddenly, Luin pushed her aside. "Stand back." "What are you—" Erin started, but the air instantly froze around them. Doompram stood before them. Luin exposed him immediately. "Long time no see. Did the Fire King send you to die?" The knight snarled. "Do not speak of his majesty with your filth." Luin sneered back. "You brainless fanatic." Doompram shook with rage but couldn't refute it. "You bastard!" He launched a desperate preemptive strike. "I, Doompram, will never let you reach the Fire King." Luin blocked the attack effortlessly. Still the same blindly loyal dog. But suddenly, a jolt of shock ran through him. Something felt wrong. What on earth was happening to Doompram? Flashback to moments earlier. Tehran had spoken with chilling calculation. "Even if I grant you this power, I know it is not enough. Therefore, You have only one mission. Buy me time. That is your sole purpose. And now, driven mad by that command, Doom Prime was losing control. The blade swung up. A scorching trail of heat slashed just behind Luin's back. In the same breath, a lethal wave of sword energy shot toward Irene. She barely dodged the attack, but terror gripped her heart. Her eyes widened in utter disbelief. Doom Prime was once one of the strongest of the 11 children, but this was a completely different level of existence. Confusion twisted her face. What the hell was going on? Irene screamed a warning. Be careful! His distorted form triggered a dark memory from an ancient book she had once read. Demonification. Doom Prime had undergone the forbidden transformation, and the puppet master behind this atrocity was all too obvious. It was that despicable Fire King. Doom Prime's sanity was crumbling, rapidly being consumed by the demonic energy. Luin's eyes narrowed. He knew exactly what had to be done. Subdue him. Bring back his reason. Doom Prime roared, begging for the nightmare to end. Luin danced through the air, dodging another slash. Doom Prime smashed his weapon into the ground with earth-shattering force. Landing lightly, Luin quipped, That was a close shave. I almost didn't block that one. But because you swung with such reckless power, you gave me the perfect opening. The system interface flashed. Skill activated. Steel breaker. Any object made of steel would be unconditionally destroyed. Luin raised his elbow high, a mischievous smirk playing on his lips. Time to wrap this up. A pillar of light erupted into the sky. The sheer pressure from Luin's strike shattered the enemy's blade instantly. A fist followed the light, crashing squarely into his face. It was a brutal hit, yet Luin maintained his polite demeanor. My apologies. I am trying to hit you without killing you, so please, try to stay conscious until the end. Meanwhile, elsewhere in the palace, a figure sprinted desperately. The man burst through the doors. Your Highness, you must retreat immediately! The Fire King is outside. Before he could finish, a heavy object smashed into his face, silencing him forever. Prince Simon watched with detached amusement. So, Father, is this your play? And my godfather, the Fire King? He faced the intruder, his arrogance still intact. Tehran walked in, his voice eerily calm. Forgive me. In the end, I had no other choice. Simon sneered. Ridiculous. Why go to such lengths? You think eliminating me will secure your seat as Tower Master? Tehran's voice dropped, resonating like a sound from the depths of hell. I am no longer satisfied with just that. My position is threatened. There is only one path left for me. I need absolute power. Power to crush Luin. Power to rule the world. And that latent energy lies within you, Your Highness. The heir to the throne. Do you recall my teachings from when you were small? Never retreat from your convictions. And just as I taught you, I will ensure everything proceeds exactly according to my will. Panic finally seized Simon. You think I will just give up? He screamed. Guards, seize him! The soldiers rushed forward to defend their master. But Tehran was no longer a mere mortal. He looked at them with eyes that had turned entirely white. In a split second, dark magic crushed them. The soldiers were instantly engulfed by his overwhelming sorcery. Madness twisted Tehran's lips into a sinister grin. He spoke as if nothing had happened. Are you finished, Your Highness? Simon laughed, but it was a laugh of absolute despair. So this is how it ends. Fine then. Go ahead and try to defeat Luin. Even in death, I will curse you. Back at the arena, Luin and Irene looked down at the fallen warrior. Irene looked at Doom Prime with concern. Will he be okay? You punched him a lot. Luin reassured her. He is alive. Probably. Better a broken nose than living as a demon. Suddenly, a voice boomed across the arena. As expected, he lacked the strength to stop you, but you have done well. Standing there with platinum hair was Tehran. He spoke with sickening satisfaction. You fulfilled your role faithfully. You bought me the time I needed. Irene stared in shock. It was the Fire King. Luin's expression hardened. So, You finally decided to show your face. I swear I will destroy you. But then, Luin's senses screamed a warning. Something was wrong. This power, it was far beyond the Fire King he knew. The energy was multiplied 100-fold. Terran laughed, a sound of pure evil. Luin Ardell, you will never defeat me. Luin felt the dark aura surging. He shouted, Irene, get back! Boom! A terrifying explosion tore through the arena. The crowd was paralyzed with fear, while Luin's family prayed desperately for his safety. His sister realized the truth. High above, Luin was flying, carrying both Irene and the unconscious Doom Prime. He roared to the crowd, Run! It is too dangerous! Evacuate everyone from here, immediately! Luin landed safely, setting them down. He turned to the enemy, fury blazing in his eyes. What do you think you are doing? There are innocent civilians here. The old monster scoffed with chilling indifference. Why do you care? It would be best if you just went ahead and died. With a devilish grin, Tehran unleashed his next strike. A terrifying vibration instantly erupted, shaking the very air around them. Luin was forced to use both hands just to hold back the man's sphere of destruction. Rage boiled in his veins. What was happening? He thought he was finally ready to crush this bastard. But this power, it defied all logic and limits. Fire King Terran's laughter grew louder, shaking the very air. That is right. Show me everything you have! Tehran roared. Panic began to set in for Luin. What exactly did this old monster do during the time he was gone? Wait! Luin sensed the disturbance in the magic flow. This energy signature. It could not be. The Crown Prince? He had devoured the prince's own life force. Tehran, oblivious that his dark secret was exposed, continued his maniacal ascent. Luin trembled with pure fury. Was there no line this man would not cross for ambition? After falling back, Terran suddenly spoke. Thank you for provoking me. Thanks to you, I have finally ascended to become a demon god. Luin finally understood. It was envy that drove this man to touch the forbidden taboos. The energy was suffocatingly heavy. Beyond the prince, Luin could not even fathom how many innocent souls had been sacrificed to fuel this monster. Abominations like him, they do not deserve to exist in this world. If he is left unchecked, chaos will swallow the entire realm. Luin roared out Terran's full name, grinding his teeth with every syllable. I swear I will stop you at any cost. But the devil's smile only carved itself deeper into his face. Just then the system triggered a quest. Defeat the demon god and save the world. Suddenly, a scream pierced the chaotic air. Sister! Iron looked over in confusion. Luina explained desperately. He asked me to lead the evacuation, but just us. We are not enough. Sister, what do we do? The little girl's mind was filled only with images of Luin, her sobs growing heavier with every breath. He is fighting all alone out there. Irin placed a firm hand on her shoulder. Luina. But then, a grotesque sound echoed behind them. The civilians were stumbling closer, moving unnaturally. Irin looked closer and froze. Demons. So Jadam Pram was not the only victim. They planned to exterminate everyone from the very beginning. She screamed, Run! Get out of here! But Bova suddenly stepped in front of her. Everyone, stand back. This looks like the perfect grave for that old man. Irin argued, I will fight beside you. Bova shook his head. The young master would be heartbroken if you fell. She cut him off sharply. My mind is made up. Around them, the human-turned demons roared with violent hunger. Irin stood her ground. If we fail to protect the people here, I will regret it for the rest of my life. Suddenly, a blinding light flashed before them. Fire magic erupted from nowhere, scorching the earth. An aged voice spoke through the flames. We have arrived late. My deepest apologies to you all. Gathering our full forces took longer than expected. But there was no time for pleasantries. The counterattack began instantly. We will fight by your side! The explosive heat blasted the demons back. The humans, conquering their fear, charged forward. Elite knights drew their blades. With a lifetime of mastery poured into every strike, they began to slaughter the demon horde. Han shouted urgently above the din. "Finish this quickly! We need to help Luin!" But his face suddenly froze in horror. Thick smoke obscured the battlefield ahead. Terran was floating high in the sky. Han desperately searched the ground for Luin, but his friend lay collapsed in the dirt. Luin gritted his teeth in frustration. He was not even in the same league as this monster. All that hellish training. For this? I have to protect everyone. The enemy's maniacal laugh rang out. A fitting end for trash like you. Your desperate struggles are meaningless now. I have reached the realm of a demon god. I will erase you all. Luin looked so small and desolate before him, fueling Terran's ecstasy. Now, goodbye. There was not a shred of humanity left in the old man's eyes. The scorching sphere plummeted toward the earth. Its target was to crush Luin into dust. Irin watched, paralyzed with shock, unable to look away. Luina screamed his name in terror. The light had faded from Luin's eyes. Is this truly the end? At that moment, a voice echoed deep within his soul. Protect them. You can achieve what I could not. Something shifted. This energy, it was impossible. The world began to blur, swallowed by a mysterious, blinding light. Destructive power rippled outward. The pillar of light grew more violent by the second, tearing through the atmosphere. Turan froze in disbelief. He screamed, "Impossible! How can you block the strike of a demon god?" Luin smiled mysteriously at his opponent. A moment ago I could not, but you being the only demon god? That hardly seems fair. Come and get me. Luin was now cloaked in an aura of overwhelming dominance. Turan stared up at the boy who was just an insect moments ago. Below them, a rain of blood continued to fall on the capital. Luin merged with the ancient power he had summoned. Let us have a real battle, he smirked. Fair is fair, after all. Staring down his opponent, he spoke in unison with the dragon spirit, Draka. Come on, Terran. His voice was cold as absolute zero. Let us see who the true god is now. But as he stared at the boy, Terran felt a jolt of shock. What was this pressure? He grit his teeth, questioning his own senses. What the hell was happening? Fixing his gaze on Luin, Terran felt a flicker of genuine fear. This terrifying aura. It was as if a true deity had descended upon the mortal realm. Luin raised his fist, his voice booming like thunder. All right then. A fist launched forward with blinding speed. Luin announced cold. It is my turn. Terran frantically summoned a defensive barrier. Damn it, I have to block this somehow. But Luin's force slammed into his face like a freight train. The shield shattered into dust. An earth-shattering explosion ripped through the silence of the wasteland. Tiri stood frozen, trembling in shock. What the hell was that? Was that truly Luin's own power? Chang was equally stunned, her mind racing. That avatar. It was the manifestation of Draka. Had Luin actually summoned that monstrosity? Inner disbelief consumed her. Impossible. Had Luin ascended to become the new god of destruction? She stared intently at Luin, muttering about his overwhelming methods. Meanwhile, Terran vanished, instantly reappearing behind Luin Ardello's back. I will not allow this! He channeled his inner energy, veins bulging across his skin like writhing worms. Turan's voice dropped to absolute zero. Nothing that stands in my way will be permitted to exist. Focusing all his energy into his hands, Terran sneered. Let us see how long that arrogance of yours can last. Orbs of destructive power materialized. He roared, Your fate is total annihilation. Without hesitation, he charged forward. However, even as a demon god, Terran failed to realize one fatal truth. The Draka that Luin summoned was once revered as the god of destruction itself. Luin rapidly condensed his internal energy, his expression darkening like a coming storm. Challenging Draka now was no longer a battle. It was simply a creative way to commit suicide. Luin clasped his hands together, focusing the chaotic power. In less than 3 seconds, a massive explosion erupted, illuminating the entire sky where Terran stood. The demon god's jaw dropped in disbelief. What? What kind of absurdity is this? Luin looked down with a gaze full of disdain. Is it my turn again already? Before the words faded, Luin launched himself at Terran with godlike speed, delivering a devastating slash. Terran was flung backward. Luin ruthlessly targeted his exposed flank, striking with surgical precision. The demon god felt as if his stomach had been punched clean through. Terran had no strength left to resist. Just like that, the mighty entity was battered into submission by Luin in mere moments. Seeing him defeated so miserably, the onlookers gasped in sheer shock. Yet Terran's voice rang out one last time. I admit it, Luin Ardell. Shooting up into the sky, Terran suddenly erupted with a strange, desperate power. His voice turned icy. Even if I exhaust every trick I possess, I cannot defeat you. He condensed a final sphere of energy. But if I cannot win, I will drag you and this cursed world down into oblivion with my full power. Luin's eyes widened, momentarily startled. What did you say? What the hell are you talking about? Terran unleashed the attack, screaming. Everything ends right now. Luin hadn't anticipated this. Damn it, you are insane to the very bitter end. Terran sought to destroy the world out of pure, petty jealousy. Luin's expression shifted. He had no choice. It seems I have to stop this attack right here and now. I will have to pour everything I have into this. Luin raised his fist toward the heavens. Let us finish this, once and for all. Draka. The look in Luin's eyes was no longer gentle. It was the gaze of a predator. 2 catastrophic forces collided, bathing the land in blinding white light. Luin roared, pouring his soul into this final, decisive strike. Terran refused to accept defeat. Ultimately, you are nothing before a demon god. I will wipe you and those fools out of existence. Both combatants radiated overwhelming killing intent. Below them, the spectators stood in stunned, breathless silence. Luin glared, his brow furrowed in defiance. No, the only one powerless here is you. Luin drove more power into the clash. Seeing the overwhelming force, fear finally took root in Terran's heart. Was it over? Was it really ending like this? Terran gnashed his teeth in fury. Bastard! Damn it all! He howled like a wounded beast in despair. Even in death I curse you, Luin Ardell! A blinding flash consumed him, and Terran vanished into the void. With the enemy vanquished, Luin slowly descended to the ground. Luina, frantic with worry, rushed to his side the moment the dust settled. Brother, after all that fighting, are you all right? Luin offered her a gentle, reassuring smile. Yeah, I am fine. I am safe. But in that same instant, a shockwave of sound erupts. Luin freezes, his hands flying to his temples. He grits his teeth as agony tears through him. It feels like his head is about to explode. A scream tears from his throat, terror rising in his heart. What is happening to me? The pressure builds, threatening to shatter his skull. This pain, it is absolutely unbearable. Immediately following the clash, Luin reached his limit. His legs gave out, crashing into the dirt as his body convulsed in agony. Panic seized Luina instantly. She screamed, "Brother!" Receiving no answer, she tried to rush forward, her voice trembling. "Are you okay? Hold on, I am coming to you right now." But Luin, amidst his suffering, snapped his head up in terror. "Don't come any closer!" The crowd froze in confusion. Luin gritted his teeth, his voice straining. "Stay back! Absolutely do not get near me!" Inside Shang's mind, a terrifying realization dawned. I am certain of it now. The presence radiating from him, it is the dragon, the entity known as the perfect being, and the inevitable destroyer of worlds. Even Draka stood paralyzed. The sheer density of that aura was suffocating. To think merely standing in its presence could exert such overwhelming pressure? It was unbelievable. Reality warped. In the blink of an eye, they were pulled into a different dimension. Luin looked around the void and asked, Where are we? Draka's massive form materialized. The ancient dragon replied, I have borrowed your inner world for a moment. If I left you alone out there, a catastrophe was inevitable. Draka paused, his gaze heavy. You are currently standing on a razor's edge, one single step away from total madness, just as I once was. Luin stared in bewilderment, but the dragon continued. Therefore, no matter the cost, I had to pull your consciousness into this sanctuary. A voice interrupted them, making both human and dragon flinch. So, what must be done? Shang stepped forward, her voice wavering with fear. I do not want him to endure the hell you went through. Tears threatened to spill from her eyes. I refuse to watch another person lose themselves to the darkness. Draka's deep rumble cut through the silence. That is precisely why I am here. The dragon turned his gaze to Luin. The system created a link between myself and the little destroyer. But a connection made can be severed. If I burn the entirety of my soul to destroy that link, the madness will no longer be able to consume the little destroyer. Shang's eyes widened in horror. She shouted, If you use all your power, that means you will disappear forever. Draka smiled gently. Do not grieve, Shang. After I awakened as the god of destruction, my existence brought only ruin to the world. But he is different. If he can wield this power without being swallowed by it, he will become a pillar of hope far greater than I ever was. Luin listened intently, absorbing every heavy word the dragon spoke. Severing the player connection does not mean you lose the power, so do not fear. Luin could no longer stay silent. He shouted, Wait! Draka! Before you do this, I have to know. His eyes swirled with complex emotions. Out of everyone, why me? I truly do not understand. Why would you sacrifice everything for someone like me? I don't even know if my strength will actually benefit the world. Draka's answer was short, leaving Luin stunned. It will. The dragon recalled his own past, a history filled only with tears and weakness. I entrusted this power to you because you remind me of my former self. He continued. Before I gained strength, my life was nothing but pain. But in the end, that very strength consumed me, and I destroyed the world. You, however, are different. As the chosen one, I have watched your entire journey, from the days you were powerless until now, standing as a warrior. You have always used your strength for the right reasons. The image of Luin's determined face flashed in the dragon's mind. To Draka, the boy had always been worthy. As Luin stood in awe, the dragon declared, Unlike me, you will lead this world down the righteous path. The two of them locked eyes, a silent understanding passing between man and beast. Draka spoke softly. It seems our time is up. It was an honor to meet you. Little destroyer? The dragon then turned his massive head toward the girl. And you as well. Shang, he spoke from the depths of his soul. For the past and for the present, thank you. Shang's expression crumbled. She could not hide the sorrow on her face. Biting her lip to hold back a sob, she cursed affectionately. You damn lizard. Finally, Draka's voice faded, heavy with reluctance yet filled with peace. Goodbye, Shang. The scene shifted. Under a clear azure sky, Luin slowly opened his eyes. Anxious voices immediately flooded his ears. Luin looked up to see a circle of concerned faces peering down at him. He blinked, startled. Huh? Jason was the first to speak. You seriously scared the hell out of me. You just collapsed. I thought something terrible had happened. Luin realized the situation and smiled weakly. Ah, I see. Sorry for worrying you. A gentle smile spread across his face as he whispered, And thank you, everyone. I called for help so suddenly, yet you all came without hesitation. An chimed in cheerfully. Even if it was a last-minute request, we would always rush to your side. It just proves what an amazing person you are, Luin. Just then, a deep, commanding voice cut through the warmth. Apologies for interrupting this touching reunion. Jason's jaw dropped. He stammered. Huh? Who? As the group turned, shock washed over them. Your Majesty? The Emperor stood before them, his presence imposing. I have business with Luin Ardell. Luin froze, stunned. The Emperor himself came to find me? An unsettling thought crept into his mind. Is he here to punish me for defeating his trusted retainer, the Fire King? It was entirely possible the Emperor was not thinking clearly. After all, the man had just lost his son. The scene shifts to a moment of unthinkable reverence. The Emperor himself addresses Luin with a humble tone. And as the young mage listens, the ruler of the nation bows his head in deep respect. Please, allow me to apologize personally. The Emperor's voice carries the weight of a crumbling kingdom. The chaos that has befallen our empire, it is entirely my fault. I failed to see the true tyrannical nature of Terran. Blinded by trust, I even handed him greater power. The Emperor continues his confession, his face etched with regret. My greatest sin was failing to control my own son. He looks Luin in the eye. I witnessed your battle against Terran with my own eyes. You fought with a conviction that stripped away all my doubts. In that moment, I was completely convinced. If a man like you fights for this world, then truly, this world has a chance to move toward a brighter future. The Emperor pauses, his expression shifting to solemn gravity. So I must ask you directly, Luin Ardell. Will you agree to become the new Tower Master of our Imperial Magic Tower? The question hits Luin like a physical blow, leaving him completely stunned. A few days later, the scene shifts to a moonlit night. So the cheerful voice breaks the silence. You really are on a completely different level. You know that? Jason beams, slapping Luin on the back. I always knew you were special, but this? Offered the seat of Tower Master at your age? It's insane. Luin doesn't hide his shock. Yeah, I never even dared to dream of something like this. Internally, his mind is racing. /*, I've been asked to succeed the position of the Fire King, Terran, *. If I accept, I become the Tower Master, a figure admired by all mages. I defeated the traitor Terran, and the Emperor himself nominated me. If I say yes, the seat is mine immediately. But anxiety begins to gnaw at him. With Terran's rebellion and the death of the Crown Prince, the world is teetering on the brink of collapse. As the new Tower Master, the burden would be immense. I just graduated from the academy. Can I really shoulder the fate of the Empire? Suddenly, a soft voice beside him pulls him back to reality. Luin turns to see Irene watching him. Ah, Lady Irene. She tilts her head, her eyes filled with curiosity. What are you thinking about so deeply? You don't look very well. Luin decides to be honest with her. To be suddenly handed such a massive responsibility. Truthfully, I feel a bit overwhelmed. It is a magnificent opportunity, of course, but I can't help but feel anxious. Irene smiles brightly, her eyes sparkling. Then how about a trip? Somewhere you can relax and forget your worries for a while. Luin perks up, intrigued. Oh, that sounds wonderful. Where should we go? Irene's smile widens, shifting into something strangely captivating. She maintains a calm demeanor, but her eyes lock onto his with intensity. How about coming to my place? The words strike him like a bolt of lightning. He stands there, brain short-circuiting. Huh? That night, Luin's heart hammers against his ribs, refusing to calm down. The next morning, under a clear blue sky, Luin is packed and ready. But Strang hovers on his shoulder, teasing him mercilessly. Luin, you've never even dated before, and now you're rushing things right from the start? So bold. She glances over at Irene, then cuts straight to the point. Are you really planning to go to a girl's house alone? She cackles, recalling his friends. Your buddies helped out too, didn't they? They retreated just enough to let you two take this trip alone. Luin shoots back a question. Then why haven't you retreated? Strang, she cuts him off cheerfully. Hey, have you forgotten? I am your only incarnation. We are inseparable, remember? Ahead of them, Irene turns around, looking puzzled. Luin, who are you muttering to? Luin jumps, waving his hands. It's nothing. Seeing her radiant smile, his thoughts soften. In the end, I really am going on a trip with Lady Irene. Just the two of us. They're destined, but he never expected the terrain to be so rugged. It is a landscape dominated by towering mountains. Luin scans the area, muttering to himself. Still, there doesn't seem to be anything around here. But the moment the words leave his lips, a shadow lunges from the darkness. Luin's eyes widen in shock. He didn't sense this presence at all. A young man with eyes as cold as ice launches a devastating kick straight at Luin. Luin's instincts scream in alarm. An ambush? Luin barely dodges. The attacker lands and looks at him with cold appraisal. Not bad. You dodged my kick. Luin frowns, his annoyance flaring up. Who the hell are you, jumping out and attacking me out of nowhere? But the stranger just throws the question back. Who am I? You punk, are you tired of living? I asked who the hell you are. Luin blinks, confused. What? Before a fight breaks out, Irene quickly bows her head. Luin, please accept my apology on his behalf. Luin stares at her. Huh? What are you saying? She hesitates for a moment before dropping the bomb. That person is my older brother. Hearing this, the young man's glare at Luin intensifies with pure hatred. Luin is flabbergasted. Huh? Your brother? Then why did he attack me? Arduma steps forward, his voice stern. You dodged my ambush. That proves, at the very least, you are not some useless trash. Arduma menaced Luin, closing the distance with a dangerous glint in his eyes. Seeing him wandering with Irene, he snarled, Don't you dare tell me you're her boyfriend. Without waiting for an answer, his hand shot out, gripping Luin's collar and hoisting him into the air. Aduma's voice was ice cold. Actually, let me put a fist in your face before we talk. Luin didn't hesitate for a second. He looked the man dead in the eye and spoke calmly. I have no idea what you are talking about, but would you mind letting go of me? But in the next split second, Luin's composure shattered. His eyes went wide as cold sweat trickled down his neck. Wait, what? A blue holographic window materialized before him. The system's analysis of Arduma flashed into existence. And the numbers. They left Luin completely dumbfounded. His mind raced in panic. Hold on! An 8-star martial artist? Why would a monster like that be in a place like this? But Aduma's patience had run out. With a scowl, he lunged straight for Luin. Hey, why are you ignoring me? Irene stepped in, her voice dripping with irritation. She glared daggers at her older brother. Do you think you can just gloss over this? Are you finally done? Arduma froze, looking genuinely confused. He could feel the heat of Irene's displeasure radiating off her. I may be your brother, but this is too much. Arduma stood there, shell-shocked. Are you seriously taking this stranger's side right in front of me? What is so special about this guy? Irene's frustration boiled over as she screamed. I am the one who saved you, remember? With that, she turned her back, completely dismissing him. Let's just go. Luin shook his head, thinking, what a muscle-brained idiot. Arduma looked ready to explode with rage, while Luin just wanted to escape this family drama. Fine by me. But as they walked, a question gnawed at Luin's mind. If the brother is this intense, are the rest of her family members actually normal? He followed close behind her, trying to soothe his nerves. Surely they can't all be like that. It's probably just him. But the moment they stepped inside, crash! A middle-aged man smashed the floorboards in a fit of rage. What did you just say? He slumped back into his chair, looking utterly defeated. My precious daughter, my adorable little angel. the man lamented. My Irene, the apple of my eye. She actually brought a man home? Panic rose in his voice as he roared. Bringing him all the way here. That means he is here to ask for her hand, doesn't it? I will never approve of this marriage. Never. Luin's jaw dropped. This guy is a 9-star martial artist? Akan? The father glared at him with intense pressure. If you truly want my daughter, you will have to defeat me first. Aduma pumped his fist from the sidelines. That is right. Show him, Dad. Irene couldn't help but let out a long, exhausted sigh. Even father is like this? Give me a break. Luin mentally wept. I never should have come here. I just want to go home. But suddenly, a graceful silhouette glided into the room. That is quite enough. It was Seda, Irene's mother. She stood there, staring down her husband and son with a gaze colder than ice. What exactly do you two think you're doing? Irene finally brings a guest home. Her voice was sharp. And this is how you treat him? Can you not show even a shred of basic hospitality? Her command was absolute, leaving no room for argument. Apologize. Now. The mighty warrior Akan shrank back in fear, stuttering. But, honey? Even Aduma looked terrified. Mother? Realizing there was no escape, Aduma bowed his head first. I am sorry. Akan quickly followed suit. I also apologize. Luin watched in awe, his impression of Seda instantly rising. So this is where Lady Irene gets it from. She had clearly inherited her mother's commanding nobility. How can someone be so gentle, yet so terrifyingly noble? But then, his system eyes activated. Wait. A shiver ran down his spine. She is an 8-star martial artist too? The smile on Luin's face stiffened into a mask of terror. He asked himself one simple question. Just what kind of monster family is this? Irene's lineage was no ordinary bloodline. They were the illustrious Prius clan. Once they ruled over vast territories, basking in an era of golden glory. But time is cruel. Their prestige crumbled, and the clan fell into ruin. The scattered descendants wandered the lands, until finally settling in this desolate, remote region. Hidden away in the deep mountains, they dedicated their lives to one thing: absolute power. They trained day and night, honing their bodies to perfection without rest. But Irene was different. She was born with a brilliant aptitude for magic, not just martial arts. Now, as a powerful mage, she carried the burning ambition to restore her clan to its former greatness. Later that evening, Luin joined them for dinner. Seda smiled warmly, the earlier tension gone. I am truly sorry. This is your first visit, and we made such a terrible impression. She glanced sideways at her husband and son with a gentle look. The men in this house, well, they are simple creatures. They act on emotion and rarely use their heads. She sighed softly. But please believe me, they are not bad people at heart. Her eyes were full of sincerity. They just love their daughter a little too much. I hope you can overlook their clumsiness. Luin nodded politely. Of course, I understand completely. It made sense. A precious gem like Lady Irene bringing a strange man home? Any parent would be a little shaken. Seda studied him closely, her gaze piercing. Then she dropped a bombshell. Do you want to know why I, on the other hand, am not panicked at all? A knowing smile played on her lips. For my daughter to bring a man all the way out here? It must mean she has given this serious thought. Isn't that right? Seda beamed at her daughter. Irene turned beet red, steam practically rising from her ears. Luin, catching the implication, felt his own face heat up. Mother, that is not... But before she could explain, bang! Akan burst in from the hallway, screaming at the top of his lungs. Absolutely not! Akan stood there with 3 other brothers, their eyes burning with hellfire. If you want to marry my daughter, You will have to step over our dead bodies first. Seda face-palmed, shaking her head. Here we go again. Luin felt his soul leave his body. Wait, who are those extra guys standing behind him? Akon suddenly turned serious, his aura shifting. You said your name was Luin Ardell? Luin instinctively snapped to attention, standing straight. Huh? Yes, that is me. The father crossed his arms, his expression grim. Listen well, boy. I believe the most vital quality in a man is absolute strength. One must possess the power to protect his woman and his family, no matter what hellish adversity stands in his way. Luin listened, blinking in confusion. That power brings a natural sense of responsibility. That is the code I live by, and that is the code I have drilled into my sons. Akon looked Luin up and down with blatant disdain. But you look like some pampered noble raised in silk and satin. Do you really possess the manly strength I speak of? Luin's expression became unreadable. A faint, confident smile tugged at the corner of his lips. Strength, you say? Yet fear was nowhere to be found on Luin's face. Instead, a smirk of absolute confidence appeared. Of course, if there is one thing I trust in, it is my overwhelming power. Akon burst into laughter, treating the declaration like a grand joke. Power is what you trust? You have guts, kid. I'll give you that much. Luin didn't flinch. He declared that when it came to responsibility, he bowed to no one. And when it came to raw physical might, he feared no man alive. Aduma scoffed from behind him. You don't lose to anyone? You sound exactly like a professional con artist. Isn't it obvious? Aduma continued, looking at his father. A scammer like this definitely tricked our innocent Irene with his sweet talk. A cruel smile played on Aduma's lips. If you're so confident, why don't you prove those big words of yours? We were just about to start our family training session, Aduma threatened, cracking his knuckles. Be warned, this won't be a walk in the park. Even the elite usually run away from our workouts. Luin's eyes lit up with excitement. Sounds perfect. He turned his gaze toward the lady. Lady Irene, excuse me while I go warm up. Irene looked panic-stricken. You're going with the men of my family? Into that den of monsters? Luin turned back to reassure her. They only understand the language of muscles. The fastest way to their hearts is through a little sweat and blood. Before walking away, Luin gave her a gentle nod. Don't worry. I'll be back before you know it. Seda watched her daughter closely, then smiled knowingly. Relax, Irene. I saw the look in that boy's eyes. He can handle himself. Irene sighed, her face deadpan. No, Mother. I'm not worried about Lord Luin. Seda blinked in surprise. Then what troubles you? Irina hesitated, glancing at the forest. I'm worried about those reckless men of ours. They have no idea what they just woke up. Meanwhile, deep in the forest, a roar of admiration shook the trees. Irene's three brothers gasped in unison. No way. A new record. Not bad for a rookie. Just then, Akon stepped forward, his voice stern. Don't get cocky. You still have a mountain to climb. Akon reclined casually on a massive boulder, looking down at them. To reach the 9-star realm, the road ahead is endless. The brothers whispered in awe. Surpassing their father seemed like an impossible dream. Akon shot a provocative look at Luin. How about it, you flirtatious brat? Still think you're worthy of our Irene? Or has your spirit been crushed into dust? Luin nodded respectfully. Your strength is indeed terrifying, sir. He slowly turned his body, facing away from the group. He locked his eyes on a colossal boulder towering in front of him. Allow me to show you a little something. The three brothers exchanged confused glances. What is he doing? In a split second, the atmosphere changed. Luin channeled his internal energy, and his eyes blazed with blinding light. Akon realized it first. His eyes went wide with shock. A deafening explosion tore through the sky as Luin's strike made contact, engulfing the area in smoke and fire. The three brothers stood frozen, jaws on the floor. Impossible. That mountain. He destroyed it with his bare hands? They stared at Luin as if looking at a monster. Since when did mages possess physical power capable of shattering the earth? In the Prius family, a man's worth was measured by the strength to protect his kin. Luin smirked internally. Just as I thought. They wanted to break my spirit with this training. The three brothers suddenly scrambled after Luin, their competitive fire ignited. Hey, you want to go a few rounds? Fine by me. I'll play with you until you drop. Luin suppressed a laugh. This is my chance. I'll prove my worth with these fists. Days blurred into nights. By the end of the hellish training camp, all three of Irini's brothers lay sprawled on the ground, gasping for air. Luin, barely breaking a sweat, walked over to Aduma. You alive? He smiled brightly, extending a hand. Can you stand? We still need to have dinner together. Aduma's hostility had completely vanished. He grabbed Luin's hand. Yeah. Thanks. The air was now filled with camaraderie. Aduma panted, looking up at Luin. Training again tomorrow? Luin replied without hesitation. Absolutely. Luin stared intently at him for a moment. Hey, Aduma raised an eyebrow. Yeah? Luin flashed a dazzling smile. Can I call you Big Brother? Instantly, all three brothers turned beet red. Aduma stammered, Sure, why not? Nearby, Akan watched his sons laughing with Luin. A complex emotion flickered in the father's eyes, a mix of defeat and grudging respect. That night at the estate, a shocked voice echoed through the halls. What? Seriously? Aduma shot up from his chair. He's officially recognized as the successor to the Tower Master? Acknowledged by the Emperor himself? Irene nodded, confirming the tale. Yes, he is the mage who single-handedly stopped the rebellion of the Fire King, Terran. Being chosen as the successor was the only logical outcome. The brothers were losing their minds. A legend like that is visiting our house? We've been wrestling with the real-life Tower Master's successor? Suddenly, Akan strode into the room. Why the hell didn't you say so? If we knew, we would have treated you with some damn respect from the start. Luin shook his head calmly. Those titles mean nothing to me. His words left the room in stunned silence. What? Luin continued, his voice steady. I wanted to be recognized by Lady Iron's family for who I am, as a man. The title of Tower Master has no place in that. Hearing this, a broad grin finally spread across Akan's face. He never expected such humility from a man of such power. Seda clapped her hands in delight. Oh my, he really is the perfect match for our Irene, isn't he, darling? The young couple blushed furiously as the family laughed. Irene hesitated, her voice trembling slightly. Mother. Her father remained silent, his gaze holding a storm of complex emotions he couldn't quite hide. It seemed the rumors were true after all. Night fell. Luin found himself sleeping in the same room as Irene's three brothers. Suddenly, a voice cut through the silence, startling him enough to make him toss and turn. Anne caught sight of Luin, and his expression shifted. Father. His voice was cold as ice as he turned his back. Follow me. He glanced over his shoulder at Luin, the weight of his gaze heavy. We need to talk. That night, the moonlight flooded the courtyard like a spotlight. Luin followed silently, his heart hammering against his ribs. What did he want? Was this an interrogation? Or something worse? Once they were far enough away, Anne stopped. Luin. The young man flinched, straightening his posture. Yes, father. Anne's voice softened, filled with sincerity. As I have said 1,000 times, Irene is a treasure beyond measure to me. Do you have the resolve to take responsibility for a woman like her? The question hung in the air. The older man stared deep into Luin's soul, waiting. Luin didn't hesitate for a second. Yes, I do. Anne let out a long breath, a smile finally breaking through. Good. Skill, effort, character. Even though we were rough on you, your attitude toward this family, it was flawless. Suddenly, his aura spiked, sharp and dangerous. But listen well. If you ever bring tears to my daughter's eyes, I will not let you off lightly. Take care of my daughter. Hearing those words, joy exploded in Luin's chest like fireworks. He bowed deeply. "Thank you, Father." The next morning arrived too quickly. "Are you really leaving already? How sad." Luin smiled brightly. "Me too. I will visit another time." Aduma immediately chimed in, grinning. "Oh, don't worry. We'll come visit you instead. We plan to hold an official gathering in Adel, so just keep dating happily until then." Irin, annoyed, delivered a swift kick to Aduma's shin. "What are you babbling about, you foolish brother?" she huffed, grabbing Luin's hand and dragging him away. "Luin, let's go." Luin laughed nervously. "Huh? Ah, okay." Before disappearing, he spun around and shouted one last time, "Take care, everyone!" Once they were a safe distance away, Irin slowed down. "Hey, Luin." He turned to her instantly. "Yeah?" Irin looked shy, her cheeks dusted pink. "Now that both families approve, there is no one left to stand in our way." Her gaze locked onto his, serious and searching. "So, what are we to each other now?" The question hit Luin like a lightning bolt. His face turned crimson. A pure, uncontrollable smile spread across his lips. He spoke clearly, his voice carrying through the wind. "Lady Irin, let's date. Properly. Seriously." The scent of romance filled the air. Irin beamed, blooming like a spring flower. "Then please, take good care of me." Lord Luin. Time flows like a river. 1 year later, the Magic Tower. Just thinking about that memory was enough to drive him crazy. "Oh, you already confessed?" The spirit Chang floated by, laughing mischievously. "I remember every single cheesy word." "Lady Irin, let's date seriously." Luin grimaced, swatting at the air. "You talk too much. How many years has it been? Why do you keep bringing that up? If you're here to help, then focus on work. Stop being lazy and reliving the past." Thanks to the Emperor's recommendation, destiny had shifted. Luin finally ascended to the throne of Tower Master. Tower Master Luin. Ever since taking the title, his life had been a whirlwind of chaos. Chang had taken the role of assistant to help manage the endless mountain of paperwork. The territory of Adel had transformed. Through constant development, it had evolved into a fortress of stability and prosperity. This was all thanks to Hansen, who had become the Knight of Adel, and the immense support from Jason. The one in charge of administration was, of course, his father. Suddenly, a familiar figure walked through the door. "Brother!" Luin's face lit up the moment he saw her. "Look who it is," he teased, eyeing Luina. "Isn't this the champion of our swordsmanship tournament?" She flipped her hair, radiating confidence. "Come on, brother. With my strength, that was the only logical outcome." By the way, Luina had continued chasing her dream of the blade. A few years later, she returned to the tournament and claimed absolute victory. Now she stood by the side of the Emperor, who had fully recovered his health, serving as a royal guard. Luin leaned back. "So, what brings you here today?" Luina smirked. "I came to check if our Tower Master is actually working properly, and to see how well you've prepared." Luin blinked, feigning ignorance. "Prepared? For what?" She narrowed her eyes. "Don't tell me you don't know what I'm talking about." A faint smile tugged at the corner of his lips. "Of course I know." Luin stood up, exuding confidence. "Don't worry. Everything is perfect. No one will find a single thing to complain about." Scene shift. A few days later. The territory was buzzing with electricity. All right, stop pushing. Please move slowly." "Hey, I said don't shove." Luin's voice rang out over the crowd, making 2 young men freeze in place. "Hansen. Seta." The crowd whispered in awe. "Whoa, it's Luin. One of the stars of the show is here." "Is that the Tower Master?" "It's Lord Luin." He approached them, his gratitude genuine. "Thank you for helping out so much." Seta laughed, waving it off. "Between friends, this is nothing." Luin looked him over. "Especially you, Seta. Long time no see. How have you been?" "I heard you became the top senator of Uda." Seta grinned. "News travels fast, doesn't it?" "Yeah, that's right." Seta leaned in, eyes twinkling. "So, how does it feel to be getting married? I thought with your talent you'd focus on work, but you moved fast." Suddenly, a wail of despair pierced the air, terrifying the bystanders. Her 3 brothers were sobbing uncontrollably. "Erin is getting married? Already? Isn't this too soon?" said aside, face-palming. "Come on, everyone is watching. Stop crying." Even I feel a bit awkward in this situation. These future brothers-in-law of mine haven't changed a bit. Their intensity is still overwhelming. Meanwhile, Luin announced, "It is almost time, so I will go prepare." It seemed everyone had arrived, save for one. Seta looked surprised. "Who is missing?" Before he could finish, the earth shuddered violently. The ground shook with terrifying force, throwing everyone off balance. The crowd murmured in panic. "What is happening? Don't tell me it is an earthquake." But Luin stepped forward immediately to calm the masses. "Please, everyone, remain calm." He looked toward the horizon and smiled. "It is just the orcs arriving." Kingram's booming voice followed. "The wedding of the little destroyer? How could we possibly miss such a spectacle?" The commotion settled. The host swiftly ascended the platform, standing before the crowd. He took his position with practiced ease. Jason tapped the microphone. "Testing. Can everyone hear me clearly?" He flashed a bright smile. "First, I am a mage from the Magic Tower, and I will be your host today. My name is Jason Damon. The ceremony will begin shortly, so I invite all honored guests to take their seats." Jason continued with a flourish. "Although I introduce myself as a mage of the tower, I am better known as a close friend of the Tower Master. That bond is the only reason I have the honor of standing on this grand stage today. Just a short while ago, I met with the bride and groom. They asked me to convey their deepest gratitude to everyone who traveled from far and wide to share in their joy." He paused for effect. "Now, without further delay, let us welcome the main character of this glorious day. Let's give him a thunderous welcome." "Luin Ardell!" Rowena cheered wildly from the front row. "Brother, congratulations!" The crowd erupted into cheers and applause. "Lord Luin, blessings on your wedding!" Jason raised his voice again. "And now, the moment we have all been waiting for. Let us meet the bride. Irene Prius, please make your entrance." Aaron took his daughter's hand, leading her slowly up the aisle. She looked breathtaking, like a princess from a fairy tale. Her long platinum hair shimmered, enhancing her ethereal beauty. Luin stared, completely mesmerized by his wife. Through tireless effort to restore her family's honor, she had become a world-renowned mage, a name that everyone respects and knows. Pride swelled in Luin's chest. This incredible woman was about to become his wife. He quickly extended his hand, gently receiving his bride. He looked at Aaron and declared firmly, "I will be a good husband to her." The older man smiled warmly at him. "I know. I trust you." Jason spoke up again. "Next, it is time to welcome the officiant of this sacred ceremony." Luin looked toward the dignified elder. "The officiant today is the teacher of the Tower Master and my own mentor, the Academy Dean, Tyrion Ignat." Tyrion stepped forward. "First, as the officiant, I offer my heartfelt congratulations to these 2 young souls." He smiled happily. "The 2 standing here today have overcome countless hardships by always staying by each other's side. Even if similar trials arise in the future, this couple, now bound by marriage, will conquer them once again. Leaning on one another in times of trouble and sorrow, that is the true meaning of marriage. Now, let us hear the vows from the newlyweds." Luin smiled, lost in memory. "I still remember the first day I saw her at that antique shop in Anton. To think I am marrying the woman who once seemed so cold and stubborn. It still feels like a dream." He beamed with pure joy. Looking back, I was captivated by her confidence and brilliance. I, Luin Ardell, promised to be my wife's closest friend. Irene followed with her vow. "I, Irene Prius, promise to be a loving companion to my husband." After both had spoken, Irene addressed the crowd. "Finally, to everyone who came to celebrate our wedding, we thank you from the bottom of our hearts." Fireworks exploded into the sky. The scene was nothing short of magnificent. The guests gazed at the young couple, their joy infectious. "Congratulations, Tower Master! Congratulations, my lady!" Luin thought to himself. "That someone as insignificant as me could achieve all this, it is all thanks to that help." He remembered Draka. "I ran without stopping, facing death time and again, but in the end, I accomplished everything perfectly." A tinge of sadness hit him. If only Draka could see this moment. Suddenly, a familiar voice echoed in his mind. "Congratulations!" Luin froze. His heart pounded. That voice! He looked at the spirit. "Strang, did you hear that just now?" Strang looked surprised. "Huh? Hear what? I didn't hear a thing." Luin stood there, stunned. He felt a bit flustered, but then a knowing smile graced his lips. "Never mind, I must have imagined it," Luin thought deeply. "If, in the distant future, someone asks how I remember myself on this day, I will answer like this: even for a single moment." Luin smiled with ultimate satisfaction. "This is the perfect ending to a journey I have walked, completely and utterly without regret."